In the awakening ceremony of the card world, the traveler Liu Shun unexpectedly obtained 2 life cards, an unprecedented event in the history of Blue Star. Wang Hu, no awakened life card. The cold voice startled Liu Shun awake. He opened his eyes in confusion, finding himself on the high school playground, surrounded by people in familiar school uniforms. Nearby, a student was dejectedly stepping down from a platform next to a peculiar device. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into his mind. This was indeed his alma mater, but in a parallel universe. In this world, everything mirrored his past life. He still lived alone in Building 6, Apartment 6, on the 6th floor of Qingkong Community, Jiuxiao City, Yin Country. The only difference was the existence of mysterious card powers in this world. A century ago, countless interdimensional portals suddenly appeared on Blue Star, releasing terrifying monsters. 3-headed dragons spewing tricolored elements, tentacled sea creatures raising massive waves, humanoid lava giants lurking in volcanoes, blood-red cacti in deserts, raging bears on glaciers, paper figures with eerie smiles and mirrors, and even writhing shadows on the moon's surface. Unexpectedly, a card system arrived alongside the monsters. The emergence of summoning cards, spell cards, domain cards, and other magical powers gave humanity hope against the monsters. Through extensive research, humans mastered card-making technology and began a full-scale counterattack. Liu Shun took a deep breath, staring at the awakening device before him. In this world, high school seniors must undergo the talent card awakening ceremony to become card makers. They have 3 chances, with each missed opportunity significantly decreasing the success rate. Next, Class 3, Miao Kong, called the teacher, as a nervous boy climbed the platform. Trembling under the device's influence, he eventually succeeded in summoning a floating card. Finally, it was Liu Shun's turn. An intense headache surged like a tide, and just as Liu Shun was about to collapse, a warm current spread throughout his body. Above his right hand, a blue card slowly appeared. Destiny Magic Dice. This mysterious 20-sided die could alter any card's effect and had the trait of attracting nearby life forms' attention. As Liu Shun prepared to leave, a second wave of information flooded his mind. The Thorn Crown of Wisdom, also a blue quality 1-star card, could enhance intelligence but cause severe pain and could reflect mental attacks. Do I truly possess 2 life cards? Liu Shun was filled with joy as he finally awakened his life card, allowing him to proudly call himself a card master. For a card master, having an additional life card is of great significance. Card quality ranges from lowest to highest as white, green, blue, purple, cyan, red, orange, gold, and rainbow. The quality directly determines the card's effectiveness and growth potential. A white card can only reach a maximum level of 1 star, while a blue card can go up to 3 stars. Therefore, improving card quality is a fundamental skill for card masters. However, life cards are unique as they can automatically upgrade in quality as the card master grows, making them lifelong companions. As a result, most card masters build their decks around their life cards. Now, Liu Shun possessed 2 blue quality life cards, meaning that in his future card master career, he would have 2 cards that could automatically improve in quality, making his deck more diverse and powerful. Calming his excitement, Liu Shun suddenly felt as if the world before him had become brighter. The card awakening ceremony continued, but unlike his previous anxious state, he now watched calmly as his classmates expressed their emotions, waiting for the ceremony to conclude. Fortunately, his class was one of the last to awaken, and soon the ceremony ended. Students without life cards were organized to leave, while Liu Shun and others stayed for the class division process. Liu Shun attended Jiuxiao High School, the best in the city, known for its top-notch card master education and resources, but the competition was fierce. The senior card master classes were divided into different levels: Rocket, Excellence, Parallel, and Ordinary, each with varying access to resources and benefits. The Rocket class was the best, and the Ordinary class the least, with regular reassignments intensifying the competition. Now, Liu Shun and his peers were about to experience their first class division, based on 2 criteria: the quality of their life cards and their card-making results. After the card awakening ceremony, students were to proceed directly to card making, with materials provided by the school, and complete their cards in individual rooms. Class assignments would be based on these 2 assessments. Under the teacher's guidance, students began lining up to register their life card quality before entering temporary card-making cabins equipped with full card-making tools. As materials had yet to be distributed, many chose to observe the registration queue, eager to learn about their peers' life card qualities. Just as it was nearly Liu Shun's turn, he heard exclamations ahead. Curiously, he looked over to see a handsome boy standing before the registration teacher, his card glowing blue, indicating a blue quality life card. This must be the first blue card of our year, Liu Shun thought, feeling a pang of envy as he reflected on his own white card. Astonishingly, this person was his classmate. Wow, Lin Yin is really handsome. Amidst the enthusiastic discussions of his classmates, Liu Shun learned the name of the aloof-looking boy ahead. If either he or Lin Yin performed well in the card-making session, they might have a chance to be placed in the advanced class. The line continued to move forward, and soon it was Liu Shun's turn. His classmates reported their names and the quality of their natal cards to the registration teacher, who sat with a neutral expression. "My name is Liu Shun, and my natal card's quality is blue," he said, summoning a mystical die of fate, with a blue glow surrounding the card. Upon seeing Liu Shun's card, the registration teacher smiled. "Wonderful, wonderful, you're the second student with a blue natal card this quickly." The onlooking students quickly turned their attention to him, erupting in discussions as lively as before. "My goodness, is there already a second blue natal card? Could our class be full of geniuses this year? This student is also quite handsome, not inferior to Lin Yan." The buzz of conversation around him made Liu Shun a bit uncomfortable. After politely thanking the registration teacher and taking the number card, he headed straight into his card-making room. Shutting the door behind him to block out the noise, Liu Shun finally exhaled in relief, sat down on a chair, and began preparing for the upcoming card-making process. From his memory, card-making in this world involved three essential elements. First, a blank card, which served as the base and was generated by the natal card. Second, materials, which combined with the blank card to form the embryo and had to be obtained by hunting magical creatures. And third, runes, which were crucial for card formation and required continuous learning and research by the card maker. The process involved using the blank card to absorb the prepared materials, drawing runes on the back, and finally activating it with mental energy to create a card. While it sounded simple, both collecting materials and drawing runes posed significant challenges for card makers. Collecting materials required either strong combat skills or financial resources, whereas drawing runes was more of a technical challenge. Runes were the patterns on the back of the card that corresponded to its various parts. To use an imperfect analogy, if a card were a living being, then the runes would be its genes. Different runes could determine the card's type, appearance, characteristics, and skills. Specifically, if Liu Shun wanted to create a flame mage summoning card, he would need to collect materials and draw summoning runes, flame runes, and humanoid runes on the card's back to shape it into the desired flame mage. Without drawing runes, the materials might result in bizarre cards, like a broomstick with a human face that breathes fire or a matchstick vendor, both peculiar and weak. As humanity continued to study cards, the types and complexity of runes increased. This required card makers not only to have ample mental energy to draw runes, but also to possess in-depth research knowledge of runes. Only then could they skillfully express their card concepts through runes during the card-making process, ultimately achieving the ideal card. As Liu Shun reminisced about the card-making process, the teacher outside completed the registration and the card-making session was about to begin. Inside the room, the speaker instructed the students to lock their doors, sit quietly at their desks, and wait for the card materials to arrive. With a flash of light, a card pack appeared on the table in the card-making room. Liu Shun eagerly took the pack, tore it open, and found the material cards provided for this session. The cards came in various colors: bloodstained rifle green, giant pink teddy bear white, hunter's badge white, dark cloak green, animated toy soldier green, shattered monocle white, ghost trap flag green, and more. The school provided a wide variety of material cards, totaling 30 in number. Although most of these cards were of white or green quality, they presented a valuable opportunity for Liu Shun, a newly awakened card maker, to test his true card-making skills. The exam lasted 4 hours, during which students could freely use these materials to create cards. If they were dissatisfied with the first card they made, they could keep trying until the exam ended, at which point they had to submit one card for grading. The card-making room was monitored to ensure no cheating occurred. After the exam, unused materials could be taken home, which was a perk provided by the school to the students. Faced with the plethora of material cards before him, Liu Shun found it difficult to choose. Considering it was his first time making a card, he decided to start with something simple. After some deliberation, he selected 3 cards: Hunter's Badge white, Unknown Beast's Fong white, and Broken Pearl Necklace white. Liu Shun planned to use these material cards to create an item card that could enhance the power of summoned creatures. Such item cards were common among novice card makers, and Liu Shun was well practiced in the corresponding magic patterns, making it an ideal opportunity to hone his skills. He did not have high expectations for the outcome. As long as it worked, it would be a success. Meanwhile, as Liu Shun prepared, he was unaware that someone outside the room's surveillance was observing his every move. It was a formally dressed middle-aged man who noticed Liu Shun's choice of material cards and thought to himself, "This must be a student who awakened a blue card, cautious in nature." As an experienced silver card maker, he understood Liu Shun's intentions. Beside him, the proctor enlarged the surveillance feed of Liu Shun's room. Among the multitude of screens, there were 5 others of similar size, all depicting students who had awakened blue life cards, to whom the school paid special attention. Inside the room, Liu Shun reviewed the magic patterns he was about to draw and then officially began the card-making process. Liu Shun summoned the blank destiny dice, and as he activated his mental power, a blank card separated from the dice. He aimed this blank card at the 3 material cards on the table. Instantly, an invisible force pulled them into the card. The previously empty card surface now displayed the images of the 3 materials. The next step was crucial. Liu Shun picked up the pen specifically designed for card crafting and began drawing magical patterns on the back of the card. Drawing these patterns wasn't as simple as sketching lines. It required the card maker to use mental power as the pen's tip, continuously channeling it. If the mental power was insufficient or poorly controlled, it would cause the pattern to break or deform, severely affecting the quality of the final product. Moreover, the magical patterns were not 2-dimensional but 3-dimensional, and their complexity demanded precise control over the length, thickness, and depth of the lines, making it easy for card makers to make errors that resulted in a final product far from the ideal. Initially, Liu Shun was worried about this process, but as he began drawing the first line, his concerns faded away, and he became fully immersed in the task. As his mental power adhered to the pen tip, it moved fluidly across the card's back, moving horizontally, drawing vertically, sweeping diagonally, and rotating. The magical patterns from his mind gradually emerged under his pen. His mental power constantly shifted at the pen tip, perfectly replicating the design on the card's back. When Liu Shun finished the final stroke and came back to his senses, he couldn't believe the perfect pattern before him was his first attempt at card crafting. Even many senior students in class couldn't achieve this level of completion with the same pattern. Could he truly be a genius? Outside the monitoring room, the director, who witnessed Liu Shun's entire drawing process, was also surprised and praised. This student, Liu Shun, has excellent fundamental skills. Look at the magical pattern on this card, smooth, aesthetically pleasing, and highly complete. Even if I were to draw it, I might not do it better. The supervising teacher beside him was equally astonished, knowing the director was a silver-level card maker. Receiving such praise indicated Liu Shun's exceptional talent. The director seemed to admire Liu Shun's solid fundamental skills, adding, "I believe this card could reach green quality." To validate his judgment, after Liu Shun activated the card with his mental power, it indeed emitted a faint green glow. At that moment, Liu Shun felt immense joy. For a card maker, creating a card of a corresponding quality from materials of that quality was considered competent, even outstanding. And for someone like him, crafting a green card from white materials on his first attempt, it was undoubtedly a sign of genius. He beamed with pride as he began examining the effects of his first crafted card. Name: Hunter's Necklace. Quality: green. Level: 1 star. Type: item. Skill: Hunt of Nature. Trait: Predator. Life forms equipped with the Hunter's Necklace deal double damage to beast-type life forms. Beast-type life forms may become intimidated or frightened when facing one equipped with the Hunter's Necklace. This is a necklace belonging to a top-tier hunter, emanating an aura that instills fear in beasts. When Liu Shun was selecting materials, he was inspired to create a card specifically targeting beast-type creatures, so he inscribed magical runes with the corresponding effects during the card-making process. Perhaps it was the high completion level of the runes that elevated the card's quality, transforming what was initially expected to be a white-quality card. The effect of hunting was enhanced to deal double damage, and it even developed a predator trait. Liu Shun submitted this card as his finished product, and the accumulated score was enough to get him into the advanced class. He infused his mental energy into it, and a necklace appeared around his neck. Looking down, several sharp, yellowed fangs were strung on a thin rope, exuding a simple yet wild aura that made him feel quite cool. After admiring his first self-made card for a while, Liu Shun put away the Hunter's Necklace. This successful card-making attempt greatly boosted his confidence, and he planned to use green materials and more complex runes to create another card. Combining the runes he had mastered in his mind with the remaining materials in his card pack, Liu Shun quickly devised a concept for a new card. He selected 5 material cards: an animated toy soldier green, a bloodstained rifle green, a ghostly entangled banner green, a cursed mummy green, and a giant pink teddy bear white. On a blank sheet of paper, he replicated the runes he intended to draw next. Seeing the runes for shooting, group effects, curses, and life, Liu Shun made slight adjustments based on his knowledge. All types of runes were closely linked, forming a more complex whole. After confirming everything was correct, Liu Shun began his second card-making process, following the same steps: separating a blank card, absorbing materials, and drawing runes. Despite the runes being several times more complex this time, Liu Shun completed the task smoothly. After finishing the runes, his mental energy was depleted, and his head throbbed slightly, but he was satisfied with the card's completion. Although the runes were not as perfectly executed as before, their effects were much more intricate, and the card's quality should be quite good. Meanwhile, outside the monitoring screen, the headmaster had been observing Liu Shun. After watching several students with blue-grade innate cards, he believed Liu Shun had the greatest potential, with the best foundational skills in rune work among them. Thus, he was equally eager to see the results of Liu Shun's second card-making attempt using green materials. Once his mental energy had partially recovered, Liu Shun infused it into the card. As the mental energy activated, the once chaotic card's surface gradually became clear. At the moment the card took shape, a blue light flashed in his vision, illuminating the faint smile on his face. A blue card. The headmaster's exclamation caught the attention of the exam proctors. Seeing the blue glowing card in Liu Shun's hand on the screen, they couldn't help but express their amazement. The monitoring room was instantly filled with discussions and praises for Liu Shun. We've got a genius this year. This kid's impressive, managing to create a blue card. Liu Shun's performance could easily qualify him for the Hidden Dragon program, don't you think? Everyone is curious about the effect of Liu Shun's card. The proctors are intently watching the card on the monitors, eager to understand its specific effects. The card is called Cursed Squad of Toy Soldiers, with a blue rarity and a 1-star rating, falling under the category of summoning skills. Its main ability, Volley of Bullets, allows the toy soldiers to fire a barrage of bullets at enemies, causing damage and knocking them back. Moreover, when a toy soldier dies, it transforms into a ghostly form, while its body becomes an ordinary toy. In their ghost form, the toy soldiers are immune to physical attacks, and their bullets have a curse effect that gradually weakens the enemy's life upon impact. The card's feature, Toy Story, is particularly powerful. If the toy soldier's body remains intact, the card maker can consume half the mental energy required to summon the card to revive the toy soldier's body as a summon. The card description mentions that the Cursed Squad is one of the most popular toys among children in the Toy Soldier series, though no one knows why they have such a name. Liu Shun scanned the card details, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Judging by the skills and features, the card's strength is clear. It summons multiple entities, effectively granting them a second, stronger life, and allows for an easier re-entry into battle after being summoned once, exceeding his expectations. Feeling excited, Liu Shun looked around to ensure there was enough space, then infused the card with his mental energy. As the energy was consumed, a flash of light occurred, and 10 toy soldiers, each with a unique stance, appeared in the room. Another wave of astonishment erupted in the monitoring room. The head of teaching, watching Liu Shun and his summons on the screen, was filled with delight. A blue quality group summoning card. This kid is indeed a genius. Liu Shun examined the summoned entities. They were slightly smaller, only reaching his collarbone in height, and outwardly resembled the toy soldiers from his childhood, still looking quite cheap, yet they were much more lifelike in detail, with buttons and wrinkles on their uniforms clearly visible. The newly summoned toy soldiers stood silently like statues until Liu Shun issued a command, causing them to start moving. A soldier, resembling a commanding officer, directed the others to form a neat line and stand at attention. With a gesture from the officer, all 10 soldiers saluted Liu Shun in unison. Finding it amusing, Liu Shun mimicked their gesture and returned the salute. Unfortunately, the card-making room was not suitable for testing skills, so after watching the toy soldiers march in place for a while, he retracted the summons. With less than half an hour left until the exam ended, Liu Shun, feeling mentally exhausted from card-making, packed up the remaining material cards and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the head of teaching issued a new directive to the teachers recording the card-making results. Record the scores of students' signature cards along with their card-making results, and create a leaderboard to be publicly displayed for all students to see. The bell signaling the end of the assessment rang, and the students in the card-making workshop quickly placed their cards in the designated submission area on the table. In a flash of light, the cards vanished, marking the beginning of the teacher's evaluation of the card-making results. Until the evaluation concluded, the students were not allowed to leave the workshop. Liu Shun submitted a card called the Hunter's Necklace. According to previous assessment standards, his lifebound blue card combined with the green result from the card-making stage was enough to secure him a spot in the advanced class. To ensure fairness in the card-making assessment, the effects of each student's card were publicly disclosed. Liu Shun preferred to keep the details of the toy soldiers' Cursed Squad under wraps, as card makers typically keep their card effects confidential. The teachers' reviews did not take long, and soon the students were informed they could leave. Upon exiting the workshop, Liu Shun heard gasps of surprise from his peers. Following their gaze, he saw a screen on the playground displaying a leaderboard, with his name prominently at the top. Liu Shun was taken aback. He hadn't expected this new twist in the class assignment process. Previously, only the quality of students' lifebound cards and card-making results were announced, but this year, they added a leaderboard. By now, students had gathered around the screen, searching for their names and class assignments. Liu Shun joined the crowd, examining the list closely, and discovered that each student's lifebound card quality and card-making score were clearly displayed. The total score was out of 100, ranked from highest to lowest. Liu Shun noticed that there were 6 students, including himself, with 6 lifebound blue cards, while the advanced class had 30 spots, all with lifebound cards of at least green quality. His peers marveled at the importance of lifebound card quality. Besides discussing the class assignments, there was a lot of curiosity about the leaderboard's top rankings, especially Liu Shun's card-making result. News of the hunter's necklace quickly spread among the students. Through their discussions, Liu Shun also learned about the card effects of the few students ranked just below him. If he were to judge, Liu Shun felt the top scores should be quite close, and he was unsure why the teachers rated his performance the highest. After checking the class assignments, the students gradually made their way to their respective classrooms. The advanced classes room was nothing like what Liu Shun remembered. It resembled a card-making lab. Each student had a desk equipped with a full set of card-making tools and some books. Liu Shun flipped through them and found they were textbooks on card-making basics, common card introductions, and rune details. Soon, all the advanced class students were present, and the room was buzzing with chatter. Being reserved by nature and having no familiar faces from his previous class, Liu Shun quietly sat at his desk, waiting for the teacher to arrive. Shortly after, a well-dressed gentleman entered the classroom, immediately capturing everyone's attention, and the noise subsided. Liu Shun observed the teacher on the podium. Liu Bo was dressed in a crisp suit without a single wrinkle, and his shoes shone as if brand new, giving him an exceptionally meticulous appearance. Standing behind the podium, Liu Bo scanned the classroom, his gaze pausing briefly on Liu Shun before he began his introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Liu Bo. I am your homeroom teacher and card-making instructor, and also a silver-level card maker. I hope we can all make progress together in the coming year. The introduction from the homeroom teacher was met with enthusiastic applause, as the students held great respect for this silver-level card maker. Liu Bo then started discussing the curriculum for the rocket class, which included 3 subjects: card making, meditation, and combat, with a packed schedule. Notably, there was no instructor for the meditation class. Students were required to improve their mental strength independently in the meditation room. After outlining the curriculum, Liu Bo introduced the benefits of being in the rocket class, immediately capturing Liu Shun's attention. Students in the rocket class not only enjoy superior educational resources, but also 3 benefits. First, each month they receive a materials card pack from the school, containing 1 blue quality card, 5 green quality cards, and 10 white quality cards. Second, students have a monthly opportunity to explore a secret realm that has been cleared of powerful monsters by the school, allowing them to hunt. Third, each month students have 1 opportunity to have a card made by the school by submitting the materials and specifications for their ideal card. These benefits are undoubtedly a huge temptation for the students. However, amidst the cheers in the classroom, the homeroom teacher began to explain the elimination rules of the rocket class. Liu Bo stated, each benefit has a monthly interval because the rocket class operates on a last-place elimination system. There will be monthly assessments, and students who do not meet the standards will be removed from the rocket class, with students from other classes having the opportunity to fill the vacancies. Upon hearing this, many students' expressions turned serious, as they were unwilling to be expelled from the rocket class, lose their privileges, or face ridicule. Seeing the students' competitive spirit ignite, Liu Bo felt secretly pleased and decided to stir things up a bit more. He tapped the desk and continued. Now, I will appoint the class officers. Based on the ranking at the time of class division, the class president is Liu Shun, the vice president is Lin Yan, and the class representative is Bai Yaoyao. With that, he gestured for the 3 to stand, and Liu Shun, along with the other 2 class officers, received the attention of their peers. Bai Yaoyao was a petite girl with delicate features, while Lin Yan, whom Liu Shun had seen before, matched his own looks but exuded a colder aura. The teacher smiled slightly and continued. As officers of the rocket class, the class president can enjoy the benefits 3 additional times each month. The classroom erupted in exclamations, and the attention that had shifted away from Liu Shun now returned with intense focus. Seeing the unabashed smile on Liu Shun's face, a common thought flashed through everyone's mind. He could be replaced. Once the classroom quieted down, the homeroom teacher continued the previous discussion, explaining in detail that besides the basic 3 benefits, Liu Shun would receive 3 additional perks each month. He could choose to receive 3 extra material card packs or opt for an additional entry into a secret realm with 2 card-making opportunities. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the students nodded in understanding. The teacher then mentioned that the vice class leader, Lin Yan, would receive 2 extra benefits each month, while the study committee member, Bai Yaoyao, would have 1 extra benefit. It was important to note that class officer positions were not fixed. The top 3 students after monthly assessments would automatically replace the previous officers. At this point, Liu Shun noticed that the entire class was focusing their attention on him, particularly Lin Yan and Bai Yaoyao, who seemed eager and ready. Liu Shun wasn't used to being the center of attention and felt uncomfortable, trying to maintain his posture while standing. Despite this, he appeared confident to his classmates, sparking their competitive spirit, and even the teacher nodded approvingly in their mind. Fortunately, this scene didn't last long. As a class officer, Liu Shun soon received his first task, to retrieve the card-making results for the honors class students. while Lin Yin and Bai Yao Yao were assigned to collect the material card packs. Soon, the cards from the card-making session were returned to the students, each receiving an additional material card pack. With nothing urgent left to do, the homeroom teacher dismissed the honors class students for the day, with formal classes starting the next day. Liu Shun walked out of the school gates with the card pack in hand, heading towards the direction of home as he remembered it. Despite being mentally prepared, the sights along the way still amazed him. The streets were no longer filled with crowded cars, but with various card-based vehicles, flying brooms, jetpacks, wind element wings, flaming steeds, sleek full-body mech suits, and even a low-flying coffin. This bizarre scene left Liu Shun dazzled and made him realize more clearly that this was a world of cards. Opening the door to his home, the familiar layout of the furniture brought Liu Shun a sense of relief. He threw himself onto the soft sofa, and after resting for a while, he opened the material card pack. Inside were materials such as the Thief's Magic Gloves blue, Century-Old Peachwood green, Executioner's Axe green, Wolf Boy's Corpse green, Vampire Bat Wings green, Damage Power Engine green, and a Little Genius Phone Watch white. Liu Shun was quite satisfied with the materials in the pack, but he wasn't planning to make cards at the moment, so he stored them in his mental space. At that moment, he had an important task to complete, testing the skills of his lifebound cards. With a thought, 2 cards appeared in his hands, one in each, the Destiny Magic Die and the Crown of Thorned Wisdom. After some contemplation, Liu Shun decided to hold the Crown of Thorned Wisdom in his hand. Upon closer inspection of the card, the background depicts a thicket of thorns under the sunlight, with a naturally grown crown of thorns faintly visible among the branches. The crown is simple in design, with sharp thorns growing on the inner circle, glinting with a hint of crimson in the sunlight. Liu Shun infused his mental energy into the card, summoning the Crown of Thorns. Staring at the sharp thorns, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and put the crown on. Ow! Liu Shun suddenly shot up from the sofa, the Crown of Thorns falling to the side. He rubbed his head, staring in horror at the crown on the sofa, thinking, why does it hurt so much? The moment he put on the crown, a piercing pain surged like a tide, as if the thorns had truly pierced into his mind. The intense pain triggered a reflexive response, causing the scene that just unfolded. Although the pain vanished instantly once the crown fell off, the intense agony left a deep imprint in his mind, leaving his head throbbing faintly. Picking up the Crown of Thorns again, the previous pain cast a shadow over Liu Shun's heart. He hadn't experienced the wisdom enhancement the card described. Instead, he only felt excruciating pain. Being someone extremely afraid of pain, Liu Shun didn't want to put on the Crown of Thorns again, but as it was his signature card, he had to personally test its effects. After a long sigh, he took out a book filled with challenging questions about magic patterns and lifted the Crown of Thorns once more. As the Crown of Thorns was placed on his head again, the sensation of countless needles piercing under his nails returned, and Liu Shun's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He gritted his teeth, focusing intently on the book in front of him, but within 2 seconds, he could no longer bear it. With another, ow, the crown fell off his head again. Liu Shun clutched his head, curling up on the sofa, trying to alleviate the pain with different movements. It's too painful. He lay on the sofa for 20 minutes before recovering from the agony, gritting his teeth as he picked up the Crown of Thorns, thinking, if it's useless, I'll tear you to pieces. As his mind gradually recovered from the intense pain, Liu Shun began recalling the magic pattern questions from the book. Based on his memory, each question would normally take him 2 to 3 hours to solve. But now, he was astonished to find that the questions and their solutions were etched clearly in his mind, along with related knowledge points. Without needing to consult the standard answers, he could solve questions in 2 seconds that would usually take an entire day. What delighted him even more was that after the pain, Liu Shun found his mental energy more active. If he were to meditate now, his mental energy would surely increase faster than usual. Realizing this, he looked at the Crown of Thorns in his hands, feeling a mix of love and hate rather than the previous resentment. No wonder this blue quality card had only one skill. The effects of the Crown of Thorned Wisdom were so powerful. If Liu Shun could endure it long enough, he could rapidly advance in magic patterns, possibly even inventing his own unique patterns in the future, not to mention the unexpected boost in mental energy. With this in mind, Liu Shun let out a long sigh, holding the Crown of Thorns in front of him. It seemed he would have to use it more often in the future. After gaining a solid understanding of the effects of the Crown of Thorns, Liu Shun turned his attention to the Fate Magic Dice. The card's description of its skill was straightforward, yet not detailed enough for him to fully grasp its mysteries. He needed Hansen experimentation to uncover its secrets. He summoned both the Fate Magic Dice and the Hunter's Necklace, carefully wrapping the necklace around his leg while holding the 20-sided dice, black with white numbers. Despite its ordinary appearance, no matter how far or close Liu Shun held it, he could always clearly see the bright number on top, as if the mysterious magical aura was exclusively tied to this dice. After a thorough examination, Liu Shun began testing. He infused his mental power into the magic dice, deciding to use the unknown alteration skill on the hunter's necklace. Faced with the options of a temporary or permanent change, he chose the temporary one without hesitation. He then gently tossed the fate magic dice, watching as the magically charged 20-sided dice spun through the air, coming to a stop at 13. As it landed, a beam of light shot from the dice directly toward the hunter's necklace. Enveloped in light, the hunter's necklace transformed instantly. A six-sided dice, matching the necklace's material, appeared alongside the original rugged fangs. This unexpected design seemed slightly out of place, yet it strangely fused together, adding an unusual aura of mystery to the necklace and enhancing its unique charm. The attributes of the hunter's necklace are as follows. Named Hunter's Necklace, it is of green quality, 1-star level, and categorized as an item. It possesses the skill Hunt the Unknown. When summoned, the dice on the necklace rolls randomly, and the effect varies based on the number rolled. Rolling a 1, 2, or 3 weakens the wearer's damage to beast-type creatures by 70. Rolling a 4, 5, or 6 triples the damage. The necklace's trait is Predator, which may cause beast-type creatures to retreat in fear when facing the life wearing the hunter's necklace. The description notes that it was once the personal necklace of a top hunter, lost during an expedition to hunt an unknown beast. Liu Shun, intrigued by the modifications made by the fate magic dice, noted the card's random attributes due to the temporary alteration. While it offered higher potential effects, it also carried the risk of lower outcomes, and this change lasted only 10 minutes before the necklace reverted to its original state. To delve deeper into the effects of different dice rolls, Liu Shun repeatedly used unknown alteration on the hunter's necklace. Through multiple experiments, he gradually unraveled the patterns behind the fate magic dice. Notably, altered cards incorporated a dice rolling mechanism, with effects oscillating between positive and negative. The larger the number, the higher the chance of a positive outcome. The smaller the number, the greater the likelihood of a negative effect. Most intriguingly, when the dice rolled a 1, not only did the result differ, but the emitted light turned into a dull, oppressive black. In such cases, the necklace's effect altered to weaken the wearer's damage to beasts based on the dice number. Liu Shun realized that this was the only instance in his numerous tests where, regardless of the number, the card's effect consistently leaned toward the negative. This discovery deepened Liu Shun's understanding of the mysterious power and potential of the fate magic dice. Liu Shun thought to himself that if the fate magic dice could roll a 20, it would bring astonishing positive effects. So, he kept rolling it, and finally, the dice landed on 20. Instantly, a golden light shot towards the hunter's necklace, and this transformation was far more intense than any before. Enveloped in golden light, the hunter's necklace began to change shape. The fangs that once adorned it vanished, replaced by a 6-sided die. The necklace's name changed to Magic Dice Necklace, with a green quality, 1-star level, and categorized as an item. Its skill is Hunt the Unknown, which, when the magic dice necklace is summoned, makes the die on the necklace roll randomly. The number rolled determines the multiplier by which the wearer's damage to beast-type creatures is increased. The necklace's trait is Predator, causing beast-type creatures to have a chance to cower in fear when facing a life form equipped with the magic dice necklace. Liu Shun looked at the information of the magic dice necklace, overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurried to the study to examine the card's magic pattern. Upon seeing a unique part of the pattern, his face lit up with delight. It was indeed an entry magic pattern, and a brand new entry magic dice. Before the card's effect reverted, Liu Shun quickly imprinted the discovered pattern, maintaining a smile of joy. To understand why Liu Shun was so excited, one must know the significance of entries. In this world, cards with the same entry often have similar names and effects, and can complement each other. Take the entry 100 Ghosts in Liu Shun's memory, for example. Cards with this entry include 100 Ghosts, Shitendaji, and 100 Ghosts, Tengu. These cards share a common trait called Night Parade of 100 Demons, which increases the strength of the 100 ghost summons as the number of summons increases, darkening the surrounding sky, and reducing the mental energy consumption for summoning cards with the 100 Ghosts entry. Additionally, cards with the 100 Ghosts entry have skills to quickly increase summons of the same field, making it easy to truly summon 100 ghosts. This shows that cards with the same entry are very easy to synergize. This makes card makers who use the same entry cards often stronger than those who use different card combinations. Therefore, entries are highly sought after by card makers. Many card makers' ultimate goal is to research and develop their own entry magic patterns to build a unique deck. And now, Liu Shun had just such an opportunity. As long as he continued using the effects of the fate magic dice, he had a chance to acquire cards with a magic dice entry. More importantly, in Liu Shun's memory, the term magic dice had never appeared in this world, meaning it would be unique and belong solely to Liu Shun. Thinking of this, Liu Shun was overjoyed. a bright smile unconsciously forming on his face. After the initial excitement, Liu Shun quickly calmed down. He realized that to create a magic dice deck unique to himself, he needed to delve into the study of magical runes. The cards required synergy, and the cards modified by the fate magic dice only possessed entries and dice-like effects. Their foundation remained the original cards. Liu Shun understood that only by deciphering the magical runes of the dice entries could he craft cards centered around them. Just as Liu Shun was about to immerse himself in studying the runes, the shrill sound of an alarm suddenly echoed through the neighborhood. Was this the alarm for a secret realm invasion? Hearing it, Liu Shun's expression turned serious. He quickly grabbed his phone and rushed outside. Upon reaching downstairs, he saw the entire community in motion, with residents hurriedly fleeing with their families without packing. At that moment, Liu Shun's phone also issued an alert. A secret realm rift has appeared near Qingkong community. Please stay safe. Card masters have been dispatched for support. Liu Shun breathed a sigh of relief, thankful it was just a rift. He knew that during a secret realm invasion, a large number of magical creatures would pour out, causing tremendous destruction. There was an invasion over a decade ago that wiped out an entire city. A rift, however, was a phenomenon that appeared before a new secret realm descended, and although some magical creatures might emerge, it was far less dangerous than a full invasion. Despite this, Liu Shun remained vigilant and, for safety, followed the crowd towards the community's safe house where card masters were stationed. However, he hadn't gone far when he heard screams from ahead. In front of the crowd, a black rift appeared in the sky. To everyone's horror, a lion's head was emerging from it, followed by a goat's head, and a snake hissing with its forked tongue. Magical creatures. And three of them. Terrified, people quickly retreated, and Liu Shun ran while glancing back. As the creatures fully emerged from the rift, he realized that the three heads were attached to a single body, forming a beast with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a snake's tail. Worse yet, it had a pair of massive bird wings on its back. The creature, reminiscent of the chimera from Greek mythology, let out an excited roar, flapping its wings as it flew low toward the crowd, drooling disgustingly. Liu Shun's heart tightened. This wouldn't do. He couldn't outrun the winged chimera and had to find a way to deal with it. Noticing the chimera's astonishing speed, Liu Shun decisively stopped, summoning the cursed toy soldier squad in his hand. Channeling his mental energy into them, 10 toy soldiers armed with rifles suddenly appeared behind him. They crouched or stood, obeying Liu Shun's command, aiming their guns at the approaching chimera and firing in unison. Bullets rained down like a storm on the chimera's open mouth and body, the powerful impact sending it flying. The lion's head and goat body of the chimera were riddled with gunshot wounds, blood flowing from its injuries. The intense pain made it roar in a frenzy. Seeing the chimera hurt, Liu Shun's eyes lit up as he realized the cursed squad's attacks could harm the creature. Considering the chimera's beast-like appearance, he quickly summoned a hunter's necklace and placed it around a toy soldier's neck. The wounded chimera eyed this strange prey and instinctively stepped back, but this movement aggravated its wounds, causing it to become even more enraged. It roared and lunged at the toy soldiers. This time, it not only used its lion head to bite, but also lashed out with the venomous snake tail from its back. Although it was once again driven back by the toy soldier's bullets, the chimera's snake tail managed to seize a toy soldier by the leg, angrily dragging him away. After tearing him apart with its fangs, the toy soldier lay like a rag doll under its feet, and the chimera let out a triumphant roar. Meanwhile, a smile appeared on Liu Shun's face. From the remains of the toy soldier under the chimera's claws, a ghost emerged. It had a pale face with a malicious expression, and its ethereal, bloated form immediately aimed a rifle at the chimera, unleashing a hail of bullets. The cursed bullets struck the chimera's body, filling the once excited creature with pain and fear, forcing it to retreat while flailing its claws and flapping its wings. However, the damage from the curse and bullets had already left a massive wound in the chimera's side, with black blood oozing out, and the goat's head emitting a terrified cry. For the chimera, which lacked special abilities, the cursed ghost was its nemesis. Immune to the chimera's attacks, the ghost's cursed bullets slowly drained its life. Liu Shun seized the opportunity to command the remaining toy soldiers to attack alongside the ghost. Under the barrage of bullets, the chimera was overwhelmed, its worsening injuries and the curse's effects making the hunter's necklace's power evident. It roared in frustration, attempting to fly away, but Liu Shun was determined not to let it escape easily. This was his first battle in this world. How could he let his prey slip away? Moreover, he was intrigued by the chimera, thinking that using such a composite beast materials to create a card would be an excellent choice. Thus, the chimera flew ahead, the cursed ghost pursued, and the toy soldiers and Liu Shun followed behind. The chase didn't last long. Under the relentless pursuit of the cursed ghost, the chimera finally succumbed, its massive body plummeting from the sky. Liu Shun directed the toy soldiers to fire a few more rounds into its three heads, ensuring the chimera's death. Satisfied, He took out a blank card and sealed the corpse within. The damaged chimera's body became the trophy of his first battle in this world, earning Liu Shun a green material card. No wonder card creators were always so enamored with hunting magical creatures. After Liu Shun stored the chimera's body, the card maker arrived at the scene, fashionably late. He was a handsome young man in an official uniform, with long hair tied into a ponytail hanging down his back, riding a gigantic four-winged white bat. With a swoop from the bat, the young man leaped off its back and landed on the ground like a superhero. He noticed the rift in the secret realm not far away, glanced over at Liu Shun and the toy soldier beside him, and asked with concern, "Hey there, what are you doing here? It's pretty dangerous." Liu Shun, almost out of breath, coughed and replied, "I'm a resident here. While running with others, I encountered a monster that emerged from the rift and had no choice but to kill it. The others should have run in a different direction." Seeing the material card in Liu Shun's hand and the battle traces around, the card maker believed his story. He patted Liu Shun on the shoulder and praised, "Nice. You're not a coward." After a brief understanding of the situation, the card maker led Liu Shun in the direction where the crowd had fled. In fact, when Liu Shun engaged the chimera, some people had stopped to watch from a distance. Now that the monster was dead and the card maker had arrived, someone quickly called out to the fleeing crowd ahead. Liu Hanqing, the supporting card maker, introduced himself in standard Mandarin and showed his credentials. Under his escort, everyone headed to a nearby safe house. Perhaps the battle had impressed Liu Hanqing, as he invited Liu Shun to stand on the four-winged white bat and taught him techniques to use his mental power more gracefully while on the vehicle. Liu Shun quickly applied these lessons, standing confidently in the air like Liu Hanqing. During their conversation, Liu Shun learned that Liu Hanqing was actually his senior and a silver-level card maker. Despite being only a year or two older, he was a genius in the field. Liu Shun's view of Liu Hanqing changed, and since the latter had shown some friendliness, Liu Shun eagerly asked for his contact information, hoping to consult him on magic pattern issues in the future. Liu Hanqing seemed genuinely impressed with Liu Shun and readily agreed to his request. The four-winged white bat escorted the group to the safe house and then departed, leaving Liu Shun with a lasting impression of the upright figure of the card maker who had come to support them. After spending the night in the safe house, Liu Shun learned the next day that the rift in the secret realm had been successfully resolved. Arriving at the rocket class, the first lesson was a card-making class. Liu Shun flipped through his books before class started. Soon, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom to begin the lesson. The first card-making class was relatively basic, mostly covering content that Liu Shun remembered, but the teacher explained it systematically once more. Liu Shun wasn't sure how his classmates felt, but he personally felt he had gained a lot. After the card-making class, he had a clearer understanding of the knowledge in his mind. Following the class, Liu Shun joined the flow of students heading to the school's meditation room. This room consisted of individual cubicles, simply furnished with a meditation mat and an incense burner. Sitting on the mat, Liu Shun began recalling the knowledge on meditation. For a card maker, meditation is the primary method to enhance mental strength. During meditation, a card maker's personal cards can also play a role. The higher the quality and level of these cards, the faster the efficiency of meditation. Thus, with 2 personal cards, Liu Shun had an advantage in meditation efficiency. Following the steps he remembered, Liu Shun quickly immersed himself in a serene darkness, with 2 stars around him emitting faint light. His mind entered a wondrous state, feeling both as calm as if he were asleep and as lively as being acutely aware of changes within himself and the outside world. In this state, his mental strength gradually increased. When the bell rang, Liu Shun opened his eyes and instantly felt the world around him become brighter, knowing this was the effect of enhanced mental strength. As he left the meditation room, it was already noon. After a brief rest, he was ready to face the afternoon combat class with anticipation. When the class bell rang, Liu Shun and his classmates promptly lined up on the playground. The combat class teacher approached them with ease. He was a tall, muscular man, wearing a tight-fitting vest and shorts, with white bandages wrapped around his wrists and hands. His bronze skin and shiny bald head exuded an aura of strength, and the scars on his face made him appear even more formidable. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lei Kai, a silver-level card maker. I'll be teaching you how to fight as card makers," he said with a smile, the scars on his face twisting like centipedes, adding to his fierce demeanor, leaving the rocket class silent. Lei Kai didn't mind their reaction and began his lecture. The combat technique for card makers is to use mental strength to drive cards into battle. As long as you have mental strength, victory is possible. So, in this first combat class, I will teach you how to conserve mental strength as much as possible during a fight. As he finished speaking, a glowing card suddenly appeared in teacher Lei Kai's hand. With the activation of the card, Liu Shun and his classmates were shocked to find that their familiar school surroundings vanished, replaced by a massive arena. They stood at one end of the arena, next to racks filled with weapons, and faint bloodstains could be seen on the flat ground. Around them, The seats were packed with excited spectators, their shadows cheering loudly. Amidst the deafening roars, Liu Shun felt as if he had become a gladiator in an ancient Roman Colosseum, ready to face a life-or-death battle. A domain card? Liu Shun was astounded. A domain card is a highly complex card, usually depicting a specific location or scene, capable of pulling enemies into a separate space and attacking them with a home field advantage. Card creators who possess domain cards often make cards that complement them, achieving an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Thus, avoiding an opponent's domain card is a critical challenge in advanced card battles. His classmates around him gasped and discussed the mystery of the domain card, clearly intrigued by this advanced card. However, before they could reach any conclusions, teacher Lei Kai spoke up. I know you're curious about the domain card, but I won't tell you its specific effects. You'll experience it firsthand. With a sly smile resembling a movie villain, he continued. Suddenly, the combat instructor shouted, "Class leader, step forward." Without hesitation, Liu Shun stepped out of the line, and all eyes turned to him, indicating he would be the first to experience the domain card's effects. Your name is Liu Shun, right? Have you fought before? Teacher Lei Kai asked. Liu Shun replied that he had once fought a magical creature. Lei Kai nodded approvingly. Good. What you need to do next is simply use these two cards to fight. Saying this, Lei Kai handed Liu Shun two cards. Looking down, Liu Shun saw they were white cards, a spear and a shield. Each card had a single skill, thrust and defense, respectively, with straightforward effects deal more damage and block attacks. After familiarizing himself with the spear and shield skills, Liu Shun, under Lei Kai's direction, moved to the center of the arena, adopting a defensive stance. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure descended from the stance, selected the same spear and shield from the weapon rack, and approached Liu Shun. As the shadow stood opposite him, it transformed into Liu Shun's likeness. Is this the effect of the domain card? It's terrifying. Considering the countless shadows around the arena, Liu Shun felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, he only had to face one shadowy version of himself for now. The battle officially began. Facing Liu Shun's defensive stance, the shadow wasted no time in attacking, charging at Liu Shun with a spear. Observing the speed of the spear's thrust, Liu Shun realized the opponent had activated the spear's skill and quickly chose to use the shield's defense skill to evade. When Liu Shun infused his mental energy into the shield, his expression suddenly changed. The shield in his hand seemed to transform into a ravenous beast, voraciously devouring his mental energy, a stark contrast to the previous experiments. At this moment, he found himself in a dilemma, so he decisively cut off the flow of energy and awkwardly sidestepped, narrowly dodging the shadow's attack. Not far away, Lei Kai watched Liu Shun's performance and chuckled. The students from the rocket class initially found Liu Shun's actions puzzling, but they soon realized that there was more to it. The shadow relentlessly attacked Liu Shun, thrusting its spear repeatedly and using its shield to bash, making it seem as though Liu Shun was on the verge of defeat. However, despite his apparent struggle, the shadow couldn't overcome him. This was the insight Liu Shun gradually gained in battle, the importance of wisely allocating mental energy. He noticed that the shadow's combat style was chaotic, attacking with reckless thrusts and defensive skills, allowing Liu Shun to easily evade with a slight movement without expending much energy. Even with the domain card's effect significantly increasing energy consumption, Liu Shun managed to handle the shadow calmly, eventually seizing the chance to pierce its throat with a thrust, securing victory. After his triumph, teacher Lei Kai gave Liu Shun a nod of approval, took back the two cards Liu Shun handed over, and turned to the remaining students. You've probably noticed that Liu Shun used his cards sparingly in battle because my domain card increases mental energy consumption. You might only get a few chances to use your cards in a fight. Our first lessons assessment is for each of you to defeat a shadow gladiator with these two cards. Remember, your combat class scores count towards the rocket class's monthly assessment. If you don't want to be eliminated, learn how to allocate your mental energy wisely in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of shadow gladiators appeared in the arena behind teacher Lei Kai. Under his guidance, the rocket class students lined up to receive their cards from him before stepping up to face the shadows. As the battle commenced, many students realized they had underestimated the challenge. Liu Shun's success had bred a sense of complacency, but when faced with the shadow's swift attacks, panic set in. Within just 2 minutes, 4 or 5 students were defeated by the shadows, feeling a sting of humiliation as they watched their doppelganger flaunt its victory. The defeated students were pulled aside by Liu Shun to continue watching the battles. Soon, a few more students were vanquished by the shadows, joining the ranks of the defeated. Seeing others who had been defeated before them seemed to slightly lift their spirits. By the end of the battle, only 7 students, apart from Liu Shun, had successfully defeated the shadow, and even a student with a blue card was knocked out, looking visibly upset as they joined the line. After the battle, teacher Lei Kai continued to explain some combat techniques to the students before resuming the fights against the shadow gladiators. It wasn't until just before the end of the class that all students successfully completed the assessment. Time flew by quickly, and Liu Shun had already spent 2 weeks in the advanced class. During this period, aside from attending classes, he focused on studying the magic inscriptions of the dice of fate at home. Through practice, he discovered a technique for using the crown of thorns. By continuously engaging his mental energy while wearing it, he could slightly reduce the pain and simultaneously train his mental strength. After a week of constant attempts, Liu Shun not only managed to wear the crown of thorns for 5 minutes, but also, with the help of this life card, developed a highly theoretical card design for the dice of fate, eagerly anticipating creating it at home after today's classes. As the last card-making class ended, Liu Shun was eager to head home and create the card, but he was stopped by someone before he could leave the classroom. It was a shy boy with a bowl haircut and black-rimmed glasses, who seemed unremarkable. However, as the class monitor, Liu Shun knew his name Rinyu. Liu Shun politely asked, "Rinyu, is there something you need?" Class monitor, I have some questions about card making I'd like to ask you," Rinyu stammered. "Sorry, I'm a bit busy today. If it's not urgent, can we talk tomorrow?" Liu Shun said, heading towards the door. After taking just 2 steps, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Hold on, I have something to ask you too." Liu Shun turned around to see Wei Mingbo, one of the students with a blue life card in the class. He was usually quite active and liked to show off. Liu Shun had heard rumors about him being a bully, though he wasn't sure if they were true. Seeing Rinyu standing timidly behind Wei Mingbo, Liu Shun felt uneasy and didn't want to get involved in such trouble, so he directly refused. "If you have questions, you can ask the teacher. I have things to do now." After Liu Shun's clear refusal, Wei Mingbo's expression turned sour. He pointed at Liu Shun, full of dissatisfaction, and shouted, "You're just a class monitor, don't act like you own the place." Before he could finish, Liu Shun slapped his hand away. He couldn't stand people pointing fingers at him. "Is your brain not fully developed? I said I'm busy. Do you understand human language?" His sarcastic tone made Wei Mingbo's face flush with anger. Liu Shun's sharp gaze made Wei Mingbo feel a sting, unable to meet his eyes. The other classmates curiously looked over, and since Wei Mingbo didn't respond, Liu Shun didn't want to waste more time on him. He turned and left, throwing in a final remark. "And yes, being the class monitor does make me better than you." This comment, along with the surrounding gazes, made Wei Mingbo's frustration boil over. He dragged Rinyu to the bathroom and started beating him up. After a few minutes, he finally released his pent-up anger, muttering with hatred, "Liu Shun, just you wait." Then he kicked Rinyu again. "You're useless too. Can't even do a simple task without embarrassing me." Rinyu lay on the ground, silent, using his arms to shield his bruised face. His heart was filled with resentment, but he dared not let Wei Mingbo notice. Meanwhile, Liu Shun, unaware of this, returned home and cast aside his worries. His priority was to create the first card for the magic dice entry. He started by reviewing the magic patterns he had designed, then gathered the prepared materials: green bat wings, a green dark cloak, a green wolf child's corpse, a green magician's transformation device, a green syringe for bloodletting therapy, a white tattered bounty notice, and a white lone wolf. Some materials Liu Shun had purchased, while others he had obtained from school. Summoning the crown of thorned wisdom, Liu Shun used a blank card split from his life card to absorb all the materials. He placed the card's blank form on the table, picked up his card-making tools, and began drawing the magic patterns on the card's back. Although this set of patterns was more complex due to the magic dice entry, Liu Shun's card-making skills had significantly improved after a week of practice. With the help of the crown of thorned wisdom, his control over mental power had strengthened, making the process smoother. As the card-making pen moved, Liu Shun's mental power at the pen's tip flexibly changed shape, flawlessly drawing the memorized patterns onto the card's back. There was no hesitation, and he completed the magic pattern smoothly. The following steps differed from before. Liu Shun applied a new technique learned in his card-making class, information infusion. This technique involved injecting the card's background story, abilities, and character settings into the unformed card using mental power. This not only enhanced the magic pattern's effects, but sometimes led to unexpected results. After completing all the steps, Liu Shun activated the card into which he had poured so much effort. A bluish-purple light emerged, and the card's image gradually became clear. The card depicted a view of a tavern corner, where a cloaked figure in black was gazing at a notice board with 2 tattered bounty posters. The red skulls on the posters warned of the danger posed by the targeted individuals. One poster depicted a giant wolf of extraordinary size, while the other showed a humanoid figure with huge wings under the moonlight. With a closer look, the face partially visible under the black cloak bore a resemblance to the creatures on the bounty posters. The card was named Seeker of the Magic Dice, with a blue 1-star rating, categorized as summon. Its skill, hybrid form, allowed the summoned creature to switch between human, werewolf, giant wolf, vampire, and bat forms, each with unique abilities. Blood's Embrace enabled the summoned creature to transform human targets it harmed into werewolves or vampires, who would then follow its commands. Fateful encounter involved rolling a dice to summon a random magic dice entry card owned by the card maker, consuming random mental power based on the dice roll. The trait, Dark Creature, significantly boosted the summoned creature's strength and recovery in dark environments, and the werewolves or vampires it transformed shared this trait. Altered Fate ensured that when the magic dice entry changed the summoned creature's effects, the dice roll was locked at 15 or above. The card's description mentioned that when the naive wolf child rolled the destiny magic dice, his future was already altered. A solitary dark hybrid emerged in the world, and after many experiences, he embarked on a quest to find the dice that had changed his fate. Upon witnessing the effects of the card Pursuit of the Magic Dice, Liu Shun's face lit up with satisfaction. The card's capabilities exceeded his expectations. Not only could it synergize with other magic dice cards, but it also had multiple forms and could convert enemies into allies. Its blue-purple glow made it exceptionally valuable. Eager to see its true form, Liu Shun infused his mental energy into the card. A flash of light later, a rugged-faced middle-aged man appeared before him. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was dressed in a cowboy outfit with a black cloak draping over him, shrouding him in darkness. Upon being summoned, he bowed to Liu Shun and said in a deep voice, "Fenrir Dracula at your service." Liu Shun, delighted, helped him up and thought to himself, "You possess intelligence." He realized this was the effect of the information infusion method, which granted summoned cards intelligence. He was thrilled that his first attempt at this technique had been successful. "Yes, my master," Fenrir Dracula responded. Curious, Liu Shun asked, "Do you have any memories now? Like your memories of searching for the magic dice in that world?" Fenrir replied, "I only remember the scene of casting the fate magic dice, and the rest of my memories are more like settings." Liu Shun understood that Fenrir's memories were limited to the content described during the information infusion, and his personality traits strength, ruthlessness, and wisdom were also part of that setting. "Since you have intelligence, could you tell me about your abilities in different forms?" Liu Shun inquired. Fenrir obliged, explaining the capabilities of his various forms. In short, the human form was the weakest, while the werewolf and vampire forms were significantly stronger. In werewolf form, injuries would trigger a berserk state, and in vampire form, he could regenerate by sucking blood. The giant wolf and bat forms were the most powerful. The giant wolf had immense destructive power when berserk, while the bat form was more agile, capable of transforming into a single bat or a swarm. The transitions between these forms were unrestricted, allowing Fenrir to switch directly from a vampire to a giant wolf or from a human to a swarm of bats, which greatly pleased Liu Shun, as it meant Fenrir would be exceptionally versatile in battle. Due to the limited size of the room, Liu Shun couldn't witness Fenrir's other forms in person, but he wasn't concerned. Tomorrow, during the combat class, teacher Lei Kai would lead them into a secret realm owned by the school for training, one of the perks of being in the rocket class. There, he would see Fenrir's combat prowess firsthand. Storing the card of Pursuit of the Magic Dice, Liu Shun's confidence soared. He immediately donned the crown of Thorned Wisdom and began studying its magical patterns, eager to design a second card with the magic dice attribute. Soon, Liu Shun's cries of pain echoed through the room again. With the help of his lifebound card, he was making great strides on his path as a card maker. The next day's combat class arrived as scheduled, with the students of the rocket class lined up neatly on the playground, eagerly awaiting their adventure. Liu Shun was filled with anticipation, unable to contain his excitement about entering the secret realm. However, a malicious gaze pierced his back, causing him to frown slightly and discreetly survey his surroundings. Thanks to the training with the Crown of Thorns wisdom, he had become exceptionally sensitive to others' stares. From the moment he entered the classroom, Liu Shun had noticed Wei Mingbo's occasional glances. Despite Wei's efforts to conceal it, Liu Shun's sharp eyes caught on. Yesterday's unpleasant encounter had already soured his impression of Wei, and learning about Wei's history of bullying, which worsened after awakening his blue card, only intensified Liu Shun's dislike. Liu Shun remained vigilant. If Wei Mingbo dared to play any tricks in the secret realm, he was determined to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Teacher Lei Kai strode up to the rocket class without wasting words, motioning for the students to follow. Under his guidance, the group arrived at a special building within the school, housing the portal to the secret realm. Before allowing them to enter, Teacher Lei Kai reiterated the precautions and details of the secret realm. Named the Dark Fairy Tale Secret Realm by the school, it was filled with creatures related to fairy tales, but with a dark and cruel twist. The most formidable bloody-stitched teddy bear had been personally defeated by the principal, yet creatures like the deep-sea mermaid queen, the dark hundred-faced prince, and the greedy lamp genie still lurked within. The teacher reassured them that the strongest monsters had been cleared, and the main goal of this excursion was for the students to experience exploring a secret realm and collect materials. The training in the realm would last 1 day, with each student equipped with a signal device to call for teacher assistance in case of danger. Teacher Lei Kai specifically reminded them that the school allowed moderate confrontation within the realm. While killing or causing severe injury was strictly prohibited, injuries like a broken leg were acceptable. After all, the medical room had specialized card creators for treatment, and such injuries were trivial compared to the potential loss of life in the future. After the briefing, Liu Shun led the rocket class members into the building. The massive portal before them was adorned with strange patterns, depicting terrifying creatures from dark fairy tales like the greedy lamp genie, the decayed witch, and the blind king. However, they had no time to linger, as the portal slowly opened. With teacher Lei Kai's permission, Liu Shun took the lead and stepped through. His classmates, brimming with excitement, followed suit. In no time, the entire class had entered the dark fairy tale secret realm. Teacher Lei Kai relaxed on a suddenly appeared lounge chair, silently wishing the students would gain valuable experiences. As Liu Shun passed through the portal, he felt the world spin around him, with bizarre sights flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, the ground beneath him vanished, and he found himself in a snow-covered forest. Immediately, Liu Shun summoned the anomalous pursuit dice, proceeding cautiously under the protection of Fenrir Dracula. They had barely covered a short distance when a sly voice echoed nearby. I am the all-knowing, all-powerful magic mirror. Tell me, what is it you wish to know? A talking creature? Liu Shun's interest was piqued when he heard a voice from afar. Although most creatures in the secret realm displayed some intelligence, those capable of conversing with humans were exceedingly rare. What intrigued Liu Shun even more was that the content of the voice reminded him of a classic fairy tale. He signaled Fenrir to guard him and proceeded forward. It wasn't long before Liu Shun discovered the source of the voicea, magical mirror floating in the air. Its appearance was lavish and adorned with regal embellishments, clearly reflecting a courtly style. The mirror's surface bore lifelike features, including a small mustache, and it was this mirror that had spoken. Opposite the mirror stood its conversation partner, a woman in an opulent gown. Her beauty was marred by a sharp, bitter demeanor, and blood continually spilled from her crystal shoes, staining her white stockings red. Liu Shun noticed the blood seemed to flow from the back of the shoes, undoubtedly marking her as another creature. Her image seemed somewhat familiar to Liu Shun. Both creatures noticed Liu Shun and Fenrir's arrival. The woman showed no reaction, while the mirror turned its surface to Liu Shun with a smile. Seeing this, Liu Shun chose not to interrupt them, instead watching the scene with keen interest. So, what do you want to know? The mirror asked with a sly tone. The creature opposite revealed a jealous expression, her already harsh features twisted further. She lifted her luxurious skirt, pointing to the bleeding crystal shoes, and questioned the mirror. How can I wear the crystal shoes like Cinderella? At these words, Liu Shun realized that this creature was likely one of Cinderella's stepsisters from the famous fairy tale. However, he was puzzled as to why this creature exhibited such high intelligence and the ability to speak. Could this be a unique feature of the dark fairy tale realm? Unfazed by Liu Shun and Fenrir's presence, the mirror's human-like features displayed a cunning smile as it whispered, "It's simple. Just cut off her feet and replace yours with them, and you can wear the crystal shoes." The dark fairy tale response enlightened the creature, and she exclaimed, "Of course. If I cut off her feet and replace them with mine, I can wear the crystal shoes and marry the prince. Hee hee hee." She let out an eerie laugh and left a trail of bloody footprints in the snow as she set off to find her sister. The mirror turned back to Liu Shun, boasting, "This is the all-knowing magic mirror. Do you have any questions for me?" The human-like features on the mirror's surface formed an expectant expression, but Liu Shun did not answer immediately. Instead, he gestured for Fenrir to step forward and inquire. The summoned creature standing in front of him disappointed the mirror a bit, but it quickly regained composure and turned its gaze to Fenrir. "So, what do you want to ask?" Fenrir, expressionless, posed the question Liu Shun had instructed. "I want to know your abilities and weaknesses." The features of the magic mirror momentarily froze before it answered Fenrir's question in its unique tone. "My ability is to read information from everything around me." As the words left its mouth, the floating magic mirror suddenly lunged towards Fenrir, and a familiar figure appeared around the mirror's frame. A bloodied crystal shoe kicked towards the summoned creature. However, the ever-alert Fenrir was prepared. He instantly transformed into countless scattered vampire bats, dodging the attack. As the illusion attacked, the magic mirror continued. "I can manifest the phantoms of all creatures that have questioned me, borrowing their strength for battle." Fenrir, now in the form of bats, reformed into a giant wolf the size of an ox. Its gray fur danced in the wind as sharp fangs lunged at the illusion, tearing off one of its legs in an instant. Meanwhile, beside Liu Shun, toy soldiers appeared, aiming their rifles at the magic mirror and firing in succession. The clinking sounds echoed as the mirror was shot back, colliding with a dead tree's trunk. However, this attack seemed ineffective in killing it. The mirror wobbled back into the air, continuing to answer Fenrir's question. "My weakness is that if someone asks me a question, I must provide truthful and complete information. Moreover, I am extremely afraid of mental attacks." With that, the mirror's expression turned fierce, angrily shouting, "Damn humans! experienced the agony of mutual slaughter. No sooner had it spoken than a new illusion appeared, resembling Fenrir. The illusion previously torn by Fenrir also reformed, and alongside them, a decaying canine demon illusion appeared. Together, the three phantoms charged at the toy soldiers and Liu Shun. Facing the oncoming monsters, Liu Shun calmly commanded the toy soldiers to fire in unison, repelling the enemies. Fenrir lunged at his own illusion from the flank, simultaneously drawing in Cinderella's illusion, while Liu Shun directed several toy soldiers to engage the canine demon illusion in close combat. As several toy soldiers were easily knocked down, the magic mirror attempted to mock them, but fell silent when ghostly soldiers emerged from within the toy soldiers. Cursed bullets aimed at the mirror and, upon impact, caused cracks to form on its surface. In panic, it tried to use the illusions as shields but found that under the toy soldiers' cover, Fenrir had already torn them apart. In despair, the magic mirror watched Liu Shun from afar, mimicking a shooting gesture. With a bang, Liu Shun's voice rang out like an execution order, and under the ghostly soldiers' barrage, the mirror let out a painful scream and fell straight to the ground. After the ghostly soldiers fired a few more shots, Liu Shun used a blank card to collect the mirror, which was now full of web-like cracks. Holding the material card in his hand, he was filled with the joy of his victory. As soon as Liu Shun entered the secret realm, he found blue-quality materials, which filled him with anticipation for the exploration ahead. He began tracking the blood-red footprints left by a fleeing creature. Meanwhile, Wei Mingbo discovered his own target, a female, humanoid creature wandering aimlessly, occasionally emitting a whimpering sound, with long hair trailing on the ground. Although his childhood memories of fairy tales were vague, the creature's appearance instinctively made him wary of her long hair. He channeled his mental power into a card in his hand, and a uniquely designed crossbow, resembling an eagle with outstretched wings, appeared. This was the flying eagle crossbow green he had crafted during the class division phase, capable of consuming mental power to launch powerful bolts at enemies. Unlike Liu Shun, who leaned towards creating summoning cards, Wei Mingbo preferred crafting item cards, partly due to the nature of his life card. Wei Mingbo aimed the flying eagle crossbow at the long-haired creature, ready to shoot, when another creature caught his eye. It was another female humanoid, most striking for the blood crystal shoes overflowing with blood at her feet, and her luxurious gown stained with blood, indicating severe injury. The new creature and the long-haired one met cautiously, and seeing no signs of aggression, the former fled in another direction. Wei Mingbo aimed his crossbow at her, eyes gleaming with greedy desire, as injured creatures were rare and tempting for anyone seeking profit. However, in the next moment, a barrage of gunfire shattered his delusions. The fleeing creature was shot multiple times, blood splattering, and died instantly. Emerging from the bushes were toy-like soldiers, followed by a very familiar figure to Wei Mingbo. Liu Shun. Seeing this familiar figure, Wei Mingbo was initially surprised, then excited. He hid in a concealed spot, certain Liu Shun wouldn't notice him, providing the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack, not only for revenge, but also to extort some cards from him. With a sinister gaze, Wei Mingbo watched Liu Shun's every move, finger on the crossbow trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Meanwhile, Liu Shun, after collecting materials, set his sights on the long-haired creature, with several toy soldiers beside him launching a fierce attack. The creature, previously lost in its own world, looked at Liu Shun with venomous eyes upon being attacked, its hair rising without wind, resembling a mass of black tentacles lashing out madly at Liu Shun and the toy soldiers. Countless strands of hair twisted into whips, tearing through the air from all directions. Liu Shun retreated with two soldiers, while the remaining toy soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets at the long-haired creature's body. The intense gunfire forced the creature to stagger back, its attacks deviating, with only 3 toy soldiers knocked to the ground. 2 managed to get back up, but 1 toy soldier was killed outright by the powerful hair whip. However, death is not the end of the battle for the toy soldiers. Their ghostly forms are their strongest state. The cursed ghosts floated in the air, launching fierce attacks at the long-haired creature, causing its once lustrous hair to turn dry and yellow due to the curse. Wei Mingbo watched the battle between Liu Shun and the long-haired creature from a distance, reluctantly admitting that the class monitor was indeed quite skilled. The summoned toy soldier continued to fight even after death, appearing even stronger than before. Such a card was enviable even for a card maker like him, who specialized in item cards. Keep fighting. In the end, all your cards will be mine, he thought smugly to himself. At that moment, Liu Shun was directing the toy soldiers in their battle against the long-haired creature. With the addition of the cursed ghosts, the tide of the battle began to shift in their favor. The creature's once glossy black hair, entangled in the curse of life, lost its shine, becoming dry and split, even showing signs of falling out, which weakened her attacks. Wei Mingbo focused intently, knowing that the creature was about to be killed by Liu Shun. He needed to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack for a decisive victory. He aimed his crossbow at Liu Shun, ready to strike at the moment Liu Shun defeated the creature, to let him experience a fall from heaven to hell. However, just as he was about to make his move, a powerful force suddenly appeared behind him. Caught off guard, Wei Mingbo fell flat on his face, losing grip of his weapon. He flipped over to see a pale-skinned figure with bat wings standing behind him, who had evidently kicked him. At this point, the toy soldier's final volley killed the long-haired creature, and Liu Shun calmly collected the materials before leisurely turning to the now-standing Wei Mingbo, asking, "Isn't this Wei? What are you doing here?" Wei Mingbo's face was filled with anger and annoyance. He wasn't foolish. Seeing Liu Shun's demeanor, he realized that he had been discovered long ago. Liu Shun had waited until he defeated the two creatures before revealing him. This realization made Wei Mingbo's face flush with even more color, and he had only one thought: to teach Liu Shun a lesson, to break his limbs and trap him in this secret realm forever. Just then, a card suddenly appeared in Wei Mingbo's hand. When he infused it with his mental energy, Finra lunged at him, forcing him to dodge and interrupt the infusion. Not only Finra, but the toy soldiers next to Liu Shun were also relentless. There was no need for a volley. Just one bullet at a time, combined with Finra's assault, was enough to keep Wei Mingbo on the run. Damn it, if only he could summon his martial armor, he would have a fighting chance. Wei Mingbo was desperate. The martial armor was his life card, allowing the wearer to master various martial arts techniques and enhance weapon power, which was why he focused on creating item cards. Unfortunately, he couldn't summon his life card, and Liu Shun's summons left him in a sorry state. Before long, Wei Mingbo was caught by Finra, who slammed him to the ground, likely breaking a few bones, and then snapped his legs, rendering him immobile. Out of goodwill, Liu Shun pressed the signal button for Wei Mingbo, watching with a smile as he was spirited away by the teacher, his defenses shattered. This time, the benefits trip for the rocket class was over for him. After escorting Wei Mingbo out of the secret realm, Liu Shun continued to lead his summoned creatures on a hunt for magical creatures. In addition to the shattered magic mirror blue he had acquired earlier, he also collected the replica crystal shoe green and the Rapunzel blue, making his spoils quite impressive. The toy soldiers surrounded Liu Shun as they steadily advanced, while Finra transformed into a swarm of bats to scout the area. It was this reconnaissance that led to the discovery of Wei Mingbo. Liu Shun wandered through the forest, stopping occasionally. Apart from the initial material cards he had obtained, he hadn't encountered any other creatures. However, he wasn't in a hurry, knowing there was plenty of time left before he had to leave the secret realm, and he was confident more opportunities would arise. Therefore, he instructed Finra to continue scouting while he, under the protection of the toy soldiers, contemplated what he could craft with the newly acquired material cards. He had also brought some car-making tools with him. The winter forest was particularly quiet, and Liu Shun's footsteps crunched on the thick snow. The bare trees, perhaps due to the nature of the secret realm, appeared like clawing demons from a distance, potentially evoking fear if one entered the forest at night. After walking for a while, the bats that Finra had transformed into suddenly flew back and reverted to human form to report to Liu Shun. "Master, not far ahead, there's a house made of candy and cake, and several of your classmates are there." Upon hearing this, Liu Shun instinctively thought of the candy house from a fairy tale, showing interest as he considered it might be a valuable resource. With the candy house discovered, Liu Shun naturally had no reason not to investigate. Finra turned back into a bat and concealed himself around Liu Shun, who proceeded with the toy soldiers. Soon, they found the house Finra mentioned. It was a small house made entirely of sweets. Warm bread walls, rich chocolate windows, crispy cookie doors, a roof covered with a cream cake adorned with fruit, and various candies decorating the surface. Even Liu Shun, who preferred his desserts not too sweet, couldn't help but feel tempted by the sight of the candy house. Not far from the candy house, Liu Shun noticed several classmates gathered together, including Lin Yan, Bai Yao Yao, and Rin Yu, all of whom he had interacted with before. Lin Yan and the others noticed Liu Shun and waved at him. Seeing this, Liu Shun didn't hesitate, thinking they might have arrived earlier and could provide some useful information. As he approached, before Lin Yan could speak, Bai Yao Yao asked, "Were you also led here by a bird?" Liu Shun was momentarily surprised by the question, then shook his head. "I stumbled upon this place while searching for magical creatures." "Were you all led here?" Bai Yao Yao, known for speaking her mind, didn't hold back and directly explained why they had gathered there. In reality, this group of young people didn't discover the mysterious candy house all at once. They were led there, one, by a small, pure white bird. Before Liu Shun arrived, the others had already tried to attack the candy house, but with little success. When Liu Shun arrived, guided by Finra, 6 students from the rocket class were already gathered in front of the candy house. After understanding the situation, Liu Shun commanded his toy soldiers to fire at the house. They only managed to knock off a few pieces of candy, while the bread walls remained completely unharmed, still as soft as ever. Bending down to pick up a piece of candy from the ground, Liu Shun turned and asked, "Have any of you eaten anything from the candy house?" "No," Lin Yin replied succinctly, shaking his head. Bai Yaoyao was more direct. "We're not fools. Why would we randomly eat things from this place?" In fact, they had considered it, but their caution over unknown dangers prevented them from eating or letting their summons touch it. Liu Shun, on the other hand, was bolder. His toy soldiers, being group summons, had no fear of death. Without hesitation, he fed the candy to one of his toy soldiers and, together with Lin Yin and the others, watched silently. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute passed. After a few minutes of observation, the toy soldier showed no abnormal reaction. Liu Shun immediately ordered the soldier to start gnawing on the candy house's door. The others were not idle either, summoning their cards and watching the surroundings vigilantly. Liu Shun glanced around and noticed that his classmates' cards were quite unique. Lin Yin had summoned a humanoid elemental creature, half ice and half fire, with a unique and striking appearance, likely a blue card. Bai Yao Yao, similar to Wei Mingbo, leaned towards item cards, holding a mechanical hammer that combined glowing patterns with a cold, mechanical feel, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. The cards of the other three classmates were relatively ordinary, with only Rin Yes feathered serpent standing out slightly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the toy soldier cautiously approached the candy house. It reached out to touch the cookie-made door, and with a crack, the once seemingly indestructible door easily broke off, as if it were just an ordinary cookie. Seeing this, Liu Shun dispatched 2 more toy soldiers to assist. With their efforts, half of the candy house's doors soon disappeared. Just as the door was about to be completely dismantled, an angry voice suddenly emanated from inside the house. The voice was more grating than a crow's caw and more unpleasant than a cat in heat. "Hey, who are you, and why are you eating our house?" The 3 toy soldiers immediately ceased their actions, pointing their guns at the door. The next moment, a small figure pushed open the remaining candy door and appeared before them. It was a boy in pajamas, looking just like an ordinary child. His face was full of anger, his hair a tangled mess, resembling someone woken up in a bad mood. Facing the presence of this seemingly magical creature, Liu Shun stepped forward with an apologetic expression on his face. "Sorry, we got lost in the forest and couldn't resist approaching this candy house," ignoring the toy soldiers with guns and the oddly shaped summoned creatures. The boy's angry expression immediately disappeared, replaced by enthusiasm. "Oh my, I've been through the pangs of hunger myself, so your actions are understandable. But please, don't eat our house anymore. Let me offer you a feast instead." As he spoke, another figure emerged from the candy house, a young girl with a childish appearance who silently hid behind the boy. "Oh, sister, you're awake too? These are guests I just met. Let's prepare some food for their hungry stomachs." With that, the seemingly normal siblings nonchalantly returned to the candy house, and within seconds, the aroma of food wafted out. "Should we go in? Something feels off about those two," Bai Yaoyao said, looking at Liu Shun and Lin Yin. Not one for deep thinking, she decided to leave the decision to the two of them. "Let me send in my summons to check it out. Otherwise, we have no way of dealing with this candy house from outside." Liu Shun's suggestion was supported by the others. In addition to several toy soldiers, Lin Yin also summoned a humanoid ice element to enter the candy house, along with 2 human warrior cards from other classmates. A small team of summoned creatures then proceeded towards the candy house. However, as soon as the summoned creatures entered the candy house, Liu Shun and Lin Yin sensed their demise through their mental link. Immediately after, the candy house, which had been standing quietly in the snow, began to tremble, with sweets melting into foul sludge flowing down from the roof, causing everyone outside to step back in disgust. While everyone was shocked by the sudden change, a ghostly soldier suddenly emerged from the candy house and floated in front of Liu Shun. "What's going on?" "My summons." Liu Shun calmly addressed her question, ignoring the puzzled expressions of those around him, and began to gather information about the interior of the candy house through his mental link with the cursed ghost. In reality, the moment the summoned creatures entered the candy house, the seemingly normal boy and girl transformed into monsters made of sweets and attacked them. Besides these 2 monsters, there was a twisted human face on the wall of the candy house. The sweet-made monsters were almost impossible to kill, as they would quickly regenerate from any damage inflicted by the summons. In a matter of moments, the monsters killed the toy soldiers and other summoned creatures, tossing their bodies into the large mouth of the human face to be devoured. During the battle, the cursed ghost's attacks on the human face inside the candy house were particularly effective, each cursed bullet causing the face to contort in agony. The changes Liu Shun and the others observed were the results of the cursed ghost's successful attacks. After understanding the situation inside the candy house, a confident smile appeared on Liu Shun's face. Seeing Liu Shun's expression, the onlookers understood that he was aware of the situation in the candy house. Bai Yaoyao called out to him, "Class monitor, what exactly happened in the candy house?" Under the curious gazes of everyone, Liu Shun briefly explained the recent events. If that's the case, then we just need to destroy the face in the candy house, right? Rinyu suggested hesitantly. Liu Shun nodded in agreement. Yes, but aside from my summon that can damage the candy house, we need other summons to keep those two children occupied. Lin Yan unexpectedly spoke at length. After some discussion, they decided to wait until their mental strength recovered before teaming up to tackle the eerie candy house. After a while, Liu Shun re-summoned the toy soldiers, and together with Lin Yan's ice and fire elements, Rinyu's feathered serpent, and the summons of two other classmates, they gathered. By then, the candy house's door had already been restored. To ensure they could clearly see the movements inside during the upcoming battle, the toy soldiers, on Liu Shun's command, began gnawing at the candy house's door. Working together, they quickly revealed the interior of the candy house. Inside, two humanoid monsters stood vigilantly at the entrance, while behind them, a grotesque, cunning old woman's face hung on the wall, grinning wickedly like a deceitful witch from a fairy tale. Following their plan, the ice and fire elements launched the first attack, with flames and frost flying towards the two monsters, joining the feathered serpent and other summons to keep them occupied. Meanwhile, the toy soldiers charged into the room, fiercely shooting at the face on the wall. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, the face inside the candy house cried out in pain, with candy and breadcrumbs falling to the ground. The two monsters on the other side, seeing their ally under attack, roared and conjured candies to hurl at the toy soldiers, only for the feathered serpent to intercept them midair with flying feathers, dragging them into the battle. Realizing its companions couldn't break free, the face had to fend off the toy soldier's assault on its own. It opened its gaping mouth, extending a chocolate-formed tongue like a tentacle to drag a toy soldier inside, chewing it with relish. However, this thoughtless act played right into Liu Shun's hands. A ghost soldier soon appeared opposite the face, unleashing cursed bullets at the creature chewing on its comrade. In Liu Shun's view, ordinary toy soldiers posed little threat to the candy house. Only the cursed ghosts could ultimately defeat this unique creature. The battle unfolded as he anticipated, with the cursed ghost's bullets proving highly effective against the face. Each shot twisted the face in agony, especially after Liu Shun deliberately sacrificed a few toy soldiers, allowing the ghost soldiers' coordinated attacks to cause unbearable pain. With each volley of bullets, the face not only twisted and shrank, but the entire exterior of the candy house also became increasingly filthy and repulsive. Seeing the enemy on the verge of collapse, Liu Shun commanded the ghost soldiers to launch a final assault. With a thunderous barrage, the shriveled face was completely obliterated, dissolving into a foul-smelling pus seeping from the candy house. With the face's demise, the monsters that the two children had turned into lost their invulnerability within the candy house and were easily defeated by Lin Yan and the others. After resolving the candy house challenge, Liu Shun and Lin Yan, along with several classmates, divided the material cards they had acquired. The most precious blue material card, the candy house, was taken by Liu Shun, while the remaining cards were distributed among by Yao Yao and the others based on their contributions. Despite obtaining a material card, Liu Shun chose not to join their group and instead continued to explore the secret realm alone. During his journey, Liu Shun encountered many classic fairy tale monsters, an ugly witch, a big bad wolf with sharp teeth, and an annoying stepmother. Fenrir effortlessly dealt with these creatures, turning them into material cards for Liu Shun. However, perhaps because they weren't characters from the fairy tale, all these material cards were green, with no blue cards appearing. Time flew by like a witch on a flying broomstick, and Liu Shun's time in the secret realm was running out. Counting his cards, he had collected 3 blue cards, a shattered magic mirror, Rapunzel, and the candy house, along with nearly 10 green cards. This harvest was quite substantial, meeting Liu Shun's expectations. With time running short, he wandered the realm with Fenrir. Unexpectedly, Liu Shun stumbled upon a familiar scene while wandering. In a valley, spaced apart were small houses built of straw, wood, and stone. Smoke rose from the chimneys, indicating inhabitants inside. Childhood memories were awakened, and Liu Shun recalled the story of the 3 little pigs. It seemed the antagonist in the story was also a wolf. With this in mind, Liu Shun glanced at Fenrir and conceived a bold idea. What if the fairy tale played out here? Without hesitation, Liu Shun put his plan into action, commanding Fenrir to transform into a giant wolf and howl at the sky. Hearing the wolf's howl, the creatures inside the 3 houses came out to investigate. Sure enough, it was the 3 little pigs. Due to the nature of the secret realm, these pigs appeared rough and dirty, more like upright wild boars, yet this didn't hinder the story's progression. Seeing the giant wolf in the valley, the 3 wild boars squealed in fear and hurriedly retreated into their respective houses, slamming the doors shut. Following the story's progression, Fenrir first approached the eldest pig's straw house. Mimicking the wolf's actions in the story, Fenrir attempted to blow down the straw house, but found it impossible. With no other option, he decided to ram it instead. The giant wolf, transformed from Fenrir, took a few steps back, bent its limbs slightly, and then charged at the straw house with incredible speed. Under the immense impact, the straw house collapsed like a child's toppled blocks. The falling straw temporarily obscured Fenrir's view, allowing the eldest pig to scramble towards the second brother's wooden house, tumbling inside. As Fenrir prepared to follow the script and demolish the wooden house, an unexpected event not aligned with the story occurred. The wooden door of the hut was abruptly thrown open and then slammed shut, as a lifeless body was heartlessly tossed out. It was the body of the eldest pig. From inside the hut came a low grunting sound. "Mr. Wolf, if you're hungry, just eat the eldest. Don't bother my house." Liu Shun watched this scene with resignation, realizing that this was indeed a dark fairy tale realm, where the three little pigs had started to turn against each other. Despite his surprise, Liu Shun signaled Fenrir to continue with the plan. Upon receiving the command, Fenrir began to charge at the wooden hut. With its massive body and tremendous force, it struck twice, leading the wooden house to collapse. The second pig took advantage of the collapsing house to try to run to his younger brother's house, but he was stopped at the door. In a panic, the second pig shouted, "Brother, let me in." In his anxiety, even his grunts ceased. However, despite his brother's pleas, the youngest pig refused to open the door, coldly stating, "Brother, my house is small and can only protect me." With a look of despair in his eyes, the second pig was also turned into a corpse by Fenrir. Next, it was the turn of the youngest pig's stone house. The giant wolf Fenrir began circling the house, attempting to crash into it, but found that the sturdy stone house was unyielding. The youngest pig's triumphant voice came from inside. "Give up, Mr. Wolf. My house is much stronger than those of my foolish brothers." He even hummed smugly. Unwilling to give up, Fenrir decided to change tactics, transforming into a bat. In the blind spot of the stone house's exterior, Fenrir morphed into a swarm of bats, flying to the top of the stone house and slipping down the chimney. Initially, the youngest pig did not notice anything unusual, but soon the sounds of his cries and wolf howls filled the house. Moments later, Fenrir, back in human form, opened the door from inside the stone house, dragging out the youngest pig's body. Liu Shun summoned his innate card, using a blank card to collect the materials. To his surprise, the originally blue material card, after absorbing the bodies of the three pigs and their three houses, split into another blue card. Liu Shun examined the two cards, finding the first to be a blue-quality material card documenting the three little pigs and their houses. The card that split was titled Fairy Tale, The Three Little Pigs. Holding the cards, Liu Shun felt both astonishment and delight. He hadn't expected the knowledge he gained from books to actually be useful. In school, while attempting to create a variant of the Pursuit magic dice, Liu Shun had gone through many books on card making. One method that left a lasting impression on him was the Secret Realm enactment card-making technique. This method required the presence of story prototype creatures within the Secret Realm, and the card maker needed to enact the story with their cards, thereby having a chance to obtain an additional story material card when collecting material cards. As a highly valuable card, a story material card could not only be used multiple times, but also reduce the involvement of other material cards, and even create bonds between cards using the same story material card. In Liu Shun's case with Fairy Tale, The Three Little Pigs, if he used this card to create summoning cards for each of the three pigs, they might trigger a bond like brotherly love when present simultaneously. Liu Shun hadn't anticipated that his initial attempt would actually yield a story card before the Secret Realm exploration concluded. This harvest certainly felt incredibly rewarding to him. Shortly after acquiring two more cards, the time for the Secret Realm exploration came to an end. In an instant, a gentle light enveloped Liu Shun, teleporting him back to school. Upon returning, Teacher Lei Kai swiftly guided them to leave the area in an orderly fashion. Much like students comparing answers after an exam, Liu Shun's classmates began inquiring about each other's gains from the Secret Realm. Just as Liu Shun felt a gentle tap on his arm, he turned to see Bai Yao Yao, the class representative, looking up at him with curious eyes. She asked softly, "Hey, class president, how did you do this time?" Liu Shun replied nonchalantly, "Not bad. How about you?" Bai Yao Yao put on a pitiful expression. "My gains were pretty average." Liu Shun didn't believe her words for a second, just as he wouldn't trust those who complain about failing an exam as soon as they leave the exam hall. As they chatted, the atmosphere among the rocket class students grew more lively with laughter echoing around. However, Wei Mingbo stood alone, enveloped in a cold aura, feeling a chill run through him. He hadn't managed to acquire any material cards before Liu Shun sent him out of the realm early. This would undoubtedly widen the gap between him and the Othursa reality he least wanted to face. Casting a cold glance at Liu Shun, Wei Mingbo soon focused on Ren Yu, who was silently walking in a corner, a sinister smile forming on his lips. After the exploration, Teacher Lei Kai announced some news. Over the next 3 days, they should fully digest their gains. In 3 days, an internal class mock battle competition would be held as a precursor to the end-of-month assessment. This competition would be a crucial test of the rocket class students' abilities. The news sparked excitement among the rocket-class students, many of whom set their sights on Liu Shun, Lin Yan, and Bai Yaoyao. They saw this as an excellent opportunity to gauge the trio's abilities. If the trio proved formidable, they would continue to hone their skills for the end-of-month assessment. If not, they might seize the chance to rise above them. Liu Shun and the others were well aware of these undercurrents, but were confident due to their extra benefits. Especially Lin Yan and Bai Yaoyao, whose only target was Liu Shun. As the school bell rang, students left the campus eagerly, ready to transform the material cards they had acquired in the secret realm into combat power. Before leaving, Bai Yaoyao waved her fist at Liu Shun in a mock challenge, her eyes full of warning. You better watch out. The competition is no joke. Though Lin Yan didn't speak, his occasional glances indicated his intentions. He was equally eager to test his skills against Liu Shun. In truth, Liu Shun was also looking forward to the competition in 2 days after all. He had never engaged in a real battle with other card makers, and he was curious about the unique cards his classmates in the rocket class could create. As for winning or losing, he had full confidence in himself. The secret realm had provided him with ample materials to craft several blue-quality cards. Moreover, his mental strength was on the verge of a breakthrough. With such an advantage, who could defeat him? Despite his confidence in his cards, Liu Shun returned home and immediately donned the crown of thorned wisdom to delve into the intricacies of magic patterns. He understood that meticulous tactical planning was key to overcoming strong opponents, and respecting every adversary was essential to maximizing his strengths. After reviewing numerous books on magic patterns, Liu Shun quickly selected the materials and corresponding patterns needed to create a card tonight. Fractured magic mirror blue, life detection device green, fractured monocle white, and little genius phone watch white. From the choice of materials, it was clear that Liu Shun was not planning to create a summoning card this time, but intended to make a support-type item card. He skillfully absorbed the materials and used his mental power to draw the magic patterns. Although it was his first time crafting an item card, it posed no difficulty for Liu Shun. Soon, a blue-quality tactical monocle was completed. Its name was Tactical Monocle, with a quality of blue, a 1-star level, and classified as an item. Its skills included environmental detection, allowing the card maker to expend mental power to detect the surrounding environment and life forms, with the results displayed as images on the tactical monocle. Additionally, it had the true illusion skill, enabling the card maker to create an illusion that lasts for a certain period, with strength equivalent to the original owner. The illusion dissipates when attacked, and its duration is determined by the mental power consumed. The tactical monocle's characteristic was mental sharing, wherein detection results could be communicated to nearby life forms through mental power. Liu Shun silently recited detect in his mind, and his reflection in the mirror appeared particularly impressive. As his thoughts shifted, a holographic image of the entire floor appeared in his field of vision, which could be zoomed in and out, with various objects or people labeled. When he clicked on the image of the neighbor's sister, her name, age, occupation, height, and method of elimination were instantly displayed, thanks to the material card, Fractured Magic Mirror, which was incredibly useful. Next, Liu Shun tested the effect of True Illusion. This skill could not only confuse enemies, but also enhance combat strength when necessary, with a relatively low mental power cost, making it highly functional. After successfully crafting and testing the new card, Liu Shun began to meditate. As a bronze-level card maker, his mental power had already reached bronze 2-star, and he anticipated breaking through to 3-star tonight. If his mental power could reach 10 stars, he would advance to silver-level card maker. Thanks to Liu Shun's development of the Thorny Crown of Wisdom's usage, his mental power progress was at a genius level. Wei Mingbo had once felt Liu Shun's gaze as sharp as a needle, a testament to his mental power training. In his mental space, cards like the Fate Magic Dice and the Toy Soldier's Curse Squad gently fluctuated like breathing, assisting Liu Shun in meditation while nurturing themselves with mental power to enhance their level. The enhancement in card quality elevated their essence, while leveling up tapped into their potential. Each star increase made the card's skills and characteristics stronger, effectively boosting their numerical power. During this period, Liu Shun's 2 life cards and the Toy Soldier successfully advanced to 2-star level. With their help, Liu Shun's breakthrough in mental power was smooth tonight. As he opened his tightly closed eyes, his mental power had successfully advanced to bronze 3-star. After advancing to bronze 3-star level, Liu Shun immediately delved into the study of magic runes. Leveraging his previous experience in creating the variant of the Seeking Magic die, he managed to decipher the secrets of the second card's magic runes in just 1 day. With all the materials ready, 3 little pigs, their house blueprints, a fairy tale book, and blue paint for the pigs, Liu Shun held his breath and traced intricate runes in the air. As the materials were absorbed, the magic runes began to take shape, flooding with information like a tidal wave. In an instant, a brand new blue card blossomed in his palm with a gentle glow. This card, named Magic Die, 3 Little Pigs, is a blue 1-star summoning card containing 3 powerful skills. Warm home. The three pink little pigs wield small hammers to rapidly construct sturdy houses. These houses not only withstand attacks, but also quickly restore the state of internal summons, healing injuries. Emergency evacuation. The pigs appear instantly beside allied summons, and if a house is present, they can swiftly carry a life form to a safe haven. Triple chance. When using dice rolling skills, the magic die card grants 3 chances to choose the best result. The card also possesses 2 traits. Fairy tale life. The damage the pigs receive is significantly reduced, and their recovery speed is slightly increased. Altered fate. When the magic die card changes the effect of summons, the dice points are locked at 15 or higher. On the back of the card is a mysterious description. When the magic die accidentally fell into a fairy tale book, 3 bewildered little pigs appeared before a person in a black robe. Liu Shun's creativity didn't stop there. He cleverly used the elements of fairy tales and the 3 little pigs to modify the variant magic runes of the seeking magic die, creating a unique synergy between the 2 cards. Big Bad Wolf and 3 Little Pigs synergy. When both cards are in play, the variant of the seeking magic die gains temporary skills Gale Force and Wild Charge. Gale Force can unleash a fierce gust, toppling enemies and structures. Wild Charge can inflict massive damage on a target or destroy structures. Meanwhile, the abilities of the 3 little pigs are significantly enhanced. Looking at the new card and the synergy effects in his hand, Liu Shun couldn't hide his excitement. His battle system was gradually taking shape. The 3 little pigs as tanks and support, the variant for close combat, and toy soldiers for range suppression. He calculated that with 1 or 2 more spell or item cards as supplements, he could become invincible. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Liu Shun's mind. Why not seek out other card makers to test his skills? This would not only test the power of his cards, but also help him gain real combat experience. Without hesitation, he took out his phone to search and quickly discovered a newly opened battle club nearby. Liu Shun quickly organized his gear and headed out the door, making his way to the club. The cool night breeze ruffled his hair, bringing a slight chill. As he walked along the sidewalk, he suddenly saw a figure riding a broomstick whizzing past. Watching the distant silhouette, Liu Shun made a mental note. He should get a vehicle card too. Following the navigation, Liu Shun soon arrived at his destination, pushed open the club's door, and prepared to face the unknown challenges ahead. The Kabuta Battle Club stood illuminated under the night sky. Liu Shun pushed open the heavy doors, revealing a bustling scene before him. Inside the spacious hall, several counters were neatly arranged, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. Despite the late hour, card makers were bustling around. Some patiently waited in the waiting area, while others eagerly inquired at the counters. The entire hall buzzed with a tense yet exciting atmosphere. A hostess with a professional smile gracefully approached Liu Shun. After a brief introduction, she guided him to an available counter. "Since this is your first visit, allow me to introduce our club to you," she said. Liu Shun sat upright, attentively listening to the hostess's explanation, and quickly grasped the club's rules. As a professional battle club, this venue offered card makers a variety of battle options. They could choose random opponents or book a spot to spar with familiar partners. For those seeking quick improvement, the club also offered paid sparring services with targeted battle guidance. Although participation required a fee, consecutive winners could earn substantial rewards. Additionally, the club regularly hosted various prize-winning events to attract more card makers. After completing the necessary information and paying the membership fee, Liu Shun received a brand new membership card, feeling a surge of excitement. Next, he needed to wait in the hall for the system to match him with an opponent. Once a match was made, his name and battle venue would appear on the large screen in the hall. Noticing Liu Shun's age and card maker level, the attentive counter staff inquired if he wanted to join the novice matchmaking pool. This way, he would only face opponents of the same level. Without hesitation, Liu Shun nodded in agreement, filled with curiosity about the skill level of fellow novice card makers. After only 3 minutes of watching the big screen intently, Liu Shun saw his name. Field 15, card number 314, Liu Shun versus card number 298, Fong Yuan. Simultaneously, his membership card lit up with a prompt, directing him to field 15. With a mix of anticipation and excitement, Liu Shun quickly made his way to the designated open-air battle arena. It was a simple, square, obstacle-free area, serving as the basic standard field. The referee was already in position and, after confirming Liu Shun's identity, signaled him to stand on one side of the field, waiting for his opponent. Before long, a bespectacled young man stumbled into the arena, appearing somewhat nervous. As the referee verified his information, he couldn't help but steal glances at Liu Shun across the field. Their eyes met briefly, causing Fong Yuan to quickly avert his gaze, looking visibly uneasy. Observing this, Liu Shun also withdrew his gaze, watching as his opponent, Fong Yuan, took his place on the opposite side of the arena. The referee stood at his post and gestured to both competitors, asking if they were ready. After receiving affirmative nods, he took a deep breath and blew the whistle sharply. Instantly, a tense atmosphere enveloped the field. The battle had officially begun. The battle was about to erupt. Liu Shun and Fang Yuan dashed in opposite directions like arrows released from a bowstring, trying to evade each other's potential spell card attacks. As Liu Shun ran, he concentrated his mental energy and instantly summoned his latest card creation, the magic dice, three little pigs. Three pigs, each only half the size of Liu Shun, appeared before him. They looked like characters from a cartoon, wearing suspenders and holding little wooden hammers, exuding an endearing clumsiness. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was not to be outdone. He summoned a green-furred wolf. As soon as the wolf appeared, it let out a piercing howl, momentarily freezing the three pigs in place. However, the pigs quickly regained their composure. Under Liu Shun's command, they used their warm home skill. As the three pigs swung their wooden hammers, a house materialized out of nowhere, made from the same material as the ground. Seeing the wolf's howl ineffective, Fang Yuan immediately commanded the wind wolf to attack. The wolf opened its jaws wide and lunged at the foremost pig. To Fang Yuan's astonishment, the wind wolf's sharp fangs seemed to bite into something as tough as rubber, unable to penetrate the pig's defense. Seizing the opportunity, the other two pigs swiftly flanked the wind wolf, raising their wooden hammers and striking down with force. The seemingly weak wooden hammers unleashed incredible power, sending the wind wolf flying with just two hits. This not only rescued their companion, but also left a dent in the wolf's left side, seriously injuring it. Damn it! This is a blue quality card. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly, but quickly adapted. He activated two spell cards in succession, sending blood red and silver white light toward the injured wind wolf. Through Liu Shun's tactical goggles, it was visible that the wind wolf was first enveloped by the blood red light, causing its size to increase, its wounds to heal, and its claws and teeth to become even sharper. Then, under the silver white glow, the wind wolf became invisible in an instant. Watching the slightly confused pigs on the field, Fang Yuan, having expended considerable mental energy, felt a bit relieved. He thought to himself, although it's a blue quality card, it seems to have no other special abilities besides building a house. The enhanced wind wolf should find an opportunity to kill at least one pig. Under Fang Yuan's watchful eyes, the invisible wind wolf silently approached from behind, preparing to ambush the pigs. However, to his shock, just as the wolf was about to strike, the pigs, as if anticipating the attack, suddenly turned and swung their hammers, which had been gathering power. The wolf's head and body met the three wooden hammers with a powerful impact, sending it flying and distorting its shape. Even with its enhancements, the wind wolf could only struggle feebly a couple of times before collapsing, unable to rise again. Fang Yuan stared in disbelief at Liu Shun, noticing the tactical goggles on his opponent's face, and suddenly realized the situation. Unwilling to give up, he still wanted to continue the fight, but the pigs were far faster than him, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Within seconds, Fang Yuan found himself surrounded by three little pigs. Looking at the pink creatures wielding wooden hammers and feigning ferocity, he helplessly raised his hands in surrender. After the match, the atmosphere in the Kabuto Battle Club was somewhat subdued. Liu Shun and Fang Yuan didn't leave immediately, opting instead to wait for the referee's feedback. The referee glanced at the calm Liu Shun and the slightly dejected Fang Yuan, feeling a bit at a loss. This battle between novice card masters should have revealed several issues, but the current situation left him momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, the referee decided to say something to lighten the mood. Fang Yuan, you actually performed quite well in this match. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan lifted his head slightly. The referee continued. However, your observational skills during the battle need improvement. Remember, this is a contest between card masters, not just a battle of summons. Your main failure was not paying attention to Liu Shun's actions and using your cards without considering your mental strength. If you had been more vigilant, you would have been prepared when Liu Shun summoned the glasses. Fang Yuan listened thoughtfully to the referee's commentary and then asked, so, if I carefully observe the situation, do I have a chance to defeat him? The referee thought to himself, no chance. You didn't even force out the house's function. But he chose a more tactful response. That depends on your cards and subsequent strategy. The referee then turned his gaze to Liu Shun. Fang Yuan also watched curiously, eager to hear what advice the referee might offer. After a moment of contemplation, the referee simply said, good performance, keep it up. Liu Shun, thank you. Liu Shun replied calmly. Fang Yuan looked puzzled. In this slightly awkward atmosphere, Liu Shun secured his first victory. To be honest, the win seemed a bit too easy for him. To test his cards, he had only summoned the three little pigs. Surprisingly, these pigs, meant to serve as tanks and support in his system, performed exceptionally well against Fang Yuan's wind wolf. Even without utilizing the effects of the warm home, the pigs' offensive and defensive capabilities alone secured an easy victory. Such a battle clearly failed to meet Liu Shun's card testing goals. So, he began another match. However, The following hour of battles left Liu Shun feeling disappointed. Using only the magic dice, the three little pigs, and the tactical goggles, not a single opponent could force out the house's healing function. This outcome left Liu Shun, who had initially been eager about the matchmaking battles, deep in thought. Was he too strong, or were his opponents too weak? Meanwhile, in another venue, a student in a school uniform had similar doubts. After a night of matchmaking, he began to question whether he had made the wrong choice. Perhaps he should challenge the more seasoned card masters instead of continuing to match with peers. Just as he was about to leave, his card vibrated, notifying him of a new opponent. Liu Shun, perfect. I'll beat you, and then head home for some sleep, he thought as he stepped toward the battle arena. On one side of the battlefield, Liu Shun gazed intently at his opponent, Xiao Yun, secretly anticipating a closely matched contest. The two stood at opposite ends of the arena, signaling to the referee that they were ready. With a sharp whistle slicing through the air, the match began instantly. Liu Shun swiftly moved to the right side of the arena, while Xiao Yun charged straight at his opponent like an arrow released from a bow. Faced with Xiao Yun's fierce approach, Liu Shun quickly adjusted his strategy, abandoning his original plan of using 3 little pigs and instead summoning 10 toy soldiers, each with a unique stance. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained undeterred, instantly enveloping himself in a suit of armor that glowed red-hot, like flames. The toy soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets, clanging against Xiao Yun's armor. Yet, Xiao Yun advanced like a moving fortress, weathering the hail of bullets. As he drew near the toy soldiers, Liu Shun, through his tactical goggles, sharply noticed signs of scorching flames on the foremost soldier. Realizing that Xiao Yun's armor had a flame aura ability, Liu Shun decisively ordered the toy soldiers to unleash a powerful barrage of gunfire. The sudden increase in firepower caught Xiao Yun off guard, forcing him back as the impact twisted and deformed his armor. Both competitors acknowledged that this battle was unlike any before, prompting them to adopt new tactics. Liu Shun summoned 3 little pigs on either side and activated their warm home skill. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, conjured a long spear blazing with intense flames, accompanied by a vivid red cape billowing behind him. Observant Xiao Yun noticed Liu Shun had retreated into a house, leaving only the 3 hammer-wielding pigs and toy soldiers outside. Knowing he couldn't directly threaten Liu Shun, Xiao Yun decisively brandished his spear, charging at the pigs. The flaming spear in Xiao Yun's hands moved with the grace of a dragon, combining piercing thrusts with scorching flames. However, after a few exchanges with the pigs, Xiao Yun was surprised to find these seemingly adorable creatures remarkably tenacious. They not only adeptly intercepted his attacks, but also possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Despite having 2 blue item cards and 1 green item card, Xiao Yun found himself in a stalemate against the pigs' wooden hammers. This situation was partly due to the pigs' formidable defense and self-healing abilities, and partly thanks to Liu Shun, who, from within the house, played a crucial role. Utilizing the tactical goggles, he could relay Xiao Yun's every move to the pigs, while the toy soldiers' distant gunfire added to the chaos, resulting in a temporary deadlock. The continuous gunfire around him reminded Xiao Yun he couldn't afford to be entangled with the pigs any longer. He unleashed his ultimate move, Phantom of the Fire God, Fierce Spear Assault. Through his goggles, Liu Shun was astonished to see a phantom enveloping Xiao Yun, with the flames on the spear becoming more tangible, transforming into fiery ribbons spiraling around the shaft. With a swift and powerful thrust, Xiao Yun broke through the defenses of one pig, leaving it severely wounded on the ground. Seeing this, Liu Shun reacted promptly, ordering another round of gunfire to suppress Xiao Yun's offensive. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent used his body to block the bullets, another little pig swiftly initiated an emergency retreat. Moving with a speed that left only a faint blur, he dragged his injured companion into the house. Out of the corner of his eye, Liu Shun noticed the 2 little pigs' wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace. Within seconds, the less injured pig was already back to full health. Outside, Xiao Yun blocked the last wave of bullets and realized that only 1 little pig remained. He felt a sense of confidence if he could just take it down. The toy soldiers behind it wouldn't be able to stop his advance. As he felt his mental energy depleting, he glanced at his armor, now riddled with dents, knowing he had to finish the fight before the flaming god's shadow disappeared. With a spear in hand, he launched a series of thrusts, sweeps, and powerful smashes. The remaining pig couldn't withstand the onslaught that raged like a storm and was soon sent flying out the door, its body marked by searing flames. Just as Xiao Yun was about to strike the final blow amidst the bullets, a completely unharmed pig suddenly dashed out from the house, resolutely standing in front of its wounded companion. The sight of the unscathed, seemingly clueless pig sent a chill through Xiao Yun. His foreboding was confirmed when the pig he'd nearly defeated moments ago appeared before him again. To his shock, the distant toy soldiers were dragging the severely injured pig back into the house. Xiao Yun felt unusually anxious, was so close to defeating it. yet it always reappeared perfectly intact. Moreover, he noticed that the toy soldiers, no matter how battered, would emerge from the house fully restored after a brief stay. This repetitive scene began to wear on Xiao Yun's nerves. His armor was nearly shattered under the continuous barrage of bullets, and his mental strength was about to run out. Yet his opponents, the three troublesome pigs, remained unyieldingly before him. Every time Xiao Yun pushed one pig to the brink of death, the others would force him to retreat with a hail of bullets, then quickly drag the fallen one inside. The most injured pig would then reappear, allowing its companions to recover. This cycle, while not stopping Xiao Yun's advance, effectively kept him at bay. Despite his confidence in breaking through the defense, Xiao Yun found himself thwarted by a single misstep, frustration evident even beneath his helmet. Sensing his dwindling mental reserves, Xiao Yun decided to make a final gamble. He launched a fierce attack with his flaming spear, driving back two of the pigs. Severely battered, he shook his cloak, squeezing out the last of his mental strength to unleash two ultimate skills, Phoenix Flame Soar and Spear of the Blazing Sun. His fiery cloak spread like a phoenix's wings, flames tracing its path to the spear's tip. The spear now appeared adorned with fiery feathers, radiating dazzling light. It carried Xiao Yun's last hope as he hurled it fiercely towards the distant house. The spear struck true, and the fierce flames instantly reduced the building to rubble. Yet, to Xiao Yun's utter despair, the pigs inside, along with Liu Shun, swiftly evaded his lethal strike, darting to the side of the toy soldiers. As the little pigs and toy soldiers closed in, Xiao Yun collapsed to the ground, finally choosing to surrender. The battle ended, and the victor, Liu Shun, reached out to pull Xiao Yun up from the ground. Xiao Yun looked up at the handsome young man in front of him and felt a pang of bitterness. Not only was his combat skill inferior, but even his looks were slightly outmatched. This all-around defeat was hard for him to swallow. Unaware of Xiao Yun's thoughts, Liu Shun sincerely praised him. "You're really strong." Hearing this, Xiao Yun instinctively scratched his head, a wry smile on his face. "You're the truly strong one. Those three little pigs nearly wore me down," he said, his expression growing more troubled, clearly impressed by the lasting impact of the three pigs. Liu Shun detected the compliment in his opponent's words, feeling secretly pleased. In this battle, the endurance of the three little pigs was displayed vividly. Although the opponent's abilities also continuously drained mental energy, the fact that they could hold off such a formidable opponent left Liu Shun quite satisfied with their performance. Noticing Xiao Yun's school uniform out of the corner of his eye, Liu Shun curiously inquired about his school. Upon learning that Xiao Yun was a student in the best class at Jiuxiao City Experimental High School, Liu Shun gained even more respect for his opponent. Xiao Yun, upon discovering Liu Shun's school and class, felt somewhat comforted. At least he had lost to someone more exceptional, which was easier to accept. After exchanging a few more words, Liu Shun attentively listened to the referee's advice. With a wealth of newfound insights, he headed home. On his way back, Liu Shun carefully reflected on the day's battle. He gained a thorough understanding of the combat capabilities of the magic dice card, Three Little Pigs, and realized two main weaknesses in his current combat system: a lack of self-defense mechanisms, including mobility and defense, and the absence of a powerful finishing move. Liu Shun reviewed his cards in his mind. The variant was a versatile melee fighter, the Three Little Pigs served as tank and support, and the toy soldier provided long-range firepower. He concluded that adding a purely offensive character would complete his combat system. Back home, Liu Shun meticulously sorted through his material cards. The only usable ones left were the thief's magic gloves, Rapunzel, the candy house, the fairy tale Three Little Pigs, a century-old peach wood, a damaged chimera corpse, a broken power engine, and the executioner's axe. While these materials sparked some inspiration, Liu Shun realized he needed more materials to create new cards. The next day, Liu Shun arrived at his class. With the competition starting tomorrow, the classroom buzzed with discussions about preparations. As soon as Liu Shun sat down, Bai Yaoyao approached him, brimming with confidence. "How's your preparation? Watch out. I might defeat you tomorrow," she declared. Liu Shun glanced at Lin Yan, who was pretending not to eavesdrop, and pointed at him. "Beat him first, then we'll talk," he replied. Bai Yaoyao looked at Lin Yan, and with undeterred spirit, announced, "I'll defeat him first, then you, and make you both my defeated opponents." She shook her head triumphantly, as if she could already see her victory. Liu Shun watched Bai Yaoyao with a silent admiration for her inexplicable confidence. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher entered at that moment, interrupting Bai Yaoyao's ambitious declarations. The day's classes quickly passed. As it was his turn for classroom duty, Liu Shun didn't leave immediately. He sat at his desk, waiting for the other students to leave while he focused on scribbling and studying the mysteries of magic runes. Liu Shun snapped back to reality, realizing he'd been immersed in his studies for over an hour. He quickly summoned the Crown of Thorn Wisdom, enduring a sharp headache as he instantly regained clarity. Putting away his life card, he was about to head to the bathroom to splash some water on his face when he stopped at the door. From inside came the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh, mixed with crude curses. Liu Shun's heart sank as the image of Wei Mingbo flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he pushed open the slightly ajar door, and the scene before him made him chuckle coldly. It was indeed Wei Mingbo. Wei Mingbo, with a rag wrapped around his hand, was relentlessly beating and kicking a figure curled up in the corner. Hearing the door open, he turned with a fierce expression, but upon seeing who it was, he broke into a strange smile and said mockingly, "Oh, isn't it our great class leader, Liu? What brings you to such a lowly place?" Liu Shun ignored him and immediately summoned Fenrir. The massive figure appeared instantly before him, and Liu Shun coldly ordered, "Teach him a lesson." Wei Mingbo's face changed dramatically, but before he could summon his card, Fenrir had him pinned to the filthy floor in no time. Liu Shun paid no heed to his struggles and instead helped up the figure in the corner. Despite being mentally prepared, Liu Shun was still shocked to see Ren Yu's face covered in bruises. He silently handed over some tissues for Ren Yu to compose himself. Even subdued, Wei Mingbo continued to provoke. "Oh, trying to play the hero, huh? Do you have a thing for Ren Yu, class leader Liu? I can't." Before he could finish, Fenrir slammed his face into the ground again. Liu Shun crouched beside Wei Mingbo, smiling. "Did you forget we have some unfinished business?" Wei Mingbo mumbled something indistinct, and Liu Shun signaled Fenrir to ease up a bit. Wei Mingbo turned his head, glaring defiantly. "Are you talking about the time you ambushed me in the secret realm? I'll get you for that." "No, it's about when you stopped me after school that day," Liu Shun replied calmly. Although he had refused and left back then, the matter had lingered in his mind. Coupled with Ren Yu's ordeal, he was increasingly certain that Wei Mingbo had no good intentions that day. Wei Mingbo tried to argue, but Ren Yu interrupted. "I know what he wanted." As Ren Yu spoke, his expression twisted as if witnessing something terrifying. He broke down, curling into a ball, repeatedly pleading, "Don't hit me. I'll give you everything. Don't hit me." Liu Shun quickly checked on Ren Yu, realizing he seemed trapped in some horrific vision. No words or actions could rouse him. Alarm bells rang in Liu Shun's mind, recognizing the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Liu Shun turned to look at Wei Mingbo, noticing the cold sneer on his face. Combining this with what Ren Yu had just said, Liu Shun instantly understood the truth of the situation. He decisively ordered, "Knock him out." Before the words were even fully spoken, Wei Mingbo, who had been sneering, was grabbed by the head and slammed to the ground. His vision went dark, and he lost consciousness immediately. At the same time, Fenrir delivered a precise karate chop to the back of Ren Yu's neck, knocking him out as well. After some time, Ren Yu slowly regained consciousness. Although his eyes were still a bit dazed, he was no longer in the state of mental collapse he had been in before. The first thing he did was look around, his gaze landing on the still unconscious Wei Mingbo on the ground, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing nearby, Liu Shun softly reassured him, "Don't worry, as soon as he shows signs of waking up, Fenrir will knock him out again." Hearing this, Ren Yu's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and haltingly explained to Liu Shun the true intentions of Wei Mingbo. It turned out that the reason Wei Mingbo wanted Liu Shun to stay that day was because he intended to use a mysterious card in his possession to control Liu Shun. According to Ren Yu's description, the card could trap a person in their most painful memories, making them unable to escape. Through continuous physical and mental bullying, combined with the use of this card, Wei Mingbo had successfully controlled Ren Yu. Ren Yu continued to explain that if he made any unusual moves, Wei Mingbo would immediately use the card to punish him. Even more frightening was that Wei Mingbo knew Ren Yu's home address, and Ren Yu only had his grandmother, who depended on him. Under such pressure, Ren Yu had almost become a slave to Wei Mingbo. That day, Wei Mingbo had Ren Yu find an excuse to keep Liu Shun because he had learned about Liu Shun's family background and wanted to control him in the same way. After hearing this, Liu Shun clenched his fists, feeling the urge to kill for the first time. He had originally thought that Wei Mingbo was only trying to blackmail people, but he didn't expect him to be so utterly depraved. In his anger, Liu Shun suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Ren Yu, "Are you sure the back of the card he has is black?" Ren Yu nodded firmly, insisting that he couldn't be mistaken. Liu Shun's expression became serious immediately. "A black card? Then you're in serious trouble." While Ren Yu might not fully understand, Liu Shun knew what a black card signified. It was a card created by a group called the Holy Spirit Society, an anti-human organization that used human souls and bodies as materials to make these cards with black backs. They were considered an anti-human group because they not only used humans as card materials, but also created cards specifically targeting humans. For example, the card in Wei Mingbo's possession, which induced fear, had little effect on monsters but posed a deadly threat to humans. Liu Shun didn't know where Wei Mingbo got the card from, but his actions were veering towards the ways of the Holy Spirit Society. For people like him, the authorities usually extracted all the information they could before executing them. Knowing that Wei Mingbo had such an anti-human card, The next steps were straightforward. Liu Shun took Fenrir, Rinyu, and the unconscious Wei Mingbo directly to the homeroom teacher's office and explained everything in detail. Upon hearing that Wei Mingbo had such a card, the teacher's face turned grim. He quickly used a method to scan Wei Mingbo's mental space and then made a phone call without hesitation. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 10 people wearing unidentified uniforms, who were card masters, arrived at the scene. After a brief understanding of the situation, they promptly took Wei Mingbo away. Before leaving, the lead card master handed Liu Shun and Rinyu a card each, stating they were from the National Security Bureau. He promised that after they left, a special card master would secretly protect Liu Shun and Rinyu. If they encountered danger, they only needed to activate the card, and nearby security personnel would come to their aid immediately. After the security personnel left, the homeroom teacher apologized to Rinyu, feeling guilty for not discovering his situation sooner. He promised to compensate Rinyu and reward Liu Shun for reporting the matter. The teacher also suggested that if Liu Shun and Rinyu were willing, they could stay at the school temporarily under combined protection from the school and the security bureau. Liu Shun and Rinyu exchanged glances and decided to accept the teacher's suggestion to stay at school for a while longer. Although Wei Mingbo was just a small player, and the Holy Spirit Society had disappeared abroad under official crackdown, it was better to be cautious for safety's sake. Thus, under the teacher's arrangement, Liu Shun and Rinyu moved into the school's staff dormitory, right next to the teacher's own room. This way, the teacher, feeling guilty, could more easily protect the two of them. So, Liu Shun and Rinyu moved into the school's dormitory. Fortunately, the dorm was spacious, providing each of them with a private room, ensuring their privacy. At night, Rinyu sat quietly in her room, focused but lost in thought, while Liu Shun was engrossed in studying the material cards, his eyes fixed and his hands flipping through the cards with a swift yet steady motion. The next day, although there were whispers in the class about Wei Ming, everyone's attention quickly shifted to the upcoming competition, the first internal class event since the school year began. Liu Shun observed his surroundings. His classmates were all energized and eagerly anticipating the event, treating it as a trial run before the end-of-month assessments. Led by teacher Lei Kai, they lined up and entered the school's battle arena. Compared to the battle clubs Liu Shun had visited before, this arena was much more expansive, offering a diverse range of environments. The oval ice surface glimmered faintly, dense foliage intertwined in the forest, and rough rocks were arranged sporadically, forming several rugged paths. The complex and varied terrain intrigued Liu Shun. On the sidelines, besides teacher Lei Kai and the rocket class students, there were also teachers from other classes, serving as judges or simply observing, chatting with excitement and anticipation. Once the lineup was complete, teacher Lei Kai cleared his throat and began announcing the competition rules. The matches were to be held in pairs, with the winners staying on and the losers getting eliminated, and the pairings were determined by random draw. With 29 students competing, some would have buys in the first 2 rounds. The top 4 would receive different levels of rewards. The rules were straightforward, and after the explanation, the draw commenced immediately. Liu Shun drew a rocky terrain. The ground there was uneven, with large rocks scattered around, kicking up dust as one walked, making it easy to trip and fail, a tough test of a card master's overall skills. Liu Shun had just stepped onto the field when his opponent, Zhao Kong, approached from the other side. Zhao Kong, usually unnoticed in class, showed a flicker of bitterness when he realized Liu Shun was his opponent, yet he tried to maintain a determined look. On the sidelines, several teachers stopped to watch, many with their eyes on Liu Shun, clearly interested in the match. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Liu Shun acted quickly, deftly maneuvering around the obstacles and instantly summoning the exotic tracking magic dice Fenrir Dracula, a renowned creature. Fenrir, draped in a dark cloak, stood tall and majestic, immediately capturing the spectators' attention. Zhao Kong, with heavy steps, summoned a humanoid warrior wielding a round shield, standing firmly. The two summoned creatures faced each other on the field, with Fenrir's imposing presence overshadowing the ordinary shield warrior. Liu Shun swiftly commanded Fenrir to charge forward, moving like a wolf, claws raised, while consuming mental energy to activate tactical goggles, enhancing his vision and reaction speed. Zhao Kong retreated behind his shield warrior and summoned an archer, forming a classic offensive-defensive formation. The rugged terrain did not hinder Fenrir's movements, and as the archer appeared, Fenrir charged at the shield warrior like a beast. Its body rapidly expanded, its mane growing swiftly, its head transforming into a fierce wolf shape, sharp claws raised high, exuding an intimidating aura, intensifying the atmosphere. The claws struck down fiercely, leaving deep gouges on the hard shield, which shattered almost instantly. The teacher observing the battle nodded frequently, impressed by the strength of the blue-quality werewolf card. Facing the enemy's fierce assault, Zhao Kong quickly sidestepped and retreated, summoning another human warrior armed with twin blades for reinforcement. The archer behind the shield warrior drew his bowstring, ready to shoot at the immediate threat. The dual-wielding warrior on the flank charged at Fenrir, trying to create a pincer attack. However, Fenrir effortlessly waved his hand, and the shield of the shield warrior shattered into pieces. These fragments transformed into a swarm of black bats, scattering in all directions. The arrows and slashes from the archer and dual-blade warrior missed their target. The bats in the sky quickly regrouped, obscuring the vision of those around them. Amidst the shield warrior's screams, the blood embrace skill activated, dispersing the bats. The shield warrior, pale and exhausted, half knelt on the ground. The archer, still tenaciously shooting at the bats, could not prevent the unfolding events. In the next moment, the shield warrior transformed into a vampire, unexpectedly lunging at the archer and biting his neck. While the archer was entangled with the vampire, the bats in the sky reformed into a massive wolf, charging directly at the dual-blade warrior. Despite the warrior's desperate resistance and Zhao Kang's auxiliary spells, the giant wolf, Fenrir, mercilessly tore the opponent apart with claws and fangs. In his final moments, the dual-blade warrior triggered Fenrir's frenzy state. The archer and the vampire shield warrior were both violently ripped into pieces by the rampaging Fenrir. The giant wolf howled fiercely amid the dust and blood. Seeing his forces depleted, Zhao Kang decisively raised a white flag, choosing to surrender. Liu Shun easily won the first battle. The onlookers were speechless, marveling at Liu Shun's prowess using just one blue card capable of transforming and altering others' forms. He effortlessly annihilated all enemy summons. This card left a profound impression on the audience, affirming Liu Shun's reputation as the head of the rocket class. In less than a month since the semester began, he had crafted such a powerful and adaptable card, proving himself to be an exceptionally talented card maker. After the battle, Liu Shun turned to observe the ongoing battles in other arenas. Within seconds, Bai Yaoyao wielded a mechanical hammer, smashing her opponent's summon. She noticed Liu Shun watching, smiled, and flashed a victory sign to celebrate her win. Nearby, Lin Yan skillfully controlled a half-ice, half-fire summon to defeat his adversary, exuding a calm and confident demeanor of a seasoned expert. In another distant battle, Ren Yu directed a battered feathered serpent to narrowly defeat her opponent, advancing to the next round. After an elimination round, the remaining 15 students continued to compete, while those eliminated stood dejectedly among the crowd, perhaps secretly wishing for the quick defeat of their victorious opponents. In the second round of drawing, Liu Shun was lucky enough to draw a bye, advancing directly to the quarterfinals. He took advantage of this opportunity to carefully observe the matches of other competitors and gather intelligence. He paid particular attention to Bai Yaoyao and Lin Yan, who revealed quite a bit of information during their intense battles. Bai Yaoyao's mechanical hammer was impressive. Not only was it a powerful weapon, but it could also transform into a turret. Even more surprising was her ability to summon a swarm of self-destructing mechanical cars, which deftly maneuvered across the battlefield, posing a significant threat to her opponents. Lin Yan's performance was equally remarkable. His ice and fire summons were not only powerful but also split into 2 elemental summons upon defeat, complementing his skillful use of spell cards to maximize firepower output. Liu Shun noted these details, preparing for potential confrontations. Unfortunately, despite Ren Yu's best efforts, he was ultimately defeated. Liu Shun felt sympathy for this opponent and became even more vigilant about the challenges ahead. The quarterfinal matchups were announced, and this time there were no buys. Liu Shun's opponent was a girl named Su Ming. Although Su Ming's primary card was also of blue quality, her less than stellar exam results prevented her from receiving the class leader's benefits. Facing Liu Shun, Su Ming appeared unusually excited, with a gleam of challenge in her eyes. Based on his previous observations, Liu Shun noticed that Su Ming's deck seemed to follow a swarm strategy, using sheer numbers to overwhelm opponents. Sure enough, as the match began, Su Ming summoned 5 rock dwarves as her frontline defense. In response to this strategy, Liu Shun chose not to summon Fenrir or the 3 little pigs, but instead revealed his trump card, the toy soldiers. 10 toy soldiers, each armed with various firearms and striking different poses, suddenly appeared on the field, eliciting gasps from the audience. Su Ming was clearly surprised by Liu Shun's group summoning card, a hint of astonishment crossing her face. The toy soldiers immediately opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets on the slowly advancing rock dwarves. The once solid rock armor quickly became pitted and scarred, and it seemed the dwarves might be riddled with holes before reaching the toy soldiers. Sensing the danger, Su Ming quickly ramped up her efforts, summoning her ranged attack card 8 goblin slingers armed with slingshots. Under the cover of the rock dwarves, the goblin slingers swiftly took their positions and began exchanging fire with the toy soldiers. Some daring goblins even attempted to attack Liu Shun directly, but with his tactical goggles, he easily dodged their attacks. On the battlefield, the summoned creatures were locked in fierce combat. However, Liu Shun soon noticed a crucial point. Su Ming's rock dwarves and goblin slingers were both short in stature, while his toy soldiers stood noticeably taller. This height difference sparked an idea why not bypass the rock dwarves and concentrate fire on the goblin slingers at the rear. With this in mind, Liu Shun decisively ordered his toy soldiers to adjust their targets. Simultaneously, he summoned Finra beside him, and the ferocious giant wolf charged towards Su Ming, aiming to strike at the heart of her defenses. Seeing Finra transform into a menacing giant wolf attacking from the flank, Su Ming's expression changed. She quickly played her last trump card, her primary card, which was the cornerstone of her swarm strategy. As her mental energy rapidly depleted, a knight clad in black full body armor, wielding a long sword and shield, appeared before her. As soon as the knight materialized, he raised his sword high, resembling a noble commander leading a charge on the battlefield, exuding an intimidating aura. The moment he raised his longsword, the atmosphere on the battlefield changed dramatically. The summoned creatures on Su Ming's side seemed to be infused with new vitality, their attack speed visibly increasing. The stalemate with the toy soldiers was instantly broken, and the summoned creatures surged forward like a tide. The appearance of the knight was even more striking. His size rapidly expanded, soon towering over Finra by a head. With a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, he stood tall like a pine tree in front of Su Ming, forming an impregnable defense line with Finra. Liu Shun calmly observed the situation, his gaze fixed on the knight entangled with Finra. Unhurriedly, he activated the skill True Illusion on his tactical goggles. In an instant, 10 slightly ethereal toy soldiers appeared at his side, raising their weapons in unison. Fire! At Liu Shun's command, a barrage of bullets and shells rained down. The deafening roar of gunfire drew the crowd's attention away from the battle on the other side. When their eyes refocused, the scene before them was astonishing. The rock dwarves and goblin grenadiers, who had held the upper hand, were almost instantly routed by the fierce attack. The rock dwarves barely held on with their strong defense, while the fragile goblin grenadiers were targeted and quickly eliminated by Liu Shun's explosive assault, killed on the spot. With the fall of the goblin grenadiers, the knight battling Finra began to shrink. Once able to hold his own against the giant wolf, he was now forced back a few steps in a confrontation. Facing the increasingly fierce Finra in its wolf form, the knight was clearly at a disadvantage. Worse still, the toy soldiers on the other side had already dealt with the goblin grenadiers, and their guns were now aimed at the knight. While a few soldiers were dispatched to finish off the battered rock dwarfs, the remaining dozen or so gun barrels were all trained on the knight fighting Finra. Su Ming, facing the sudden turn of events, could only struggle to hold on. She summoned 5 more skeleton soldiers, trying to aid the knight in overcoming the crisis. However, this weak reinforcement was instantly reduced to dust in the hail of bullets, having no impact on the situation. In the chaos of the battle, the knight's size fluctuated, unable to withstand Finra's fierce assault under the relentless barrage. Within minutes, his longsword was knocked away by Finra's claw, and he was quickly pinned to the ground and bitten to death without a chance to fight back. Although the knight had a skill that could bind enemies upon death, there were no allies left to continue the fight. Even if Finra was bound, Su Ming had no choice but to surrender facing the toy soldiers' gun barrels. The outcome of the defeat left Su Ming visibly dejected. Yet, she took the initiative to approach Liu Shun and congratulate him on his victory. Finally, she said defiantly, "When I create more powerful summoning cards, our victory is not yet certain." As she spoke, she couldn't help but think of Liu Shun's summoned toy soldiers. Oh, if only I could create such cards. Unaware that Su Ming was envious of his cards, Liu Shun never took the words of a defeated opponent to heart. However, the knight's summoning card had indeed left a deep impression on him. It not only enhanced the strength of other summoned creatures, but also boosted its own power based on the number of other summons, and could even trap enemies upon death. Such a card undoubtedly had the potential to become the core of a card master's battle system. Before parting ways with Su Ming, Liu Shun made sure to ask about the name of that card. He learned it was Su Ming's blue quality life card, the Glory Knight. After the battle between Liu Shun and Su Ming concluded, the other matches also wrapped up. Unsurprisingly, Liu Shun, Bai Yaoyao, and Lin Yan successfully advanced to the final 4. At this point, each of them would receive rewards from the school, varying in nature but offering something beneficial. While the 4th person was content with reaching the semifinals, Lin Yan and Bai Yaoyao's attention was clearly on Liu Shun. Outside the arena, students who had been eliminated gathered to discuss who would ultimately win the championship. "I think the class monitor has been hiding his true strength," one student remarked. "Lin Yan's performance was the strongest, with those elemental blasts," another responded. "Don't you think Bai Yaoyao's card combinations were the most strategic?" The discussions were lively, with even some teachers joining in. I wish the students from our class could see their performance. It would stop them from looking down on everyone around them all the time," someone sighed. "Indeed, they need to see the gap to find motivation," another student agreed. As the heated discussions continued, the draw for the next round was announced, revealing that Liu Shun's opponent would be Bai Yaoyao. The class representative perked up, saying, "Watch me take down Liu Shun first." then Lin Yan, and claimed the championship directly. Liu Shun teased, "Dream on. Don't cry when you lose later." Bai Yaoyao shot Liu Shun a challenging glare. "Just wait and see how I deal with you." With banter and laughter, they headed to the battlefield, which was set in a dense jungle providing cover and obstacles. They stood on opposite sides of the field, unfazed by the crowd surrounding them, as their focus was solely on each other. At the referee's whistle, the match began. Liu Shun moved swiftly to the side, summoning Finra to the front and putting on his tactical goggles. The complex environment gave Finra a chance to shine. Through his tactical goggles, Liu Shun clearly saw Bai Yaoyao charging at him with her mechanical hammer, accompanied by a swarm of small mechanical cars flashing red lights. Realizing these cars could explode, Liu Shun quickly summoned toy soldiers, ordering them to target the cars first. The terrain was complex, and there was still some distance between Liu Shun and Bai Yaoyao. The toy soldiers aimed their guns at the cars, and as bullets flew, the mechanical cars exploded prematurely. The sound of explosions echoed, and trees fell, blocking the audience's view. However, with the help of his tactical goggles, Liu Shun saw everything clearly and shared his vision with his summons. Finra leapt towards Bai Yaoyao through the smoke, while the toy soldiers provided cover fire. Bai Yaoyao, initially planning a sneak attack, was forced to confront Finra head-on. Besides her hammer, she was clad in a layer of sci-fi armor, allowing her to withstand the toy soldiers' bullets. She swung her hammer, crackling with electricity, leaving trails of lightning in the air. Facing the opponent's formidable weapons, Finra fully utilized its ability to change forms. It deftly switched between a swarm of bats, a giant wolf, and a humanoid shape, cleverly using the chaotic terrain to keep Bai Yaoyao firmly engaged in the intense battle. Bai Yaoyao, clad in armor that granted her the power of flight and wielding a hammer capable of transforming into a massive cannon, still struggled to shake off Finra's relentless pursuit. The nimbleness of the bats and the ferocity of the giant wolf left her locked in a stalemate. Each time Bai Yaoyao swung her lightning hammer in the air, Finra would swiftly turn into a swarm of bats and scatter, only to launch a surprise attack from the flanks moments later. The thrilling duel drew gasps from the onlookers, but for Bai Yaoyao, it was an exhausting struggle. Besides fending off Finra's attacks, she had to constantly guard against the toy soldiers' bullets. This dual pressure made her feel as though she were sinking into an invisible quagmire, slowly being consumed. From a distance, Bai Yaoyao glanced at Liu Shun, who was watching the match leisurely through tactical goggles, and realized that prolonging the fight was detrimental to her. In the next clash, as Finra attempted to evade by turning into a bat swarm again, Bai Yaoyao's lightning hammer suddenly erupted with dazzling electricity, scattering in all directions. The surging lightning instantly paralyzed all the bats along its invisible paths. Just as Bai Yaoyao seized the opportunity to use the cannon form to decisively defeat Finra, a barrage of bullets with strong thrust came whistling from afar. Her body was violently knocked off course, causing her aimed attack to miss, allowing Finra to escape as the paralysis wore off. What infuriated Bai Yaoyao even more was Liu Shun, surrounded by toy soldiers in the distance, taunting her by pointing a finger in her direction. Enraged, Bai Yaoyao immediately aimed her cannon at Liu Shun, but he led the toy soldiers to evade in advance. Taking advantage of this distraction, Finra swiftly transformed into the giant wolf and engaged Bai Yaoyao in close combat, once again throwing her into disarray. The onlooking students marveled at Bai Yaoyao's predicament, especially those who had been easily defeated by her before. They watched in disbelief as the once invincible Bai Yaoyao struggled so much against Liu Shun. She was being pulled back and forth by the summoned creature and Liu Shun, almost as if she were being toyed with. From the perspective of the spectators, if this continued, it wouldn't be long before Bai Yaoyao made a fatal mistake and was defeated. The class representative, now at a disadvantage, frantically searched for a way to turn the tide of battle while fending off the enemy's attacks. After narrowly avoiding being knocked down by Finra once more, Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, realizing she had no choice but to go all out. Her armor suddenly crackled with electricity, forcing Finra to retreat. Then, a torrent of lightning surged into her hammer, and Bai Yaoyao leaned back, unleashing a skill that sent her lightning hammer flying like an arrow towards Liu Shun's previous location. This strike consumed all of Bai Yaoyao's mental energy, leaving her leaning weakly against a nearby tree, eyes fixed on her final attack. The lightning hammer hit the toy soldier group with pinpoint accuracy, and the burst of jumping electricity instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Did it work? Bai Yaoyao muttered to herself. However, Liu Shun's voice suddenly came from behind her. No, it didn't. A powerful force struck her from behind, and Bai Yaoyao collapsed to the ground, powerless. She could only curse Liu Shun's despicableness in her heart, feeling frustrated by her own defeat. Liu Shun pulled Bai Yaoyao up from the ground, noticing her disgruntled expression, and couldn't help but laugh. Did I really make you cry? He teased. Bai Yaoyao glared at him, unwilling to admit defeat. How did you dodge my final strike? She demanded. That's a secret, Liu Shun replied with a mysterious smile, walking away with a casual grace, leaving Bai Yao Yao to shout in frustration. In truth, Liu Shun's victory was not by chance. Having encountered someone similar to Bai Yao Yao before, named Xiao Yun, he quickly saw through her intentions. As the lightning obscured her vision, Liu Shun cleverly used his tactical goggles to create an illusion, leaving a decoy of himself behind while he silently escaped using the cover of the trees. This strategy led to the dramatic conclusion of their battle. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's fight ended even quicker than Liu Shun's. By the time Liu Shun had won, Lin Yan was already waiting at the side of the field. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Lin Yan was unusually enthusiastic, declaring, "In the next battle, I will win." Liu Shun merely chuckled, saying nothing yet conveying everything. As time passed and dusk approached, the two recovered their mental energy. By evening, Liu Shun and Lin Yan each stood on opposite sides of a basic, flat field, with no obstructions to block their view of each other's every move. The whistle blew, and the battle commenced instantly. Liu Shun quickly created distance, a seemingly insignificant move that proved crucial. Lin Yan immediately launched a spell card, sending a fireball roaring towards Liu Shun's starting position. Not to be outdone, Liu Shun swiftly summoned Fenrir and the toy soldiers to counterattack. As Fenrir charged directly at him, Lin Yan summoned a giant golem made of earth to block his path. Just as he was about to summon more cards, Fenrir transformed into a bat and bypassed the earthen golem. Lin Yan had to dodge behind the golem while also evading the toy soldier's bullets. In a critical moment, Lin Yan commanded the earth golem to unleash its skill, gravity aura. The space around the golem distorted, pinning the bat-formed Fenrir to the ground, struggling to rise, while the bullets aimed at Lin Yan plummeted under the increased gravity. Aware that the gravity aura was temporary, Lin Yan directed the golem to attack Fenrir while summoning another card, the ice and fire spirit. This humanoid elemental creature, half flame and half ice, hurled fireballs and ice arrows at Fenrir upon its appearance. Fortunately, Fenrir reverted to human form and escaped the gravity field, though not without sustaining several wounds. With the initial disadvantage overcome, Lin Yan summoned his trump card, the elemental wand, initiating a fierce counterattack. Under the enhancement of the vibrant wand in Lin Yan's hand, both the ice and fire spirit and the earth golem experienced a significant power boost. With one attacking and the other defending, the balance of the battle quickly tipped in Lin Yan's favor. Facing such a formidable assault, Liu Shun agilely dodged while summoning the three little pigs, preparing for an even more intense confrontation. Appearing for the first time in front of Lin Yan, the three little pigs immediately raised his guard. The ice and fire spirit and the elemental wand in his hand quickly adjusted their attack direction, directing some of their firepower toward these pigs. As soon as the three little pigs made their entrance, they demonstrated a strong bond with Fenrir. With their thick, nearly impenetrable skin, they held their ground against Lin Yan's offensive under Liu Shun's command, while swiftly constructing a sturdy house. What made Lin Yan frown was the shallow wounds on the pigs that healed rapidly within seconds, showing no signs of weakening from the attacks. Under Liu Shun's guidance, Fenrir retreated into the house to heal, while the three little pigs were dispatched to chase Lin Yan. Despite their cute appearance, the pigs now formed an ironclad defense empowered by their bond. They were no longer just adorable creatures, but resilient warriors with formidable defense. Their speed and attack power increased simultaneously, bypassing the cover of the earth golem and relentlessly pursuing Lin Yan. The three little pigs, with their excellent self-healing ability and tough skin, completely ignored the blasts of flames and frost. Wielding heavy wooden hammers, they stirred up dust and forced Lin Yan into a desperate situation. Behind him, the hammers whistled through the air, and the intertwined assault of fire and ice was unstable. Encircled and pursued by his own summoned creatures, Lin Yan decided to involve Liu Shun. While fleeing, he cast spells at Liu Shun and directed the ice and fire spirit to launch sneak attacks, turning the battle into a cat-and-mouse game. To prevent Lin Yan from suddenly using a deadly card to destroy the house, Liu Shun also chose to keep moving. Both relied on tactical goggles, skillfully dodging the attacks from each other's summoned creatures. This scene was drastically different from their previous fierce confrontation. Both were actively drawing the firepower of the other's summons, betting on who would falter first. The intense chase occupied Lin Yan's mind until he suddenly remembered the house and the Fenrir hidden within. Just as he was about to cast a spell to destroy it, Fenrir appeared before him, unscathed. Realizing the house had restorative properties, Lin Yan barely had time to regret as he faced Fenrir's sudden, wild charge attack. The giant wolf, as large as a buffalo, charged with a fierce wind, exuding a majestic presence. Lin Yan decisively activated the ice and fire spirit's frost path skill, instantly laying an icy trail in Fenrir's path. The giant wolf couldn't evade, and the frost quickly spread from under its feet, freezing its lower body solid. Despite being frozen, Fenrir was not subdued. It opened its massive jaws, took a deep breath, and exhaled a powerful gust that blew Lin Yan toward the approaching three little pigs. Caught off guard, Lin Yan's body spun uncontrollably as he endured the support of the ice and fire spirit and the earth golem in resisting the enemy's attack. Unable to continue harassing Liu Shun, he hurriedly summoned all his creatures for protection. The ice and fire spirit hurled a barrage of fireballs at the advancing pigs, while the earth golem charged from the side, trying to shield Lin Yan from the enemy pigs with its massive body. However, the force was overwhelming. One pig's wooden hammer struck Lin Yan's wand like a thunderous blow. The intense recoil caused a sharp pain in his chest, and he staggered backward, falling to the ground. Lying on his back, Lin Yan saw Finra breaking free from the ice and rushing toward him. Despair washing over him. The battle, it seemed, was doomed to end in defeat. Finra's claws pressed onto his chest just as the referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Ultimately, Liu Shun emerged victorious from this intense battle. After an intense competition, Liu Shun finally knocked Lin Yan to the ground and reached out to help him up. The two stood in the center of the arena, and the audience erupted into applause. The students from the rocket class, in particular, realized the gap between themselves and the likes of Liu Shun, Lin Yan, and Bai Yaoyao through this match. The performances of Liu Shun, Lin Yan, and Bai Yaoyao earned the admiration and respect of all their peers. The contest wasn't completely over yet. The upcoming match between Bai Yaoyao and the remaining competitor would determine the final third place. Despite losing to Liu Shun, Bai Yaoyao maintained her strong fighting spirit and easily secured third place with her sharp skills. Once the rankings were settled, Teacher Lei Kai stepped into the arena to give a speech about the importance of effort and skill, using Liu Shun and others as examples. In the past, such speeches would sometimes cause dissatisfaction among some students. But today, after witnessing the intense competition, everyone accepted the prowess of the top three without complaint. After a lengthy talk, Teacher Lei Kai finally dismissed the gathering. As the crowd dispersed, Liu Shun and his three companions lingered, awaiting the award ceremony. Without hesitation, Teacher Lei Kai distributed the awards. Liu Shun received a detailed card-making notebook and a barbed green whip. Although the rewards for the other three were slightly less impressive, their satisfied expressions showed they were content. With the awards distributed and the school bell signaling the end of the day, other students began to leave. Liu Shun and his friends also went their separate ways. Back in his dorm room, Liu Shun eagerly examined his rewards. The barbed whip had straightforward utility, but he was truly captivated by the card-making notebook. The notebook detailed the process of creating a Windrunner armor card by a bronze card maker of similar skill to Liu Shun. It clarified many of his previous doubts and deepened his understanding of armor-type cards, reminding him of his own weaknesses: insufficient defense and evasion. Perhaps creating an armor card could address these shortcomings. Inspired by memories of tokusatsu shows like Armor Hero and Kamen Rider from his past life, Liu Shun's creativity surged. He immediately decided to craft an armor card and began studying related magical patterns. Meanwhile, Rinyu, having returned, heard the occasional cries of pain from Liu Shun's room, but chose to silently retreat to his own room to rest. After enduring the torment brought by the crown of thorns, Liu Shun, lying in bed, had a sudden idea. Since his life card could induce pain, why not extract this kind of magical pattern to create a card that could make opponents experience intense pain? This thought invigorated him, and he quickly added extract pain pattern to his to-do list. As he reviewed his tasks, including build a magic dice card set, create a vehicle card, craft a high power card, and extract pain pattern, Liu Shun felt the weight of his responsibilities but was also filled with determination. The next morning, before class, Liu Shun submitted a request to his teacher. He wanted to use his position as class president to secure an opportunity to explore a secret realm. Liu Shun realized that the material cards he had were insufficient for his upcoming plans, and he urgently needed to hunt for more cards to use or sell. When he approached the homeroom teacher with his request, the teacher agreed without hesitation. However, Liu Shun was caught off guard by the next question. Which secret realm do you want to visit? Was there more than just the dark fairy tale realm at the school? Noticing Liu Shun's confusion, the homeroom teacher elaborated on several secret realms the school managed. The dark fairy tale realm, which focused on fairy tale material cards. The otherworldly realm, centered on sword and magic cards. The mech crisis realm, which featured mechanical cards. And the undead world realm, known for its undead creature cards. Additionally, there was a newly discovered realm in Jiuxiao City called the Myths End realm, which had just been cleared. Hearing about the Myths End realm, Liu Shun felt a sense of familiarity. After inquiring, he learned it was the source of the Chimera. The material cards from this realm mostly contained mythological elements, like the Chimera corpse Liu Shun possessed. The creatures within weren't particularly strong, with the most mythological element being creatures with divine lineage, lacking higher-level entities. Liu Shun was intrigued, as many powerful armors in mythology could potentially be crafted from these materials, even if they weren't present in this realm. After a brief hesitation, Liu Shun decided on the myth's end realm and allocated all his resources for this exploration, hoping for more time. His request was soon approved by the school, and after some negotiation, Liu Shun was granted 5 days for exploration, set to depart the day after tomorrow. He needed to prepare in advance. In the time leading up to his departure, Liu Shun packed his belongings and purchased several green cards online. These included the dark chains for controlling enemies, the wind's blessing for escape, and the water's rejuvenation for healing. He bought these cards after selling his Rapunzel and century-old Peachwood cards, aiming to make a significant impact in the upcoming Secret Realm journey. Moreover, Liu Shun didn't overlook the threat of the Holy Spirit cult. After discussions with the school and the Security Bureau, he received reassuring responses. The Bureau agreed to assign 2 card makers to accompany him into the realm. They would remain hidden and not assist Liu Shun in hunting, only intervening if he encountered the Holy Spirit cult or life-threatening situations. Additionally, they coordinated with realm officials to have personnel monitor his surroundings, ready to protect him at the first sign of trouble. With these arrangements in place, Liu Shun felt very satisfied. After all, the Holy Spirit cult was a fading threat within the country, and with such comprehensive protective measures, they posed no real danger to him. Time flew by, and the day for Liu Shun to enter the realm finally arrived. With his leave pre-approved, he was escorted by the homeroom teacher to a location outside Jiuxiao City. Here, numerous card makers gathered, busily engaged in activities. In their midst stood a structure similar to the entrance of the dark fairy tale realm, marking the gateway to the myth's end realm. The moment the homeroom teacher led Liu Shun into the venue, countless curious eyes turned their way. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, with most of the attention focused on the young boy. As a novice card maker, could he really survive in this perilous secret realm? The allocation of entry slots for this final mythical secret realm had been decided after it was cleared. The Card Makers Association, having contributed the most to the clearing efforts, naturally received the largest share. Institutions like Jiuxiao High School, where Liu Shun studied, received only a few slots, and he was the first student from his school to set foot there. The homeroom teacher quickly escorted Liu Shun to the station personnel, briefly discussing protection matters before preparing to leave. Before departing, he earnestly advised, "Be extremely careful in the secret realm." After watching the teacher leave, Liu Shun found a secluded corner to crouch down and wait for the secret realm's door to open. It wasn't long before a trio approached him. Leading them was a burly man dressed in a black tank top and pants, his muscular build striking under the sunlight. Behind him stood twin sisters, both with their long black hair tied up, exuding a spirited aura in their neat outfits. To Liu Shun's surprise, the intimidating-looking man spoke with unexpected gentleness. Through their conversation, he learned that the man's name was Wang Huai, and the twins were his sisters, Wang Manyu and Wang Manyu. As official members of the Card Makers Association, this secret realm exploration was a perk for them. Wang Huai admitted that he invited Liu Shun to join them because he noticed he was alone. Despite harboring doubts about this sudden kindness, Liu Shun politely declined. Wang Huai didn't insist, simply saying, "We can look out for each other in the secret realm," before leaving with his sisters. After they walked some distance away, Wang Manyu couldn't help but complain. "I told you inviting him directly wouldn't work. And why bring a kid along? Have you forgotten our purpose here? I'm just concerned about his safety going into the secret realm alone," Wang Huai explained helplessly. "The Card Makers Association is overseeing the secret realm. Why do you need to worry?" Their argument continued, unbeknownst to Liu Shun. Finally, the door to the final mythical secret realm slowly opened. Liu Shun stood up and joined the line as instructed by the staff. Watching as people ahead of him disappeared one by one through the door, he took a deep breath when it was his turn and leapt inside decisively. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the middle of a fertile field, surrounded by vibrant plants swaying gently in the breeze. The lush vegetation of buttercups, mint, and palms almost completely concealed Liu Shun. He focused his mind to summon his tactical goggles, which consumed some of his mental energy. Using this magical tool, he confirmed that there were no monsters nearby for the time being. However, to be safe, Liu Shun called upon his loyal companion, Fenrir, to stay by his side. With the dense foliage obscuring his view and lacking a map of the secret realm, Liu Shun had to choose a direction at random. Fenrir transformed into a bat, flitting nimbly around the area. With the dual detection of the tactical goggles and Fenrir, Liu Shun soon noticed something unusual nearby. He crouched down and carefully brushed aside the loose soil, extracting a yellow fong. This fong seemed to have been buried for a long time, losing its former sharpness, but its unusual size, about half the size of a palm, caught Liu Shun's attention. Even more surprising, similar fangs were scattered throughout the surrounding soil. Liu Shun thought to himself that these teeth likely belonged to some powerful creature. Just as he carefully put away the fangs and prepared to move on, the ground beneath him began to shake violently. The tactical goggles indicated that a massive bull-like creature was charging toward him. This creature was even larger than a typical water buffalo, with bronze hooves that caused strong tremors with each step. More astonishingly, as it ran, its nostrils spewed not just air but blazing flames, instantly igniting the surrounding vegetation. Faced with this sudden danger, Liu Shun did not engage in a heated confrontation. Instead, he and Fenrir quickly moved out of the creature's path, intending to observe its behavior and strength first. The fire-breathing bull dashed past them like lightning, seemingly unaware of Liu Shun's presence. However, as the creature was about to disappear into the distance, Liu Shun keenly noticed something unusual about it. The bull's back was pierced with fangs identical to those he had found earlier. Moreover, these fangs appeared much fresher than the ones in Liu Shun's possession. This discovery immediately put Liu Shun on alert. Without hesitation, he leaped onto Fenrir, who had transformed into a giant wolf, and closely followed the galloping bull. Due to the bull's continuous fire-breathing, the surrounding area had turned into a sea of flames. The lush vegetation served as fuel, causing the fire to rage even more fiercely. Trailing the bull, Liu Shun gradually discerned a pattern in its behavior. This creature was not running aimlessly, but moving along a fixed route. By continuously spewing fire, it successfully incinerated all the vegetation in the area. The tremors caused by its bronze hooves seemed more like tilling the land, making this fertile area loose. Suddenly, the bull stopped at one spot, appearing to rest. What happened next shocked Liu Shun. On this vast field, skeletal hands began to emerge from the soil. As these hands dug through the surrounding earth, numerous skeletal soldiers climbed out from underground. These skeletal soldiers were vastly different from the weak skeletons Liu Shun had imagined. They were tall and robust, fully armed upon emerging. Armor, spears, shields, their bone-crafted weapons were gripped tightly, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. Liu Shun's gaze shifted between these newly emerged soldiers and the dull yellow fangs in his hand. Suddenly, a strong sense of déjà vu surged in his mind. The fire-breathing bull with bronze hooves, the fangs in the field, and the soldiers rising from the ground, all of it seemed familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had seen it before. Liu Shun suddenly recalled how the scene before him was strikingly similar to the challenges in the myth of the Golden Fleece. In the myth, a king set tasks of taming a bull to plow fields and defeating soldiers born from dragon's teeth to obstruct the hero's quest for the Golden Fleece. At this moment, the scene Liu Shun faced seemed like a real-life version of that legend. Except the mythological elements in this secret realm had clearly been modified. The bull had dragon's teeth growing on its back, a spectacle never seen in the original story. His thoughts raced as his eyes followed the dragon-tooth warriors emerging from the ground. These warriors, transformed from dragon teeth, moved in unison, forming small squads and wielding weapons and shields as they advanced in all directions. Fenrir, with Liu Shun in tow, quietly followed one of the squads, observing their actions from a distance. The dragon-tooth warriors displayed impressive hunting skills, easily taking down some average wild boars and stag monsters. After felling their prey, they swiftly dismembered them and carried the remains in the same direction. This unusual behavior piqued Liu Shun's curiosity, prompting him to recall the myth, only to find no similar description. Determined to uncover the truth, Liu Shun continued to follow them and noticed that as the distance increased, other dragon-tooth warriors carrying prey appeared from different directions. Eventually, all the dragon-tooth warriors converged in front of a massive cave, delivering the prey inside. Surprisingly, when they emerged empty-handed, they were each holding a few yellow fangs. Once all the dragon-tooth warriors had left, Liu Shun cautiously approached the cave. He refrained from rushing in and instead used tactical goggles to carefully scout the interior. After repeated attempts, he finally discerned the scene within. A massive dragon lay sprawled on the ground, covered in poisonous sores and wounds, its wings and limbs splayed helplessly, with pus oozing from the grievous injuries, its anguished groans echoing within the cave. The dragon-tooth warriors lined up to feed the dragon. Each time the dragon ate, a few teeth would fall out, which the warriors collected, piling them up, waiting for the next batch of companions to arrive. This scene revealed the truth behind the earlier spectacle. The severely injured dragon depended on the dragon-tooth warriors to hunt for it. More striking, however, was the tree behind the dragon, bearing a golden fruit. Liu Shun immediately thought of the golden apple from the myth, guarded by a dragon. As a treasure contested by gods in mythology, could this golden apple heal the dragon's wounds? Liu Shun pondered. Yet, the injured dragon and the golden apple also sowed seeds of greed in his heart. If he planned carefully, he might obtain both the dragon's body and the golden apple. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Shun resolved to give it a try. After all, such an opportunity was rare. He and Fenrir quietly left the cave, his mind already devising a plan to target the dragon-tooth warriors. Since the dragon relied on the dragon-tooth soldiers to transport food for it, Liu Shun decided to ambush these soldiers outside and observe the dragon's condition without its food supply. With this plan in mind, he quickly summoned the toy soldiers and the three little pigs. The pigs swiftly built a makeshift shelter to ensure logistical support, while the toy soldiers were strategically positioned in every possible direction the dragon-toothed soldiers might appear, their guns poised and ready. As the main force of this ambush, the toy soldiers were tasked with completely eliminating each squad of dragon-toothed soldiers. Soon, the first squad carrying prey appeared in Liu Shun's line of sight. The guns fired instantly, and a barrage of bullets accurately hit their joints and limbs, leaving the dragon-toothed soldiers crippled and stumbling. Then, the giant Fenrir surged forward, effortlessly finishing off the maimed enemies with a single swipe. Liu Shun collected their corpses using blank cards, and was pleasantly surprised to find they were all green material cards, the dragon-toothed soldiers themselves. This discovery made Liu Shun's eyes light up. Given the sheer number of dragon-toothed soldiers, even if he couldn't obtain dragon bones or golden apples, having dozens or even hundreds of green material cards would make his expedition highly rewarding. Thus, Liu Shun quickly transformed into a ruthless taskmaster, relentlessly driving the toy soldiers and Fenrir. Apart from scheduled rest, they spent nearly all their time hunting dragon-toothed soldiers. Eventually, even the three little pigs and Liu Shun himself joined the fray. The pigs wielded wooden hammers while Liu Shun cast supportive spell cards, significantly boosting the efficiency of collecting green material cards. The hunt continued until dusk, only ending when no more dragon-toothed soldiers appeared in sight. Liu Shun returned with over 100 green material cards in hand, unable to suppress a chuckle. Hehehe. Most of these green materials came from the dragon-toothed soldiers, with a few from the prey they brought. Liu Shun was practically enamored with these dragon-toothed soldiers. They were like a never-ending supply convoy, delivering themselves and their materials right into his pockets. In the shadows, two card masters silently observed everything. As guardians, they were supposed to focus on preventing attacks from the Holy Spirit cult, but without any battles occurring, they couldn't help but envy Liu Shun's growing collection of material cards. After all, they themselves weren't short of green material cards, but seeing Liu Shun's bountiful harvest, who wouldn't wish for such a windfall? Suppressing his initial excitement, Liu Shun turned his gaze deeper into the cave. Something more precious lay hidden there, waiting for him to uncover. After eliminating most of the dragon-toothed soldiers, he examined the dragon again and noticed its wounds had worsened and the number of dragon-toothed soldiers around it had decreased clearly. They had been sent out to find food. Confirming that the lack of food was affecting the dragon, Liu Shun's resolve only strengthened. He had to eradicate every single dragon-toothed soldier and then observe the dragon's changes. His actions were swift and decisive. By evening, Liu Shun had cleared all the dragon-toothed soldiers outside the cave. If not for his fear of the dragon, he might have risked charging into the cave to slay the few remaining dragon-toothed soldiers, completing the feat of total annihilation. For now, the situation was manageable, with only a handful of dragon-toothed soldiers left by the dragon's side, and Liu Shun guarding the cave. The dragon's disadvantage due to lack of food would inevitably worsen. Liu Shun successfully intercepted all the Dragon Fang soldiers and spent a peaceful first night in the secret realm. The next morning, he checked on the dragon's condition again, and the sight before him filled him with surprise. Overnight, the dragon's injuries had worsened dramatically. The once intact dragon wings were now in tatters, and the wounds on its body had become more infected and widespread. The gaping wounds oozed pus, filling the cave with a nauseating stench. The dragon, which had been able to eat the day before, now lay motionless on the ground like a corpse, its life force barely detectable. Despite this, Liu Shun remained vigilant. He knew that even a dying apex predator could unleash a devastating attack in its final moments. To avoid unnecessary risks, Liu Shun decided to send toy soldiers to complete the task instead of himself. Under Liu Shun's command, 5 toy soldiers quickly took positions at the entrance of the cave, aiming their guns at the prone dragon. At his signal, a barrage of gunfire echoed throughout the cave. Bullets precisely hit every wound on the dragon, accompanied by the sickening splash of pus. This one-sided shooting lasted a full 10 minutes. The dragon's already battered body was now riddled with holes, surrounded by the ammunition fired by the toy soldiers. Yet, the dragon showed no reaction, as if it had truly perished. Liu Shun ordered the toy soldiers to cease fire and moved forward to assess the situation. Just as the soldiers approached the dragon's head, a pair of golden, cruel eyes suddenly opened. The dragon, which had been lying still, raised its head and swallowed all the toy soldiers in one gulp, greedily chewing them. The clash of remaining dragon teeth against the toy soldiers' bodies produced a teeth-grating screech. While feasting on this meal, the dragon coldly stared at Liu Shun outside the cave, as if warning the human who coveted its body and treasures. Liu Shun was not surprised by the dragon's reaction. He knew that starving a dragon to death overnight was unrealistic. Instead, the dragon's current actions revealed its nearing end. Liu Shun astutely noticed that during the attack, the dragon barely moved any part of its body except its head, indicating that while not dead, it was extremely weakened. However, Liu Shun was secretly pleased. He had sent toy soldiers, and the cursed spirits that inevitably appeared after their destruction would surely worsen the dragon's already dire condition. As Liu Shun's thoughts wandered, the cave echoed with the dragon's painful roars. Behind the dragon, several ghosts materialized, floating in midair. Armed with weapons carrying life curses, they relentlessly attacked the dragon's body. Positioned at the rear, even the dragon's teeth couldn't reach them. Liu Shun watched coldly, waiting for the final outcome of this life-and-death struggle. Bullets carrying the curse of life repeatedly pierced the dragon's body, releasing wisps of black smoke. The curse quickly took effect, causing the few healthy parts of the dragon's body to begin to decay. Although the dragon's body had some resistance to the curse, the severity of its injuries allowed the poison and curse to work together, accelerating the dragon's collapse. Realizing the danger, the dragon's eyes turned red with fury. It twisted its head to an impossible angle to attack the cursed specters, spewing scorching flames in an attempt to obliterate them. However, at that moment, 5 toy soldiers emerged from outside the cave, launching a frenzied assault on the dragon's head. A few bats flew overhead, heading deeper into the cave. Besieged from both sides, the dragon was enraged, wildly spewing fire to try and eliminate these pesky flies. The flames traced dazzling paths through the air, successfully destroying several cursed specters. But from the bodies of the fallen toy soldiers, new specters emerged, continuing their relentless attack. By this time, the dragon could no longer breathe fire and could only watch helplessly as these specters fired from afar. The curse of life spread to the dragon's last intact head, causing it to decay and wither, with scales falling off at an alarming rate. Knowing its life was hanging by a thread, the dragon resorted to its last measure. Using its massive body as cover, it spat a mouthful of blood onto the pile of dragon teeth in the cave. A blood-red dragon-toothed soldier slowly crawled out, silently making its way deeper into the cave. The dragon hadn't wanted to do this, as the golden apple behind it had not yet fully ripened. Only a naturally fallen golden apple could restore its health completely. But now, on the brink of death, the dragon had no choice but to hope the dragon-toothed soldier could retrieve the golden apple. However, when the dragon-toothed soldier, carrying the dragon's last hope, reached the deepest part of the cave, it found the golden apple had vanished. This unexpected discovery left the dragon, struggling in the distance, feeling puzzled and discontent. It commanded the dragon-toothed soldier to continue searching, but even after scouring the area around the golden apple tree, the soldier found no trace of the apple. Meanwhile, at the top of the cave, a few bats were using their bodies to hold up the golden fruit, preventing it from falling. The dragon sighed in despair, realizing it was all a trap, and its death was inevitable. In its final moments, pride compelled it to lift its head, maintaining its dignity even as its body decayed. And so, this dragon, whose injury's origin was unknown, met its end under Liu Shun's hand. The cursed specters continued shooting at the corpse for 5 more minutes to ensure there was no chance of survival. Then, Liu Shun entered the cave. In the darkness, the sound of bats flying could be heard, and shortly after, a golden fruit fell from the claws of a bat, caught deftly by Liu Shun. Liu Shun's mission was finally complete. The golden apple was in his possession, and the dragon's corpse was secured. First, Liu Shun used a blank card to absorb the golden apple in his hand. In the next moment, he acquired his first purple material card, a raw golden apple. He gazed at it for a few seconds before storing it away, then turned his attention to the massive dragon carcass before him. Due to the dragon's enormous size, Liu Shun's bronze-level mental strength wasn't sufficient to absorb it into the blank card all at once. So, he enlisted Fenrir's help and began dissecting the dragon, extracting valuable parts to create material cards. The cave was filled with a foul and peculiar odor, creating a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. After working for half a day, Liu Shun finally collected all the precious materials from the dragon. Among them, the purple materials included the dragon's head and heart. The blue materials were the dragon's flesh, scales, and bones, and the green materials consisted of cursed dragon blood. Even the blood-red dragon-toothed soldier wasn't overlooked, as Liu Shun transformed it into a green material card dragon blood-tooth soldier. Through a series of operations akin to skinning, extracting marrow, and breaking bones, the dragon's value was fully exploited. Liu Shun felt a deep sense of accomplishment as he looked at the various material cards now filling his mental space. It was already afternoon, and the gloomy clouds hung low in the sky, but to him, the gray sky seemed to possess a unique brilliance, making him want to sing out loud to express his inner excitement. Having been in the secret realm for less than 2 days, Liu Shun had already collected several purple material cards, a dozen blue ones, and over 100 green material cards. This bounty reassured him that his initial decision was indeed the right one, and he felt he had found the perfect place. With these materials, even if he were to exit now, he wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time. Adjusting his mindset and calming his emotions, Liu Shun quickly grew dissatisfied with his recent sense of contentment. Having ventured into the secret realm, he couldn't leave halfway through. he had to thoroughly scour the area. Recalling the bull-like creature he had seen earlier, he decided to rest briefly before setting off again, aiming to capture it as well. A few minutes later, Liu Shun returned to the vicinity of his starting point, wandering through the fields in search of the bull creature. It wasn't long before an angry roar echoed, invigorating him, and he hurried toward the source. However, the scene that greeted him was slightly disappointing. The good news was that he had indeed found the bull creature. The bad news was that it was barely alive, severely wounded, and on the brink of being killed. The piercing roar was merely its final struggle. Surrounding the bull creature were three summoned creatures: Holy Light Dove, Dark Raven, and Steel Vulture. Their masters were none other than Wang Huai and his companions, whom Liu Shun had briefly encountered before. Initially wary of the stranger approaching, they relaxed upon recognizing Liu Shun with his tactical goggles. On one hand, Wang Huai believed Liu Shun wasn't the type to snatch their prey. On the other hand, he didn't see Liu Shun as a threat. Maintaining a respectful distance, Liu Shun watched as Wang Huai further lowered his guard and approached him with a friendly greeting. "Brother Liu, what brings you here? I heard some commotion nearby and came to check it out. Now that your battle is over, I won't disturb you any longer." Liu Shun had a good impression of them, but since there was nothing for him to gain, he casually exchanged a few words and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to go, Wang Huai's voice called out, "I see you're on your own, Liu. Why not join us in exploring the secret realm? We're about to head somewhere to hunt magical creatures." Liu Shun looked at Wang Huai, who was smiling and couldn't quite discern his intentions. Was he genuinely kind, or did he have ulterior motives? Hearing Wang Huai's invitation, Wang Manyu, standing behind him, rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking to herself, "What are you thinking? Even if you're being kind, you don't have to be so straightforward. Can't you see it's a bit awkward for him?" Unaware of his sister's internal commentary, Wang Huai continued to extend his invitation to Liu Shun. Initially, Wang Huai's invitation was sparked by the sight of Liu Shun's bloodstained clothes. Although the rookie card maker bore no wounds, the blood on his clothes indicated he had not only killed a magical creature, but had done so with overwhelming power. Based on this assumption, Wang Huai decided to invite him. Despite the reasoning being flawed, from an omniscient perspective, inviting Liu Shun was the right move. Liu Shun's combat prowess was comparable to that of some experienced bronze card makers, especially given the functionality and versatility of his cards. Inviting him to join the team was undoubtedly a wise decision. In fact, when Liu Shun heard Wang Huai mention they were going to hunt magical creatures, he was inclined to accept the invitation. The prospect of encountering creatures with undead armor particularly intrigued him. Although he could use the dragon scales he had collected to craft armor cards, acquiring additional armor materials would be a bonus. Moreover, if their intentions turned out to be malicious, Liu Shun could always use a card to escape before entering the secret realm. With this in mind, he ultimately accepted Wang Huai's invitation. Thus, a new team of four was formed. Although the atmosphere was initially awkward, Wang Huai's continuous conversation gradually helped Liu Shun learn more about the team. Their goal was to hunt undead armor creatures because Wang Huai also wanted to create a new armor card. Notably, the Iron Vulture was Wang Huai's card, while the Pigeon and Crow belonged to Wang Manyu and Wang Manyu respectively. Upon hearing Wang Huai's objective, Liu Shun was surprised and shared his own goals with the team. Having a common topic of discussion helped improve the group's dynamic. Liu Shun and Wang Huai delved into many aspects of armor card crafting, and Liu Shun gained a lot from their discussions. The twins and Wang Huai, who listened intently, were equally amazed. They hadn't expected Liu Shun, a novice card maker, to have such deep understanding of magical patterns, often making Wang Huai the listener in their discussions. Their view of Liu Shun changed. This young man was undoubtedly a prodigy in card making. It also raised their anticipation for Liu Shun's cards, wondering what kind of effects this theoretical genius could achieve with his creations. As the sun set in the west, Liu Shun and his companions finally arrived at their destination, a desolate city ruin. Scattered among the crumbling walls were various weapons, bricks, and shields, but the most striking sight was the armor moving among them. These armors were empty, with only ghostly blue flames flickering inside. Under the control of these flames, the armors, wielding long swords, patrolled the area with clanging metal boots. Wang Huai explained to Liu Shun that these were actually undead creatures, and the key to defeating them was to extinguish the flames within. Demonstrating, he swooped down like a steel vulture, his iron claws shattering the helmet of an undead armor and crushing the soul fire to dust. The lifeless armor collapsed, and Wang Huai absorbed it into a blank card, transforming it into a green material card. The group then utilized their individual skills to clear out the surrounding undead armor. 3 birds with unique abilities circled and dove from the sky, each attack destroying a soul flame. Meanwhile, Liu Shun, the center of attention, chose to summon toy soldiers. Initially, he gave no commands, allowing the toy soldiers to be surrounded by the undead armor, a move that surprised Wang Huai and the others. However, as cursed phantoms began to appear, they realized the truth. Liu Shun summons could take on a spectral form after death. These cursed phantoms were adept at dealing with the undead armor, often needing just 2 shots for Liu Shun to claim a green material card. Through their combined efforts, the area was soon cleared of undead armor. Wang Huai mentioned that there were stronger undead armors nearby, but they appeared less frequently, requiring them to search on their own. As night fell, mindful of their depleted energy, they decided to resume their efforts the next day. Back at the tent, Liu Shun reviewed the day's actions and realized that, apart from his toy soldiers, he lacked cards to damage elemental creatures or ghosts. Aware of this shortcoming, he meditated and then delved into rune research. With his card-making tools in tow, he was able to process material cards into cards at any time. The next morning, Liu Shun packed up the tent, ready to embark on a new mission. Wang Huai aimed to obtain 2 to 4 blue-quality armor material cards, and Liu Shun's goal was similar. After a brief preparation, they set off, with Wang Huai leading, the twins flanking him, and Liu Shun bringing up the rear. By now, he had donned tactical goggles, using their detection skills to search for traces of the undead armor. The 3 siblings ahead released their cards, using the natural reconnaissance advantage of their bird summons to carefully search the surrounding environment. Liu Shun stepped over the ruins, his eyes not only seeking traces of the undying armor, but also closely examining the dilapidated buildings. Though in ruins, these structures still revealed an advanced level of craftsmanship, making him wonder how such intricate designs could have been constructed by creatures driven purely by instinct. While searching through the ruins, although they did not find the undying armor, Liu Shun and his companions encountered many other types of creatures. These monsters, like the undying armor, were animated by soul fire and comprised various objects. Ghostly swords and spectral war chariots appeared frequently, yet all met the same fate of being defeated and ultimately transformed into material cards collected in their mental space. The phenomenon of so many similar creatures gathering in one place piqued Liu Shun's curiosity. He asked Wang Huai for an explanation, but Wang Huai was also unsure. Liu Shun kept this question to himself and continued to focus on finding the undying armor. Finally, after an extensive search, Liu Shun discovered a solitary undying armor. This armor was more impressive and uniquely styled than those they had encountered before, with a stronger soul fire that allowed it to move freely even during the day. As the first to spot it, Liu Shun attacked without hesitation. However, this undying armor displayed astonishing strength, easily defeating the toy soldiers Liu Shun summoned. Cursed phantoms appeared in succession, and although the undying armor managed to block some attacks with its ghostfire-wreathed sword, it was ultimately overwhelmed by its tenfold adversaries and fell under their siege. This victory earned Liu Shun his first blue-quality armor material card, seemingly marking the start of a lucky streak. In the following hours, Liu Shun and Wang Huai frequently made gains, and by afternoon, each had successfully acquired 3 blue-quality armor material cards, achieving their set goal. During this process, Wang Huai witnessed the powerful function of the tactical goggles, marveling at Liu Shun's card-making abilities. The fact that he could create such cards at his age and succeed on the first try was a testament to the genius level Liu Shun had attained under the trials of the Crown of Thorns wisdom. Upon achieving their goal, the 4 rested on the spot. For Wang Huai and the others, this secret realm journey was already complete, with any further gains being unexpected bonuses. However, for Liu Shun, the remaining 2 days could not be wasted, as he aimed to gather some myth-related material cards. After resting, Liu Shun asked Wang Huai about the distribution of creatures in the area. Wang Huai candidly shared the activity ranges of various creatures they had noted beforehand, including the invulnerable golden lion, the venom-spitting hydra, the harpy with the body of a woman and the face of a bird, and the sirens that lured prey with their songs. However, Wang Huai also reminded Liu Shun that these details were known to others entering the secret realm, suggesting he should not worry too much, and that going with the flow could still yield good results. After taking some time to regroup, Liu Shun and Wang Huai decided to temporarily go their separate ways due to differing objectives. Recalling information about the mythical creatures in the secret realm, Liu Shun chose to investigate the area where the 9-headed serpent was rumored to dwell. As a frequently mentioned creature in mythology, Liu Shun believed it would yield numerous high-quality material cards. However, after searching the area, he realized the creature might have already been hunted, as evidenced by the traces of battle and venom scattered around. With his initial target unavailable, Liu Shun turned his attention to the next creature, the golden lion, which roamed a plain in the secret realm. Considering the distance and the onset of night, he decided to wait until morning to begin his search. During his meditation, Liu Shun sat in his tent, studying the material cards at hand. He began to develop new ideas for crafting powerful cards. If he used an executioner's axe as the main material, he might be able to create a spell card with an execution effect. By combining this with his earlier concept of extracting pain runes, the card could inflict severe pain on enemies, providing effective crowd control even if it couldn't execute them. As these ideas crystallized, Liu Shun couldn't help but smile at the thought of his future foes suffering in agony. The night passed uneventfully, and under the bright morning sun, Liu Shun resumed his search for the creature. After some time, he reached the target area and began scanning his surroundings using his tactical goggles. Initially, he found nothing, but soon he noticed a pool of golden, still fresh blood on the ground. Liu Shun realized the golden lion had recently been injured and passed through here, prompting him to follow the trail of blood. After a period of tracking, he successfully determined the lion's direction and quickly pursued it. However, after covering some distance, his tactical goggles indicated that the golden lion was engaged in combat with a card master. Although uncertain whether the card master could defeat the golden lion, Liu Shun decided to observe the situation first. He quietly approached, using his tactical goggles to assess the battle. It soon became clear that the card master was struggling, as their cards inflicted minimal damage on the lion, while the creature drove them into a desperate situation. While Liu Shun was secretly pleased, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Liu Shun, I'm a card master sent by the Security Bureau to protect you. Stay still and don't speak. The unexpected voice startled Liu Shun, causing him to freeze, and he quietly awaited further instructions. The card master was associated with the Holy Spirit Church, and they were about to intervene and apprehend the card master battling the lion. Liu Shun's role was to prevent their escape. He nodded in acknowledgement as the voice faded, indicating preparations were underway. Shortly thereafter, through his tactical goggles, Liu Shun saw that the card master fighting the golden lion was suddenly attacked. An entity resembling a ninja, wielding two chains, emerged from the shadows behind the card master. The chains swiftly coiled around the card master from the Holy Spirit cult, locking him securely. However, this card master was not an easy opponent. A surge of invisible energy erupted from within him, shattering the shadow chains into pieces. The aftershock of the energy wave reached Liu Shun, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. Freed from his restraints, the card master chose not to waste any more effort and quickly turned to flee in another direction. The air suddenly compressed, creating an invisible pressure that lingered. Accompanied by a rush of wind, a wind elemental creature appeared near the card master. The chilling air solidified, freezing his movements and rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow ninja swung the chains again. Strands of silver light danced, binding him in an instant. Just as the situation seemed under control, a steel coffin silently descended from the sky, trapping the card master inside. As the coffin lid slowly closed, silence enveloped the area this time. The card master was finally captured. Next to the coffin, two figures suddenly appeared, a man and a woman, both wearing the Security Bureau uniforms Liu Shun had seen before. They wore expressions of slight puzzlement. Why was he so weak? The man frowned. I thought he would put up a trick, but he got sealed just like that. How boring. The woman rolled her eyes. Well, being sealed means he can't cause any trouble. Let's leave it to the people outside to handle. Though their voices were relaxed, their actions exuded professionalism. Then, a white light flashed across the coffin, and both the coffin and the card master vanished. Is it really over just like that? Liu Shun couldn't help but feel doubtful. Are all the Holy Spirit cult members this easy to deal with? The Security Bureau man gestured for Liu Shun to come forward, and he expressed his doubts. The male card master reassured him. We didn't expect him to be so weak either, but whatever anomalies he might be hiding can be uncovered through interrogation, and you'll be informed as the relevant person in charge. Hearing this, Liu Shun's confusion eased. With the card master captured, the golden lion's ownership naturally fell to him. Soon, he caught up with the fleeing monster and summoned toy soldiers to battle. After an intense fight, the cursed ghost successfully slew the severely wounded golden lion, finally obtaining the blue quality card, the golden lion's carcass. Not far away, the two Security Bureau card masters observed Liu Shun's success and couldn't help but quietly remark, why didn't I encounter so many material cards when I entered the secret realm? The female card master quipped. Did you have any blue quality cards back then? Surviving the monsters was already an achievement. Yeah, true. Seeing Liu Shun actively engaging, they no longer hid their identities and openly accompanied him. As before, they did not intervene in battles, leaving Liu Shun to face the monsters alone. Although they did not fight, they were friendly, and along the way, Liu Shun seized the opportunity to ask about various card-making techniques, gaining valuable insights. Watching the diligent and eager to learn Liu Shun, they developed a fondness for him. With talent, hard work, and a bit of luck, this card master is destined to shine in the future. With over a day left before leaving the secret realm, Liu Shun decided to visit several monster gathering areas to collect as many material cards as possible. Based on the information provided by Wang Huai, these monster groups included sirens, harpies, and satyrs. Liu Shun resolved to clear each of these areas, aiming to conclude his secret realm journey on a perfect note. After spending some time, Liu Shun finally arrived at the area where the sirens were active, primarily along the seaside. Harpies also inhabited the cliffs by the sea, making conflicts between the two monster clans inevitable. Upon his arrival, Liu Shun witnessed a fierce battle between a harpy and several sirens. Harpies have the upper body of a human female with eagle-like features, their arms transformed into wings. Sirens, on the other hand, resemble mermaids from stories, with fishtails and enchanting voices. However, despite their distinctly female characteristics, both creatures appeared more terrifying than beautiful, as they were both flesh-eating monsters. According to Wang Huai, many card creators rushed to the secret realm as soon as it opened, eager to witness the allure of the monster girls. However, upon seeing their true forms, they left disappointed. For card creators, if they wish to find creatures that meet their aesthetic preferences, it's best to create them themselves. Otherwise, the monsters would starkly remind them of the gap between ideal and reality. After his thoughts drifted for a moment, Liu Shun refocused on the scene before him. Seeing the battling monsters, he decisively summoned toy soldiers to take them down one by one, earning several green cards. He then continued using his tactical goggles to search for nearby monsters, but the results were disappointing. His plan to hunt in groups was thwarted, as many card creators had already visited the area, causing the monsters to scatter. Liu Shun hunted until nightfall, ultimately collecting only a few cards, thanks to some sirens attempting to lure prey with their songs. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he returned to his tent to study magic patterns. With two knowledgeable companions to consult, Liu Shun made rapid progress in his research. He estimated that he would be able to create a card immediately after leaving the secret realm. Additionally, his mental strength was progressing swiftly, and he expected to break through to the bronze 4-star level by the next day, likely making him the fastest in his class. On the last day in the secret realm, Liu Shun ventured into the forest where the satyrs lived. Satyrs, with their goat horns and lower bodies, were the darlings of the forest, possessing the ability to control plants, granting them a significant home advantage. However, even so, they could not withstand the card creators' hunts. Upon arrival, Liu Shun was surprised to find many card creators active there, including Wang Huai and his group. After some thought, Liu Shun realized that these people had the same goal as him, to make one last profit on the final day. Due to the unsatisfactory hunt of sirens and harpies, everyone had turned to the satyrs' territory. Watching the card creators employ various methods to hunt the satyrs, Liu Shun felt a sense of urgency. He silently vowed to quickly join the battle himself. Without disturbing Wang Huai and the others who were hunting, Liu Shun ventured into the forest alone, using his tactical goggles to search for remaining satyrs. As numerous images and numbers flashed across his goggles, Liu Shun's in-depth search led him to a concealed cave, where nearly 10 satyrs were hiding. He summoned Fenrir and toy soldiers, and without needing any command, Fenrir transformed into a giant wolf and charged into the cave. The satyrs attempted to control the vines and thorns in resistance, but the injured Fenrir unleashed an even greater ferocity, single-handedly slaughtering the group of satyrs. Meanwhile, two monsters escaped from the cave, only to be slain by toy soldiers. In the final stage of the battle, the tactical goggles suddenly showed two card masters approaching. Moments later, two hound-like summons appeared first, followed by two middle-aged male card masters who slowly emerged. When Zhang Hu saw the green-quality satyr card Liu Shun had just collected, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he proactively engaged Liu Shun in conversation. Zhang Hu appeared unkempt, his gear well-equipped, and his tone friendly, with a hint of a seasoned veteran. His words subtly expressed interest in Liu Shun's haul, and even suggested he wanted a share of the satyr cards, joking about sharing among those who see. However, Liu Shun was quite dismissive of such negotiations, casually responding before preparing to leave, and Zhang Hu and his companion did not insist on staying. Yet, according to the tactical goggles detection, the two men continued to follow Liu Shun, their intentions unclear. Considering it might be the two hound summons tracking him, Liu Shun took the opportunity to cleanse himself with the moisture of water. Subsequently, the tactical goggles' true illusion skill activated, successfully diverting the two men towards other card masters. After completing this maneuver, Liu Shun shook his head and continued his search for satyrs. The final period in the secret realm passed this way, and as Liu Shun was transported out of the secret realm, the 5-day journey came to an end. Outside the secret realm, the homeroom teacher came to retrieve Liu Shun and inquired about his gains in the secret realm. Liu Shun looked at the 3 purple cards, a dozen blue cards, and over 100 green cards in his mental space and replied, "Not bad." Before leaving, Liu Shun bid farewell to Wang Huai and others, having formed a good impression of them. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu and his companion, who had tried to follow him, also appeared outside the secret realm, seemingly having a conflict with other card masters. Liu Shun paid no further attention to the matter and left the mythical secret realm at the teacher's call. This time, the harvest was exceptionally bountiful, but the material cards needed to be converted into cards for them to be fully utilized. It was foreseeable that Liu Shun would face a challenging period of studying magic patterns to address his weaknesses. However, for him, this process of improvement was not tedious but rather rewarding. The long and used crown of thorn wisdom filled him with anticipation, eager to try it out. Returning to the dormitory with a wealth of material cards, Liu Shun took a short rest before summoning his life card. Placing the crown of thorn wisdom on his head, he felt the familiar pain and shouted in his heart, "Awesome!" Shortly after, Rinyu, returning to the dormitory, noticed the light from Liu Shun's room and knew he was back. Initially intending to knock and greet him, Rinyu hesitated upon hearing wailing from inside and ultimately decided not to disturb him. The next day, when Liu Shun returned to school, he caught the attention of his classmates. The homeroom teacher had already informed them about Liu Shun's journey to the secret realm, so when the class leader returned, everyone couldn't help but speculate about his gains. However, as Liu Shun looked around, he noticed that Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao were absent from the classroom. After inquiring, he learned that Lin Yin had also gone to another secret realm on the third day after Liu Shun entered his, and Bai Yaoyao, seeing both of them leave, decided to take advantage of the benefits as well. As a result, Liu Shun found himself alone in the classroom. Although Liu Shun knew that the three of them had extra benefits, watching his classmates gradually disappear still put some pressure on the other students. When Liu Shun returned to the classroom, he noticed a much more intense learning atmosphere than before, which made him reflect. The day's classes ended quickly, and Liu Shun returned to his dormitory to start card making. After several days of study, he successfully mastered the painful rune brought by the Thorn Crown of Wisdom, which perfectly matched his previous concept. The materials used for this card included the Executioner's Blade Green, Iron Thorn Green, and the Haunted Blade Blue, the latter two of which Liu Shun had acquired in the secret realm. As he absorbed the materials into a blank card, Liu Shun, making a spell card for the first time, remained calm and carefully inscribed the runes he had designed onto the card. These runes included the Execution Effect Rune, Pain Rune, and Perception Amplification Rune, which were relatively complex for a spell card. After successfully drawing the runes, the next step was activation. Liu Shun picked up the card and infused it with mental energy. A light burst forth, and Liu Shun's expression remained unchanged. Creating a blue card was no longer a surprising feat for him. The card was named Blade of Pain, with a blue quality, 1-star level, and categorized as a spell. Its effect was, after the player expends mental energy to use the card, a target can be designated for execution, inflicting massive damage based on the target's injury level, with a chance to directly execute the target. During the execution process, the target will experience mental pain that intensifies with its inability to endure. If the target collapses from the pain, the Blade of Pain can execute it directly. So painful. It's too painful. Liu Shun muttered with a mischievous smile as he looked at the spell card in his hand. The card's effect was exactly what he wanted. It not only dealt immense damage but also inflicted pain on the enemy, and could even execute them if they collapsed. It was incredibly powerful. Liu Shun instinctively wanted to test the card's effect, but he couldn't just use it on Fenrir and the others, as that wouldn't be appropriate. So he decided to find Rinyu to test his Blade of Pain. Rinyu readily agreed to Liu Shun's request, as the division assessment was approaching, and he wanted Liu Shun to give him some pointers. The two went to the school's field, where Rinyu summoned a feathered serpent. Liu Shun noticed that Rinyu had also made significant progress during this time, as the feathered serpent was noticeably larger than the last time he saw it. The feathered serpent flew freely in the air, seemingly unaware of the purpose for which it had been summoned. Liu Shun had already locked onto his target and activated the spell card, Blade of Agony. As his mental energy was consumed, a slightly ethereal, blood-red executioner's blade appeared near the head of the feathered serpent. Startled by the sudden apparition, the feathered serpent attempted to distance itself from the blade, but the Blade of Agony descended in slow motion. In an instant, intense pain spread throughout the feathered serpent's body. Caught completely off guard, the summoned creature couldn't withstand the abrupt agony, which only intensified its suffering. Rinyu watched helplessly as the feathered serpent, which had been flying in the air, suddenly stiffened, its feathers bristling and its mouth wide open as if to scream silently. Then, it plummeted from the sky, lifeless. Everything happened so quickly that before Rinyu could react, he found his summoned creature already lying on the ground. Instinctively, he turned to look at Liu Shun, only to see a somewhat twisted smile on the usually gentle man's face. Noticing Rinyu's gaze, Liu Shun quickly masked his expression, so swiftly that Rinyu wondered if he'd imagined it. Although Liu Shun controlled his expression, the joy within him spread. He was thrilled not only by the Blade of Agony's immense power, which could instantly defeat Rinyu's summon, but also by the sight of the feathered serpent writhing in pain. Liu Shun grew increasingly fond of this newly crafted card, even contemplating the additional feature he would add when upgrading the Blade of Agony, transmitting the pain to the card creator through a mental link, allowing them to share in it. Returning to his senses, Liu Shun noticed that Rinyu had already retrieved the feathered serpent and was quietly standing by. Liu Shun thanked Rinyu, stating that the test results were perfect and no further experiments were needed. Then, as previously agreed, Liu Shun began to guide Rinyu, helping him organize his card deck strategy. Through Rinyu's explanation, Liu Shun understood his current combat system. Rinyu's cards were mostly water-related, with the recently defeated Feathered Serpent as the core. His strategy was to have the Feathered Serpent change the weather to rain, then summon other creatures that could perform better in water. Liu Shun thought the strategy was sound, but the specific cards seemed lacking. Without directly inquiring about the effects of Rinyu's other cards, Liu Shun inferred from his words that, aside from the Feathered Serpent, Rinyu's other cards likely weren't very powerful. Finally, Liu Shun offered two suggestions for Rinyu's deck. One was to find some compatible spell cards, like Water Vortex or Lightning, to complement the weather-changing ability of the Feathered Serpent and bolster combat strength. On the other hand, he suggested Rinyu take advantage of the benefits from the rocket class to gather materials and have the school craft a card for him. Liu Shun recommended the Siren material card he had just put up for sale online. Liu Shun did not hide the fact that he was the seller of this card, and Rinyu didn't mind, instead seriously considering Liu Shun's suggestions. As they discussed, the two returned to their dormitory. After discussing with Rinyu, Liu Shun returned to his room and began reviewing his card-making plans. He decided to focus on the study of magical patterns for armor-type cards. These cards serve as a defensive tool for card makers and come in various styles, including ancient cold weapon-style armor, futuristic nano-battle suits, and even robe-like armor. Liu Shun carefully examined the materials he had for making armor cards, which included damaged power engine green, dragon scale blue, ancient armor blue, and ancient armor green. If he wished, he could also use rare materials like dragon skull purple and dragon heart purple. After much contemplation, Liu Shun decided to create a sci-fi style nano-battle suit, both because he found suitable mechanical materials and because he wanted the armor to match the style of his tactical goggles. Additionally, mechanical cards can be combined, which made Liu Shun think that perhaps he could merge the tactical goggles with the card he was about to create, producing effects beyond his expectations. Having determined the type of armor card, Liu Shun began studying magical patterns. Donning the crown of thorned wisdom, he referenced notes from teacher Lei Kai to delve deeper into the relevant patterns. Over the following days, whether at school or back in his dorm, Liu Shun pondered card-making issues. Since this armor was meant to protect himself, he wanted it to be perfect. His dorm was located next to the homeroom teachers, allowing him to seek guidance whenever he encountered problems. Initially, the homeroom teacher was pleased with Liu Shun's diligence, but as time went on, he became concerned about Liu Shun's relentless dedication. Nevertheless, he was pleasantly surprised to see Liu Shun's steady improvement in card-making skills. Faced with such a talented and eager student, the homeroom teacher felt both pained and delighted. It wasn't just the homeroom teacher who noticed Liu Shun's state. Other students in the rocket class also observed the class monitor's extraordinary effort. He frequently consulted the homeroom teacher about card-making knowledge and often visited the library to research related books. Even during practical classes, he was often deep in thought, emanating a scholarly aura that deterred classmates from approaching him. Thanks to Liu Shun's efforts and the upcoming class division assessments, the learning atmosphere in the rocket class became increasingly intense. Even Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao, who had just returned, were amazed by the changes in the class. Seeing Liu Shun's performance, their initial restlessness was instantly replaced by a sense of urgency, realizing they couldn't fall behind. The vice monitor and the academic committee member quickly adapted to this atmosphere as well. The homeroom teacher, seeing all this, couldn't stop smiling, thinking to himself that the rocket class was thriving just as it should. One evening, after returning to his dorm, Liu Shun, fueled by the mental clarity brought on by fatigue, diligently worked at his desk. After a significant effort, he finally designed a complete card magical pattern. Excitement surged through Liu Shun's mind as he prepared to celebrate his victory, but it was quickly overwhelmed by sudden, intense pain. The agony made him flail uncontrollably until he finally found relief. Feeling a sense of ease and slight joy, he rested on his bed for a moment before getting up to select materials for his designed magic pattern. After a period of waiting, the materials required for card making were neatly arranged on the table. A damaged power engine green, dragon scale blue, dragon blood blue, ancient armor blue, nanotechnology core blue, future technology machine tool blue, supercomputer blue, and telekinesis conversion device blue. In total, there were 8 materials, most of which were of blue quality. This was Liu Shun's first attempt at card making. He worked to calm his emotions and began absorbing the materials into the card. Once he confirmed his mental state was at its peak, Liu Shun recalled his design magic pattern and started drawing. The card-making pen, infused with his mental strength, glided across the card's surface as Liu Shun focused entirely on his task. This time, the design was more complex than before, featuring a complete 3-dimensional magic pattern, requiring meticulous control over his mental power. Time slipped by quietly, and 40 minutes passed in an instant. Immersed in the card-making process, Liu Shun felt his mental strength nearing exhaustion. At this moment, The pain endurance he had built up through practice proved invaluable. Fighting through fatigue, Liu Shun completed the final touches. Curves, three-dimensional shapes, spirals, each challenge was overcome. Just as his mental strength was about to deplete, he successfully finished the drawing. He tossed the card-making pen aside and collapsed into his chair, his forehead drenched in sweat. After a brief rest, with some mental strength recovered, Liu Shun turned his attention to the card on the table. Picking it up, though satisfied with the materials and the magic pattern he had just drawn, he still felt a twinge of unease. Shaking off the feeling, he infused his mental power into the card. Instantly, a dazzling purple light filled his vision, and the card's glow momentarily dimmed the room's lights. Relieved, Liu Shun was filled with joy. He didn't rush to check the card's effects, but instead carefully observed the card illustration. Against the backdrop of an endless night sky, a figure stood at the center of the card. It was a suit of armor that perfectly blended sci-fi and mystical styles. The pure white material outlined a flawless silhouette, with a structure that was distinct yet aesthetically pleasing, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. Blood-red patterns covered the entire body, with flowing light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The armor's overall style was simple yet mysterious, with no unnecessary features on the face. The helmet, pure white, had only a few faintly glowing lines forming eye-like shapes. A blood-red circle on the chest extended outward, connecting with vein-like patterns, resembling a heart or perhaps an energy core. The armor hovered in the air, its arms angled slightly forward, one leg hanging naturally, the other bent slightly at the knee. Its face was directed at the card face, expressionless, yet its unique design and divine posture conveyed an aura of majesty that even Liu Shun, outside the card, could feel. Liu Shun held a card called Final Radiance in his hand, filled with anticipation and excitement. This card, of purple quality, contained immense power and endless possibilities. Its tool skill could use nanotechnology to transform everything around into weapons, even guns, shells, tanks, and bombers, all driven by his thoughts. Final Radiance not only converted the user's mental strength into telekinesis, granting abilities such as flight, attack, defense, and reconnaissance, but also allowed for a dragon transformation mode, which consumed mental power rapidly, but significantly enhanced all capabilities. The ultimate skill of Final Radiance, after depleting all mental power and reserve energy, would lock onto enemies within range and obliterate everything with endless radiance. The card's characteristics were equally astounding. The use of nanotechnology allowed it to modify and control mechanical creatures or tools, even upgrading itself. Liu Shun's mental core served as the card's reserve energy, accumulating mental power daily to support the cardmaker. Meanwhile, dragon blood boiling augmented the cardmaker's physique and spirit in all aspects, boosting combat strength. Upon witnessing the card's effects, Liu Shun's mind went blank, and he stood frozen. A few seconds later, he came back to his senses, muttering, "Is this effect real?" Although he had envisioned such skills while drawing the magic patterns, the reality of it all felt utterly surreal. As he felt the tactile sensation from his fingers and realized the authenticity of everything, Liu Shun's lips curled into a smile until laughter filled the entire room, even spilling through the cracks, making Rinyu, who was studying magic patterns, wonder if he was hearing things. At this moment, Liu Shun couldn't care less about anything else. His laughter couldn't fully express his inner joy. He danced around the room, laughing so heartily that his throat began to hurt, forcing him to pause and catch his breath. As the overwhelming joy slowly faded, he was eager to try using the card. Although Final Radiance was a purple quality card, and Liu Shun was only at the bronze 4-star level, as the card's creator, he could use a weakened version of Final Radiance, roughly equivalent to a blue quality card. To mark the occasion of the first usage, Liu Shun stood in front of a full-length mirror, wanting to see the complete Final Radiance. He struck a pose, consumed mental power, and silently chanted, "Combine." With a series of moves, Liu Shun felt an incredibly smooth process. Then, he saw in the mirror that silver-white liquid emerged from all over his body, entwining and solidifying to cover him entirely, eventually forming a beautifully pure white mech. It wasn't over yet. The patterns on the mirror's white mech began to glow with a blood-red light, as if heralding the impending release of tremendous power. Just like real blood flowing to the heart, the crimson light finally gathered at the circular ring on his chest. It pulsed once, then twice, like the beating of a heart, and on the third pulse, the blood-red ring on his chest fully lit up. Simultaneously, the face of the ultimate radiance, with patterns resembling eyes, also shone brightly, reminiscent of the activation of a mech in a sci-fi movie. Extremely cool. Liu Shun witnessed his transformation in the mirror, letting out a sound akin to a ghostly wail. As someone who grew up watching Armor Heroes and Kamen Rider, he never imagined that one day he could transform so stylishly. Looking at the strange and cool machine in the mirror, Liu Shun felt like the coolest person in the world. He then performed the cool moves he had practiced countless times in his past life. swinging his arms, throwing punches, striking poses. Seeing his heroic reflection in the mirror, Liu Shun felt immensely satisfied. After admiring himself for a while, Liu Shun finally began to test the functions of the ultimate radiance. First was the dragon blood boiling. Previously too excited to notice, now calm, he felt his strength and speed had indeed increased significantly. Although he hadn't conducted formal tests, he felt confident that kicking a car away wouldn't be difficult. Next, Liu Shun tested the telekinesis function. Without needing to try deliberately, he only had to think, and the full-length mirror in front of him floated up. After putting it down, he constructed a telekinetic shield in front of the mirror. He punched it, finding that his strength hit the air in front of the mirror. Although invisible, he could clearly feel the presence of telekinesis. Then, Liu Shun tried using telekinesis to sense his surroundings, discovering he could easily grasp the situation on this floor. Finally, he tested the nanotechnology-related functions. Liu Shun summoned tactical goggles, and silver-white liquid flowed from his nano-armored hand, engulfing them. After some modification, Liu Shun was delighted to find that the life detection function of the tactical goggles was compatible with the ultimate radiance, with detection results transmitted directly to him through the armor. Except for the real illusion function, all other functions of the tactical goggles were copied to him by the ultimate radiance. This is the self-upgrading transformation of nanotechnology. At this moment, Liu Shun's evaluation of the ultimate radiance was a perfect score. He continued testing to see where its limits lay. Silver-white liquid surged from Liu Shun's armor, forming a long silver-white whip. He lashed it out, and the whip turned into a lasso, binding the kettle in the room. Then, the lasso turned into a liquid, swarming like ants to engulf the kettle. After a moment of transformation, a miniaturized handgun appeared before Liu Shun. He controlled the handgun with telekinesis to fire bullets at himself. Bang! The bullet hit the ultimate radiance without causing any damage, only creating a dragon scale-like ripple on its surface. After a series of experiments, Liu Shun could only describe the new card he created with one word: invincible. After testing the full capabilities of the ultimate radiance, Liu Shun still felt unsatisfied. He was eager to experience its true power in real combat. Remembering the battle club he had visited before, Liu Shun quickly donned his armor and flew towards the club. The ultimate radiance has two flight modes. One utilizes telekinesis to lift oneself, while the other constructs a flying device using nanotechnology. During his flight, Liu Shun experimented with both methods, finding that while telekinesis was more agile, it consumed more energy, whereas the flying device was better suited for long-distance travel. Regardless of the method, the speed of the ultimate radiance was extremely fast. On the way from school to the battle club, no cardmaster's vehicle could match Liu Shun's speed. They could only watch as he swiftly overtook them, not even catching a whiff of his exhaust. In no time, Liu Shun arrived at the battle club. For this match, he didn't choose opponents of his own level, but instead hoped to face some bronze-level cardmasters. After a short wait, Liu Shun's name appeared on the screen, and his opponent was a bronze 7-star cardmaster. Filled with anticipation, Liu Shun headed straight to the arena. On the other side of the battle club, a mature-looking young man saw his opponent and felt disappointed. He had hoped to face a worthy adversary rather than easily defeat a bronze 4-star rookie. Oh well, he thought, let's finish this quickly and rematch. Moments later, the referee's voice rang out, and the mature young man stood there in disbelief at what had just happened. His pre-fight confidence vanished, replaced by a mix of confusion, shock, and bitterness. Looking at the strange and mysterious armor across from him, he suddenly felt a wave of frustration. Recalling the battle, his main card had barely been summoned when the opponent launched a barrage of small missiles, destroying it instantly. Next, he summoned a tank card and an assassin card, trying to buy time for a counterattack. But this time, his opponent didn't even lift a finger, and his summons were pounded like sandbags by invisible attacks. His hope, the assassin card, failed to even breach the opponent's defense and was locked in place by the transforming armor, subjected to a close-range barrage. The entire battle felt like a one-sided slaughter, and even this situation was a result of the opponent going easy on him. The mature young man noticed several times the opponent deliberately took attacks from his cards, yet nothing happened. By the end, he didn't even hear the referee's announcement, his expression dazed and bewildered. It was only after stumbling out of the arena that he snapped back to reality, deciding to leave the club without hesitation. Forget fighting, he thought, I'll just go home and sleep. Meanwhile, Liu Shun felt exhilarated. If you ask why, it's like many people enjoy the thrill of overwhelming force, and Liu Shun's current matches were just that. Overwhelming cardmasters? Firepower domination. A card maker specializing in props? Powerful enough to crush skulls. A card maker focusing on mechanics? Bring it on. No matter the type of opponent, Liu Shun, clad in his ultimate armor, always finds a way to counter. Ultimately, he achieved an impressive 15 consecutive victories with his ultimate radiance card. In the later stages of the battles, he became so engrossed that he relied solely on his armor's defense. enduring his opponent's card attacks while relentlessly pursuing their card makers. Despite this, he still emerged victorious. During Liu Shun's 15-win streak, more and more people began to take notice of his record, gathering to watch his battles. They were left speechless as they witnessed Liu Shun's dominating battle style, effortlessly wielding the power of ultimate radiance. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a barrage of missiles. With a gesture, he controlled telekinetic forces. 18 types of weapons were showcased in his hands in turn. Beneath the flashy exterior, his battles were actually comprehensive dominations, causing his opponents' defenses to crumble. Some opponents even fled the arena in tears before the referee could announce the results. As Liu Shun's reputation grew, news of his prowess spread through the battle club, attracting more spectators and challengers. Although watching required buying a ticket, audiences felt it was worth every penny to witness such overwhelming battles. Besides cheering for Liu Shun's victories, the audience was most intrigued by the performance of Liu Shun's armor card. Some analyzed the blood-red patterns on the surface of ultimate radiance. Others discussed its invisible offensive and defensive capabilities, and some noticed the dragon scale patterns that appeared when the armor was hit. Around the arena, heated debates erupted over the capabilities of ultimate radiance. However, what Liu Shun displayed tonight was still only the incomplete form of ultimate radiance. He had been limited to the overall level of a blue quality card, and skills like Dragon's Roar, Ultimate Radiance, and nanotechnology had not been fully utilized. If he were to unleash them all, it would likely leave a crowd in awe. After achieving his 15-win streak, Liu Shun's excitement began to fade. This streak not only allowed him to test the power of ultimate radiance in real combat, but also earned him a considerable amount of money. In addition to the club's rewards, the ticket sales from the numerous spectators provided him with enough to buy 1 or 2 pieces of blue materials. This made Liu Shun reflect on why the battle club's business was so booming. It was not only a place to hone one's skills, but also profitable. Just as Liu Shun was about to leave after collecting his rewards, a staff member stopped him. "The manager here wants to see me?" Liu Shun asked, puzzled. The staff member nodded with a smile, assuring him it was a good thing for Liu Shun. Curious, Liu Shun met with the club manager in an office. The manager was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight but with a warm smile, giving the impression of a friendly neighbor. Upon meeting Liu Shun, the manager's smile became even warmer as he took the initiative to shake Liu Shun's hand, and then served him a cup of tea, displaying impeccable manners and sincerity. Liu Shun, however, did not touch the tea before him and directly asked, "What is the reason you've asked to see me?" Instead of answering immediately, the manager praised Liu Shun's earlier performance, calling him a young prodigy and predicting he would become a pillar of the nation, showering him with compliments. After a round of flattery, the manager finally revealed his true intention. He wanted to hire Liu Shun to participate in a competition for their club. The manager went on to explain the details of the competition. As it turns out, besides their regular operations, battle clubs in Jiuxiao City hold regular competitions to attract new users. The competitions are divided into 2 levels. The bronze level requires 5 participants, while the silver level only needs 3. The competition format is a knockout style, with the winner staying on the field and the loser stepping down, continuing until one side has no players left. The manager hoped that Liu Shun would join the bronze level competition. Regarding the compensation, the manager stated that the base reward would be 3 blue materials, and if Liu Shun won, he would also receive a detailed analysis of the magical pattern for the purple field card Frozen Land, which includes complete magical patterns and analysis data. Hearing this offer, Liu Shun was tempted. A detailed analysis of a field card's magical pattern was highly appealing to him, especially after witnessing the power of teacher Lei Kai's field card. However, after careful consideration, Liu Shun did not immediately accept or decline the offer. He simply told the manager he needed some time to think it over. Although the manager was somewhat disappointed not to receive an immediate affirmative answer, he still politely saw Liu Shun out of the club and informed him that he could provide an answer within a week. Watching Liu Shun's figure gradually disappear into the sky, the manager sighed. He sincerely hoped Liu Shun would accept the club's offer because, after witnessing his 15 consecutive victories, the manager was convinced that Liu Shun's battle armor was undoubtedly a purple quality card. If they could recruit this card-making prodigy who could create purple quality cards, their club would surely dominate the bronze level competition and establish a strong reputation for the newly opened club. Although Liu Shun hadn't agreed immediately, the manager remained confident in the allure of the field card. He knew that even though it was the lowest grade of purple quality field cards, for a card-making genius like Liu Shun, it was far more valuable and enticing than a few material cards. Upon returning to his dormitory, Liu Shun initially intended to consult his homeroom teacher about the club. However, glancing at the clock, he realized it was already late at night. He decided not to disturb the teacher and instead began meditating. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Liu Shun took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Eventually, a radiant glow enveloped him, significantly enhancing the efficiency of his meditation. In his mental space, numerous cards shimmered like stars, aiding his cultivation. At this pace, I should be able to break through to bronze 5-star in at most 5 days, Liu Shun estimated in his mind. Although his progress in mental power seemed slower compared to his card-making achievements, he understood that breakthroughs in mental strength required steady, accumulated effort over time. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows. The homeroom teacher walked in, observing the students already engrossed in their studies, a satisfied smile crossing his face. But soon, his expression turned serious. He rapped the podium forcefully to draw everyone's attention. There is an important announcement, the teacher said, surveying the classroom, each word carrying weight. The time and format for the class division assessment have been decided. This announcement hit the classroom like a bomb, instantly igniting whispers and discussions among the students. However, they quickly quieted down, waiting for the teacher to continue. This year's assessment will be different from previous years, the teacher went on. The format will align with the Qianlong plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted with exclamations. The Qianlong plan? Is this for real? That's insane. Voices rose and fell in a chorus of disbelief and excitement. The Qianlong plan was a familiar term to every student present. It represented the nation's top-level training program established to cultivate the next generation of elite card makers. Through rigorous selection, only 100 exceptionally talented young card makers were chosen to participate. Those fortunate enough to be selected not only gained direct entry into top universities, but also began receiving higher education the moment they were selected. Liu Shun and his classmates closely followed the Qianlong plan selections every year. Even if they weren't chosen, discussing it had become a habit. As the top high school in Jiuxiao City, their school traditionally had the privilege to recommend students for the Qianlong plan selection, often nominating standout students from the rocket class, like Liu Shun and Lin Yan. The teacher continued, the reason for aligning the assessment with the Qianlong plan is because students recommended from our city have underperformed in past selections. Therefore, the City Education Bureau, in collaboration with several key high schools, has decided to hold a selection competition. All the slots for the Qianlong plan from our city will be awarded as prizes to the top performers in this competition. This statement was like a bolt of lightning, instantly electrifying the classroom atmosphere. The students' excitement was almost palpable, as if it could raise the roof. Although most knew their chances were slim even with this opportunity, who could say for sure that a miracle wouldn't happen? If I push myself a little harder, maybe I can create a strong enough card to win a spot. This thought sprouted in many minds. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly fervent, the teacher had to exert his authority to calm things down. Quiet. His voice was like a hammer, instantly silencing the noisy classroom. The homeroom teacher's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling the excitement in the classroom. I don't know what you're all cheering about, he said, his gaze sternly sweeping over each student. To put it bluntly, after the class division assessment, some of you might not even be sitting in this classroom. How can you still be dreaming about the Qianlong program? In the heavy atmosphere, the homeroom teacher detailed the upcoming assessment schedule. The class division assessment, starting the day after tomorrow, consists of 2 parts, theoretical card making and practical combat. In the first round, the school provides materials, and students must demonstrate their card-making skills. Based on their performance, each student can bring a specified number of custom-made and personal cards into the second round. The second round adopts a battle royale format, lasting a day and a night. Each student starts with an initial score and can earn points by hunting monsters or defeating other students. Classes will be redivided based on the overall performance in both rounds. As for the city selection in 2 months, while similar in format, there are adjustments in the details. At that time, all students of the same grade level in Jiuxiao City will compete for the coveted spots in the Qianlong program selection. After conveying this information, the homeroom teacher immediately transitioned into teaching the card-making course. However, the attention in the classroom was noticeably scattered. Even Liu Shun was multitasking, listening to the lesson while pondering the Qianlong program. Although he had successfully created the final glory of purple quality, it was far from sufficient. He needed to perfect his combat system, construct the basic framework of his magic dice deck in the upcoming time, and expand the variety of cards to handle various complex scenarios. When the class bell rang, Liu Shun was still deep in thought. At that moment, the homeroom teacher called him, Lin Yan, and Bai Yao Yao to the office. It turned out that this year Jiuxiao City had changed the recommendation method for the Qianlong program, which worried the school authorities. Previously, the school directly recommended students, but the results were unsatisfactory. If no one from the school is selected this year, it would severely impact the school's reputation. Therefore, the homeroom teacher specifically gathered the students he deemed most promising to increase their training efforts and inquiring about their specific needs. After Lin Yan and Bai Yao Yao stated their requests, the homeroom teacher turned his attention to Liu Shun. And you, Liu Shun? Liu Shun hesitated briefly before asking about the issue of being hired by a club. The homeroom teacher was surprised, evidently not expecting a battle club to value Liu Shun so highly, offering a detailed domain card as compensation. I'm familiar with this club, the homeroom teacher quickly affirmed. You can definitely agree to the employment contract. If you're confident in your abilities, you might even negotiate for more compensation. With this answer, Liu Shun nodded and then expressed his needs for school support, materials, and information related to domain cards. After leaving the homeroom teacher's office, Lin Yan suddenly asked Liu Shun about the location of the battle club on their way back to class. Liu Shun looked up at Lin Yan, noticing the serious and determined look in his eyes. Bai Yao Yao, standing nearby, also perked up her ears, clearly feeling the pressure. Despite finding it slightly amusing, Liu Shun directly told them the name of the battle club. Observing Lin Yan and Bai Yao Yao's focused expressions, Liu Shun couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. If they thought winning at the battle club would be easy, they might face setbacks. Although Liu Shun had achieved 15 consecutive victories with his ultimate brilliance, many of his opponents were formidable. At the very least, their skills surpassed Lin Yan and Bai Yao Yao's before they ventured into the secret realm. So if they hadn't significantly improved, they still faced a high likelihood of defeat against seasoned bronze card masters. Returning to the classroom amidst the gaze of his classmates, Liu Shun sat down and continued to plan his next steps. Besides domain cards, his primary focus was also on researching cards with magic dice entries, not limited to summoning cards, but also including spell cards and item cards, to build a comprehensive combat system. As Liu Shun buried himself in his notes, time quietly slipped away, and soon the school bell rang. Liu Shun decided to head directly to the battle club to discuss employment matters. Considering that Lin Yan and Bai Yao Yao had already inquired about the club's address, Liu Shun asked if they wanted to join him. Naturally, they eagerly agreed, filled with curiosity about the battle club. Oh, do you have vehicle cards? Liu Shun suddenly asked as they walked downstairs. Receiving affirmative answers, he nodded, then just follow me. With that, a silvery liquid enveloped Liu Shun's entire body, and his ultimate brilliance floated into the air. Lin Yan seemed unfazed by Liu Shun's armor, but Bai Yao Yao was visibly excited, her eyes gleaming with eagerness to touch the ultimate brilliance. Noticing her expression, Liu Shun felt a shiver and reminded her to restrain herself, though she couldn't help but sneak glances. By then, Lin Yan had summoned his vehicle card, a magic carpet, while Bai Yao Yao's vehicle card was a jetpack. Seeing them ready, Liu Shun began to fly. To accommodate the two behind him, he kept his flying speed moderate. After some time, they successfully reached the Kabuto Battle Club. Inside, Bai Yao Yao and Lin Yan curiously observed their surroundings. Liu Shun handed them over to the staff and went to find the club manager for a discussion. Knowing Liu Shun wanted to talk, the manager understood the employment deal was likely secured. Smiling, he courteously invited Liu Shun into the office. Liu Shun wasted no time on pleasantries and directly stated that they could discuss the employment terms, but he hoped for a slight increase in price. Hearing this request, the manager frowned slightly and said, "Xiao Lu, the compensation I'm offering is quite substantial. In my opinion, selecting any 3 blue quality cards of your choice along with a detailed explanation of domain cards is already generous." His expression was sincere and his tone earnest, but Liu Shun simply replied, "What if I can win 5 in a row?" Upon hearing this, the manager's expression changed immediately, and he began to waver internally. Indeed, with that card, it was possible to defeat all 5 opponents in a row. Thinking of this, a smile returned to his face. After confirming that Liu Shun's ultimate brilliance was of purple quality, he reached an agreement with Liu Shun, a guaranteed reward of 3 blue quality material cards, with an additional purple quality domain card, ice and snow detailed explanation, if victorious. If Liu Shun managed to defeat all 5 opponents, the battle club would also provide the material, purple space fragment, needed to create domain cards. After successfully reaching an agreement, the manager informed Liu Shun that the match was scheduled for next Sunday, right here. As for the other club members, they were currently engaged in battles within the club. The manager planned to introduce Liu Shun to them and get him acquainted. So, the manager led Liu Shun through a series of turns and eventually stopped beside a field. He pointed to a young man on the left and introduced, "This is one of the team members, Gong Yu, who primarily uses beast-type cards for frontal assaults." After a brief introduction, the manager was about to leave with Liu Shun but was stopped by him. Liu Shun pointed at Gong Yu's opponent and smiled. "He's my classmate, and I'd like to watch their battle." Hearing this, the manager, who was initially planning to leave, became interested as well. Having witnessed Liu Shun's 15 consecutive victories, he was curious about Liu Shun's classmate and wanted to see what skills he possessed. Thus, under their watchful eyes, the match officially began. As the match started, Gong Yu summoned a massive gray wolf and another smaller wolf-shaped creature. The manager explained from the side, these are his 2 favorite cards, the wolf and the jackal, which can cooperate in battle. As anticipated, the jackal immediately climbed onto the wolf's back, and together they charged at the opponent. On the other side, Lin Yan remained calm. holding an elemental wand without summoning the familiar ice and fire spirits or earth golem. Instead, he summoned a card Liu Shun had never seen before, a butterfly-shaped elemental creature formed by fierce air currents. As it appeared, the field began to stir with breezes. Following this, Lin Yan also summoned an earth golem to stand in front of him. Both sides employed their tactics, with Gong Yu's beasts clashing with Lin Yan's elements in a closely matched battle. The only exception was the butterfly Lin Yan summoned at the start, which did not engage in the fight, but quietly flapped its wings beside Lin Yan. Just as Gong Yu's cards finally overcame the earth golem and gained an advantage, the previously inactive butterfly finally made its move. It flew forward, creating a small storm around it instantly. Neither the wolf, jackal, nor any of Gong Yu's other summons could resist, and were torn apart by the violent air currents, resulting in their immediate demise. Ultimately, Lin Yan emerged victorious in this battle. After watching this match, the manager had a favorable opinion of Lin Yan. However, when he subconsciously compared him to Liu Shun, he realized that Lin Yan's performance, while commendable, seemed somewhat lacking in comparison. This mindset led the manager to remark to Liu Shun, "But compared to you, Xiao Lu, he's still quite a bit inferior." Liu Shun naturally replied, "Lin Yan's performance is decent compared to others, but there's no comparison between us." The air of confidence in his words made the manager take notice. After witnessing Lin Yan's battle, Liu Shun followed the supervisor to meet the other team members. Initially, they were somewhat puzzled by him, but their attitude changed instantly when they learned that Liu Shun was the one who had achieved 15 consecutive victories. As regulars of the battle club, they understood the significance of such a streak. Therefore, there was no objection to Liu Shun being the starter. While Liu Shun was happily interacting with the team members, Lin Yan and Bai Yao fell into deep thought. Although their performance in several matched battles was decent, they couldn't help but feel doubtful when thinking about Liu Shun's 15 victories. Liu Shun had only entered the secret realm a few days before them. So why was there such a stark difference upon their return? When Liu Shun finished the meeting and was about to leave, he noticed that Lin Yan and Bai Yao were still engrossed in their battles, so he didn't disturb them and returned to the school dormitory alone. Back at the dormitory, Liu Shun continued with his plan to study the magic dice card entries. He reviewed the materials he had, and considering the existing cards, he decided to create a magic dice card with control abilities. Among the materials he had, only the blue magic gloves of the Master Thief were available. The rest of the materials would need to be determined based on the progress of magic pattern research and Liu Shun's ideas. In the following days, Liu Shun focused not only on researching magic patterns related to control effects, but also on looking through various cards for inspiration. Necromancer Puppeteer, Shadow Mimic, Labyrinth Master, Balloon Angel. As he searched for inspiration, Liu Shun realized that the scope of control cards was incredibly broad. Forced control, blockade, behavior interference, many effects or cards could be categorized as control. Liu Shun pondered what type of control card he truly needed. Upon analyzing the existing cards, Liu Shun realized he wasn't lacking in offensive means. Whether it was Fenrir, Toy Soldier, Blade of Agony, or Final Glory, these cards all possessed attack capabilities. However, what he lacked was a hard control ability. If he could have a card that could immobilize an enemy for a few seconds, his other cards would show the enemy what true cruelty meant. After some analysis, Liu Shun gradually found a direction. Just as he was engrossed in the study of magic patterns, there was a knock on his door. Liu Shun opened it to find Run Yu standing outside, holding an invitation and asking, "Liu Shun, is this for you?" Liu Shun took the invitation and saw that it had no name on it, just some unintelligible text written in blood-red ink on black paper. Initially thinking it was a prank, Liu Shun noticed a symbol in the corner of the invitation and his expression turned serious. It was the emblem of the Holy Spirit cult. He immediately informed his class teacher next door. Shortly after, the security bureau personnel he had met before also arrived in the room. Upon seeing the invitation, they appeared somewhat peculiar. Noticing this, Liu Shun directly asked if they knew anything. They didn't hide anything and shared the information with Liu Shun and the others. It turned out that such invitations from the Holy Spirit cult had been appearing frequently over the past 2 months. When someone writes their name on the invitation, they gain access to the information within it. This information includes detailed card-making knowledge from within the Holy Spirit sect, which, once learned, allows them to create some basic black cards. Both Wei Mingbo and the card maker captured in the secret realm ended up in their situations because they had written their names on the invitation. The security department believes that these invitations are actually a method for the Holy Spirit sect to screen members and create chaos. Typically, such invitations appear to those who harbor resentment, are dissatisfied with society, and have no regard for law and order. The subliminal messages embedded in the invitations encourage them to write their names, enabling these fledgling outer members of the Holy Spirit sect to cause disruption and allowing the sect to identify the truly ruthless individuals to recruit. Although these invitations have only been appearing for 2 months, they have already caused considerable trouble for the Security Bureau. Liu Shun was puzzled. Wasn't the Holy Spirit sect already suppressed and forced to flee abroad? How could they still dare to act so boldly? The Security Bureau was also at a loss, as the sect had only been dismantled the year before, so this activity seemed more like the remnants of the sect causing trouble out of spite. Based on the current situation, as long as one doesn't write their name on the invitation, nothing will happen. Therefore, the Security Bureau has adopted a strategy of observing and protecting those who receive the invitations but do not fill in their names. Today, after destroying the invitation, Security Bureau personnel reassured Liu Shun and the others, telling them not to worry and that everything would be fine. Although Liu Shun trusted the Security Bureau's protection, he silently decided to accelerate his plans. After all, protection is just protection. In the face of real danger, one's own strength is the most reliable safeguard. Back in his room, Liu Shun continued to wear the crown of thorned wisdom and study magic patterns. The urgency he felt inside led him to use his life card more frequently tonight, and naturally, his progress accelerated significantly. 2 days passed quickly, and although Liu Shun was engrossed in his card-making research, he couldn't miss the class placement assessment. He wasn't worried about the results, but he was interested in the competition format, which was similar to the Qianlong Plan assessment. It was a good opportunity to gain experience for the upcoming city selection and Qianlong Plan selection. Additionally, Liu Shun hoped to find inspiration through the assessment. Recently, he had made rapid progress in his research, but he still had no clear ideas about the types and appearances of new cards. This class placement assessment would allow him to see many new cards created by his classmates, possibly sparking new ideas. With this mindset, Liu Shun entered the classroom as usual. By this time, most of his classmates had already arrived, which was unusual as the classroom was typically not so crowded at this hour. Noticing the tense atmosphere and seeing his classmates cramming at the last minute, Liu Shun felt as if he had returned to his high school days. Soon, all the students were present, not only from the rocket class, but also from other classes, making their final efforts or prayers before the exam. They were not hoping to move up to a better class, but simply not to drop down. In this atmosphere, as the bell signaling the start of the exam rang, Liu Shun and his classmates made their way to the exam hall. Similar to the placement exam when Liu Shun first arrived, this test also required each candidate to enter an individual room. Inside the examination room, besides the test paper, there was a card pack and card-making tools. The test questions covered various aspects, including the principles of magic patterns and key points of card making. The final major question required candidates to use the materials in the card pack to create a card. As the exam began, the candidates in the room started answering the questions. Liu Shun wrote quickly on the test paper. For him, these questions posed no challenge, and he instinctively wrote down the answers. In less than half an hour, he completed the preliminary questions and turned his attention to the card pack. Opening the card pack, he examined the materials. Iron boots green, human face centipede green, tranquil bell green, sheepskin contract green, eight-faced Han sword green, city god statue green, murderer's mask green, laser gun green, and a plethora of white materials including full-body raincoat, coarse bread, and new coffin. Clearly, this assessment provided more materials than before. Faced with such a variety of materials, Liu Shun was momentarily puzzled, but remembering that the cards made during this round would be used in a battle royale, he began to form a plan. He selected Tranquil Bell Green, Murderer's Mask Green, Sheepskin Contract Green, Human Face Centipede Green, Full Body Raincoat White, Small Chainsaw White, and Butcher White, then started designing the magic patterns. Although the school would reclaim the cards after the assessment, he still aimed for perfection, striving to achieve a perfect chemical reaction between the magic patterns and the materials. After some thought, he designed magic patterns for detection, fear, transformation, and tracking. After spending some time, Liu Shun was generally satisfied with the result. Next came the card-making phase. He skillfully absorbed the materials and drew the magic patterns. His control of mental power was impeccable. From the perspective of the proctor, he was the first student to complete the card-making. Having heard of Liu Shun's reputation, the teacher was quite curious to see what kind of card Liu Shun would create. Injecting mental power into it, the glowing light didn't surprise Liu Shun. He was more concerned about the card's effects. The card was named Chainsaw Butcher, with a blue quality, 1-star level, and categorized as a summon. Its skill, heart-stopping, allowed the Chainsaw Butcher to detect prey with a terrifying bell sound. Those injured by the Chainsaw Butcher became more sensitive to the sound and more prone to extreme panic. The skill Chainsaw Pursuit enabled the Chainsaw Butcher to swiftly approach the target and launch a frenzied attack, significantly heightening the target's fear and inflicting massive damage on the target and nearby life forms. Additionally, the Chainsaw Butcher could actively enter a demon form, with all-around enhancements, causing any life forms witnessing the demon form to experience varying degrees of fear based on their willpower. The trait, Fear Aura, made humanoid life forms more likely to succumb to fear when facing the Chainsaw Butcher, reducing their will to resist. Twisted Will allowed the mask and chainsaw to remain even after the chainsaw butcher's death. By wearing the mask and wielding the chainsaw, a card maker could expend a small amount of mental power and use a humanoid life form as a sacrifice to re-summon the chainsaw butcher. In a long-standing legend, there exists an immortal chainsaw-wielding killer, an image that perfectly aligns with Liu Shun's vision. His concept was quite simple. Since it was a battle royale-style fight, why not create a killer card that fit his expertise? The image of the chainsaw butcher was not only effective but also matched Liu Shun's fantasy of a murderer, a strange, blood-stained mask, a burly and scarred body, a brutal and bloody weapon, accompanied by a terrifying bell sound, reminiscent of classic horror movies he had seen. After creating the chainsaw butcher card, Liu Shun could have submitted his work and left the exam room early. However, with ample time before the exam ended, he glanced at the remaining materials on his desk and decided to craft a few more cards to complement the chainsaw butcher. Since they were all green cards, Liu Shun completed them quickly. The first card was Thief's Boots, a green, one-star item card. Its skill, Rapid Advance, allows the wearer to sprint rapidly, significantly increasing their speed for 5 seconds. The trait, Run on Walls, enables the wearer to move effortlessly on trees and walls, while silent movement ensures no sound is made while moving. The second card, Mist, also green and 1-star, is a spell card. It consumes mental power to create a mist in a designated area, which cannot be dispersed by winds below a certain strength. Visibility inside the mist is low, and it disorients creatures' sense of direction. The description hints at unknown entities hidden within the mist. The third card, Illusory Phantom, is a green, 1-star spell card. It creates an illusion in a designated area that lasts for a period, indistinguishable from reality and capable of making sounds, offering numerous potential uses. After completing these 4 cards, the exam time was nearly up. Liu Shun looked at the cards in his hand, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, anticipating the upcoming battle phase. After submitting his exam paper and cards, he left the exam room and immediately saw the live leaderboard on the playground. Continuing the practice from last time, the leaderboard was prominently displayed. At that moment, several names were listed, with Lin Yin in first place, Bai Yaoyao in second, and many from the rocket class below. Bai Yaoyao had been looking for Liu Shun, and, seeing him just exit the exam room, curiously asked, "Why were you in there for so long?" Liu Shun nonchalantly replied, "Just spent a little extra time making the cards." Bai Yaoyao playfully threatened, "If your ranking isn't higher than mine later, I'll make sure to mock you." Liu Shun confidently responded, "Don't worry, you haven't even surpassed Lin Yin, let alone me." Though Bai Yaoyao felt a bit disgruntled, she had to admit that Liu Shun usually performed exceptionally well, so it was reasonable for him to rank higher. Sure enough, half an hour later, Liu Shun's name shot to the top of the leaderboard, pushing everyone else's rankings down. Not only that, but his score was also perfect. During the scoring process, although the teachers noticed the strong malicious intent in Liu Shun's 4 cards, they instead considered him a genius card maker. Not only did he complete 4 cards within the allotted time, but he also clearly formed a synergy among them, proving his card-making ability to be the strongest among this year's students, earning a perfect score. Seeing Liu Shun's ranking, Bai Yaoyao remained defiant, saying, "Don't think you'll stay in first place. After the second round of assessments, that might change." Liu Shun ignored her comment, his gaze fixed on the 4 cards in his hand, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Shortly after the announcement of the rankings from the first round, preparations for the second round began. Based on the scores from the first round, each student was allowed to bring a different number of cards into the secret realm. Besides the mandatory card crafted in the first round, the choice of additional cards depended on personal strategy. For instance, the student ranked 100th could only bring in 3 green cards and had to strategically combine them with the card from the first round to ensure some combat effectiveness in the upcoming assessment. Meanwhile, the student ranked 300th was limited to just 1 green card, leaving little room for combination. Liu Shun, who ranked first in the first round, was allowed to bring 3 blue cards. He ultimately chose Blade of Agony, Cursed Toy Soldier Squad, and Tactical Goggles. In the second round, no other cards could be used. Although the school didn't explicitly ban the use of other cards, each student was closely monitored. If caught using cards other than those allowed, their second round score would be nullified, and they would be placed in the lowest ranked class. This rule was repeatedly emphasized by teachers before the assessment, urging students to comply. After a period of preparation, the second round assessment officially commenced. In order of their first round rankings, the student with the lowest score entered the secret realm first, allowing them some survival space before others joined. Under the supervision of invigilators, students entered the realm one by one. Each student carried a special scorecard that increased in points when they defeated monsters or eliminated opponents. However, if the scorecard was destroyed, the participant would be immediately disqualified. It was clear that the upcoming day and night of battles would revolve around these scorecards. As the last student entered, Liu Shun also leaped into the secret realm, officially starting the second round. Upon entering, Liu Shun found himself in a deep forest, surrounded by tall, dense trees that blocked almost all sunlight. The distant rustling added an eerie touch to the otherwise silent environment. Unfazed, Liu Shun donned his tactical goggles to survey the area, finding no signs of monsters or other students. This was better than he anticipated. He had expected an ambush. Since no one approached him, he decided to send the Chainsaw Butcher to seek out adversaries. Raising his hand, Liu Shun summoned the Chainsaw Butcher. Seeing the summoned creature before him, he marveled at its presence. While the image on the card was already terrifying, seeing it in reality made him realize he had underestimated its formidable power. The peculiar mask was stained with dried blood, and the exposed arms were muscular and covered in scars and tattoos. The weapon in his hands, a chainsaw, had a bizarre design, resembling an oversized centipede ready to devour its prey, lying in wait. The Chainsaw Butcher exuded a murderous aura that made Liu Shun feel uneasy when looking at him, as if he were being watched by a natural predator. Shaking off the inexplicable emotions, Liu Shun summoned the thief's boots once more, letting the Chainsaw Butcher wear them. It was time to release him for the hunt. The Chainsaw Butcher moved slowly ahead. His bell, stained with grime and blood, emitted a terrifying sound. In the dark forest, the killer began his search for prey. The jingling startled Xiaoming. How could such a sound be heard in the secret realm? Was it a monster or another student? Feeling uneasy, she reassured herself by looking at the strong Minotaur warrior beside her, ready to defeat whoever dared approach. As she encouraged herself, the once distant bell sound became clearer, its crisp tones now eerie and sinister. Meanwhile, Xiaoming noticed a white mist spreading unnaturally fast through the air, obscuring everything around her. Realizing the unknown danger was closing in, she hastily summoned another card, the wind spirito, blow away the fog. To her shock, although the spirit temporarily dispersed the mist in front of her, it quickly returned from other directions. In the thick fog of the dark forest, the sinister atmosphere became even more terrifying. The tree's branches, barely visible through the haze, seemed like devil's claws, and the strange bell sounds came from all directions, growing clearer as if something was approaching Xiaoming. In this scene reminiscent of a horror movie, Xiaoming clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. Despite having two cards by her side, she felt no sense of security. The fear of the unknown seeped through her, and her tense mind involuntarily imagined terrifying entities. As the bell sounds drew closer, Xiaoming trembled slightly, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a sinister figure. Tension overwhelming her, she instinctively screamed and prepared to command her cards to attack, but the figure with the strange weapon had vanished. The surrounding bell sounds became more urgent and piercing, leaving Xiaoming too frightened to move forward. She leaned against a tree, keeping the cards close for protection. Suddenly, the source of the bell seemed to change direction, its erratic, shrill sound echoing unpredictably. Despite her efforts to ignore it, her mind subconsciously tried to identify its location. It seemed the sound was above her. Horrified, the girl looked up to see a hulking, ruthless figure hanging upside down from the tree. The terrifying mask appeared to mock her fear, as the figure raised the bizarre chainsaw high above her head. In the next instant, the harsh roar of the chainsaw filled the air as the monstrous figure, the embodiment of fear, leaped down with the weapon swinging. A piercing scream rang through the forest, abruptly silenced. The sudden commotion startled several other students lost in the fog, their nerves on edge. Recalling the scream that appeared and vanished so quickly, cold sweat dripped down their foreheads as fear quietly took root in their hearts. In a foggy place, Liu Shun gazed at the Chainsaw Butcher in front of him, secretly amazed at the sheer intensity of his presence, which could frighten someone into fainting. Just moments earlier, as a card with the attributes of a killer, the Chainsaw Butcher had successfully used his ringing sound and movements to petrify Xiaoming under Liu Shun's admiring gaze. Then, with the help of the thief's boots, he swiftly climbed the tree Xiaoming was leaning against. After orchestrating a scene akin to a horror movie, Xiaoming was so terrified by the Chainsaw Butcher's sudden attack that she fainted. Under Liu Shun's command, the Chainsaw Butcher aimed his weapon at the Minotaur warrior and the Wind Spirit, mercilessly sawing them in half. As a student with lower grades, Xiaoming didn't have many points, only 100. However, Liu Shun's initial points were 1,000, so he didn't mind, having gained a tenth of the points. Through this battle, Liu Shun realized he had underestimated the Chainsaw Butcher's intimidation power. The aura of a killer, combined with the ringing sound, fog, and eerie presence, made the Chainsaw Butcher a card capable of eliminating others through sheer fear. In this assessment, he appeared exceptionally powerful. With this in mind, Liu Shun decided to let the Chainsaw Butcher act freely while he provided support, casting spells, and observing how much havoc the Chainsaw Butcher could wreak on the students. Next, the students in the fog were relentlessly harassed by the Chainsaw Butcher. Using the speed enhanced by the thief's boots, he appeared recklessly in front of each student. The distant and close ringing, the sudden appearances and disappearances, the unexpected screams, and the inescapable fog all intertwined to terrify them. The illusions Liu Shun cast caused the group to flee like startled birds. The sense of crisis and urgency brought by the chainsaw butcher was thrilling even for Liu Shun, who was merely observing, let alone the students who were directly involved, losing their will to resist out of fear. Ultimately, when the chainsaw butcher acted, the expressions on the students' faces were filled with fear and relief, making Liu Shun marvel at the chainsaw butcher's power. Remarkably, all of this was achieved without the chainsaw butcher even activating his chase mode. After hunting 5 or 6 students, Liu Shun decided to temporarily halt the chainsaw butcher's actions. It was getting late, and they needed to find a temporary resting place. Additionally, the number of students nearby was dwindling, so Liu Shun planned to take the chainsaw butcher to a new area to hunt. Using tactical goggles, he quickly found a tree hollow, which could serve as a temporary base. According to the chainsaw butcher's bell sensing, there were still quite a few students nearby, making it an ideal hunting ground. After a brief rest, Liu Shun once again cast the spell card, Mist, centered around their temporary base. Thick fog rapidly spread in all directions. Watching the figures gradually disappear into the mist, Liu Shun summoned toy soldiers to guard himself, enjoying this real-time horror movie. Compared to the students encountered before, the overall quality of people in this area has significantly improved. Despite their hearts being filled with fear when faced with the chainsaw butcher's various tactics, they maintained a certain level of resistance and did not immediately lose their will. Seeing that fear hadn't overcome his opponents, the chainsaw butcher unleashed his signature weapon, a roaring chainsaw. This time, he didn't just create a terrifying atmosphere. He announced his arrival with the piercing sound of the chainsaw. The first target was a student accompanied by a mechanical summon. The chainsaw butcher gripped his frenzied weapon and charged forward with ghostly speed. The spinning teeth of the saw sliced through obstacles in an instant, with the chainsaw's screeching sound drawing closer. When the student noticed the anomaly and attempted to resist, the butcher swung the chainsaw abruptly, and the spinning teeth clashed with the metal body in front of him, emitting a sharp explosion. Sparks flew as the teeth cut through, and in front of the student, the chainsaw butcher raised his weapon and split the humanoid machine in two. The killer's intense aura surged like a tide, and witnessing his card being have left the student in shock. His previously stable mind plunged into a chasm of fear, with every cell screaming to run. The terror from deep within made him let out a sharp scream and turn to flee, with no thought of resistance. After successfully overwhelming one prey, the chainsaw butcher did not rush to pursue. He knew that those engulfed in fear couldn't discern the right path out of the fog, so he turned his attention to the next victim. The wild chainsaw sounds intertwined with piercing bells, instilling fear in those fleeing through the fog. After consecutively overwhelming several prey, the chainsaw butcher had gained insight into their psychology. After toying with them like a cat with mice, he decided to eliminate them all at once. Gripping the chainsaw with both hands, it began to vibrate violently, as if out of a horror movie. The chainsaw morphed into a giant centipede, merging with the butcher's flesh. With a grotesque, bloody sound, the chainsaw butcher's arms transformed into constantly spinning blades, and his head split open to reveal a small chainsaw. In this demonic form, the chainsaw butcher flexed his muscles, leaving a trail of destruction, and charged towards his prey. The sound of the chainsaw, now several times louder, erupted from behind. The fleeing prey instinctively looked back to check the source. However, the sight of the chainsaw butcher's demonic form struck a chord of terror, causing their legs to buckle, and they collapsed to the ground. Quickly turning around, faced with the approaching chainsaw demon, the prey let out a terrified scream. In the forest under the night sky, screams of fear echoed, causing those hearing the commotion from afar to feel both alarmed and puzzled. It's just being eliminated. Why do they act like they've seen a ghost? After hunting down another wave of students, the chainsaw demon's desire to hunt grew even stronger. While still in this form, he charged into the nearby woods. Some students still active nearby were startled by the violent commotion, and before they could react, the chainsaw demon ambushed and swiftly knocked them out, eliminating them from the assessment. Although some managed to escape in the end, the legend of the chainsaw monster continued to spread in the area. After eliminating more than 10 students, the chainsaw butcher returned to Liu Shun's side. By now, his score had nearly reached 3,000, indicating that eliminating other students was the quickest way to earn points. Liu Shun sat meditating inside a tree hollow, and under the protection of the chainsaw butcher and toy soldiers, he successfully advanced to the bronze 5-star level. When he finished meditating and opened his eyes, he noticed that dawn had broken, and only a few hours remained until the second round of the assessment concluded. In high spirits, Liu Shun decided to take the chainsaw butcher to eliminate a few more students and further boost his mood. He led his cards through the forest, boldly searching for prey. After some searching, a smile appeared on Liu Shun's face as a familiar figure came into view through his tactical goggles. Su Ming was standing behind the Glory Knight, surrounded by a group of goblin grenadiers and several strong trolls. With little time left before the second round ended, she was leading her cards to gain some more points. The sky had completely cleared, and sunlight filtered through the canopy, slightly easing Su Ming's mood. She recalled the screams that had kept her awake last night, even seeing the chainsaw killer in her dreams. Now, she realized it was just a card or monster, frightening in appearance. If she encountered it now, the Glory Knight would surely destroy it. As Su Ming was lost in thought, a thick white mist began to envelop the area. Remembering others' descriptions of the chainsaw killer, her heart tightened. As the fourth-ranked student in the class, just below Liu Shun, she quickly composed herself and instructed her cards to form a protective circle around her. As the shrill sound of a bell echoed around them, she suddenly noticed a faint shadow flash by, and a goblin grenadier vanished into the mist. A brief scream followed, further unsettling Su Ming, already unnerved by the bell. Scenes from horror movies she'd watched flashed in her mind, and despite her efforts to stay calm, a sense of unease and fear lingered. Just as she ordered her summons to tighten their formation, the frenzied sound of a chainsaw erupted, and a rapidly spinning blade appeared, slicing a troll in half at the waist. After the chainsaw butcher struck, it quickly vanished again, but the troll's blood splattered onto Su Ming's face, causing her to involuntarily scream. Noticing Su Ming's face turning pale, Liu Shun decided to join the chainsaw butcher in swiftly ending the battle. The chainsaw butcher began attacking Su Ming's summons recklessly, weakening the combat power of the Glory Knight. What pushed Su Ming further to the brink was when her other summons suddenly convulsed and died painfully on the ground. This only added to her already heightened state of panic. Seeing the Honor Knight shrinking beside her, she made a decisive choice: to flee. Instead of heading in another direction through the forest, she crushed her points card. Watching their prey vanish before their eyes, Liu Shun and the chainsaw butcher were both surprised and a bit annoyed. After eliminating 3 more students in search of other prey, they hastily ended the second round of assessments. As Liu Shun was transported out of the secret realm, he was met with hundreds of resentful stares. Even with his strong mental fortitude, Liu Shun felt a bit awkward and quickly returned to his class group. Although he felt uncomfortable, those he had eliminated were filled with resentment. Initially, he just wanted to earn more points, but unexpectedly, he was directly eliminated. The result was disappointing, but what terrified him more was the frightening experience. He didn't realize how poorly he performed until he was reprimanded by the teacher. Recalling how he was almost scared out of his wits, his resentment grew even stronger. Even back in his class group, others continued to glare at Liu Shun with resentment. In the rocket class group, Bai Yaoyao initially didn't know what had happened. After finding out, she burst into laughter, mocking Liu Shun's ruthless behavior. She boasted that if he ever tried to scare her, she would beat the chainsaw butcher on the spot. Hearing this, a few rocket class students who had also been frightened secretly thought to themselves, with her usual timid demeanor, she would probably be scared out of her wits in 2 seconds if she ever encountered him. After a month of knowing Bai Yaoyao, they were well aware of her timid nature. She often talked tough, pretending to fear nothing, but any sudden noise would send her into a panic. Luckily, she didn't encounter Liu Shun this time. Otherwise, she would have been too scared to boast as she did now. After the second round of assessments, the leaderboard shifted again. Despite significant changes below, the top 3 remained Liu Shun, Lin Yin, and Bai Yaoyao. Among the rocket class students, only one was eliminated, with Rin Yu maintaining her position. As the rankings shifted, some cried while others laughed, but it didn't hinder the class reassignment process. With the announcement of the new class lists, the assessment officially concluded. Notably, although the cards made in the first round were collected, the cards of Liu Shun and the other top 2 were returned by their class teacher as a reward for ranking in the top 3. Others could only look on enviously as the trio received their cards back. Liu Shun felt a bit delighted to have the chainsaw butcher and 3 other cards returned. After this practical experience, he grew fonder of the chainsaw butcher card. This card also sparked some inspiration in him. If pure fear could achieve such results, combining fear with pain might be even more effective. Of course, this was just a fleeting idea. For Liu Shun, the focus after the assessment was still on researching the creation of control-type cards, with the goal of successfully crafting a new card before the Battle Club competition began. After 2 days of intensive research, Liu Shun finally succeeded in designing a complete magic pattern. Following some procurement, he gathered all the materials needed for card creation. These materials included the Thief's Magic Gloves blue, Puppeteer's Hands blue, Phantom Shadow blue, Mighty Gorilla Arms blue, Mysterious Silk green, Binding Shackles green, and Mechanical Claw green. Once he confirmed the materials were correct, Liu Shun began crafting the card. As per tradition, he absorbed the materials and inscribed the magic pattern. This time, he once again utilized information infusion. Upon successfully crafting the final brilliance, Liu Shun's magic pattern drawing skills seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Although the materials this time were not as luxurious as those used for the final brilliance, The newly crafted cards still emitted a soft purple glow, thanks to the meticulously designed magic pattern and improved card-making techniques. This card is named Magic Dice, Shackled Ghost Hand, with a quality of purple, a 1-star level, and a summon type. Its skills include Shadow Claw. The summoned entity or shadow swiftly flies towards the target, inflicting damage while shackling them and pulling them back to the summon's original position. Shackled targets cannot use skills, lose their traits, and cannot move independently. This skill is equally effective on the target's shadow. Frenzied Chains. The summoned entity swings chains widely, causing units caught by the chains or shadows to have their hand shadows lose control, transforming into independent entities with some skills and traits of Magic Dice, Shackled Ghost Hand. Relentless Ghost Hand. The summon inherently has a binding ability, which is greatly enhanced after using this skill. Meanwhile, all enemy shadows within a certain range sprout ghost hands to attack their owners. Damage and control inflicted on the shadows are reflected onto the actual entities. The Price of Freedom. The summon activates a skill on cards with the Magic Dice tag, causing the dice to roll. If the roll is above 15, the target card becomes immune to binding effects for a period, and its form changes. Traits include Shadow Body. The summon can freely switch between physical and shadow forms, allowing it to move freely in darkness and utilize all skills while in shadow form. Thief Instinct. Every time the summon contacts a target, the dice on it automatically roll, stealing a certain value of items from the target based on the result. Endless Poison. After the summon dies, the shackles remain. Any entity that voluntarily wears them will have its hands transformed into those of Magic Dice, Shackled Ghost Hand, with all associated skills and traits. Upon the target's death, the Magic Dice, Shackled Ghost Hand reappears. Fate Altered. When cards with the Magic Dice tag change the summon's effects, the dice remain locked at 15 or above. The introduction mentions a condemned thief who rolled dice that changed his fate. The good news is that he gained freedom as a thief. The bad news is that his form altered. Liu Shun was not surprised by the effects of Magic Dice, Shackled Ghost Hand. In fact, this was the outcome he aimed for when designing the magic pattern. Shadow Claw and Relentless Ghost Hand are the core single and group control skills, while Frenzied Chains creates widespread chaos. Traits like Shadow Body enhance the card's flexibility and ensure enduring control capabilities. With the addition of a unique ability to counter control effects, this Magic Dice card can also synergize with other Magic Dice cards, offering high compatibility. Observing its effects, Liu Shun summoned it without hesitation. As a flash of light appeared, 2 floating hands materialized before Liu Shun. These hands had a deep blue complexion, black nails, and skin covered in intricate patterns, as if stitched together. A die was embedded on the back of the right hand, and the shackled ghost hands were severed at the wrist, surrounded by a dark mist. The shackles locked at the front of the wrist formed a gap, with chains hanging beneath the ghost hands. Seemingly due to the information infusion effect, the shackled ghost hands appeared extremely lively upon their appearance, occasionally diving into Liu Shun's shadow or playfully flaunting small objects from his body in front of him, never staying idle. After creating the new card, Liu Shun decided to test its performance in a real battle. He went to a battle club, and upon learning his purpose, the supervisor immediately arranged a private area and a coach for testing. The test results were satisfactory, with the shackled ghost hands' 2 core skills performing excellently. Cards of the same quality were immobilized for at least 5 seconds when facing the Shadow Claw, which was more than enough for Liu Shun. The Ruthless Ghost Hand also excelled when confronting multiple enemies. This skill specifically targeted shadows, leaving most cards defenseless, forced to watch as their shadows sprouted ghost hands that choked them. During testing, one skill surprised Liu Shun, the Thief Instinct. Previously dismissed as useless, Liu Shun realized its underestimated value through battle. Every contact the shackled ghost hands made with the enemy triggered this trait. Although the probability of rolling a high number on a 20-sided die was low, the conditions for activating this trait were extremely simple. The shackled ghost hands could make contact with the enemy 20 times in combat without even trying. If the trait was deliberately triggered, coupled with the little ghost hands summoned by the frenzy chain, it was nearly impossible for any item card to remain untouched. The opponent the supervisor arranged for Liu Shun was an item-focused card master. As Liu Shun commanded the shackled ghost hands to deliberately trigger the Thief Instinct, within 3 minutes, the opponent's item cards were stripped away one by one. Since the ghost hands had the ability to immobilize cards, the sparring partner couldn't reclaim their cards and had to watch as the shackled ghost hands wielded their weapons against them. Although the ghost hands couldn't use the skills of these cards, the humiliation was enough to make Liu Shun feel slightly embarrassed after the sparring session, praising the opponent generously before leaving the battle club. This real battle test also inspired Liu Shun with some ideas, suggesting that when enhancing the quality of the shackled ghost hands, he could develop them towards forcibly using the opponent's cards, which would surely bring a smile to the opponent's face. Before leaving the club, the manager made sure to pull Liu Shun aside, repeatedly emphasizing the time and place of the battle, worried he might forget. However, Liu Shun would never forget this battle, as he needed a detailed analysis of the field cards, and who else would help him fill in the gaps? In the following days, Liu Shun didn't study any other cards, but focused entirely on learning about the field card creation insights provided by the school. Besides learning, he continuously honed the synergy of his cards in practical combat. Now, he had 3 cards with magic dice attributes, and their synergy was starting to show its power. Liu Shun planned to add magic dice attributes to his toy soldier upon its upgrade. Additionally, he intended to create a magic dice spell card, a new magic dice summon card, and possibly a magic dice field card. By then, the basic framework of his deck would be complete. With visions of a bright future, Liu Shun finally faced the battle between the clubs. He arrived at the battle club an hour early, finding the entrance plastered with posters and standees about the battle. Inside, the staff was busier than ever, all rushing around. As soon as Liu Shun arrived, the staff promptly led him to the lounge, where his bronze-level battle teammates were already gathered, greeting him warmly. "Why is the club so tense today? Isn't it just a match?" Liu Shun asked in confusion. Gong Yu replied with a smile. "It's a match for us, but for those working here, it's more than that. If the club loses, it's a blow to their reputation." Liu Shun nodded, responding, "Then I'll do my best to defeat our opponents." The manager, entering the lounge, heard this and smiled. He didn't place all the pressure on Liu Shun, reassuring him not to worry too much about sweeping the opponents, as there were other teammates to back him up even if he lost. After some words of encouragement, the manager hurried off, as silver-level players were waiting for his attention. In another lounge, the Scarecrow Club's players were waiting. Their lineup was similar to Liu Shun's team, with a youthful-looking boy among the bronze-level players. At the moment, they were relaxed, analyzing their opponent's lineup. Upon seeing Liu Shun's name and photo, the teammates began teasing the youngest player in their team. "Suyang, what do you say? There's a student your level on the other side. Want to have a go with him?" Hearing the teasing, Suyang, the young boy, arrogantly replied, "Not just anyone can compete with me. I'll go first and clear them out." His words were met with laughter from the team. "All right, I support you, Suyang." "Yeah, with the captain covering us, I support you too." Amid the teammates' teasing, the player known as the captain couldn't help but agree to Su Yang's request. After all, this talented young player was ranked second in their team, with strong card recovery abilities. He just might sweep the entire opposing team, which would certainly be entertaining. The young man thought mischievously as the audience gradually filled the venue. The pre-match preparations were coming to an end, and the competition was about to begin. To better engage the crowd, there was not only a referee above the arena, but also a host riding a flying skateboard. Before the players from both clubs entered, he started to hype up the atmosphere. Accompanied by the cheers of the audience and dynamic music, he began introducing the players about to take the stage. Following the order of the visiting team first and the home team second, the bronze-level players entered first. The bronze-level players from the Scarecrow Club walked onto the stage one by one. To Liu Shun's surprise, the dedicated host not only called out their names, but also prepared exaggerated introductions for each player. Descriptors like Shining Genius Youth and Towering Mountain made Liu Shun's toes curl slightly. However, the audience responded enthusiastically, cheering for each player's appearance. Liu Shun noticed that faced with such a socially intimidating scene, the veteran players from the Scarecrow Club only managed awkward smiles as they quickly passed by. Only one player named Su Yang seemed to enjoy the atmosphere, even giving Liu Shun a thumbs-down gesture. This move not only fired up the crowd, but also etched Su Yang's name into Liu Shun's memory. "Su Yang, I'll make sure to deal with you later." After introducing the Scarecrow Club players, it was time for the bronze-level players from Liu Shun's Kabuto Club. As his teammates' names were called one by one, it was finally Liu Shun's turn. As the last player of the Kabuto Club's bronze group, he had achieved an impressive 15-match winning streak. The host enthusiastically shouted, "Let's welcome the alien genius who sweeps away enemies, Liu Shun." To appear more imposing, Liu Shun walked to the front of the stage with a stern face. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, he mimicked Su Yang's gesture towards the Scarecrow Club. At this moment, the Scarecrow Club players all smiled at Su Yang, while Su Yang stared at Liu Shun with a serious expression, thinking to himself, "Did the host get paid by the other side? Why is Liu Shun's introduction so much cooler than mine?" The host teased the actions of both sides earlier and then, with a louder voice, began introducing the silver-level players. Compared to the introductions of Liu Shun and others, the silver-level players' introductions were more elaborate, mentioning not only their highlights, but also detailing their signature card decks. Watching the silver-level players smile and accept the audience's cheers, Liu Shun couldn't help but marvel. Their popularity is terrifying. However, the host reminded him, "If you can take down 5 in a row, the cheers will be even louder." Gong Yu chuckled at having his thoughts exposed. At this moment, Liu Shun was more eager to watch the battles between the silver-level players, especially their deck compositions. Meanwhile, in the rest area, Su Yang watched the players on stage, filled with longing. To him, A card master should receive the audience's cheers in such a grand setting. As long as he succeeds in taking down 5 opponents, he too will hear the cheers of the crowd. The competitors returned to their respective waiting rooms as the match was about to begin. The bronze level battle would start first, and the participants needed to decide who would go on stage first. Since the Kabuto Battle Club was playing at home, they could decide their player after seeing who the opponent would send out. However, Liu Shun was destined to be the first to step up, as he walked straight to the edge of the arena. Seeing Liu Shun take the stage directly, the commentator in the sky exclaimed, "We see the Kabuto Club sending out Liu Shun right away. It seems they have great confidence in his abilities." At this moment, Xuyang from the Scarecrow team also arrived at the edge of the arena, seemingly about to witness a showdown between 2 prodigies. The commentator worked to stir the audience's emotions, while the silver-level competitors watched tensely from their waiting room. Xuyang had a determined look, while Liu Shun wore a faint smile, already winning in terms of looks. The referee began to confirm the status of both competitors, and once both sides were ready, the whistle blew to start the match. As the whistle sounded, a silvery liquid quickly seeped out and solidified over Liu Shun's body, enveloping him completely. The well-prepared commentator narrated the actions of both competitors from above. The match officially began, with Liu Shun immediately summoning his ace armor that had secured him 15 consecutive victories. Not to be outdone, Xuyang summoned his highly regenerative killer vines, aiming straight for Liu Shun. Liu Shun stood his ground, determined to strike with full force and swiftly defeat his opponent. An invisible telekinetic shield blocked the vine's attack, while the surface of his radiant armor surged. A large amount of nanomaterials quickly spread across the ground, turning it silver-white. The commentator continued, "Liu Shun has successfully blocked the vine attack, and his armor has started transforming the surrounding environment. Oh my! Liu Shun has created dozens of guns and cannons." Amidst the exclamations of the commentator and the live audience, dozens of futuristic-looking weapons appeared around Liu Shun, transforming the area into a silver-white war base. The controlled weapons collectively aimed at Xuyang and opened fire. Lasers, missiles, and concentrated flames filled the sky with a dense barrage, and the steel nut in front of Xuyang was no match for the high-tech assault. As the barrage rained down, the once lush plants were instantly destroyed, and the card Xuyang relied on proved powerless against Liu Shun's nanotechnology. The sky was filled with flames, black smoke, fallen plants, the sound of burning, and continuous explosions, leaving Xuyang at a loss. When he attempted to counterattack, a laser precisely hit his protective shield, and the subsequent onslaught left him unconscious. The commentator, in disbelief, said, "Liu Shun's barrage has completely destroyed all of Xuyang's cards, leaving him unconscious as well." What was expected to be a clash of geniuses turned out to be such a one-sided result. Let's congratulate Liu Shun on securing victory in the first round. The sound of the card's release resonated throughout the arena, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the audience. Amidst the rising cheers and whistles, people continuously shouted Liu Shun's name, causing the entire stadium to boil with excitement. In the waiting room on the Kabuto side, a silver-level contestant was fixated on the big screen, turning to his companion and whispering, "That must be a purple quality card, right?" His companion rolled his eyes. "You can see it too, so why ask?" He sighed. "I didn't expect they had such a prodigy hidden over there. It would be embarrassing if we lost." Unlike the amazement on the Kabuto side, the atmosphere in the Scarecrow Club's waiting room was tense. The bronze-level players had put away their previous playful expressions, each with a serious face. Having witnessed their peer Xuyang being instantly defeated, they immediately adjusted their posture and began to seriously discuss strategies. "Here's the plan," the captain said solemnly. "Lei Huan, you go second and launch a sneak attack from underground. I'll follow up to try and end it quickly." The other team members nodded in agreement. A small figure stood up and left, while the rest kept their eyes glued to the screen, trying to analyze Liu Shun's tactics from the upcoming battle. While the host continued to build excitement in the air, Lei Huan had already stepped onto the field, locking his gaze on the young man surrounded by heavy artillery. His plan was simple: use the shield to deplete the opponent's firepower while probing for any hidden strategies. As the whistle blew, Lei Huan swiftly activated his card, and a dirt-colored armor instantly covered his body. Before the artillery fire could hit, he had already burrowed underground. However, as he tunneled towards Liu Shun's position, an unusual sound from below made his heart race. 10 underground robots, flashing with red lights, suddenly appeared before him, their red lights blinking rapidly. With a muffled bang, Lei Huan lost consciousness. Liu Shun signaled to the referee that his opponent had been defeated. When the unconscious Lei Huan was dragged out from underground, the audience erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. This overwhelming victory left everyone wondering, could he really defeat all 5 opponents single-handedly? The members of the Scarecrow Club also realized this potential, their eyes turning in unison to their captain, Gao Jin, their last hope. Gao Jin took several deep breaths before stepping onto the field with a serious expression. The host emphasized that this would be a fierce battle, and Gao Jin shouted to Liu Shun before the match, "You're strong, but I will win." However, just a few minutes later, Gao Jin was sent flying by a heavy punch enveloped in ultimate brilliance, falling unconscious. Although the outcome was the same, he indeed demonstrated considerable skill skillfully dodging artillery fire at the start and even successfully breaking through to Liu Shun's side. Watching Gao Jin being carried off the field, even the seasoned host was momentarily speechless, then skillfully shifted the topic to the impending 1 versus 5 legend. The audience's emotions soared even higher while they enjoyed evenly matched duels. Such a rare display of dominance was equally exhilarating. After all, there was still a silver-level match to follow. This appetizer was plenty exciting. The last two players from the Scarecrow Club almost wanted to forfeit, but remembering their contract obligations, they reluctantly took the field one after the other. Liu Shun didn't toy with them, directly using artillery to take them down. Although they lasted a few seconds longer, it was only enough to adjust into a more dignified, unconscious pose, ultimately securing second and third place honors in this speedrun challenge, just behind Gao Jin. As Liu Shun completed the 1 versus 5 feat, the manager was already sliding to his knees in celebration in the waiting room, while the live audience chanted his name in unison, reaching a fever pitch. When the host asked about his feelings on the 1 versus 5 accomplishment, Liu Shun calmly replied, "There's nothing much to say, just a simple difference in skill." After achieving a remarkable Oni against 5 victory, Liu Shun had accomplished his goal for participating in this club battle. According to the previous agreement, he would not only receive a detailed explanation of the domain card, but also obtain the purple quality material needed to make its spatial fragments. Thrilled by the thought of soon having what he had longed for, Liu Shun's mood lifted considerably. However, he didn't immediately claim his reward. Instead, he returned to the waiting room to observe the upcoming silver-level battles. Although his current strength was only at the bronze 5-star level, his experience in crafting purple quality cards fueled his curiosity about the abilities of silver-level card creators. Watching their battles might offer valuable insights for planning his own card deck. After waiting for a while in the waiting room, the host announced the start of the silver-level battles amidst the audience's cheers. The competitors took the stage, and as the whistle blew, the fierce confrontation began. Liu Shun quickly noticed that the rare keyword cards in the bronze level were already well formed in the decks of both competitors. One side featured keyword cards like Hyaki, Tengu, Kappa, and Jorigamo, with various yokai appearing successively, darkening the field. On the other side were cards like Judgment, with knights, priests, and ascetics wielding the holy power of judgment, emitting a dazzling glow that sharply contrasted with the dark mist surrounding the yokai. The clash of light and dark was intense, offering the audience an exhilarating spectacle and giving Liu Shun a first-hand look at the standards of a silver-level card creator. The mature deck construction, strategic adaptability, and seamless synergy between the creator and their cards were qualities that defined these silver-level competitors. Even though the Hyaki card creator from Kabuto Club ultimately lost to the Judgment card creator, the outcome wasn't Liu Shun's main focus. He was more captivated by the intensity of their battle. The subsequent matches did not disappoint either, featuring unique themes: the naturally refreshing and enduring green grass keyword, the eruptive and potent volcano keyword, the elusive and unpredictable cloud keyword, and the starry and powerful starlight keyword. Each card creator showcased distinct talents, and their clashes thrilled the audience. Eventually, the competitor from Kabuto Club emerged victorious, securing the win in the silver-level battles. After watching several matches, Liu Shun gained a deep understanding of the gap between himself and the silver-level card creators. However, this also clarified the direction for building his future decks, providing him with valuable insights. Following the club battles, a celebratory banquet was held by the management, gathering all the participants. During the event, Liu Shun became quite acquainted with Zhao Yinghua, who used the Starlight keyword cards. Upon learning that Liu Shun's level was only bronze 5-star, Zhao Yinghua was greatly impressed by Liu Shun's ability to craft purple quality cards. However, amidst the praise, Zhao also mentioned the Hidden Dragon project. Zhao had once participated in the selection for the project, but unfortunately did not make it. According to him, if he had passed the selection, he might already be a gold-level card creator by now. After being passed over, he kept track of the progress of everyone in the Qianlong project, only to sadly realize that they were all doing significantly better than him. Even the person who ranked last had reached the pinnacle of a silver-level card maker and was now striving to become a gold-level card maker. Meanwhile, Zhao Yinghua remained stuck at silver 3-star level, struggling to gather materials for his next card. This stark contrast left him preoccupied with thoughts of the Qianlong project. In fact, it wasn't just Zhao Yinghua. The other two silver-level card makers also expressed regret when this subject came up. Besides lamenting their own fates, they advised Liu Shun to seize the opportunity presented by the Qianlong project. If selected, at least the gold-level card maker could open up broader prospects for him. After hearing the advice from his seniors, Liu Shun's appreciation for the Qianlong project deepened. Consequently, after the celebration banquet, he directly asked his supervisor for his reward and received a detailed explanation of the ice and snow domain card along with spatial fragments. Although there were 3 blue quality materials he could choose later, Liu Shun couldn't wait to return to his dormitory. For him, the materials could be selected later, as he was eager to delve into the study of domain card creation. Instead of putting on the crown of thorn wisdom, he first carefully read through the detailed explanation of the domain card. After reading it once, although some magical patterns remained unclear, Liu Shun had grasped the key points of making a domain card. It is well known that when a domain card is used, it unfolds a domain favorable to the card maker, suppressing opponents and offering various functions. Thus, the critical aspects of creating a domain card lie in the application of spatial magical patterns and the development of the core concept. The application of spatial magical patterns forms the basis of a domain card, as mastering this allows the domain to unfold. Meanwhile, developing the core concept is crucial for the domain card to suppress opponents. A domain card must not only enhance its own card effects, but also suppress the opponent's cards. This requires distinguishing between one's own cards and the opponent's based on a certain standard. For example, the Ice and Snow domain card is developed with ice and snow as its core concept, significantly enhancing any cards related to ice and snow elements within the domain, while cards unrelated to these elements suffer from freezing, cold, and other negative effects. As a result, as long as the card maker's cards are related to ice and snow elements, the Ice and Snow domain card can greatly boost the strength of their deck. Under this line of thinking, card makers considered another element more suitable as a core concept: keywords. For card makers, every deck is evolving towards a structure where keyword cards form the main framework, complemented by functional cards. Therefore, when creating a domain card, would directly adding one's deck's keywords yield better effects? Although this would increase the difficulty of creation, it not only establishes the core concept, but also allows for smoother and more powerful synergy within one's deck. As a result, many well-known keywords have their own exclusive domain cards, such as Judgment, Hall of Judgment, Starlight, Starry Night, 100 Ghosts, and Witching Hour, all of which are famous domain cards. This line of development has advanced to the point where nearly every keyword aspires to have its own exclusive domain card. Liu Shun was also contemplating what it would be like to create a domain card for the Magic Dice keyword. Liu Shun briefly imagined the domain card of the Magic Dice entry before snapping back to reality and deciding to first study the magical patterns on the domain card. As for creating the Magic Dice entry domain card, there was no rush. He set aside the reference materials provided by the school, donned the crown of thorned wisdom, and began immersive learning. After more than a month of adaptation, he could now endure studying for 10 minutes despite the pain. Although he needed some time to recover afterward, this was the reason for his rapid progress in card making. Despite his significantly improved learning ability, domain cards are high-end cards, and many issues are difficult to solve alone. Therefore, the homeroom teacher from the neighboring dorm became Liu Shun's go-to for advice. At the end of each day, Liu Shun would bring his accumulated questions to this silver-level card maker, who was happy to provide answers. Within 2 weeks, through self-study and seeking guidance, Liu Shun quickly mastered the knowledge of domain cards. Even the homeroom teacher had to admit that Liu Shun was capable of creating a domain card. However, despite receiving the teacher's approval, Liu Shun was not satisfied. Although he could now make an Ice and Snow domain card, his goal was to create the Magic Dice entry domain card. To achieve this, he needed not only to master domain card knowledge, but also to gain a deeper understanding of the effects related to the Magic Dice entry. Therefore, Liu Shun began researching the Magic Dice entry. Although he had already created a few Magic Dice entry cards, he had never used the skill characteristics unique to the entry. This was mainly because using these skills required a certain number of Magic Dice cards in coordination, and Liu Shun only had 3 self-made Magic Dice cards, which was somewhat limiting. Even though the skills couldn't be used in combination, he could still experiment with the characteristics. Currently, the 3 cards Liu Shun made shared a common trait: Altered Fate. When the summoned creature changes effects, the dice points on the Magic Dice entry cards are locked at 15 or above. Liu Shun hadn't paid much attention to this trait before, because he was satisfied with his cards and didn't need to permanently change effects or make temporary changes during battles. It wasn't until recently, with the creation of the Shackled Ghost Hand and the study of the domain card, that Liu Shun revisited this trait. He laid out a few Magic Dice cards in front of him and summoned his long-and-used life card, the Fate Magic Dice. Liu Shun applied a temporary unknown alteration to the Magic Dice. The Fate Magic Dice spun on the table, finally landing on 17 points. Light flew towards the 3 Little Pigs card, and after some changes, Liu Shun examined the card's effects. Compared to before, the skills of the Magic Dice and 3 Little Pigs cards had changed. Whether it was the Warm House or Emergency Evacuation, the skill descriptions now included adjustments based on the dice points to either amplify or weaken the skill effects. Liu Shun discovered that compared to previous cards, These new skills appeared more random and uncertain. To gain a deeper understanding, he conducted numerous experiments, testing not only the 3 cards in front of him, but also trying out spell cards like Chains of Darkness. Through continuous research and analysis, Liu Shun gained a deeper understanding of the magical inscriptions on the dice keywords and developed his own perspective on the underlying concepts and combat strategies. In his view, the dice keyword encompasses 3 elements: randomness, change, and control. The randomness arises from the inherent unpredictability of dice. Change refers to the positive or negative outcomes brought by different numbers, and control is the core of the dice keyword, signifying the achievement of goals through the manipulation of probability and change. On the surface, the success of dice cards might seem to depend on luck, on whether the dice roll yields favorable results. However, becoming too fixated on luck could lead to overlooking the true essence mastery over the dice. In fact, Liu Shun's ideal dice card effect should include 2 parts. On one hand, relying on luck to bring about change through dice rolls. On the other hand, the card should have various means to manipulate the dice results, thereby creating advantageous situations. The combination of these 2 aspects embodies the true concept of the dice keyword controlling fate with magical dice to fulfill one's expectations. Upon realizing this, Liu Shun not only gained a clear understanding of the concept and combat strategy of dice, but also clarified his approach to domain cards. If he could influence the outcome of the dice, then causing the enemy to be affected by the dice too could indirectly allow him to control them. If he could indirectly control his opponent, then victory would become effortless. With this realization, Liu Shun's mind expanded, and inspiration flowed like a fountain. He donned the crown of thorned wisdom, where his enhanced intellect turned past accumulations into fuel, driving the creation and realization of ideas in his mind. Despite enduring intensifying pain, his burgeoning inspiration quickly took form under his pen. In less than 10 minutes, the initial draft of the dice domain card's magical inscription was completed. Though it required further modification and filling, the general framework was already established. Thanks to this burst of inspiration, Liu Shun advanced to the level of bronze 6-star within 2 weeks, with signs of a breakthrough also emerging. Overjoyed, he took a brief rest before starting to meditate. After some time, he opened his eyes, sensing his enhanced mental strength, successfully breaking through to the bronze 7-star level. The strengthened mental power left Liu Shun feeling no fatigue, and he immediately immersed himself in perfecting the magical inscriptions. After a night of hard work, as the dawn sunlight filtered through the windows into the room, Liu Shun finally completed the final design of the magical inscriptions. Next, he only needed to select the appropriate materials to begin crafting the card. The next day, Liu Shun began selecting the appropriate materials. After thorough consideration, he finally settled on the materials needed for card creation: Space Fragment Purple, Lucky Dice Purple, Bloodstained Dice Plate Blue, Substitute Scarecrow Blue, Doomwool Blue, and Soul Devouring Music Box Blue. The Lucky Dice and Bloodstained Dice Plate were sponsored by the school, and after some persuasion from his homeroom teacher, the school agreed to provide these highly suitable materials to Liu Shun. The remaining materials were carefully selected by Liu Shun from the club. Once the materials were confirmed, Liu Shun adjusted his mental state and began the card-making process. This involved absorbing materials and drawing magical patterns. Unlike crafting other cards, drawing the magical patterns for a domain card required Liu Shun to simultaneously visualize the scene after the domain card was deployed, demanding a high level of mental strength. Fortunately, his mental strength had improved over the past 2 weeks, and with the honing from the crown of thorny wisdom, he successfully completed the drawing of the magical patterns. Looking at the card lying flat on the table, Liu Shun picked it up without hesitation and infused it with his mental power. The domain card, named Magic Dice, immediately emitted a dazzling deep purple light throughout the room. Liu Shun began to examine the effects of the domain card. Quality: purple. Level 1 star. Type: domain skill. Dice trickery. Consumes mental power to manipulate the positions of magic dice cards within the domain card, including but not limited to swapping positions or making a unit appear in a specific location. Decisive moment. Consumes mental power to designate one or more magic dice cards to roll the dice, gaining temporary buffs or negative effects based on the results. Cheat and joke. Consumes mental power to re-roll a magic dice card's dice or replace it with the highest or lowest number previously rolled. Fateful confrontation. Consumes a large amount of mental power, causing all non-magic dice tag beings within the domain to die. Beings with magic dice tags cannot use skills, lose traits, and are forced into a dice duel with the enemy, where the lower roll results in death until one side is entirely defeated. Traits: Land of Destiny. Cards within the domain can temporarily gain the magic dice tag at the card maker's discretion, requiring a dice roll before using skills to determine enhancement or weakening of skill effects. Dice Thrower. The card maker's mental power is significantly enhanced within the domain, with reduced mental power consumption. All damage received can be transferred to allied magic dice tag summon cards, and dice roll outcomes are partially influenced by the card maker's thoughts. Secret manipulation. All magic dice tag cards on the card maker's side within the domain are comprehensively strengthened. Dice rolls can fluctuate within 3 points above or below, with final outcomes influenced by the card maker's decisions. Price of fate. Each death within the domain slightly strengthens the domain card, including but not limited to level, skills, and traits. Description. When you throw the dice here, you've already lost. After reviewing the effects of the domain card, Liu Shun breathed a sigh of relief. As the envisioned setting for his magic dice deck, he was concerned that the card's effects might not meet expectations. Fortunately, the outcome was very satisfactory, and the compatibility of this domain card with the magic dice cards brought him great comfort. After calming his excitement, Liu Shun prepared to share his good news with his homeroom teacher. Throughout the process of creating this card, his teacher had provided immense support, deserving at least a third of the credit. At this moment, the teacher was in Liu Shun's dorm, sighing deeply. Initially, he was skeptical about Liu Shun's idea of making a domain card. However, after witnessing Liu Shun's learning ability and his self-made purple quality card, he began to have high hopes for him. With this expectation, he convinced the school to sponsor Liu Shun's materials. Yet, as the completion of the domain card approached, the teacher's anxiety grew. His concern wasn't about his own reputation with the school's administration, but rather about Liu Shun potentially being discouraged and losing confidence if he failed. I was too hasty before. I should have given him more time to prepare, the teacher thought, filled with regret over his earlier decision. Just then, Liu Shun entered the room, holding a card that emitted a deep purple glow. "Teacher, I did it," he exclaimed. Seeing the smile on Liu Shun's face and the card in his hand, the teacher's expression instantly transformed into one of joy, casting aside his previous worries. He repeated, "Good, good, good," to express his excitement, patting Liu Shun on the shoulder with a tone full of relief. "I knew you could do it." Amidst his excitement, he couldn't help but marvel at Liu Shun's talent managing to create a purple quality domain card at the bronze level. At this rate, by the time Liu Shun reached the silver level, he might possess multiple purple quality cards. After a brief conversation with Liu Shun, the teacher left early to report the good news to the school. Liu Shun didn't linger in the dorm either. With his newly created domain card, he naturally wanted to test its effects in the school's arena. Arriving at an open space, the magic dice and destiny dice plate appeared in his hands. Liu Shun infused them with his mental energy, and in the next moment, the entire area underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously green, flat ground turned pitch black under the influence of the domain card, with a change in texture as well. The borders of the field, the size of a playground, were surrounded by black panels made of the same material as the ground, adjustable in height according to Liu Shun's will. Inside the domain, the ground beneath him was adorned with various dice shapes. Their forms varied. Some were six-sided, while others seemed frozen in mid-spin. At the center of the dice plate was the image of the Destiny magic dice, its 20-sided face pointing skyward. From a bird's eye view, it was clear how fitting the name of this domain card was to its form. Once activated, the domain card resembled a massive dice plate sprawled across the ground, awaiting the arrival of players' dice. This dice plate possessed a unique allure, compelling one to step inside upon seeing it. This mysterious and eerie quality set the domain card apart from ordinary dice plates. Upon activating the domain card, Liu Shun found himself enveloped in a field that significantly enhanced his mental power. He summoned several magic dice card entries and, through mental perception, discovered their strength had increased by about 20%, thanks to the domain card's amplification. Within the confines of the domain card, he felt a sense of superiority, akin to a person rolling dice and looking down upon them, naturally instilling a feeling of dominance. In the ensuing period, Liu Shun tested various functions of the domain card, including dice tricks and playful deception, and he was quite satisfied with the results. Although he currently had no opponents to test the remaining capabilities, the Magic Dice, Fate Dice Board, and Ultimate Radiance had become his most crucial cards. Considering the importance of the card deck, the value of the domain card was even more pronounced. After experimenting with the effects of the domain card, Liu Shun felt pleased, yet he also realized he had a limited number of magic dice card entries, which he needed to increase. Just as he was about to return to the dormitory to continue studying the cards, an unexpected phone call interrupted his plans. The call informed him that the Holy Spirit cult had begun widespread activities. Shortly before Liu Shun received the call, several people dressed in black robes were preaching on the streets of Jiuxiao City. Their robes were embroidered with a golden heart, the emblem of the Holy Spirit cult. These individuals were not merely preaching, but distributing invitation letters to anyone who came into their view, forcibly handing them out. The Jiuxiao City Security Bureau quickly responded by arresting these individuals and began collecting and destroying the distributed invitations. However, unlike the invitations Liu Shun and his group had received, this time, Simply holding the invitation for a moment would implant the knowledge of creating black cards using human methods into one's mind. Even if the invitation was destroyed, the malicious knowledge the Holy Spirit cult intended to spread continued to disseminate. Today's activities were evidently well organized and prepared. Jiuxiao City, a critical battleground in the past efforts to eradicate the Holy Spirit cult, now saw the emergence of cultists distributing invitations in multiple cities. When confronted by the security bureau or card masters in combat, they did not flee but instead fervently chanted, "The exalted fate is watching us," before engaging in a frenzied fight, disregarding the depletion of their mental power and even resorting to burning their life force to oppose others. This large-scale operation plunged several cities, including Jiuxiao City, into chaos. After hanging up the phone, Liu Shun's expression turned grave, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. He recalled the invitation letter that had appeared in his dormitory not long ago, intensifying his unease. The ultimate radiance's body seeped from his entire being, manifesting as a mech that soared into the sky, and Liu Shun swiftly flew towards the dormitory. In just a few seconds, Liu Shun arrived in front of the dormitory. The class teacher next door had not yet returned, and Rinyu, who had also received the call, had already summoned his card. Seeing Liu Shun return to the dormitory, Rinyu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak when he saw Liu Shun use telekinesis to strike a seemingly ordinary spot not far from the dormitory. The sudden attack caused two figures to appear out of nowhere, their black wings folding in front of them to block the telekinetic strike. Rinyu's expression changed dramatically, and the feathered serpent beside him assumed an attack stance upon command, as both figures were clad in the black robes of the Holy Spirit Church. The black wings that had blocked the telekinetic attack trembled, shedding many feathers. The two from the Holy Spirit Church wore smug expressions, intending to say something, but Liu Shun's actions interrupted them. The dice patterns covered the board domain card, magic dice, fate dice board activated. Liu Shun's summoning was swift. As soon as the domain card unfolded, Fenrir appeared within it, directly activating the skill fates encounter. The inherent dice spun rapidly, influenced by the domain card to favor Liu Shun's desired high roll, ultimately landing on 12. The domain card's characteristic covert manipulation nudged the score up by 3 points, resulting in a final score of 15. This allowed Liu Shun to only expend 1/3 of the mental energy required for direct summoning, bringing forth the magic dice shackle ghost hand under the skill's effect. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit Church duo, despite their surprise at the opponent possessing a domain card, promptly summoned their own cards. A colossal centipede with human limbs and an abomination stitched from human bodies appeared within Liu Shun's domain. The moment they emerged, even with the final glow filtering, Liu Shun instinctively felt repulsed when facing these summons, as if they were something unspeakable. Is this the black card of the Holy Spirit Church? Liu Shun's mind raced, but his hands did not stop. As the two summons appeared, the domain card, according to Liu Shun's will, added magic dice entries to them, simultaneously revealing their names: Magic Dice Centipede of 1,000 Limbs and Magic Dice Corpse Mountain Abomination. On the other side, the Holy Spirit Church's duo, noticing the dice appearing on their summons and realizing it was the effect of the opponent's domain card, quickly reacted. Although they didn't know the purpose of the dice, they confidently mounted their cards, commanding them to attack. They were confident in their cards' effectiveness against humans, believing they could handle the target even with the opponent's domain card. As the two repulsive cards charged forward, the Shackle Ghost Hand, under Liu Shun's command, activated the skill Ruthless Ghost Hand. Instantly, the advancing steps of the Centipede of 1,000 Limbs and Corpse Mountain Abomination were halted, as shadows beneath them sprouted identical hands to the Shackle Ghost Hand, gripping their shadows tightly. The Ghost Hand's restraining effect was fully displayed, as the disproportionately sized Ghost Hands effortlessly controlled the two cards in place. Sensing trouble, the Holy Spirit Church duo looked up, only to see toy-like soldiers and airborne mech suddenly appearing, their guns and cannons aimed directly at them. The toy soldiers and the final brilliant barrage of artillery fire hit the 1,000-legged centipede and the Corpse Mountain Abomination directly. Limbs were torn apart, blood splattered, and the two trapped cards were shredded by the intense gunfire, falling helplessly to the ground. Although the duo from the Holy Spirit cult managed to dodge the bombardment, their expressions remained grim. Their cards were utterly defenseless against the enemy and were easily destroyed. After eliminating the two cards, Liu Shun felt a slight growth in his domain card. Instinctively, he aimed his gun at the Holy Spirit cult duo again. The enemies scrambled to evade, but under the relentless pursuit of artillery, shackled Ghost Hands, and Fenrir, they found themselves in a desperate situation within seconds. Initially, they had thought their mission was simply to capture a novice card maker, but now they were filled with despair, knowing they had to fight for their lives. Black feathers revealed the anguished faces of the damned, and as these feathers drifted away, the summoned creatures attacking the duo were momentarily delayed. Seizing the opportunity, The two from the Holy Spirit cult pushed through the gunfire towards Liu Shun. Their wings had transformed into fleshy appendages, their bodies were covered in bleeding wounds, and they were in tatters. Yet, their eyes gleamed with one last hope. If they could reach that spot and use their cards to kill Liu Shun, they might survive. As the distance closed, the hope in the eyes of the Holy Spirit cult duo grew brighter. But just as they were one step away, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, followed by a powerful force that exploded their heads like fireworks, their bodies dropping lifelessly to the ground. Liu Shun glanced at the corpses with disdain, determined not to let the Holy Spirit cult members near him, wary of any strange cards they might possess. This was Liu Shun's first time killing someone, yet he didn't feel the nausea often described in books. Instead, he felt as he usually did, just a bit more relaxed after the fight. However, as he let his guard down, an unknown stream of information flooded his mind, turning his expression grim. The information detailed the runes and materials of dozens of black cards, including the sorrowful wings, thousand-legged centipede, and corpse mountain abomination. There were even more cards that made Liu Shun sick to his stomach, such as the bone chariot and the filthy river. It dawned on Liu Shun that the Holy Spirit cult duo was merely a facade, and their real intent was likely to disseminate the knowledge in their minds to certain individuals. From Liu Shun's perspective, the runes and information in his mind were extremely advanced knowledge. Even if one didn't create those cards, studying the runes alone would attract some people. However, the problem was whether anyone could avoid getting lost in the research. Liu Shun himself couldn't guarantee it. Moreover, he was concerned about how the Security Bureau would handle those who acquired the Holy Spirit cult's knowledge. Would they closely monitor them or erase their memories? Various possibilities flashed through Liu Shun's mind, further unsettling him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Liu Shun noticed the homeroom teacher nearby, gathering up the domain card and other cards. Liu Shun took the initiative to tell the teacher about what had just happened. Initially relieved that they were safe, the teacher's expression gradually turned serious. He instructed Liu Shun not to delve into the knowledge in his mind, and then called the Security Bureau. Soon, the Bureau responded, stating that they were aware of such incidents and would send someone to bring Liu Shun and the others to the Bureau to discuss a solution. After receiving the response, the teacher stayed by Liu Shun and Ren Yu, confirming with Ren Yu that he had not received any messages from the Holy Spirit cult, which allowed the teacher to relax a bit. The three of them waited together for the Security Bureau personnel to arrive. Before long, Liu Shun saw familiar uniforms, and after a brief exchange, Ren Yu was also taken to the Bureau. Since the homeroom teacher was also informed, he accompanied them. On the way, although the Security Bureau personnel did not disclose much information, the teacher reassured Liu Shun and Ren Yu. The journey was not long, and they soon arrived at the Security Bureau. The building appeared ordinary from the outside, but once inside, it was spacious and bustling, filled with uniformed staff. Each one was moving hurriedly, clearly indicating that the sudden actions of the Holy Spirit cult had significantly increased their workload. Upon arrival, Liu Shun and the others were placed in a room. The Security Bureau mentioned that others had reported similar incidents, so they were grouped together. They would wait for others with similar experiences to gather before announcing a specific course of action. Liu Shun, the teacher, and Ren Yu waited quietly in the room. During their wait, the chaos caused by the Holy Spirit cult was gradually being quelled. Although the action had caused quite a commotion, the Security Bureau's full intervention quickly brought the situation under control. For the disruptive cult members and those exploiting the chaos, the Bureau took strong measures. Those willing to surrender were detained, while the defiant were dealt with on the spot. Under the Bureau's stringent actions, the surface chaos began to dissipate. However, underlying issues remained unresolved. Those who received invitations, those who accessed the cult's knowledge, and the cult itself were all matters the Bureau needed to address. In a hidden room, a man in a black robe embroidered with a golden heart knelt on one knee, reporting to the person before him. Son of the Holy Spirit, our operation was a success. All selected individuals received the knowledge associated with the black cards. However, some of them reported the matter to the Security Bureau. I fear. Do not fear. Destiny will favor those chosen ones. The so-called Security Bureau cannot counter my methods. A slightly strange accent emerged from the person in front of the cult member. Hearing this, the cult member hesitated but nodded respectfully before exiting the room. The mysterious figure stared at the lit candle before him, murmuring softly, "Destiny will guide their growth, and at the destined time, they will become my sustenance." Liu Shun waited at the Security Bureau for half a day, and by evening, most of the people who had experienced similar events had gathered. These individuals varied in identity and age. Some were high school card makers like Liu Shun, while others were seasoned bronze-level card makers. The only commonality among them was their exposure to the teachings of the Sacred Spirit cult. Initially, there was a sense of tension within the Bureau, but soon, people began to exchange stories of their experiences. Liu Shun listened quietly, gradually realizing that the Sacred Spirit cult attackers were usually only one or two individuals, and without exception, they were all successfully eliminated. Was the sacred spirit cult sending them to their deaths in order to impart knowledge to them? As Liu Shun pondered this, the door opened, and a team of uniformed security bureau officers entered. After a brief exchange, Liu Shun and the others sat quietly, waiting for further instructions. However, the lead officer did not immediately provide a solution, but instead revealed another piece of information. Through their investigation into the sacred spirit cult's actions, the Security Bureau discovered that this terrorist attack was not solely the work of the sacred spirit cult. It was also tied to a hidden anti-human organization called the Candle of Fate. In fact, the sacred spirit cult was not the only anti-human group operating within human territories. The Candle of Fate was another sinister organization that created black cards using human bodies. Since they had been primarily active outside of the Yin Kingdom, Liu Shun and the others knew little about them. Unlike the sacred spirit cult, which sought to create perfect cards using human organs, the Candle of Fate focused on more abstract concepts related to humans, such as personality, destiny, and identity. The organization's name was derived from this focus. The Security Bureau's explanation made it clear to Liu Shun and the others that after the sacred spirit cult was officially eradicated, its remnants fled in panic and eventually allied with the Candle of Fate abroad. It was speculated that this terrorist attack was a joint conspiracy between the Candle of Fate and the sacred spirit cult, and Liu Shun's ordeal was linked to the Candle of Fate's most notorious practices. Within the Candle of Fate organization, the leaders possessed a unique card known as the Fate Candle. According to their claims, this card could connect the destinies of its owner with others. When the predestined moment arrived, all those connected would be hunted by the Fate Candle's owner, and everything about them would become fuel to enhance the quality of the Fate Candle. Before this destined moment, the owner of the Fate Candle would use various means to influence the connected individuals, improving the quality of the fuel and gaining control over their destinies to ensure a smooth ascension when the time came. Hearing this, Liu Shun and the others turned grim. It seemed that the knowledge in their minds was a tactic of the Fate Candle's owner. His goal was akin to feeding pigs with additive-laden fodder, fattening them up while reducing their resistance when the time came for slaughter. When the Security Bureau personnel reached this point in their explanation, many people in the audience couldn't hold back and interrupted eagerly. Do you have any methods to fight back? Hearing this question, everyone, including Liu Shun, looked at the Security Bureau staff with hopeful expressions. The personnel nodded decisively and began to explain the countermeasures. It turned out that although the Candle of Fate had been active abroad, the authorities had long been vigilant against this anti-human organization. In anticipation of potential threats, they had conducted in-depth research on a series of their organization's signature cards and prepared corresponding countermeasures, the Candle of Fate being one of them. According to the Security Bureau's investigation, a gold-level card maker was responsible for the recent activation of the Candle of Fate. Liu Shun and his group were merely affected bystanders, while the real targets were card makers of silver and even gold levels across several cities involved in the attack. To thwart the card makers' actions and bring them to justice, the Security Bureau planned to use a card to reverse the effects of the Candle of Fate. Initially, Liu Shun and his group were just prey, but with the reversal, they would become equals to the mastermind. As long as they took actions that interfered with or impacted the mastermind during the process, they would sense it and gain clues about the mastermind, enabling the Security Bureau to strike. During this process, if the opponent's Candle of Fate fails to ascend, the originally intended quality effects would fall onto Liu Shun and his group's life cards. Although the quality might not necessarily improve due to distribution, their life cards would gain skills or traits related to fate. After hearing the Security Bureau's solution, the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Although there might be dangers ahead, this was clearly the best solution. How should we deal with the Holy Spirit Church knowledge in our minds? Someone in the audience asked. The Security Bureau personnel responded, "There's no need for you to worry about that. We have methods to erase this knowledge without probing your minds." Seeing the confident smile on the Security Bureau's face, Liu Shun felt relieved and couldn't help but admire the authorities' immense power. It seemed they had countermeasures for every potential threat. No wonder the Holy Spirit Church was directly eradicated. After being informed of the solution, Liu Shun and the others had no more questions and cooperated obediently. Led by the staff, they arrived at a room. According to the Security Bureau's introduction, they would soon engage in a domain card mind maze in this room. Within this domain card, each person could manipulate their own memories to permanently delete certain memories or knowledge. Next, they simply needed to permanently erase the Holy Spirit Church knowledge, and it would no longer trouble them. Following the steps conveyed by the Security Bureau personnel, Liu Shun sat cross-legged in the room and began to manipulate the memories in his mind. He had no attachment to the knowledge forcibly implanted in his brain. Confident about the future, he wasn't foolish enough to learn forbidden knowledge that might be a trap. After permanently deleting this portion of his memory, Liu Shun opened his eyes and saw a nauseating black mist sinking into the ground beside him. He knew it was the Holy Spirit Church knowledge he had just erased. After clearing their minds of the memories of the Holy Spirit cult, Liu Shun and his companions turned their attention to the effects of the Candle of Fate. In a spacious room, a large mirror stood silently. One by one, they stood in front of the mirror, watching as the candle-like marks on their bodies were altered. There was no particular commotion, and the effects of the Candle of Fate were easily dealt with. Once that was done, Liu Shun and the others were assigned tasks by the Security Bureau. Since the effects of the Candle of Fate had been reversed, they needed to engage in activities that could impact the mastermind behind the scenes. Under the Security Bureau's arrangement, Liu Shun and his companions would be dispatched to apprehend and pursue members of the Holy Spirit cult. Though these actions had a limited impact on the mastermind, they could still uncover some clues. After explaining the situation, the Security Bureau sent the others back to their respective homes. They would be notified when it was time to execute their tasks, and there would be personnel hidden in the shadows to ensure their safety. However, unlike the others, Liu Shun was asked to stay behind. The Security Bureau provided a detailed explanation for this. It turned out that in reviewing their detailed information, the Security Bureau discovered that Liu Shun's registered life card was named the Fate Magic Dice. This caught the Bureau's attention, as Fate attribute cards are extremely rare. When sensing the mastermind through the reversed effects of the Candle of Fate, Liu Shun, possessing a Fate attribute card, would have a heightened perception, reaching the level of a silver card crafter. This was why the Security Bureau kept Liu Shun behind. In the upcoming tasks, they hoped Liu Shun could take on more responsibilities, thereby enhancing his perception of the mastermind. Liu Shun readily agreed, as he was being targeted by a gold-level card crafter, threatening his life. He naturally wouldn't pass up the opportunity to hunt down the mastermind. The Security Bureau was pleased with his response and disclosed additional intelligence. If Liu Shun contributed significantly during the pursuit, the reversed effects of the Candle of Fate might grant his life card similar fate-related effects. Due to the compatibility between his life card and the Candle of Fate, these effects would be stronger for him than for others. Upon learning this, Liu Shun was overjoyed, but he understood that the key was to find and eliminate the mastermind. After these matters were explained, Liu Shun was released. Should there be any task arrangements, the Security Bureau would notify him directly, allowing him to maintain his daily routine. Leaving the Security Bureau, Liu Shun returned to his school dormitory. Compared to the unease he felt before heading to the Bureau, he now felt much more at ease, knowing he had the support of the Security Bureau. However, Liu Shun was well aware that during critical moments, he must rely on his own strength. Therefore, upon returning to his dorm, he immediately delved into his study of magic patterns. The very next morning, the Security Bureau seemed to truly value Liu Shun's perceptive abilities and promptly assigned him a task. In the afternoon, Liu Shun needed to meet with personnel from the Security Bureau to investigate whether a suspect card maker had connections with the Shungling sect. After receiving the task, Liu Shun prepared himself and headed to the designated meeting place. Upon arrival, he discovered that his teammates were two members from the Security Bureau's secret division. Drawing on his previous experiences, Liu Shun exchanged brief pleasantries with them before commencing the mission. The target was a seasoned 8-star bronze card maker who worked as a sparring partner at a battle club. The Security Bureau's interest in him stemmed from his close relationship with a confirmed Shungling sect criminal and his frequent antisocial remarks, marking him as a potential sect member. Liu Shun's teammates led him to the target's residential complex. Initially unsure of how to proceed, Liu Shun quickly learned from his teammates' actions. First, they scouted the escape routes near the target and set up traps using invisible card mechanisms to prevent an escape in an emergency. Then, the trio knocked on the target's door, their loud banging eliciting a response from inside. A voice, impatient and questioning, asked, "Who is it?" When the door opened, a disheveled middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes appeared. Clearly displeased with the abrupt knocking, he was about to protest when Liu Shun's teammates presented their Security Bureau credentials and sternly stated, "Chen Yin, right? We're from the Security Bureau. We suspect you have connections with the Shungling sect's recent activities. We need to inspect your premises and your mental space. Please cooperate." The serious demeanor and assertive tone of his teammates silenced the initially angry Chen Yiyun. Liu Shun observed a change in Chen Yiyun's expression upon hearing their identity, revealing a hint of unease. After a brief pause, Chen Yiyun reluctantly allowed them inside. The room was cluttered, and a peculiar odor lingered in the air, causing Liu Shun to wrinkle his nose. Once inside, Chen Yiyun, though unwilling, cooperatively guided them through a room-by-room inspection. Finding nothing unusual, they moved on to inspecting his mental space. Faced with their inquiry, Chen Yiyun attempted to dissuade them, arguing that a card maker's mental space should not be casually examined. However, his reasoning was countered by his teammates, who cited suspicion of his sect involvement. Under their persistent pressure, Chen Yiyun acquiesced to the mental space inspection. Outwardly agreeing, he sat on the sofa, a bitter expression on his face, seemingly resigned to the situation, and quietly awaited Liu Shun's examination. Just as Liu Shun's teammates stepped closer, Chen Yiyun's expression twisted into one of malice. Above, a creature with bat wings and a baby's body suddenly swooped down. Simultaneously, a spiraling bone dagger materialized in Chun Yun's hand, aimed directly at Liu Shun and his team. The sudden attack by Chun Yun didn't catch Liu Shun and his team off guard. In fact, they had already prepared for it before he knocked on the door. The sharp blade of the bone dagger failed to pierce his teammate's abdomen, blocked instead by a sudden golden shield. Meanwhile, the monster attempting the ambush was captured on the spot by the shackled ghost hand hidden in Liu Shun's shadow. Without needing to activate any skills, the sheer strength of the ghost hand kept the creature, clearly belonging to the Holy Spirit cult, firmly restrained. Realizing that his ambush had been anticipated by Liu Shun and his team, Chun Yun immediately abandoned the fight and tried to flee. However, after only 2 steps, ghostly hands emerged from the shadows beneath him and struck his abdomen hard. The intense pain instinctively made him double over, his face contorted in agony. Liu Shun's teammates seized the opportunity, and chains of golden light and thorny vines quickly entangled Chun Yun, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, the shadow ghost hand delivered successive heavy blows to the shadow of Chun Yun's head, eventually knocking him unconscious. Meanwhile, the monster summoned by Chun Yun let out a wail before being killed by Liu Shun's teammates. Once everything was handled, they lifted Chun Yun and checked his mental space, confirming that the bone dagger and the vanquished monster were indeed black cards, solid evidence. The 3 of them then took him back to the security bureau, successfully completing the mission. As their target was executed on the spot by the security bureau, Liu Shun's vision suddenly blurred, and an image quickly flashed before disappearing. When he came to his senses, he realized he was still in the security bureau. The fleeting image seemed to be a perception of the mastermind behind the scenes. Liu Shun recalled the painting-like scene, a vaguely shaped figure holding a burning candle, with rivers of various colors converging behind them. Realizing it was a sensory perception, Liu Shun immediately reported the image to the security bureau. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a figure cloaked in black paused for a second, angry whispers spilling from his lips. Damn security bureau. Damn sacrifices. Since last night, fate perceptions had been constantly assailing him, making him aware that his information was being transmitted to the other side. If this continued, by no later than tomorrow noon, all his information would be leaked to the security bureau, and he would be swiftly found and killed. Unwilling to accept such an outcome, the figure knew that the effects of the candle of fate were still active, and as long as he could kill a few more sacrifices in a short period, he could buy more time. With this in mind, the figure summoned members of the Holy Spirit cult to plan their next actions. Meanwhile, Liu Shun was also busy. Under the arrangement of the security bureau, he and his teammates investigated 3 suspect targets, finding conclusive evidence against 2 and confirming the innocence of 1. Liu Shun reported the corresponding fate perception scenes to the security bureau. After several operations, Liu Shun's confidence in the security bureau's ability to capture the mastermind grew stronger. It's impressive that he alone can sense so much information, and considering that there are likely dozens or even hundreds of people doing the same thing in the surrounding areas of Jiuxiao City, Liu Shun estimates that the mastermind will soon be discovered and eliminated. After completing the task assigned by the security bureau, Liu Shun returned to his dormitory to continue studying his magic patterns. He had previously noticed the limited number of entries in his magic dice card collection. Given the materials at hand, he focused on researching dragon-related magic patterns over the past few days, aiming to create a dragon card using his purple quality materials. Of course, the study of magic dice spell cards was also part of his plan. For Liu Shun, creating magic dice and the fate dice board made the production of magic dice cards a top priority in his agenda. Time quietly passed by, and the sky outside gradually darkened. Immersed in his studies, Liu Shun was startled by a phone call. Upon answering, the security bureau personnel warned him to beware of attacks from the Holy Spirit cult. Their information gathering progress had reached 80, and they expected to find the mastermind's trail by tomorrow morning at the latest. The enemy would surely attempt to disrupt their plans, so the security bureau advised Liu Shun and others to stay vigilant. In the event of an attack, they were not to panic, as there were dedicated protection personnel nearby. If an attack occurred, the security bureau would immediately dispatch reinforcements, and their task was to hold out with the protection staff until help arrived. After hanging up, Liu Shun promptly summoned the shackled ghost hand, which lurked in his shadow. As for the ultimate radiance armor, due to its invulnerability, Liu Shun decided not to summon it prematurely. Once prepared, Liu Shun communicated with the protection personnel. Since the operation against the mastermind was set for tomorrow, tonight was the darkness before dawn. To prevent any potential danger, Liu Shun headed straight to the dormitory rooftop. With its broad view, he could spot any approaching threats in advance. If things became dire, he had planned an escape route from the rooftop to ensure his survival through the night. Seated on a chair he had moved to the rooftop, Liu Shun chose not to meditate or study, but instead quietly gazed at the night view of Jiuxiao City, waiting for time to pass. As the night deepened, although no enemy was spotted, Neither Liu Shun nor the protection personnel relaxed their vigilance, remaining alert for any suspicious activity. As the night wore on, neither Liu Shun nor the security bureau had detected an attack. Could the night really pass so peacefully? The answer from the man in the black robe was impossible. At that moment, several cards emitting green and red light appeared before him. He asked the person beside him, "Are all the arrangements in place?" "Rest assured, everything is set. At your command, the Holy Spirit cultists will attack the designated target," the person replied. The man in the black robe nodded. "Good. I will personally handle the important targets. The rest is up to you." Once everything was confirmed, the man in the black robe's mental energy was consumed intensely, activating several cards before him. Consequently, a golden candle flame mark suddenly appeared above the heads of over a dozen card makers near Jiuxiao City. The moment the candle flame mark appeared, Liu Shun felt a vague sense of foreboding. However, before he could react, the candle flame mark suddenly exploded, transforming into a golden barrier that enveloped him. Protected by this barrier, the two security bureau agents nearby were isolated outside, while a somewhat ethereal figure appeared in front of Liu Shun. This scene wasn't unique to Liu Shun. Across the region centered around Jiuxiao City, a dozen card masters found themselves in similar predicaments. This was a counterattack by the mastermind, who, through his cards, could simultaneously create over 10 exclusive fate spaces, locking his spectral presence with closely related enemies. Each apparition reflected the true state of the opposing card master, representing a real moment from their past. The fate space served as a battleground between the apparition and the enemy, only dissolving when one side perished. To break it from the outside would require the combined efforts of several gold-level card masters. To orchestrate such a scenario, the mastermind used multiple cards. If his apparitions successfully killed these enemies, even if the effect of the fate candle was reversed, he could still complete most of the ritual, especially by eliminating the higher-ranked sacrifices. However, the situation wasn't entirely favorable for him. The outcomes of these dozen battles could influence one another, and the success or failure of one could trigger a chain reaction, potentially ruining others. Meanwhile, the mastermind, confident in his lair, believed the presence of a bronze-level opponent among these adversaries would work in his favor. Although his apparition was also bronze-level, his combat awareness and intelligence surpassed that level, making it seem easy to handle opponents. This battle wouldn't be won casually. On the other side, Liu Shun, seeing the apparition before him and his teammates being isolated, launched his domain card without hesitation. Magic Dice, Fate Dice Plate. The mysterious dice plate unfolded in the golden space, and the apparition seemed somewhat surprised, not expecting a bronze-level card master like Liu Shun to have crafted a domain card. However, the apparition, groomed from a young age by the fate candle, was not easy to deal with. He summoned a black card. Fate, summoned the three fates. In an instant, three distinct women appeared before the apparition. As soon as they were summoned, the apparition activated the skill Thread of Fate, but the anticipated scene of threads flying out did not occur. Instead, a die appeared out of nowhere in front of the summoned beings and began to roll. The apparition, realizing the change, checked the card information and noticed the alteration. Interesting, a dice rolling effect? But that won't stop me from mastering fate, he thought, as he sent out the threads of fate, only for them to be easily deflected by Liu Shun's toy soldiers, with bullets even flying towards the apparition. 7 points indeed. The roll significantly impacted the skill. Watching the threads being easily dispersed, the apparition's thoughts wandered, though his hands moved swiftly, summoning another card. Fate, Loom. When the loom appeared before the three fates, a large number of threads were manipulated on it by the fates, blocking the incoming bullets. Meanwhile, Liu Shun was not idle. Beside the toy soldiers, he summoned Fenrir, who then activated the skill Fate's Call. The dice roll resulted in 13316, allowing the three little pigs to appear successfully under the skill's influence. Liu Shun ordered the pigs to build houses, while Fenrir, under the cover of Liu Shun's final glorious barrage, lunged at the phantom. Simultaneously, the shackled ghost hand at his feet advanced towards the opponent in the shadows. Faced with Liu Shun's offensive, the phantom directed the three fairies to use Threads of Fate to fend off the attack, while also activating the spell card, Fate, Favor of the Goddess of Fortune. As a golden light enveloped the phantom's side, without hesitation, he activated the fairy's skill Threads of Fate once more. The phantom watched in disbelief as the dice rolled from 14 to 7. His previously high spirits suddenly dashed. This was significant because both the Fate card and the fairy skill relied on the Threads of Fate skill. Yet, despite activating the skill twice, the dice only showed 7 each time. Even with the Fate, Favor of the Goddess of Fortune in play, something was definitely wrong. Before the phantom could react further, Fenrir and the shackled ghost hand closed in. Influenced by the dice's 7-point result, the obstructing threads of fate were torn apart on the spot. Liu Shun, aiming for a decisive blow, activated the domain card skill dice trick. Suddenly, the Phantom, busy directing his cards to defend, found that Finra and the Shackle Ghost Hand had seemingly teleported through the fairy's blockade, appearing right before him. Shadow Claw. Wild Collision. The two cards activated their skills in succession. The Shackle Ghost Hand flew at high speed, shackling the Phantom instantly. Following this, Finra, in his giant wolf form, crashed into the Phantom turn target with tremendous force. The massive body led with a gaping maw full of fangs. Caught off guard by the sudden combo attack, the Phantom could only watch as Finra charged at him. The fanged maw snapped shut, but just then, a black light flashed over the Phantom, leaving his body unscathed despite what should have been a devastating blow, and instead, he was sent flying. Conversely, one of the three fairies, the leftmost one, was suddenly torn apart by an invisible attack, dying on the spot. Seeing the Phantom narrowly escape, Liu Shun ordered Finra and the Shackle Ghost Hand to continue their assault while activating the dice trick skill again. The toy soldiers and the loom swapped places, with the toy soldiers now aiming their guns at the two remaining fairies. The loom, transported to Liu Shun's side, was destroyed by the final glorious barrage. Observing the loom's destruction and his own precarious situation alongside the two fairies, the Phantom gritted his teeth, narrowly dodged Finra's lunge thanks to the spell card's effect on him, and summoned a new card, Fate, Hero of Destiny. At the moment the summoning card appeared, he activated two more spell cards, Fate, Achilles' Heel, and Fate, Patricide and Matricide. Two beams of light shot towards the newly summoned entity, while Finra and the Shackle Ghost Hand were also affected by the Phantom spell cards. On the other side, as the textile fairy was eliminated, Finra lost his mind and frantically lunged at the newly appeared summon. The Shackled Ghost Hand, however, appeared hesitant, almost like a woman trying to block Finra's attack. From a distance, Liu Shun noticed this and realized something was wrong. Clearly, both Finra and the Shackled Ghost Hand were affected by the Phantom card. He ordered his toy soldiers to move closer while summoning his own life card, the Fate Magic Dice. However, in this brief moment, Finra was already battered and wounded. The constraints of the Shackled Ghost Hand and the powerful Destiny Hero card put Finra at a disadvantage. Under the influence of two consecutive Fate cards, the combat power of the summon, perfectly matching human imagination of a hero, surged, especially when confronting Finra, who was faithfully his father. The mother's assistance with the Shackled Ghost Hand allowed her to wield her spear and shield with ferocity, suppressing Finra and reversing the previously disadvantageous situation for the Phantom. As Finra was on the brink of defeat, the toy soldiers arrived, trying to help him with their guns and cannons. However, the Destiny Hero, watching from the back, ignored them and instead focused on Liu Shun in the distance, noticing him summoning something resembling a dice. Aware of the opponent's card entries, the Phantom was on high alert, ready to activate a counter card at any moment. After summoning the Fate Magic Dice, Liu Shun activated the skill Unknown Alteration without hesitation. As the dice was thrown into the air, Liu Shun, the distant Phantom, and the cards in battle all involuntarily turned their attention to the spinning dice. The Fate Magic Dice, with its magic dice entry, influenced by the Three Little Pigs skill Triple Chance, allowed the selection of a result from three outcomes. Liu Shun decisively chose 2 as the final result. Instantly, the dice's attention-grabbing effect vanished, and a beam of light shot straight toward the Destiny Hero. Seeing this, the Phantom, already on guard, immediately activated the card Fate, Orphan, and Prince, sending a beam of light from his front toward the Destiny Hero. This card's effect was to transfer the upcoming changes to the Fate entry card to another card, a countermeasure the Phantom had prepared. However, unexpectedly, just as he used the card, the Destiny Hero was moved by Liu Shun's dice trick, directly blocking the path of the Fate Magic Dice's effect beam. Thus, the permanent change effect with a score of 2 directly hit the Destiny Hero. Although the effect of Fate, Orphan, and Prince also hit the card afterward, the Destiny Hero had already changed, and the Fate entry was altered, rendering spell card effects ineffective on him. In this way, Liu Shun used the Fate Magic Dice's effect to indirectly eliminate the Destiny Hero. With the change in the Destiny Hero, the influence on Finra and the Shackled Ghost Hand was also lifted, and they immediately pursued the Phantom relentlessly. At this moment, the Phantom truly found itself in dire straits. Finra, the Shackled Ghost Hand, and the toy soldier had cornered their target, while in the distance, Liu Shun's ultimate brilliance unleashed continuous attacks. Surrounded from all sides, the shadowy figure could not hold out until the destined hero's transformation was complete and was eventually overwhelmed and killed by the summoned entities. The moment the shadow perished, the golden space outside the Destiny dice board vanished. In a hidden realm, the mastermind who had been keeping his eyes shut suddenly realized that one of his shadows had been eliminated, and an uneasy premonition crept over him. With the disappearance of the shadow and the Destiny space, its card also dissipated into thin air. Liu Shun felt a tinge of regret, as he had hoped to see what the Destiny field cards could be transformed into with the 2-point Destiny magic dice. However, he didn't dwell on it for long because, nearby, security personnel who had been blocked outside the Destiny space had arrived. Liu Shun put away his cards and detailed the recent events to the reinforcements. The relevant intelligence was swiftly relayed to headquarters, and the security personnel began seeking a resolution. No longer an outsider, Liu Shun was treated like a VIP, receiving protection for being the first to defeat the Shadow and provide intelligence to the Security Bureau. After communicating with the security personnel, Liu Shun learned that, besides the dozen card makers in his situation, other card makers had also been attacked by the Holy Spirit cult. Fortunately, these attacks had been thwarted by the security forces. The main focus remained on Liu Shun and the dozen individuals, which explained the crowd around him. Although the Security Bureau had anticipated some counteraction from the mastermind, the methods employed still left them at a loss. Amid their anxiety and frustration, Liu Shun stepped forward, offering crucial information that pointed the Security Bureau in the right direction. Thanks to Liu Shun's influence, the Shadows were at a disadvantage in the Destiny space battle, while outside, the security personnel were quickly devising solutions. Amidst these developments, Liu Shun received exhilarating news at dawn. The battle in the Destiny space ended in the Shadows' defeat, and the mastermind was successfully apprehended by the Security Bureau an hour later. Hearing this, Liu Shun felt genuine joy, as a heavy burden was finally lifted. At that moment, the golden candle flame mark above him lit up, his inherent card appeared before him, and the candle of twisted fate began to take effect. Under the influence of the golden candle flame imprint, Liu Shun sensed new skills and traits added to his Destiny magic dice. The skill, Destiny Omen, allows the card master to expend mental energy to roll the dice in specific situations, with the outcome determining how favorable the situation is. The trait, Destiny's Favor, ensures that the card master always encounters the people or things he desires. Liu Shun gazed at his transformed life card, contemplating their effects. Destiny's Favor is clearly a good luck buff, potentially aiding him in gathering materials within the secret realm. Meanwhile, Destiny Omen appears to be a divination skill, allowing him to assess the situation's positivity or negativity. Liu Shun decided to activate this skill immediately, rolling a 14. This result indicated that after dealing with the mastermind, his situation posed no danger, allowing him to continue studying his magic patterns. He noted that the mental energy consumed by the Destiny Omen skill was minimal, meaning he could use it frequently to assess potential dangers, proving very useful for him. With the mastermind captured, the Security Bureau personnel gradually left, leaving only one person behind for final protective measures. If no danger arose in the following days, this person would also depart. The next morning, the Security Bureau informed the residents near Jiuxiao City about the incident. They successfully apprehended the Holy Son of the Destiny Candle Group during the previous night's operation, dismantling their base and resolving the emergency. Although the mastermind had been captured, many individuals near Jiuxiao City still possessed knowledge of the Holy Spirit Church. Authorities implemented a dual approach of investigation, arrest, and encouraging citizen reports. After several days of effort, Jiuxiao City finally returned to peace. During this period, Liu Shun focused on studying the transformed Destiny magic dice and its magic pattern entries. After conducting experiments, he successfully created a new magic dice entry spell card. The card, named Magic Dice, All or Nothing, is of purple quality, 1-star level, and categorized as a spell. Its effect consumes mental energy to activate the card, significantly increasing the probability of rolling a 1 or 20, with corresponding buff and debuff effects also greatly enhanced. The card's description reads, All or Nothing. The creation of this card was partly to experiment with his research findings and partly because its effects could synergize with domain cards and his life card. This idea emerged after battling a shadow, where Liu Shun realized that the domain card skill Trickery could potentially combine with the Destiny magic dice to guarantee a roll of 20. The method involves first activating the domain and continuously using the magic dice entry effect until a 20 is rolled. Liu Shun's plan began with his use of the skill Prank and Cheat from the domain card, which turned the next magic dice card skill points into 20. The magic dice of Fate had a dice entry, meaning its skill Unknown Alteration could also be changed to 20 points by Prank and Cheat. This way, Liu Shun could fully utilize his life card to transform any card into one with a magic dice entry. After successfully crafting, Liu Shun eagerly unfolded his domain, and the Fate dice disc appeared beneath his feet. He summoned Fenrir and used the newly created card on it, then had Fenrir perform the skill Fateful Encounter. The first roll was 1 point, consuming 80% of Liu Shun's mental energy to summon the Shackle Ghost Hand. However, this did not discourage him. After a brief recovery, Liu Shun once again triggered Magic Dice, all in on Fenrir. This time, Fateful Encounter successfully rolled 20 points, allowing Liu Shun to summon the three little pigs without any mental energy consumption. Ignoring the summoned creatures around him, Liu Shun then summoned the fate magic dice and the cursed toy soldier squad. To ensure everything was foolproof, he first used a temporary, unknown alteration on the toy soldiers and triggered the skill prank and cheat, modifying the points to 20. A golden light instantly enveloped the toy soldiers, and under the skill's influence, this blue quality card underwent a transformation. The attributes of the modified toy soldier card are as follows. Name, magic dice, cursed toy soldier squad. Quality, blue. Level, 3-star. Type, summon. Skill, unknown firepower. The toy soldiers fire a barrage of bullets at the enemy, with the damage of each attack varying according to the dice points on the toy soldiers. At 1 point, it has no effect on the enemy. At 20 points, it deals massive damage with bullets having additional effects like knockback, penetration, and critical hits. Cursed Ghost. After the toy soldiers die, ghost form soldiers appear, with their bodies turning into ordinary toys. In ghost form, the toy soldiers are immune to physical attacks, and their bullets carry a curse that weakens the enemy's life upon impact. Trait. Toy Story. If the toy soldier's body still exists, the card master can revive the toy soldier's body as a summon by consuming half of the mental energy required for summoning cards. Altered Fate. When cards with a magic dice entry alter summoned creatures, the dice points are locked at 15 or above. Liu Shun examined the effects of the modified toy soldiers and found that apart from an additional trait, only the skill Guns Blazing had changed, becoming a random skill characteristic of magic dice cards. Liu Shun felt somewhat disappointed with this outcome, as he had hoped the toy soldiers could be modified to have a skill similar to Fateful Encounter that could influence other magic dice cards. He tried several times and found the results were the same as the first attempt. Therefore, Liu Shun decided to use a permanent, unknown alteration to modify the toy soldier card. Although this attempt did not achieve his desired effect, Liu Shun did not abandon the idea. He believed the failure might be because the toy soldier card lacked an entry. If he used 20 points of unknown alteration to modify a card with an entry, perhaps he could achieve the effect he wanted. The experiment resulted in the toy soldiers acquiring the magic dice attribute, which didn't disappoint Liu Shun. In fact, developing a combination technique involving the fate magic dice and the magic dice, along with the fate dice tray, was quite a significant achievement. He began to take stock of his cards. The purple quality ones included Final Radiance, Magic Dice, Shackled Ghost Hand, Magic Dice, Fate Dice Tray, Magic Dice, and All or Nothing. The blue quality cards featured Magic Dice, Cursed Toy Soldier Squad, Magic Dice Seeker, Magic Dice, Three Little Pigs, Blade of Pain, Chainsaw Butcher, and Tactical Goggles. Additionally, there were spell cards like Dark Chains. Liu Shun had a considerable number of cards, but he mainly used those with the Magic Dice attribute, while cards like Tactical Goggles had been phased out. Although Blade of Pain and Chainsaw Butcher were useful, they weren't frequently used. Liu Shun considered adding the magic dice attribute to them, but ultimately decided against it, thinking it would lead to instability. Instead, he preferred to use them as auxiliary functional cards. As for Tactical Goggles, he might sell or trade them for materials in the future. After organizing his cards, Liu Shun started planning his next steps. First, he needed to continue meditating to enhance his card-making level. Currently, he was at bronze 7 stars, with the Final Radiance and Domain card boosting his mental strength. His goal was to break through to the silver level before the city selection. By then, his life card would have completed its upgrade, allowing his purple cards to fully unleash their power and form a formidable force. Additionally, he aimed to increase the number of cards with the magic dice attribute, whether they were spell cards, summoning cards, or item cards, to enrich his combat system. Liu Shun set 2 short-term goals for himself: to create a spell card that summons magic dice with minimal mental energy consumption, and to craft a powerful dragon card using purple materials like Dragon Head and Dragon Heart. With his plans in place, Liu Shun's life returned to a calm and routine state. He attended school regularly, studied magic patterns, sought help from teachers when needed, and maintained a progressive attitude. About a week before the end of the month, Liu Shun suddenly remembered he hadn't used his monthly benefits. Due to the influence of the Holy Spirit Church, he hadn't participated in the class-organized Secret Realm exploration, and the school's card packs had just been distributed. This meant he still had 1 Secret Realm exploration and 3 free choice benefits unused. With this in mind, Liu Shun went to his homeroom teacher to apply for the benefits and received a 7-day Secret Realm journey. He had already decided on the destination: the Sword and Magic Otherworld Secret Realm. As a Western fantasy-themed secret realm, it contained many materials ideal for card making, which would greatly aid Liu Shun's upcoming card-making plans. Before entering the secret realm, the homeroom teacher specifically reminded Liu Shun to be cautious. The Sword and Magic realm is quite popular, often attracting teachers or their children who come to gather materials. If Liu Shun encounters them, he must remain friendly and avoid conflicts over resources. Although Liu Shun heard the teacher's advice, he didn't take it to heart. During his previous 2 trips to the secret realm, he mostly collected materials alone, with minimal chances of conflict with others. After confirming his card preparations were correct, Liu Shun began his exploration of the realm. He leaped into the entrance, and upon opening his eyes again, found himself in a dilapidated city. The city resembled the ruins he had seen in the last myth secret realm, but was more intact. It had a medieval city style but was larger in scale, now appearing damaged, with walls and buildings destroyed as if ravaged by war and abandoned. Liu Shun stood in the middle of a street, surrounded by broken carriages and dirty wooden barrels, in a silent environment devoid of life. However, he remained vigilant and donned his final radiance to scout the surroundings. Once he confirmed there were no monsters nearby, he cautiously entered a tavern to search for items. Liu Shun had already gathered some intel before entering the realm. In this realm, seemingly ordinary places might hide items usable as card-making materials, such as swords, magic scrolls, and special crystals, all of which were highly valuable. Thus, Liu Shun began searching through everything like a protagonist in a traditional RPG game. Unfortunately, even though he used telekinesis to rummage through the tavern, he found nothing usable as material, dampening his initial excitement. However, a temporary setback was not a big deal. After leaving the tavern, Liu Shun summoned his fate magic dice, expending mental energy to activate its new skill, Fate Omen, silently asking himself, what will my next finds be like? The dice rolled to 13, suggesting an average outcome for his upcoming finds. Liu Shun reluctantly accepted this and used telekinesis to clear a path, continuing to search the buildings along the street. With an ear-piercing sound, telekinesis roughly tore open doors, and cabinets and boxes inside were directly opened for inspection. After some effort, he finally found 2 rings in a table cabinet, which he absorbed into blank cards, turning them into blue-quality material cards, symbolizing the rings of happiness. This marked a promising start to his secret realm journey. Having acquired his first material, Liu Shun proceeded to search the entire street. The already dilapidated buildings became even more wrecked under his aggressive searching, but he successfully collected 2 green materials, a mercenary medal and a common beast compendium. As he continued dismantling, the noise naturally attracted the city's original inhabitants. Soon, Liu Shun detected 2 figures flying from afar, using his final radiance. The first figure resembled a warrior, 2 to 3 times larger than an average person, with distorted flesh forming armor over its body. Black energy surged over the armor and the rusted great sword in its hand with each breath. The second figure looked like a mage, with a body similar to a human's but an abnormally large head, featuring 2 pairs of eyes and 3 mouths. Its body lacked limbs, replaced by dozens of tentacles wrapped around a staff, and its pale skin gave it a particularly grotesque appearance. Liu Shun noticed 2 monsters rapidly approaching, but instead of dodging, he decisively activated his domain card magic dice and destiny dice plate. It's well known that within the domain card's range, the magic dice can reach a maximum roll of 20 against non-card life forms. This was the perfect opportunity to test its power on these 2 creatures. As the domain unfolded, Liu Shun immediately summoned Finra and activated the skill Fateful Encounter. By this time, the 2 monsters had already entered the domain's range, and Finra skillfully evaded their attacks. At that moment, the dice showed a roll of 20. Without expending any mental energy, Liu Shun summoned the shackled ghost hand. Upon its appearance, it seamlessly coordinated with Finra, using its binding ability to protect Finra as it continued to execute Fateful Encounter. After several skill activations, Liu Shun's summons included 3 little pigs and toy soldiers. With their appearance, Liu Shun's side began to counterattack. Thanks to the perpetual roll of 20, the toy soldiers' firepower was significantly enhanced, and their bullets not only damaged the monsters, but also caused splattering blood and flesh, pushing the monsters back and inflicting severe injuries. Faced with the attack from the magic dice card, the monsters naturally wanted to retaliate. The warrior monster raised its rusty greatsword, shrouded in black energy, while the mage monster lifted its tentacle-wrapped staff, its 3 mouths chanting spells. However, the shackled ghost hand was already prepared, activating the skill Relentless Ghost Hand. A ghostly hand emerged from the shadows, disrupting the monster's counterattack. Subsequently, the thief's instinct revealed its power. Under the influence of the 20-point dice, the ghost hand effortlessly stole the monster's weapons before they could react, leaving them vulnerable to an onslaught from Finra and the other summoned creatures. The shackled ghost hand tossed aside the monster's weapons and used Shadow Claw to immobilize the attacked monsters, making it easier for the other magic dice cards to attack. After a series of coordinated moves, the 2 monsters were covered in wounds. The warrior monster had lost an arm and a leg, with a gaping hole in its abdomen. The mage monster fared no better, being weaker in close combat. It was crippled by Finra, with 2 of its 3 mouths rendered useless, and its tentacles torn to shreds, leaving only a couple of small tendrils, looking even more pitiful than its companion. At this point, Even the instinct-driven monsters realized the strength of their opponent, and their wounds reminded them of the urgent need to escape. However, their escape plan was thwarted before it could begin. The shackled ghost hand firmly grasped their shadows, rendering the two monsters immobile. Facing these helpless targets, the cards unleashed their attacks: Fenrir's wild charge, the three little pigs' wooden hammers, the toy soldiers' artillery fire, and the distant final brilliance, all struck in succession. Under the relentless assault, the already heavily injured monsters died on the spot, leaving their corpses as trophies for Liu Shun. After their death, Liu Shun sensed a slight enhancement in his domain card. To his surprise, the card displayed immense power against non-card life forms. The two menacing monsters were pummeled like sandbags by the magic dice cards upon entering the domain, unable to resist. This undoubtedly made Liu Shun's upcoming journey through the secret realm much smoother. After his initial excitement, Liu Shun began to inspect the spoils. The first things that caught his eye were a rusted great sword made of green material and a tentacle wand. The bodies of the two monsters provided him with blue-quality battle-chi flesh and spiritual tentacles, marking a worthwhile gain. Having dispatched the two monsters, Liu Shun decided to explore other parts of the city. Recalling the mercenary badge he had obtained earlier, he chose to head to the mercenary guild, as mercenaries are an indispensable element in a world of swords and magic. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Liu Shun found his target. It was a magnificent building with a wide entrance, and the words Mercenary Guild were emblazoned on its exterior wall. Though the appearance mattered little to Liu Shun, he was more interested in whether there were materials or monsters inside. Riding the final radiance from the sky, Liu Shun walked straight in. He first entered a spacious hall, where mercenaries took on missions. It featured multiple windows and large displays, with decor similar to a battle club. To Liu Shun's disappointment, after some searching, he found nothing of value in the Mercenary Guild. There were no materials, not even a single monster, so Liu Shun left empty-handed. Despite the lack of findings, Liu Shun noticed signs of other activity in the guild within the past 3 days. Remembering his homeroom teacher's advice before entering the secret realm, he realized these traces might belong to the people his teacher mentioned. Regrettably, he was a step too late. Otherwise, he might have found something. Though he felt a slight sense of regret, Liu Shun quickly put it behind him. With the Mercenary Guild already scavenged and other card makers gathering materials in the secret realm, he needed to move quickly to other locations. Based on the information he gathered before entering the secret realm, Liu Shun set his next target on the city defense army's garrison. There, he hoped to find plenty of weapons, possibly even some usable as materials. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a 3-person team successfully commanded their cards to slay the monsters before them. After dividing the spoils, the leader looked at the map in hand and urged, "Our next target is the city defense army's garrison. Everyone, quickly restore your mental strength, and we'll set off directly afterward." The other 2 members nodded in agreement and began to recover. The leader, while defending them, calculated internally, "This time, using my mother's quota to enter the secret realm, I must gather enough materials to create cards that can stand against those few monsters back home." Whenever he thought of those prodigies who crafted purple quality cards at the bronze level, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Fortunately, the gap between them wasn't insurmountable yet. With hard work, he still had a chance to catch up. Once his 2 companions regained their energy, the trio immediately headed towards the city defense army's base. Meanwhile, Liu Shun was using telekinesis to scour the city defense army's base for items. Compared to the meager resources of the Mercenary Guild, this place was rich in valuable materials. After a thorough search, Liu Shun managed to obtain 2 blue-quality cards, the Blood Crossbow and the Arcane Cannon. Additionally, he found 2 green-quality cards, Standard Armor and Magic Crystal. These were just part of his haul from certain areas, and he was eager to explore a warehouse-like place he hadn't yet entered. As he approached the warehouse, he saw a rusty iron door and, without hesitation, used telekinesis to tear it open. The massive door twisted and fell away, revealing a humanoid figure inside. The moment the door was torn open, the figure launched a purple-blue lightning attack at Liu Shun, only to be blocked by an invisible telekinetic shield. Seeing its attack fail, the figure swiftly moved from the warehouse, transforming its black arm into a giant axe to strike again, but Liu Shun's shield held firm. After enduring 2 attacks, Liu Shun finally saw his adversary clearly. It was a humanoid metal golem, entirely made of a special black metal that seemed to flow and change shape at will, allowing it to transform and attack as a giant axe. At this point, Liu Shun's domain expanded, revealing a dice board with various dice patterns beneath his feet, covering the entire warehouse and the area near the entrance. First, he used telekinesis to push back the advancing golem, and then, following his battle strategy against monsters, he summoned Fenrir. With the 20-sided dice's enhancement, cards like the shackled ghost hand emerged to engage in fierce combat with the metal golem. As the warehouse guardian, the golem not only changed forms freely, but also wielded lightning for magical attacks. The surrounding lightning raged, making it difficult for Finra and the three little pigs to get close. Under Liu Shun's command, the shackled ghost hand broke the stalemate against the porcupine-like enemy. The relentless ghost hand struck, clamping onto the metal golem, followed by the shadow flying claw, which completely locked down the golem's body, along with its lightning, extinguishing its power. Once the enemy was contained, Finra and the other cards seized the opportunity to attack. Although Liu Shun didn't use his ultimate light attack, he did cast the painful blade spell card. As the blade descended, the constrained metal golem began to convulse violently, its body shifting into bizarre forms, and even the shackles that held it could no longer contain it as it broke free. After breaking free from its restraints, the metal puppet did not launch an attack, but instead seemed to lose control, shifting freely. Under the assault of cards like Finra, most of the metal puppet's body was damaged, with only a small portion of the flowing metal escaping into the distance. Liu Shun absorbed the remaining body of the metal puppet from the ground, transforming it into a blue-quality damaged magic puppet. He then sent out the shackle ghost hand to pursue the escaping part, while he and the remaining cards entered the warehouse to scavenge. Meanwhile, as the trio stepped into the garrison, they were surprised to find it seemed to have been looted already. A companion in the group whispered, "Brother Gio, it looks like someone has been here before us." Hearing this, Chu Gio furrowed his brow slightly and signaled for everyone to continue exploring further. They hadn't gone far when they saw a pool of metal liquid rapidly approaching them. Just as they were about to summon cards to attack the creature, a pair of hands wearing shackles suddenly emerged from the shadow of the metal liquid. Once these eerie hands appeared, they immediately attacked the metal liquid, and with just a few powerful strikes, the metal liquid was vanquished before Chu Jio and his companions. After killing the creature, the ghost hands picked up the metal liquid and left, completely ignoring Chu Jio and the others. Watching the departing hands, a companion asked, "Brother Jio, what should we do? Those hands might be a card." Chu Jio pondered for a moment and decided to continue moving forward with his companions. The spoils from the previous locations made him reluctant to abandon the garrison. When they reached the warehouse entrance, the sight before them was astonishing. Not far away, an ethereal vertical partition stood, seemingly dividing two worlds. Inside the partition, the stone-paved ground had transformed into a pattern filled with various dice, contrasting sharply with the garrison's atmosphere, exuding a mysterious allure. This is a field card." There was a hint of hesitation in the companion's voice, but Chu Jio did not respond, as he was equally shocked. Even at Tianyan High School, he had rarely seen a teacher's field card, and he hadn't expected to encounter one in this secret realm. But why was this field card so unfamiliar? Could it be a niche field card? Chu Jio's eyes reflected his confusion as he observed the field. Having witnessed the power of a silver-level card maker, his initial desire to claim a share of the spoils vanished, replaced by a wish to wait for this teacher to appear, hoping to see their true form and perhaps exchange materials. With this in mind, Chu Jio and his companions waited quietly outside the field. At this moment, Liu Shun also learned about the visitors outside from the shackled ghost hand. However, since they hadn't intruded into his field, he did not come out. For him, scavenging the warehouse was the most important task at the moment. In the City Defense Army's warehouse, Liu Shun conducted a thorough search and discovered a variety of weapons and defensive equipment. He collected several standard armors, blood-red giant crossbows, and magic-powered cannons. However, what excited him the most was a purple-quality material called the Rainbow Sword. This slender sword was exquisitely crafted and could emit a rainbow-like glow under the sunlight. Liu Shun couldn't help but wonder why such a treasure would be in the City Defense Army's warehouse, but he didn't hesitate to store it in his mental space. After finishing his scavenging in the warehouse, Liu Shun walked out, satisfied. Outside the domain, Chu Jio and his two companions were waiting. They were initially taken aback upon seeing Liu Shun emerge. Chu Jio was the first to react, smiling as he extended his hand to Liu Shun. "Hello, I'm Chu Jio. May I ask when the teacher inside will be coming out?" Chu Jio's expression was sincere, and his words were filled with anticipation. However, Liu Shun was momentarily stunned by the question and soon realized that they had mistaken him for the teacher who brought them here. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Shaking his head, he put away the destiny dice and replied, "It's just me here. There's no teacher." Upon hearing this, Chu Jio's smile froze, and he was filled with confusion. Just him? This meant that the student before him, who was about his age, had created the domain card himself. The shock rendered Chu Jio's expression complex, and his outstretched hand awkwardly retracted, leaving him at a loss. He was utterly astonished, and his companions' reactions were even more evident. "So, you made this domain card?" Chu Jio's voice trembled slightly, revealing his disbelief. Liu Shun, finding their reactions amusing, nodded casually. Seeing his admission, the three were filled with astonishment and surprise. Even at Tianyan High School, ranked among the top 20 in the nation, students capable of creating purple cards were few and far between. They had never heard of anyone who could make a domain card. Now, They had just returned to their hometown and encountered such an extraordinary talent, the stark contrast making it hard for them to believe this was the high school they knew. After recovering from their initial shock, Chu Jiao and his companions quickly struck up a conversation with Liu Shun. Initially, they held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking Liu Shun might be a silver-level teacher teasing them. But after some interaction, Chu Jiao had to admit they had indeed met a prodigy, someone who could create purple quality cards and even domain cards at the bronze level. This realization left Chu Jiao feeling bitter. He had thought his high school's talents were exceptional, only to find another anomaly capable of creating domain cards. Creating a domain card required drawing space-type magic patterns, a task so challenging that even the most talented students could only consider attempting it at the silver level. The young man named Liu Shun managed to complete the task so swiftly that it left Chu Jiao speechless. Through their conversation, Liu Shun learned about their background. Originally, they were students from Jiuxiao City who transferred to Tianyun City for better educational opportunities. This time, they returned home under the guise of a family visit to gather materials for the upcoming high school assessment. Liu Shun was familiar with Tianyun City. It was much larger than Jiuxiao City and ranked among the top cities in the country. However, his interest in Tianyun City was not as strong as his curiosity about the high school students like Chu Jiao. He wondered how the students from this big city compared in terms of academic abilities. When Liu Shun inquired about it, Chu Jiao instinctively glanced at his companions, a hint of bitterness on his face. In his mind, his companions had always been akin to geniuses, but compared to Liu Shun, they seemed to pale in comparison. After Chu Jiao introduced a few top students from their school, Liu Shun realized that students from big cities did indeed have a higher level of skill. From what he gathered, neither Lin Yin nor Bai Yaoyao had managed to create a card of purple quality, while several students in Tianyun City had already achieved this, indicating a higher overall level. Noticing the approving look on Liu Shun's face, Chu Jiao couldn't help but internally grumble. Why does he have that proud teacher look when we're all supposed to be peers? However, Liu Shun remained unaware of Chu Jiao's thoughts. He knew he didn't see Chu Jiao or Bai Yaoyao as rivals because, at his current level, he doubted there were many in his age group nationwide who could match him. This wasn't arrogance, but a realistic analysis based on past experiences. Moreover, both his homeroom teacher and school leadership had made similar assessments. When the school leaders learned that Liu Shun had successfully created a domain card, they were so thrilled they celebrated with champagne in the office, illustrating his extraordinary level among his peers. This achievement was not only due to Liu Shun's talent and effort, but also thanks to his unique card, the Thorn Crown of Wisdom. Despite the pain during use, its effects were remarkable. Therefore, Liu Shun never regarded others as his benchmark. His only comparison was with his past self. As long as he continued to improve, he believed that everyone else would eventually be left behind, seeing only his back. This was the unique pride of Liu Shun, the traveler. After discussing with Chu Jiao and the others, Liu Shun agreed to their proposal to exchange materials. He had some surplus materials and, in return, acquired a green-quality mercenary longsword, life potion, and spirit potion from them. After the exchange, Chu Jiao and his companions invited Liu Shun to join them, but he politely declined. They parted ways at the city defense outpost, each heading towards their respective goals. Watching Liu Shun soar into the distance, Chu Jiao and his friends were momentarily lost in thought. Could Liu Shun also have a purple card? It's possible. The world of geniuses is beyond our imagination. Chu Jiao's words left the group in silence for a moment before they turned and continued towards their destination. After bidding farewell to Chu Jiao and the others at the city defense garrison, Liu Shun flew towards the outskirts of the city. Chu Jiao and his team had already scoured the city for a while, depleting most of the valuable materials, so Liu Shun set his sights beyond the city walls. In the realm of swords and magic, while the city occupied a part of the landscape, much larger areas were vast natural environments. These areas were home to various magical creatures modeled after fantasy beings such as bloodflesh trance, hunting elves, and dark goblin creatures that card masters of the past had encountered. After flying for some time, Liu Shun finally left the city and entered the wilderness. By then, dusk was approaching, and eerie howls echoed from afar, sending shivers down one's spine. Although Liu Shun, clad in his ultimate radiance, could move freely in the dark, he decided against hunting magical creatures, considering his mental energy. Instead, he planned to explore the surrounding distribution of magical creatures before nightfall to prepare for the next day's hunt. The terrain near the city was primarily plains, offering a wide-open view, with only a few areas covered in dense shrubs. As Liu Shun soared through the air, he quickly assessed the surroundings. There were no particularly powerful magical creatures around the city, mostly just dark goblins and some beast-like creatures. For Liu Shun, these creatures were uninteresting. Perhaps he needed to venture further from the city to find stronger prey. Disinterested in the dark goblins, Liu Shun quickly flew back to the city, set up a tent at the city's edge, and began to meditate. The night passed without incident. When the sunlight sprinkled over the land, Liu Shun awoke from his meditation, ready to start his hunt for the day. He donned his ultimate radiance. Since there were no powerful creatures nearby, he planned to search further afield for prey. His silver-white figure swept across the sky, using the ultimate radiance to scan the area below for magical creatures. Finding no satisfactory prey on the plains, he continued onward, reaching a valley far from the city. The vegetation here was sparse, the ground covered in sand and dust, seemingly devoid of life. However, as Liu Shun flew overhead, he noticed tracks on the valley floor. These were clear, winding trails, thick as if left by some kind of serpent moving through the sand. But compared to normal serpent tracks, these seemed odd, with circular marks scattered across the ground. Liu Shun pondered what kind of magical creature could have left such traces. He followed the tracks, continually using telekinesis to survey the surroundings. As he delved deeper into the valley, the perceptive Liu Shun detected vibrations beneath him. Sand and dust rose, and with a burst of speed, the ultimate radiance shot into the air. Within his telekinetic detection range appeared a giant serpent with yellow-brown scales. Its body was armored with sand, massive in size, at least 20 meters long. Most striking was its majestic and imposing demeanor. The giant serpent coiled its body into a circle, biting its own tail, forming a shape reminiscent of the Ouroboros. Liu Shun gazed down at the creature below, feeling a surge of excitement. In mysticism, the Ouroboros symbolizes concepts such as infinity and cycles. He never expected to encounter a creature with such a form, and he thought to himself that materials from this creature could surely reach purple quality. With this thought, Liu Shun's eyes burned with intensity as he activated the domain card, the magic dice, and the wheel of fate. The sand beneath his feet transformed into a dice board, causing the giant serpent to appear momentarily bewildered, but its instincts quickly triggered a counterattack. The sand covering the serpent's surface began to fall away, floating in the air before coalescing into sharp stone spikes under its control, which then flew rapidly towards Liu Shun. With a thought, Liu Shun used telekinesis to fend off the creature's attack, and then summoned Fenrir. As Fenrir appeared, the Destiny Encounter skill began summoning other magic dice cards in succession. Seeing the increasing number of unknown creatures, the Ouroboros serpent grew wary, its circular body tensing as it attempted to escape the domain card's range. However, it hadn't rolled far before colliding with the edge of the wheel of fate, its muscles straining as its round body was compressed into an oval, trying to leap out. At that moment, the shackle ghost hand activated its shadow claw skill. Two ghostly hands transformed into shadows, swiftly approaching and seizing the serpent's shadow to shackle it. The creature, which had been gathering strength, suddenly froze as several cards' attacks struck it. Despite being restrained, the Ouroboros serpent's defense was formidable. Fenrir and other cards had to first shatter the sand armor on its body to harm its flesh. Meanwhile, the toy soldier's attacks made an impact, their bullets packing a powerful punch with the support of a 20-sided die. Under the barrage of bullets, the serpent's armor was quickly broken, with some scales pierced, exposing the flesh beneath. After being relentlessly attacked and scarred, the Ouroboros serpent finally broke free of its shackles. Realizing that continued fleeing would only invite more attacks, it began to counterattack. Its circular body rose, the yellow-brown scales gleaming with a metallic luster. Then, the serpent rolled towards Fenrir and the other cards, its raised scales becoming lethal in the high-speed rotation, forcing the cards to temporarily retreat. The shackle ghost hand attempted to replicate the earlier scene of capturing the serpent, but the creature deftly evaded. Now, transformed into a rolling wheel, the Ouroboros serpent displayed formidable prowess in both attack and agility. The massive wheel rolled wildly across the dice board, and due to its immense power and speed, Fenrir and the other cards had to keep their distance. Observing from above, Liu Shun analyzed the situation and noticed that as the Ouroboros serpent rolled, its speed and power seemed to be increasing. Could this be its unique ability? Liu Shun wasn't sure, but he knew he couldn't allow the serpent to continue rolling like this. Under his command, the shackled ghost hand unleashed the skill Relentless Ghost Hand. From the swiftly moving shadow below, two ghostly hands emerged, firmly gripping the Ouroboros serpent. Although the powerful impact of the creature meant the restraint wouldn't last long, it was enough. The shackled ghost hand then activated another skill, Frenzied Chains. As shadow chains whipped across the ground, a dozen shadowy ghost hands, similar to the shackled ghost hand, rose from the ground, all targeting the Ouroboros serpent with shadow claw. One set of shackles after another appeared on the creature's shadow. Under their combined attack, even the significantly strengthened Ouroboros serpent was immobilized. The creature became a sitting target, subjected to a barrage of attacks from multiple cards. Even the final radiance from Liu Shun relentlessly fired at the Ouroboros serpent. The scales on the creature's body shattered, and the continuous bombardment created new wounds, staining its body with blood as it became severely injured. But it wasn't over. After breaking free from the restraint, The shackled ghost hand commanded the other ghost hands to prepare to unleash their skills again. In response, the Ouroboros serpent resorted to its last-ditch move. Before being shackled again, its battered body began shedding its scales. Once the shackles were in place, the once massive body of the Ouroboros serpent lay still, as a smaller Ouroboros snake emerged from within. This smaller snake was unharmed and immediately attempted to flee. The shackled ghost hand wasn't about to let it escape, but the shadow claw slipped right off the Ouroboros snake, unable to grasp the creature. In the end, it was Finra, transforming into a swarm of bats, that managed to corner and kill the Ouroboros snake. After the Ouroboros snake was slain, Liu Shun swiftly used a blank card to seal its corpse. He had initially worried about the quality of the materials, but after witnessing the Ouroboros snake's abilities, he no longer cared about the quality. The shedding and self-healing abilities alone were immensely valuable. After absorbing the Ouroboros snake's corpse, Liu Shun checked the material card's level and smelled a purple quality material card, Ouroboros snake. The hunt's success didn't end there. The shed skin of the Ouroboros serpent could also be absorbed into a card, earning Liu Shun a blue quality material card, Ouroboros serpent's shedding. One creature provided 2 material cards, leaving Liu Shun thoroughly satisfied. However, it was still not noon, and he decided to recover his mental strength before continuing the hunt. After resting, the final radiance once again appeared in the sky. While the armor automatically scanned for life forms during flight, Liu Shun focused on the newly acquired material card, Ouroboros snake. Having obtained such a premium material, he instinctively began to ponder what kind of card to craft from it. Should it be a summoning card like the Ouroboros serpent, or perhaps a spell card or an item card? Thoughts swirled through Liu Shun's mind as he pondered how to best utilize the inherent properties of the materials. In the midst of his brainstorming, a sudden alert from his device, the final radiance, snapped him back to reality. He found himself hovering above a lake. At the lake's center, a graceful, exquisitely beautiful young girl was waving at him. Her lower body was submerged in the water, and her light, gauzy attire gave her the appearance of a mythical lake fairy. Mesmerized by her allure, Liu Shun began to descend slowly. The girl's face lit up with delight as she saw him approaching, and she began to sing a captivating song. However, midway through his descent, Liu Shun abruptly halted. His armor, like something out of a sci-fi movie, revealed several ominous barrel-like openings and launched a barrage of projectiles at the girl. She didn't react at all. In an instant, she was hit and shattered into fragments without uttering a sound. Black liquid emerged from where she had been, quickly turning the lake water murky. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from the lake's depths, and Liu Shun's body shot upward as he watched the water surface churn violently. A massive, tentacle-covered fish-like creature leapt from the water, its mouth brimming with sharp teeth, attempting to bite Liu Shun. It missed and fell back into the lake. During this encounter, Liu Shun realized that the lake girl was actually one of the creature's tentacles, used to lure prey like an anglerfish. As the tentacled fish submerged again, Liu Shun was determined not to let it escape and decided to use telekinesis to scan the lake for a precise aim. Why can't I find it? Liu Shun wondered, puzzled that his telekinesis couldn't detect the creature in the lake. He scanned again, discovering something unusual, an unknown passage at the lake's bottom, with traces indicating the creature had escaped through it. Intrigued, Liu Shun extended his detection range several hundred meters, but couldn't find the passage's end. Considering the creature's escape, he speculated that the passage might lead to another body of water. Driven by curiosity, Liu Shun decided to dive directly into the lake from above. The blood-red patterns on his armor glowed ominously underwater. Once acclimated to the aquatic environment, he headed for the passage. To guard against potential threats, he heightened his telekinesis, capturing every movement around him. The passage was winding and lengthy, but after half an hour of exploration, Liu Shun finally saw an exit. His figure, emitting a scarlet glow, surged forward, and upon exiting the passage, he realized where he was. He leapt from the water, landing on the bank, and the darkness around him revealed that he was in an underground river. Unexpectedly, the lake's passageway connected to an underground river. Liu Shun used telekinesis to scan his surroundings, discovering that aside from the rock walls, only the river beside him showed signs of life. To explore the direction of this underground river, Liu Shun decided to proceed along the flow of the water. The sound of his armor clanking against the ground echoed in the silent space. With his vision shrouded in darkness, Liu Shun had to rely on his final glimmer to investigate. Besides the unknown ahead, the adjacent river was also a focus of his surveillance, as he hadn't forgotten that the strange fish had escaped here earlier. After walking for a while, Liu Shun noticed a faint glimmer ahead. Approaching cautiously, he found that the light emanated from mushrooms and moss growing on the ground or rock walls. From this point, the dark underground world gradually brightened. As Liu Shun advanced, the light grew more intense, with more luminescent organisms appearing in his view: mushrooms, moss, and many unfamiliar plants collectively illuminating the darkness. Continuing forward, Liu Shun finally discovered the exit of the underground river. As he stepped forward, he was greeted by a vast underground world. The glowing plants provided a hazy brightness, strange rock formations were everywhere, and the flowing underground river injected life into the scene. Looking up, the towering rock walls seemed endless, offering ample living space. Liu Shun hadn't anticipated such an underground expanse hidden within the realm of swords and sorcery. Surveying the surroundings, Liu Shun realized he had exited through a cave in the rock wall. Such caves were common in the underground world. Some flowed with river water, while others were shrouded in darkness, harboring unknown secrets. As Liu Shun moved forward, the dim underground world was not as lifeless as the previous cave. Shadows occasionally flitted by, indicating the presence of numerous monsters. Following the river for a while, Liu Shun found the water splitting here, with surface streams branching into several trickling creeks flowing in different directions, while the underground flow's destination remained unknown. Liu Shun randomly chose a direction to continue, finding varied rock formations beside the flowing creek, some glinting with metallic luster from exposed mineral veins. Here, Liu Shun encountered the first type of monster since entering the underground world. They were a group of small humanoid creatures, covered in thick fur, with only their red eyes visible. These creatures were robust, with particularly large hands capable of easily crushing rocks and chewing on the plants and stones they uprooted. Not long after Liu Shun noticed them, the peculiar dwarfs also spotted him, their greedy eyes fixating on him. With a low growl, the monsters closest to Liu Shun charged at him. Judging them not particularly strong, Liu Shun chose not to deploy his domain, but instead summoned his magic dice and shackled Ghost Hand. The shackled Ghost Hand can transform into a shadow form, moving freely in the dark, making the underground world a paradise for it. Upon being summoned, the shackled Ghost Hand immediately positioned itself in front of Liu Shun, confronting the oncoming creatures and displaying immense destructive power. Although it usually focuses on control, its lethal force is more than sufficient against these creatures. The bizarre-looking ghost hand roamed through the dim shadows, occasionally attacking from behind the creatures, effortlessly twisting a dwarf's head 180 degrees. A large number of dwarves charged at Liu Shun, but under the swift attacks of the ghost hand, a dozen were quickly slain. As fear spread, the dwarves at the rear began to flee. However, before they could take a few steps, a massive mouth emerged from the shadows, biting off their heads and swallowing the bodies whole. While the shackled ghost hand was on a killing spree, Liu Shun used telekinesis to scan the surroundings and discovered other creatures joining the hunt. Among them was a lizard whose entire body was shrouded in darkness. Its scales became indistinct when still, blending seamlessly with the environment. This ability led a few unfortunate dwarves to collide with it, only to be instantly devoured. After annihilating the surrounding creatures, the shackled ghost hand quickly targeted the lizard. The bloodstained ghost hand slipped into the shadows and suddenly emerged from the shade above the lizard, its claw-like hand piercing through the lizard's body. After a struggle, the lizard became another material card in Liu Shun's collection, a green-quality shadow lizard. Similarly, the slaughtered dwarves were also transformed into green-quality material cards long-haired gnomes. Liu Shun realized that the underground world was rich in monster resources, having gathered dozens of green-quality materials in a short time. The blood left on the ground attracted more unique underground creatures, such as glimmer mushrooms, blood bats, and stone-scaled snakes, all of which became green-quality material cards in Liu Shun's hands. As the slaughter continued, Liu Shun moved to a different area, delving deeper into exploration. The further he went, the more exposed minerals he found, with many places showing signs of excavation, indicating that these underground creatures also had a need for minerals. After exploring the area centered around the cavern he had dug, Liu Shun found no powerful creatures, only groups similar to the long-haired gnomes encountered earlier. Although defeating them yielded a considerable amount of materials, it wasn't Liu Shun's primary goal. His main objective was to find blue or even purple quality material cards. Since he couldn't find his target for the time being, he set up a tent in a relatively safe spot and began to meditate. The dim underground environment didn't affect Liu Shun, as meditation had become second nature to him. In any environment, he could quickly calm his mind and enter a meditative state. Time passed by the second, with the underground world's faint light flickering intermittently. While Liu Shun was deep in meditation, a distant roar echoed from the darkness, reaching his ears clearly despite the distance. Upon hearing the roar, Liu Shun, who was sitting cross-legged in his tent, immediately opened his eyes as a final glow enveloped his body. Was it a monster battle? He quickly left the tent, heading towards the distant sound. As he moved forward, he noticed many weaker monsters fleeing from afar, such as long-haired gnomes and shadow lizards, all appearing to be in a state of panic. Liu Shun ignored these weaker creatures, instead moving against the flow to investigate the source of the roar. He proceeded cautiously, avoiding any reckless actions. After carefully advancing a certain distance, Liu Shun finally saw the source of the roar, and to his shock, it was a black dragon. The menacing dragon's head, jet black scales, massive wings, a long and powerful tail, and sharp claws and teeth formed the image of this apex predator before him. Unlike the dragon he had slain in the last mythical realm, this black dragon was in good condition and incredibly strong, clearly not an opponent he could easily provoke. The black dragon's terrifying roar was due to its battle with another monstera cyclops. The cyclops was similar in size to the black dragon, with thick, tough skin that easily withstood the dragon's bites. Its single eye could emit lightning that dispelled darkness, which even the black dragon struggled to endure. However, what caught Liu Shun's attention most was the metal club in the cyclops' hand. This club, made of blood-red metal, appeared rough and somewhat crudely made, yet it was this very weapon that the black dragon feared greatly, preferring to endure the lightning strikes rather than risk a blow from the club. As the two massive creatures engaged in a fierce underground battle, Liu Shun focused on the cyclops' weapon, contemplating its significance. According to the information he had gathered before entering the realm, the weapon in the cyclops' hand was likely made of dragon blood metal. This metal, a specialty of the sword and magic realm, was named for its lethal effect on dragon-type creatures. The more it was bathed in dragon blood, the stronger its lethal effect on dragons became, making it a specialized anti-dragon material. Dragon-type creatures are highly sought after by card masters, with many famous entries featuring dragon cards or dragon elements. Therefore, cards with anti-dragon properties have a certain market value. Although Liu Shun couldn't hunt the two battling monsters, he had an idea regarding the Cyclops Club. With the thieving instincts of the demon dice and the shackled ghost hand, plus the 20-point dice boost from his domain card against non-card life forms, stealing the club from the Cyclops wasn't out of the question. A massive weapon made of dragon blood metal would undoubtedly be a purple-grade material. With this thought, Liu Shun's resolve strengthened. Despite having a plan, careful consideration was still needed for its execution. At the very least, Liu Shun needed to plan an escape route to ensure his safety. Therefore, he chose to hide near the battlefield of the two monstrous creatures. Due to his smaller size compared to the fighting beasts and the concealment feature of his final radiance, he went unnoticed by both the Cyclops and the Black Dragon, quietly observing their fierce battle. Through careful observation, Liu Shun realized that the Cyclops was slightly weaker than the Black Dragon. This was evident in its attack methods. Apart from the lightning it could summon, its only weapon was a large club. In other words, without the Dragon Blood Metal Club, the Cyclops would struggle to hold its own against the Black Dragon, relying solely on its thick skin for defense. This realization inspired Liu Shun. If he intervened during their intense clash, the Black Dragon would likely seize the opportunity to attack the Cyclops once it lost its club, leaving the Cyclops unable to pay attention to him stealing it. With a clear plan in mind and a mapped-out escape route, Liu Shun prepared to act. The battle between the Cyclops and the Black Dragon had reached a fever pitch. Despite the agile Black Dragon's attempts to dodge the Cyclops' club, it suffered several heavy blows. However, it retaliated by spewing corrosive acid breath, eroding large chunks of the Cyclops' flesh, exposing bone in some areas. Both sides were now fighting with a murderous intensity. It was at this moment that Liu Shun found his opportunity. The Cyclops and the Black Dragon were locked in combat, with the dragon's claws deeply embedded in the Cyclops' flesh, and the Cyclops about to deliver a powerful blow with its weapon. In that instant, the magic dice and fate board activated, and the previously summoned shackle ghost hand launched its skill shadow claw. The ghostly hand shackled the Cyclops' shadow, and then quickly returned, using 20 dice points to grip the club tightly and successfully retrieve it. Prepared in advance, Liu Shun immediately transformed the club into a material card, reclaimed the card, and swiftly retreated, all within a matter of seconds. The Cyclops instinctively swung its arm, only to find its weapon vanished, causing it to roar in fury. Without its Dragon Blood Metal Club, the Cyclops couldn't pursue Liu Shun, and the Black Dragon seized the chance to press its advantage, aiming to kill the Cyclops. The disappearance of the Cyclops' weapon escalated the life-and-death struggle between the two giant beasts. Although Liu Shun, now in flight, was unaware of the exact battle details, the roars echoing from behind hinted at the battle's intensity. Following his planned escape route, he flew at top speed for over 30 minutes before stopping. By then, he was far from the battlefield, and even the distant roars had faded. Feeling that he was now safe, Liu Shun stopped, a satisfied smile crossing his face. The move had paid off as expected. The Cyclops' weapon turned out to be a purple-quality material card, the Dragon Blood Metal Club. After acquiring the weapon from the Cyclops, Liu Shun did not continue to flee further away. Instead, he utilized the microrobots he left near the battlefield to observe the battle between the Black Dragon and the Cyclops. These microrobots were a product of the ultimate radiance, a skill derived from nanotechnology. Through them, Liu Shun discovered that as the battle intensified, the Black Dragon gradually gained the upper hand over the weaponless Cyclops. In one encounter, the Cyclops had to sacrifice an arm to escape the Black Dragon's attack. Seeing the severely injured Cyclops, even missing an arm, Liu Shun had some thoughts, but he quickly dismissed them. After all, even with one arm lost, the Cyclops was still not an easy opponent. It was more worthwhile to search for creatures on par with the Ouroboros in strength than to waste time. Thus, Liu Shun continued exploring the area. By this time, it was his third day in the secret realm, and although he had gained a lot, he still hoped to acquire more materials. While he was focused on his exploration, the Cyclops, having narrowly escaped, began to hunt down magical creatures, devouring them. As it consumed a large number of creatures, its bleeding wounds gradually healed, and even the torn area of its arms sprouted new flesh, eventually forming a complete arm. Satisfied with the healing, the Cyclops let out a low growl, its gaze filled with malice as it looked in the direction of the Black Dragon. However, it instinctively knew that the Black Dragon was more powerful, and to defeat, or even kill it, the Cyclops needed to retrieve its weapon. Recalling the direction the tiny insects had left, the Cyclops strode purposefully in that direction. Not long after, Liu Shun, who was preparing to hunt, suddenly felt the ground tremble. Using telekinesis to scout ahead, he was surprised to find the Cyclops approaching his direction. As the Cyclops ran, its massive head scanned from side to side, clearly searching for Liu Shun or its lost weapon. Realizing the Cyclops was pursuing him, Liu Shun did not hesitate to fly away, activating the Ultimate Radiance's stealth mode. Initially, the Cyclops did not notice Liu Shun's presence, but after running a distance, it sensed something moving ahead. When its single eye caught sight of Liu Shun's silhouette, memories flashed in its mind, and it roared in anger, beginning to chase with large strides. The Cyclops was not slow. Despite its massive size making it less agile while running, its large strides allowed it to cover significant distances quickly. However, Liu Shun's speed was formidable as well. With the ultimate radiance ahead, the Cyclops could never close the gap. To intercept Liu Shun, the Cyclops began unleashing lightning attacks at the figure ahead. Liu Shun was prepared for this, using invisible telekinesis to detect the environment around him. Whenever lightning approached, he would preemptively form a shield to block the attack. The two were locked in a delicate stalemate in the air, one flying ahead, the other pursuing behind. Liu Shun couldn't shake off the Cyclops pursuing him, nor could the Cyclops catch up to him. This chase continued for a while until Liu Shun realized that, although his mental strength could sustain him for some time, constantly being pursued was not a sustainable strategy. His goal in coming to the secret realm was to gather materials, not to play a game of cat and mouse. So, he first summoned the shackled ghost hand and ordered the card to delay the Cyclops as much as possible, while he changed direction and flew towards the direction of the Cyclops and the Black Dragon's battle. Since he couldn't fend off the Cyclops alone, he sought to use its archenemy to his advantage. With the shackled ghost hand delaying the Cyclops, Liu Shun's plan proceeded smoothly. Although the Cyclops managed to hit the shackled ghost hand twice, it couldn't prevent the delay. As the distance between Liu Shun and the Cyclops increased, Liu Shun keenly noticed the Cyclops' footsteps slowing. Clearly, this place, where it had lost an arm and where its archenemy lurked, was a place the Cyclops was very reluctant to approach. The chase between Liu Shun and the Cyclops continued, but as he neared the Black Dragon's territory, the Cyclops finally stopped. Out of fear of its archenemy, it didn't intend to come any closer and simply lingered in the area to prevent Liu Shun from escaping. The tremors from the Cyclops' massive body while running had already alerted the Black Dragon, and now, with it roaming near its territory, the Black Dragon felt even more provoked. The previous encounter, where it tore off one of the Cyclops' arms, had given the Black Dragon confidence, and it responded without hesitation to the Cyclops' provocation. With an angry roar, the Black Dragon spread its wings and charged at the Cyclops, its sharp claws aiming directly at the Cyclops' large single eye, intending to blind it. Seeing its nemesis, the Black Dragon launched an attack. The Cyclops, ignoring its inferior strength, charged at the Black Dragon with its arms swinging. Thus, a fierce battle between the two giant creatures ensued, shaking the earth. Meanwhile, Liu Shun, who had been pursued by the Cyclops, became an outsider, taking advantage of the fight to quickly find a direction to escape. During the chase, Liu Shun had expended a lot of mental energy. Although he could gradually accumulate energy reserves in daily life, he couldn't immediately replenish what he had just spent. He left a few microrobots to observe the battle and then flew at high speed in one direction until he stopped to meditate and recover his mental strength. Meanwhile, the battle between the Cyclops and the Black Dragon grew increasingly brutal. The Black Dragon aimed to kill the Cyclops outright to prevent it from causing trouble in the future. Driven by this goal, the fight was exceptionally fierce. The Cyclops, its beastly nature awakened, used its thick skin and strong regenerative abilities to trade blows with the Black Dragon. Although it was slightly weaker than the Black Dragon, this approach made the battle intensely savage. In the end, the Cyclops was severely injured, its eye nearly destroyed, and its limbs heavily corroded, forcing it to limp away. The black dragon, though one of its wings was nearly torn to shreds, emerged victorious. The battle between the Cyclops and the black dragon was over, but Liu Shun's conflict with the Cyclops was about to begin. Although it was uncertain if the Cyclops could recover from such severe injuries, for Liu Shun, the best outcome would be the Cyclops' death, ensuring it wouldn't pursue him again. To achieve this, he planned to personally deal with the heavily injured Cyclops. Using the methods he had set up earlier, Liu Shun quickly tracked the movements of the Cyclops. At this point, the Cyclops was heavily injured, unable to unleash lightning from its single eye, and its movements were greatly impaired. Seeking to heal quickly, it attacked areas inhabited by weaker creatures, trying to consume them to replenish its strength. However, Liu Shun was not about to give it that opportunity. The Cyclops ventured into the territory of the furry dwarves, reaching out with its massive hands to grab the creatures as if they were snacks it could devour in one bite. But suddenly, the ground beneath the Cyclops transformed, and a fate dice board unfolded at its feet. A swarm of bats descended, swiftly draining the blood of the furry dwarves, leaving the Cyclops with no chance to feed. Soon after, the figures of the shackled ghost hand and toy soldiers appeared. The shackled ghost hand turned into a shadow, controlling the Cyclops' movements, while Fenrir, in its wolf form, and the toy soldiers launched a fierce attack. Sharp claws and teeth tore at the Cyclops' wounds, and a barrage of bullets ripped open its scabbed scars. The attacks from Fenrir and the toy soldiers were a well-timed, lethal strike. The Cyclops attempted to fight back, but was firmly held by the shackled ghost hand. In its previously healthy state, the Cyclops might have been difficult for the shackled ghost hand to control so easily. But now, heavily wounded, it couldn't threaten the shackled ghost hand with lightning. Facing the shackles, the Cyclops found itself powerless, barely able to resist. The battle with the black dragon had left it covered in wounds, and now, under attack again, its battered body couldn't withstand the onslaught. Even though the Cyclops had a strong regenerative ability, Liu Shun's command ensured that the shackled ghost hand completely blocked its escape, forcing it to endure attacks from other cards. Under the combined assault of Fenrir and the toy soldiers, the Cyclops was left with almost no unscathed parts. Existing wounds were torn open again, and previously unharmed areas were riddled with new injuries. From a distance, Liu Shun was not idle, using the final radiance on his body to fire projectiles and delivering a pain blade to the Cyclops, now covered in blood. This spell forced the struggling creature into submission, quelling its resistance and causing its body to convulse slightly. In such a situation, the Cyclops naturally lost its ability to fight back. It could only rely on its self-healing capabilities to barely hang on, but without the nourishment it needed, it was steadily slipping towards death. The Shadow Claw activated, pulling back the Cyclops as it tried to escape once more. Fenrir and the other cards launched their attack again. After more than half an hour of one-sided beating, the Cyclops finally fell on the fate dice board. At the moment of its death, Liu Shun sensed that the level of his domain card had increased by 1 star. Although the accumulation of domain cards played a role, there's no doubt that the death of the Cyclops provided a significant boost for Liu Shun. Looking at the Cyclops' body within the domain, Liu Shun couldn't help but marvel at its resilience. Even when gravely injured, the Cyclops struggled with Liu Shun's cards for over half an hour before finally falling. If Liu Shun hadn't acted, the Cyclops might have recovered and caused more trouble. Fortunately, Liu Shun seized the opportunity and defeated it, not only eliminating a potential threat, but also obtaining a blue-quality material card. The Cyclops' body was the source of this blue-quality material, and holding the card emitting a blue glow, Liu Shun felt a surge of joy. This was the first blue-quality material card he had earned with his own hands, and naturally, he was delighted. After defeating the Cyclops and storing the body, Liu Shun quickly left. By then, it was the 3rd evening in the secret realm, and after a full day of activity, Liu Shun was somewhat exhausted. He found a spot to meditate. When he opened his eyes the next day, he was in a good mood. Besides acquiring the blue-quality material, he also felt an increase in mental strength during his meditation. In a few days, his mental strength might reach the bronze 8-star level, bringing him closer to the silver level. After a night's rest, his fatigue had disappeared, and with 3 days left in the secret realm, he was satisfied with his progress. In the following days, Liu Shun focused on hunting unique magical creatures to collect various material cards. These materials were valuable for personal use or trade. With this goal, he avoided confronting the powerful black dragon and instead explored the underground world, collecting materials from creatures with unique abilities. By the day before leaving the secret realm, he successfully reached the bronze 8-star level. His collection of material cards was also impressive, several times more than his previous visit to the last myth secret realm. After exiting the secret realm, Liu Shun passed the 2nd-class division assessment, maintaining his 1st-place ranking. However, the assessment results held little significance for him. Once it was over, he dedicated himself to card-making research. The abundant gains from the secret realm left him very satisfied, and to make the most of these materials, Liu Shun immersed himself in study after the assessment. He had already formulated a rough plan for using the dragon head, dragon heart, and other material cards in his possession, and once he understood the related magical patterns, he would be able to create cards with magical dice attributes again. After leaving the secret realm for over a week, Liu Shun became deeply engrossed in the world of magical runes. With the help of the Crown of Thorny Wisdom, he spent time studying and researching until he finally designed a new card rune. The materials for this card included a purple quality dragon's head, dragon's heart, dragon blood metal rod, and blue quality dragon meat, dragon blood, dragon scales, ancient armor, hunting greatsword, as well as green quality dragon teeth weapons. Most of these materials were obtained by Liu Shun in the secret realm and were closely related to the dragon element. Initially, he intended to use these materials to create a dragon-type card, but after obtaining the dragon blood metal rod, he was struck with new inspiration. After more than a week of research, Liu Shun was able to turn his ideas into reality. It was time to create the card. He used a blank card to absorb all the materials, recalled the runes in his mind, and began drawing. The complexity of these runes was on par with domain cards, but with his increased mental strength, this card creation was not as strenuous as the last time. After some effort, he successfully made the new card. Looking at the purple with a hint of blue glow before him, Liu Shun felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped this card would become his first blue quality card, but it fell just short. However, Liu Shun quickly composed himself, knowing that with his pace of progress, a blue quality card was only a matter of time. The most important thing now was to check the card's effects. The card was named Magic Dice, Dragon Slayer Swordsman, with a purple quality, 1-star level, and was a summoning type. Its skills included Thou Art a Dragon, which allowed him to roll a die and designate one or several targets, transforming them into a state with dragon elements, with their strength changing accordingly. Dragon Slayer Slash enhanced the swordsman's attack against enemies, especially dragon-type enemies, causing significantly more damage. After inflicting a certain level of cumulative damage, the swordsman could unleash a powerful attack, dealing 5 to 10 times more damage, with dragon-type enemies suffering even more. Bathe in Dragon's Blood involved rolling a die, with the number rolled determining the duration of a comprehensive boost for all magic dice cards within a certain range. After the boost, the cards enter a weakened state. Obsessed Fate allowed the skill to be used on magic dice cards, ensuring the next roll matches the previous one. Dragon of the Dragon Slayer transformed the swordsman into a berserk dragon form, significantly enhancing overall strength and granting additional dragon-exclusive skills like Dragon Breath. In this form, the card loses rationality and deals extra damage to dragon-type enemies, focusing attacks on all enemies with dragon elements. The trait, Dragon Slayer Swordsmanship, increased the damage the Dragon Slayer Swordsman dealt to all life forms with dragon elements. When these enemies were within a certain distance of the swordsman, their overall strength diminished, and they might experience intimidation or fear when facing him. The Dragon Slayer gains power each time he defeats a life form with dragon elements. For example, when he kills a fire dragon, his resistance to flames increases, and the damage from the fire dragon is reduced. In battles against enemies with dragon elements, every strike the Dragon Slayer lands absorbs a portion of life force and spirit, which can be used to heal his wounds or unleash abilities. When a card is influenced by the effect of the magic dice entry, the probability of the dice roll favors the card creator's desires. The dragon's fiery breath burns in his pupils, and from the moment he rolls the dice, his destiny to slay dragons is sealed. This card was created based on Liu Shun's concept, with its most intricate and core skill being, You are the dragon. Without this skill, the Dragon Slayer would merely be a card with an advantage against dragons. With it, he becomes a powerful summoning card capable of suppressing all others. Liu Shun examined the card in his hand with increasing satisfaction. Not only is the card's effect formidable, but its appearance is also exceptionally striking. The card's face depicts a fully armored figure polishing a blade. The armor and weapon design are infused with dragon elements, featuring a fierce dragon head and interlocking sharp blades, exuding a sense of ferocity and dominance. From appearance alone, the Dragon Slayer is a formidable card. After creating the magic dice and the Dragon Slayer, Liu Shun felt elated. He was eager to test the card's effects, but it was late at night, making it difficult to find an opponent. Rinyu, who shared the accommodation with Liu Shun, still had his room's light on, but he was unwilling to duel with Liu Shun. Despite enhancing his deck on Liu Shun's advice and successfully staying in the rocket class after 2 assessments, Rinyu remained wary of Liu Shun's creations. The memory of his Quetzalcoatl being instantly defeated by the Blade of Agony was still vivid, and watching his card suffer was far from pleasant. To protect his card's well-being, Rinyu politely declined Liu Shun's invitation. After Rinyu's refusal, Liu Shun abandoned the idea of testing the card and decided to try it later at the Battle Club. With less than a month until the city selection, Liu Shun's schedule was tight. Besides testing cards, He needed to continue researching card creation and meditating. These tasks were time-consuming, but he had no choice. Although the school leadership had great confidence in Liu Shun, believing he was bound to win, he still hoped to make further progress before the city selection. Reining in his drifting thoughts, Liu Shun did not slack off after creating the magic dice and the dragon slayer. Instead, he began to meditate. The new cards enhanced his meditation efficiency, and if he maintained this pace, he had a hopeful prospect of advancing to the silver-level card creator before the city selection. In the period leading up to the city selection, in a bid to further improve, Liu Shun requested his homeroom teacher for extended access to the meditation room. Although the school believed that Liu Shun was capable of standing out in the upcoming city selection, they fully supported his higher ambitions. Consequently, Liu Shun was granted a dedicated meditation room that he could use at any time. With the assistance of the meditation room, along with support from the Radiance, Domain card, and the Crown of Thorned Wisdom, Liu Shun's meditation efficiency improved by leaps and bounds. With more than a week left before the city selection, he had already advanced to the bronze 9-star level, making it a certainty that he would reach the silver level before the selection. While the students of the rocket class were diligently working on their own, the homeroom teacher suddenly brought news. With just a week left until the city selection, their class was welcoming 2 transfer students. A low murmur of discussion rose in the classroom as Bai Yaoyao asked Liu Shun about the new students. Liu Shun nodded slightly and began to introduce the newcomers. They hailed from 2 well-known dojos in Jiuxiao City, Tiangong Dojo and Giant Insect Dojo. Dojos are organizations with their own legacy entries, and entry requirements are relatively high, only recruiting new blood whose life cards match their legacy entries. The legacy of Tiangong Dojo is related to architecture, while that of Giant Insect Dojo is related to insects. As Liu Shun introduced them to Bai Yaoyao and Lin Yin, the transfer students on the podium completed their self-introductions. The girl from Tiangong Dojo was named Liu Bing, and the boy from Giant Insect Dojo was Yu Kuan. During their introductions, they occasionally glanced at Liu Shun and his 2 classmates, curious and eager to challenge the trio who enjoyed extra benefits in the rocket class. However, it wasn't the time for challenges yet, so they took their seats. During the conversation with Liu Shun, Bai Yaoyao and Lin Yin were more concerned about why these transfer students appeared at this time. Liu Shun explained that their arrival was, in fact, somewhat related to him. Due to Liu Shun's outstanding performance, the school leadership's expectations for the city selection have risen significantly. In their eyes, even if Liu Shun doesn't come first, securing a spot in the Qianlong program would be a breeze for him. Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao also have a fair chance. Under these circumstances, the school hopes its students can secure as many spots as possible in the city selection, ideally claiming all the Qianlong program spots. This would not only bring prestige to the school leaders, but also demonstrate the school's teaching capabilities. To achieve this, the school leaders brought in top students from the 2 largest dojos in Jiuxiao City. Since these students also needed a school affiliation to participate in the city selection, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Liu Shun was informed in advance because the leadership wanted him to work together with the new students rather than compete against them. The homeroom teacher shared this information with Liu Shun to mentally prepare him. Given that the dojo trainees might have a high opinion of themselves, Liu Shun was also tasked with keeping them in line. The school had immense confidence in Liu Shun's strength and potential. Even if the 2 new students had mastered their respective dojos' card decks, they would not be a match for Liu Shun. Liu Shun did not keep this information to himself and shared it with Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao. After all, they were also the school's hopeful candidates. Knowing the reason behind the new students' arrival put some pressure on Bai Yaoyao and Lin Yin. Initially, only Liu Shun was the formidable figure in their class, but now there were 2 more geniuses with specialized card decks. As students without such decks, they felt the pressure intensely. While Liu Shun's abilities earned their respect, their pride prevented them from acknowledging any inferiority to the new students. Consequently, after Liu Shun's explanation, determination sparked in Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao's eyes, and they began to work harder. The new students, observing their dedication, were impressed by their commitment to learning, a rarity in the dojo environment. Liu Shun also noticed their gazes, and after a brief exchange of glances, they each returned to their tasks. The new students were curious about Liu Shun, the top student, while Liu Shun was intrigued by their card decks. Both the Tiangong and Gigantic Insect card decks were refined over generations, ensuring competitive strength in individual cards and combinations. Otherwise, they wouldn't belong to the 2 largest dojos in Jiuxiao City. Liu Shun was eager to see what surprises the new students' decks might bring, potentially inspiring new cards for his magic dice deck. The card crafting and meditation classes passed quickly, and today's practical class was straightforward. Students paired up for battles, choosing their opponents freely. Upon hearing the rules, Liu Bing from Tiangong Dojo and Yu Kuan from Gigantic Insect Dojo both looked at Liu Shun. Liu Bing was quicker and paired with Liu Shun, leaving Yu Kuan to face Lin Yin. As for Bai Yaoyao, She had to battle another classmate and wait until the end to challenge the new students. With their opponents confirmed, Liu Shun and Liu Bing stood on opposite sides of the field. The practical class was lengthy, and there was no rush to start the battle. Consequently, many classmates gathered around to watch the showdown between Liu Shun and Liu Bing. Among the spectators were Lin Yin, Yu Kuan, Bai Yao Yao, and others. Both Liu Shun and Liu Bing were accustomed to being watched and chatted casually. Liu Bing, tall with a healthy tan, wore work clothes that highlighted her feminine charm. She was straightforward and called out to Liu Shun from her side of the field. Class monitor, show me your strength. Don't let me defeat you too easily. The crowd cheered, and Liu Shun replied, I hope your Tiangong cards bring some surprises. Otherwise, a predetermined victory holds no value for me. As soon as he spoke, the crowd's cheers grew louder, and Liu Bing raised an eyebrow, determined to demonstrate the power of her Tiangong cards. After the pre-battle banter, the referee confirmed both were ready, and with a whistle, the match began. Instantly, Liu Shun moved to the right, using his mental energy to summon Fenrir. Meanwhile, Liu Bing stayed put, and as Fenrir appeared, a dozen or so small earthen figures emerged around her. These figures, equipped with hammers and nails, quickly got to work. As the core card of the Tiangong entry, the summoning of the clay figures allowed Liu Bing to command them to use the skill, Tiangong Creation. This skill could directly summon building cards from the Tiangong entry, and the more clay figures there were, the less mental energy was consumed in summoning. While the clay figures were constructing, Liu Shun had donned the final radiance, and under his command, Fenrir activated the skill Call of Destiny. The dice spun rapidly, landing on 10. Instantly, toy soldiers appeared beside Fenrir. Once summoned, the toy soldiers aimed their guns at the busy clay figures. Just as bullets and the cannon fire from the final radiance were about to strike, Liu Bing quickly cast the spell card, Tiangong, Wall of Thick Earth. The ground before the clay figures rose abruptly, forming a sturdy wall that blocked all attacks. Although the wall crumbled under the assault, in that brief moment, the clay figures had successfully summoned a circular, fortified fortress to protect themselves and Liu Bing. This fortress, made of obsidian-like material, resembled a black bowl, sealing off the interior from the outside world. Liu Bing successfully summoned the Blackstone Fortress, but she still felt a twinge of fear inside. Liu Shun's attack caught her off guard, as he easily destroyed the high wall she had summoned with a blue quality spell card. Fortunately, her clay figurines managed to summon the Blackstone Fortress just in time. Otherwise, she would have been at a disadvantage in this battle. Now, she was confident in the fortress's defensive capabilities and ordered the figurines to start constructing the next building. Meanwhile, she used the fortress's abilities to monitor Liu Shun's movements outside. Outside, Liu Shun once again summoned the shackled ghost hand through Fenrir, eager to witness the power of the Tiangong cards. He didn't use a domain card but instead led a barrage against the Blackstone Fortress with his array of cards. To his surprise, neither Fenrir's minions nor the toy soldiers' bullets posed any threat to the fortress. Ultimately, only the shackled ghost hand and his armor could shake the Blackstone Fortress. Liu Shun commanded the toy soldiers and Fenrir to distance themselves while his armor and the shackled ghost hand launched a fierce attack. The air was filled with the chaos of cannon fire and claw strikes, causing the once-stable Blackstone Fortress to tremble, much to Liu Bing's disbelief. The Tiangong Blackstone Fortress was specifically designed for defense and delay, capable of withstanding attacks from several cards of the same quality for an extended period. Yet now, Liu Shun's two cards were causing the fortress to shake, and at this rate, it seemed the fortress would be shattered within a minute. Seeing the protective structure about to be breached while her ultimate move was still unprepared, Liu Bing had no choice but to command the clay figurines to activate another skill, Heart and Soul. As the skill was activated, the clay figurines, who were in the process of building, began to spit blood, which was sprayed onto the partially formed structure, instantly summoning the card. Before Liu Bing stood a square altar adorned with fluttering banners, an idol, and lit candles, surrounded by talismans exuding a strong Taoist aura. This was the blue quality card, Tiangong Talisman Altar. Seeing this structure appear, Liu Bing felt much more at ease because her ultimate move was now more than halfway complete. Meanwhile, Liu Shun continued his assault from outside, and cracks had already appeared on the circular exterior of the Blackstone Fortress, indicating it would soon be destroyed. Just as he was preparing for a final push to demolish the fortress, the Blackstone Fortress collapsed from within. This was, of course, due to Liu Bing's efforts inside. She had exhausted her mental energy, deploying multiple cards and skills. The spell card, Tiangong Reuse, allowed one Tiangong building to absorb the materials and characteristics of another, gaining reinforcement. Additionally, the clay figurine skill allowed them all to merge into the building, greatly enhancing it, while they also aided in controlling the structure. The spell card, Heaven's Craft, brings buildings to life, transforming a structure with the Heaven's Craft attribute into a mobile giant building endowed with its original skills and traits. Lupin's ultimate move has one final step. Her signature card, Civilization Wonder. By targeting a building, it activates enhancements based on its function, background, and related legends. Under the influence of multiple effects, a scene that left the onlookers gasping unfolded before Liu Shun's eyes. The Blackstone fortress collapsed inward, and the falling materials merged into the fortress's altar, imbuing it with an obsidian-like sheen. The altar absorbed the Blackstone fortress, slightly increasing in size. Then, tiny clay figures leapt into the altar, making its luster even more dazzling, and flags fluttered without wind while the talismans on the altar began to flow. At this moment, the mystical altar continued to change. The obsidian base began to flow and morph, sprouting a humanoid body and limbs. The flag that once flew above the altar was transferred to the giant's back, and dense talismans spread across the giant's body. The statues and Liu Pin, who stood on the altar, were enveloped within the body, with the flickering candlelight forming the eyes of the altar giant. Under the effect of the Civilization Wonder spell card, the already massive giant expanded further. The flag behind it swayed, one being transferred to the giant's hand, and the talismans on its body formed a Taoist-style armor. The facial features gradually became clear. What ultimately appeared before Liu Shun was a giant, about 10 meters tall, resembling a celestial soldier from Taoist classics. This was Liu Pin's ace combo move, the Altar Guardian. The crowd fell silent as they gazed at the godlike figure on the field. No one expected Liu Pin, the new transfer student, to unleash such a powerful move. Many instinctively compared it to their own deck's trump card, only to find, to their dismay, that even without using additional abilities, this talisman giant was difficult to rival. Lin Yan, Bai Yao Yao, and Yu Kuan wore solemn expressions. Although they also had trump cards, they seemed somewhat powerless compared to the giant exuding such formidable presence before them. For them, the only way to defeat Liu Pin was to prevent her from executing such a deadly move, as that was their only chance of victory. Given their abilities, this was the sole path to success. But what about Liu Shun on the field? Could he confront this talisman giant heathen? The crowd's gaze instinctively turned to the figure soaring in the sky. As he faced the colossal giant, Liu Shun's expression beneath his battle armor turned serious. He had anticipated that Liu Pin from the Heaven's Craft Dojo would have a killer move, but he hadn't expected her to unleash such a shocking attack. According to the Final Brilliance's detection methods, the giant before him likely surpassed the realm of blue quality cards, capable of wielding the destructive power of purple cards. However, despite the giant's strength, Liu Shun was not without a solution. Under Liu Shun's command, the shackled ghost hand swiftly transformed into a shadow form, gliding deftly across the ground before morphing into a swarm of bats. Meanwhile, the airborne Fenrir activated the skill Fateful Encounter, as the toy soldiers, alongside the final Radiance, launched an attack on the talisman giant. Inside the body of the ritual warrior, Liu Bing was brimming with confidence and directly controlled the ritual warrior to use its skills in response. With the cooperation of the clay golem, the ritual warrior raised a grand flag high and formed a hand seal with the other hand. In the next instant, several talismans on the ritual warrior ignited spontaneously, and under the clear sky, massive bolts of lightning struck down, targeting multiple positions on Liu Shun's side. Liu Shun quickly used a telekinetic shield to block, while the shadow-formed shackled ghost hand deftly dodged. However, the toy soldiers were disoriented by the lightning, with two of them transforming into cursed ghost forms. The Fenrir bat swarm lost a few bats, but remained largely intact, successfully activating the skill Call of Destiny. With a roll of 14, it summoned Liu Shun's newly crafted card, Magic Dice, Dragon Slayer. Seeing her attack fail, Liu Bing decided to activate another skill of the ritual warrior. The talismans burned once more, and dozens of figures resembling the ritual warrior appeared instantly. These armored warriors, wielding large swords, swiftly charged at the Dragon Slayer and toy soldiers. At this moment, Liu Shun seized the opportunity, commanding the shackled ghost hand to unleash frenzied chains, while the Dragon Slayer activated You Are the Dragon against the ritual warrior. The mental energy within was rapidly consumed as the ground's shadow chains swept across all shadows, and small ghost hands emerged from the ground. Possessing a thief's instinct, they merely touched the warriors, causing their armor and swords to vanish, absorbed by the ghost hands, and were subsequently obliterated by the toy soldiers' barrage. Simultaneously, the ritual warrior underwent a transformation under the skill's influence. Horns resembling those of a divine dragon sprouted from its head, its armor turned into dragon scales, and even a dragon tail extended from its back. Despite the enhancement from the Dragon Slayer's influence, Liu Bing felt uneasy about the transformation. However, when the Dragon Slayer rapidly charged toward the ritual warrior, Liu Bing realized the situation was dire. The formidable Dragon Slayer, clad in menacing armor, swiftly closed in, dragging a tumtor-long blade across the ground, producing a piercing metallic screech. As a purple quality card, the Dragon Slayer's speed was exceptional, instantly arriving before the ritual warrior. Utilizing momentum, it bent its knees and leaped into the air, twisting the trailing blade to unleash a dragon-slaying combo directly at the ritual warrior's body. The blade, with serrated edges like dragon teeth, sliced through the ritual warrior's body, cutting through the once tough material as if it were butter. Under the terrifying special attack of the Dragon Slayer swordsman, the legs of the altar guardian were dismantled in the first strike, causing its massive body to collapse to one side uncontrollably. Although Liu Bing had anticipated this, she was still shocked by the power of the Dragon Slayer's attack. Before she could take any countermeasures, the Dragon Slayer's next strike came again. The skill Dragon Slaying combo was activated, and the Dragon Slayer, like a dancer wielding blood, elegantly dismembered the altar guardian. The serrated blade, fueled by the Dragon Slayer's inner hatred, unleashed tremendous power upon contact with the altar guardian's body. With a series of slashes, heavy chops, and upward strikes, the once mighty altar guardian was brought down to the ground, its limbs severed, rendering it an immobilized torso. Seeing the altar guardian dismembered in an instant, Liu Bing finally took action. The talismans on the altar guardian's body ignited, and in the next moment, an invisible divine phantom appeared behind it. The severed body resonated with the phantom, rising into the air and merging into the form of a deity from Taoist scriptures. However, just when everyone thought Liu Bing might make a final stand, the Dragon Slayer swordsman unleashed the final blow of the Dragon Slaying combo. From beneath the menacing helmet came an inhuman roar, and the Dragon Slayer swung his weapon at the floating altar guardian's body. A fierce blood-red light shot from the blade, striking the phantom in midair. The amplified attack, with sheer brute force, obliterated the remaining body of the altar guardian. As the blood-red light surged, the altar guardian shattered in midair, scattering into countless fragments. The divine phantom, seen as the last hope, vanished along with it. With Liu Bing's trump card, the altar guardian, utterly defeated by the Dragon Slayer swordsman, and Liu Bing along with the clay golems captured and restrained by the shackled ghost hands, the battle came to an end, with Liu Shun emerging as the victor. Liu Shun's dominant performance left the onlooking students in shock, even though they had somewhat anticipated the outcome. He effortlessly defeated Liu Bing's ace, causing Lin Yan and Bai Yaoyao to appear increasingly grim as they realized their chances against Liu Shun and Liu Bing were slim. As a top apprentice of the dojo, Yu Kuan's strength was not to be underestimated either. Lin Yan and Bai Yaoyao secretly worried whether these two transfer students would take their places. Yu Kuan felt uneasy. His once strong confidence wavered after witnessing the battle between Liu Bing and Liu Shun. He believed he had only a slight chance of winning against Liu Bing, and Liu Shun's power made him feel insignificant. Once thinking of himself as a prodigy, he now realized there were people who could easily overpower him, leaving him with a heavy heart. He couldn't help but worry about his upcoming battle with Lin Yan, wondering if Lin Yan was as formidable as Liu Shun. The spectators' thoughts were hard to decipher. After winning the battle, Liu Shun retrieved his cards and helped Liu Bing up from the ground. Liu Bing was momentarily shaken, surprised that her ace was defeated hidden by Liu Shun, and filled with doubt. She began to question her own strength, wondering why her summoned altar warrior was so easily defeated. Once she had composed herself, she immediately inquired about the card's name from Liu Shun. He openly told her it was the Devourer swordsman. Liu Bing muttered to herself, and Liu Shun guessed that this name would linger in her mind for a long time. The battle with Liu Bing was quite rewarding for Liu Shun, especially with the altar warrior's massive size and varied abilities. Despite being defeated by the Devourer swordsman, Liu Shun was fond of such large summons. Considering he still had Cyclops materials, he began to ponder if he could create a similar card. After a brief pause in his thoughts, Liu Shun decided to watch the battle between Yu Kuan and Lin Yan. There was a sizable audience for this match, as it was a contest between the vice class leader and a transfer student. The two opponents stood on opposite sides of the field, their expressions serious, clearly wary of each other's strengths. As expected, Yu Kuan emerged victorious, as his systematic card set held an advantage in the power of bronze-level cards. However, Lin Yan also showcased his talent in this battle, revealing not only the cards seen before, but also some new spell cards. Among them, a mixed element card stood out, capable of launching a combined attack based on the attributes of his elemental creature cards. When Lin Yan's Ice and Fire Spirit and Storm Butterfly are present together, they can unleash an attack called Frost Wind by mixing elements. This card is quite useful for Lin Yan. However, despite Lin Yan's impressive performance, Liu Shun is more intrigued by Yu Kuan's cards. Having never seen the giant insect entry cards before, the cards Yu Kuan uses are unfamiliar and novel to him. The giant insect entry is somewhat similar to the Heavenly Craft entry, with its basic and core card being the giant insect, Primal Larva. This card summons a large number of primal larvae, which can rapidly grow when attacked, summoning different types of giant insect cards from the card maker's mental space based on the type of attack. Lin Yan had no counter to this, and was ultimately defeated by cards like the giant insect Storm Dragonfly, giant insect earth beetle, and giant insect lava earth dragon. Moreover, what fascinates Liu Shun the most is a spell card called Giant Insect, Rebirth from Cocoon. Its effect allows giant insect cards on the brink of death to form a giant cocoon, and once the cocoon is broken, it can summon higher quality giant insect cards without consuming mental energy. This powerful effect makes Liu Shun marvel at the depth of the dojo's resources. Whether it's the heavenly craft or the giant insect, their card effects are interconnected, creating a synergy. Compared to the card combinations developed by Lin Yin and by Yao Yao, Yu Kuan's combination is a dimensional reduction attack. It's no wonder every card maker aspires to own or develop a set of entry cards. After the first round of combat in the practical class, the students of the rocket class began to form teams freely for battles. Liu Shun faced off against Yu Kuan once more. As Yu Kuan had assessed, he was not a match for Liu Shun and posed almost no threat to him during the battle. With the Dragon Slayer Swordsman card, Liu Shun nearly obliterated Yu Kuan Heaton. Under the influence of the Yu or the Dragon ability and the Dragon-specific attack bonus, Yu Kuan's giant insect army was utterly defenseless and was swiftly overpowered. Anticipating his defeat, Yu Kuan was not discouraged but instead eagerly engaged in discussions with Liu Shun. As an outstanding student of the giant insect dojo, he admired Liu Shun's ability to easily defeat both him and Liu Bing. Especially after discussing card-making issues with Liu Shun, Yu Kuan was even more impressed by Liu Shun's skills. After all, Liu Shun was able to create domain cards even at the bronze level, and the card-making problems Yu Kuan encountered were easily resolved by him. After the first day's ice-breaking session, Liu Shun gradually became familiar with the transfer students, Liu Bing and Yu Kuan. Along with Lin Yin and Bai Yao Yao, the five of them are candidates whom the school hopes will earn a spot in the hidden dragon plant selection. Since they might need to collaborate in the citywide selection later, Liu Shun intends to practice with the other four over the next week to become familiar with each other's cards. Among the five, Bai Yao Yao and Lin Yin are the most enthusiastic. Since losing to the transfer students, they have been fervently studying card-making knowledge. For the entries they haven't mastered, they focus on improving their combinations. Although a week is short, and they haven't created new cards, Liu Shun believes that maintaining this positive attitude will surely make their card decks increasingly powerful. In the meditation room assigned to Liu Shun by the school, he sat cross-legged on a cushion, deeply focused on his meditation. Tomorrow was the city selection for Jiuxiao City, and his mental strength had reached the peak of the bronze level. He was striving to break through the bottleneck to the silver level. At that moment, his mental power formed a vortex in his mental space, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. As the vortex continued to spin, the boundaries of his mental space expanded. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared around Liu Shun, accompanied by the boiling power of dragon blood, further enhancing his mental strength and increasing the speed of the vortex. When the speed of the vortex surpassed a critical point, Liu Shun's mental space instantly doubled in size. He opened his eyes, a smile on his face, as he had finally broken through to the silver level. For a card master, each level breakthrough not only signifies an increase in mental power, but also enhances the absorption capacity of blank cards. At the bronze level, blank cards could only absorb singular materials like corpses, but at the silver level, they could directly absorb groups of materials, even large structures. This greatly increased the variety and quantity of materials a card master could gather. If he advanced further, blank cards could even absorb abstract concepts like names and destinies, with a certain degree of compulsion, making them useful in combat support. Liu Shun's thoughts wandered in his mind, and after a brief pause, he closed his eyes again. Although he had reached the silver level, his work was not finished. After a breakthrough, his 2 life cards would also undergo transformation. While life cards do not require materials for advancement, a card master can guide their evolution with mental power to ensure they align with the deck strategy. At this moment, in Liu Shun's mental space, the card faces of the Thorn Crown of Wisdom and the Dice of Fate had become blurred. He continuously infused mental power into the cards to guide them. After considerable effort, until his mental power was nearly exhausted, the 2 life cards finally completed their transformation. Looking at the cards emitting a purple glow in his mind, Liu Shun felt a surge of happiness as he began to examine their effects. Name, Dice of Fate. Quality, purple. Level, 1 star. Type, item. Skills, Fate's Omen. The card master can expend mental power to roll the dice, indicating the good or bad fortune of the upcoming period based on the result. Source of the magic dice. The Dice of Fate can store up to 20 magic dice entry cards, allowing the card master to expend mental power to alter the result of the dice roll. Unknown alteration. Summon and roll the Dice of Fate. Depending on the result, it can permanently or temporarily alter the effect of a card. Traits. Attention grabber. During its rotation, the Dice of Fate attracts surrounding life to instinctively look at it until the roll is complete. Destined outcome. The effects of the Dice of Fate cannot be influenced, altered, or blocked by means below a certain threshold. Liu Shun was filled with anticipation as tomorrow's selection competition approached, marking just the beginning of his journey. The chaotic fate of a card maker allows them to remain unaffected by certain levels of fate-related influences, such as detection. The favor of fate ensures that they always encounter the people and items they anticipate. Introduction. Cast it, and change your destiny. Name. Crown of Thorned Wisdom. Quality. Purple. Level. 1 star. Type. Item. Skills. Painful Wisdom. When wearing the Crown of Thorned Wisdom, the wearer's wisdom is enhanced, but they must also endure intense pain. If the wearer cannot withstand it, the item will automatically detach. Thorn Whip. Consumes mental power to form a thorned whip in the hand. Each time the whip lashes other beings, part of the wearer's pain is converted into mental damage to them. Sting of Folly. Uses mental power to launch a mental thorn at a target, weakening their mental strength, slowing their thought processes, and rendering them foolish. Thorn Guard. Consumes mental power to activate the skill on a designated target, covering them in thorn armor that reduces damage received and reflects it back to enemies. Traits. Thorny Growth. Life wearing the Crown of Thorned Wisdom is immune to certain levels of external mental skills, while transmitting equivalent pain to enemies who target the wearer with mental skills. Endure Pain. Reduces damage received by allied cards within the vicinity of the Crown of Thorned Wisdom, and decreases the impact of negative states. Light of Wisdom. Enhances mental skills for allied cards within a certain range and reduces mental damage received. Description. Endure boundless pain to gain supreme wisdom. Liu Shun finds the effects of the two main life cards after their upgrade to be somewhat satisfactory. Although they haven't reached his ideal outcome, they remain useful for Liu Shun's deck. At least the new skills of the Fate Magic dice are well suited for the dice deck, and the Crown of Thorned Wisdom can extend its auxiliary learning effects. After reviewing their effects, Liu Shun shifts his focus away. For him, breaking through to the silver level is not just an upgrade in card maker rank. It also means that his cards need enhancement. For instance, the Elder Fenrir of the Magic Dice entries, the long and used Three Little Pigs, and the toy soldiers that urgently need adaptation to the Magic Dice system. All these blue quality cards require further quality improvements from Liu Shun. Since these cards were created quite early, their effects and roles are now somewhat misaligned in Liu Shun's view and need adjustments in their skills and effects. This presents a significant workload for Liu Shun, who is set to participate in the city selection tomorrow. However, the benefits of breaking through to the silver level are evident. Beyond overwhelming mental power compared to bronze card makers, the unrestricted purple quality cards in Liu Shun's mental space alone are enough to put pressure on the city selection competitors. The thought that once Liu Shun completes the upgrade and integration of his cards, his overall strength will take another significant step forward, reaching a level with his homeroom teacher, fills him with excitement. The silver level mental power will allow him to dedicate more time to research, just right for enhancing the level of his cards. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was perfect, making Jiuxiao City feel particularly lively today. Vehicles were zooming through the streets, more numerous than usual. If you looked from above early in the morning, you would see countless vehicles heading in one direction: Liu Shun's school. This was because the reformed city selection was being held at Liu Shun's school this year, and today marked the start of the selection. Liu Shun and Ren Yu stepped out of the dormitory just in time to see students from other schools pouring into the campus. They wore their respective school uniforms and, under the guidance of their teachers, entered the school in an orderly fashion. Once inside, many looked around curiously, eager to catch a glimpse of the most prestigious high school in Jiuxiao City. Liu Shun's classmates were also eyeing these newcomers, seemingly trying to gauge their strength from their appearance. When Liu Shun entered the classroom, he found his classmates in the rocket class enthusiastically discussing these new arrivals. Apart from curiosity about the students from other schools, the room was filled with an atmosphere of excitement and tension. After all, today was the day of the city selection, and being chosen for the Hidden Dragon program, even if only temporarily, would be a valuable credential. Although Liu Shun, Liu Bing, and others knew each other's strengths well, there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. What if they got lucky and were selected? Am I really not as good as Liu Shun, or even others? This was the mindset of many students. The classroom buzzed with conversation, their excitement palpable. In addition to discussing the selection, some in the rocket class had started selling information on the top contenders from other schools. Many students eagerly bought this information, pointing at the lists and discussing strategies to face these competitors. Out of curiosity, Liu Shun also purchased a copy. To his surprise, the first name on the list was his own. Name: Liu Shun. Profile: class president of the rocket class at Jiuxiao High School, consistently holding the top position since class formation. Neither classmates like Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao nor renowned dojo members like Liu Bing and Yu Kuan are his match. He is the most favored candidate in Jiuxiao City's selection, rated as extremely dangerous. Card information: toy-type long-range attack cards, giant wolf form melee cards. Liu Shun read his description with interest, a slight smile on his face. While the evaluation was accurate, the card information was too vague. Clearly, this list could only serve as a reference. If one were to prepare based solely on the card details provided, they deserve to be eliminated. After quickly browsing through the list, Liu Shun noticed familiar names besides Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao, like Xiao Yun, who wielded a flaming spear at the battle club, and Su Yang, whom he once defeated single-handedly. These were all former opponents of Liu Shun, and they would all gather for today's city selection, including Lin Yin and the others. Nearly a third of the names on this list were people Liu Shun had previously beaten. This is the weight of being the top contender. When Liu Shun reviewed the list of seed players, others in the school also got their hands on it. Su Yang looked at the calm face on the list and recalled the time he was defeated 1-5. He thought to himself, no, I can't dwell on it, or I'll be pacing a hole in the floor. However, the more he tried to suppress his thoughts, the more he remembered the bold words he had once spoken and the host's exclamation when he was defeated. Oh no, I'm getting heated. To cool down, Su Yang fanned himself with the list and started a conversation with a classmate next to him. Are you looking at the seed players too? Xiao Yun nodded, pointing to Liu Shun's name with a mix of emotions in his eyes. This person once defeated me. I didn't expect him to be the top seed this time. But that's good. It gives me a chance to defeat him and join the Qianlong project. Listening to Xiao Yun's bold declarations, Su Yang felt conflicted inside. What is this? The Avengers? But we can't beat him either. After being defeated 1-5, he learned from a silver-level club senior that Liu Shun's battle armor is likely a purple-grade card. Su Yang didn't think Liu Shun would slack off after that, and he might even have crafted another purple card. Yet, seeing the determined Xiao Yun, Su Yang chose not to disclose this information. It's better this way. You go for Liu Shun, I'll go for others, and we all have a bright future. It wasn't just them. Many students aspiring to secure a spot also took note of Liu Shun and considered him the biggest rival in the selection. If given the chance, they might even team up to take him down and eliminate this hot contender. Of course, other seed players on the list would face similar challenges, but Liu Shun's challenges might be more intense. Meanwhile, students from other schools' dojos were arriving, and the homeroom teacher of the rocket class joined them. After giving a motivational speech, he led the rocket class students to assemble on the field. Although the field at Jiuxiao High School seemed small, it accommodated all the dojo students from various schools today, as if the space had expanded. As the rocket class, led by their teacher, entered the field, all eyes turned to them. Initially unaware of their background, others soon became curious after being informed by their peers. For a moment, rocket class students felt like everyone was watching them, and those with weaker nerves even lowered their heads as they walked. However, although others on the field glanced at them, their main focus remained on Liu Shun and other seed players like Liu Bing. Especially Liu Shun. Despite having seen his photo, students from other schools wanted to see this top contender in person. Under countless gazes, Liu Shun remained unfazed, leading his team behind the teacher straight across the field to their designated spot. After all, he would be the center of attention during the city selection in the coming days, so getting used to the attention was no big deal for him. Seeing Liu Shun so composed, students observing him, though unaware of his exact situation, acknowledged his strong mental resilience. Of course, his looks also received high praise from many. After all the eligible students in Jiuxiao City gathered, several leaders arrived at the site of the city selection. As this was the first selection since the city's reform, it received special attention from the relevant personnel. Not only did the principal of Liu Shun School attend in person, but the principals of other schools, the heads of dojos, and leaders from the education department were also present. These notable figures chatted amiably, discussing the quality of this cohort of students. When this topic came up, the principal of Jiuxiao City High School appeared particularly excited and proud. Liu Shun's mental strength had surpassed the silver level, which filled him with pride. Glancing at the principals of the other schools nearby, his eyes showed a clear sense of superiority. Reform or not, with a student like Liu Shun, their school's spot in the Qianlong plan selection was secure. The thought of other schools trying to compete with them through the reform made the principal want to laugh. What strength do you have to rival us? However, he did not rush to boast about Liu Shun's abilities, planning to casually reveal it once Liu Shun performed well, thus gaining greater psychological satisfaction. After a brief chat among the dignitaries, the city selection officially began. The assessment was divided into two stages, card making and combat, with rules somewhat similar yet different from the class placement test Liu Shun had experienced. The first stage, card making, offered 3 themes for students to choose from, each with a corresponding material card pack, from which students must choose one to create a card. The second stage, combat, was closely related to the first. All students were randomly assigned to one of 3 different secret realms for battle, and they could only use the cards they made in the first round. Cards could only be gradually unlocked for use after spending a certain amount of time in the secret realm. After ranking the 3 secret realms, the top 50 students had to undergo rounds of battles to determine the final allocation of spots. The entire selection process was lengthy, with a large number of participating students, thus extending the duration of the selection. After hearing the selection rules, the participating students began to fervently discuss the upcoming competition, contemplating their strategies. However, the discussions hadn't lasted long before the first round of card making began preparations. This card-making stage wasn't held in separate rooms, but on neatly arranged tables equipped with a full set of card-making tools. The tables were spaced apart, and although the rules prohibited interference, students were inevitably influenced by other card makers during the process, similar to how someone flipping pages during an exam might be distracting. Liu Shun guessed this might be a test of students' concentration during card-making. If they were distracted by others' actions, their card-making skills might not be very impressive. Following the guidance of the examination staff, all candidates were led to their respective tables. As the seating was rearranged, Liu Shun found himself at his position without any familiar faces around. When the surrounding students caught sight of Liu Shun's face, their demeanor turned serious. After all, a person's name carries weight, and realizing Liu Shun was nearby, they silently reminded themselves not to focus on his movements during card making to avoid distractions. Once all the students were in place, the proctor reiterated the rules. From the 3 card packs on the table, only one theme could be chosen, and there was no limit to the number of cards that could be made. Producing a greater number of high-quality cards naturally resulted in a higher score. All student actions would be monitored in real time, and leaders would conduct random checks during the card-making process. The first round of card-making would begin in 5 minutes, allowing students to first review the themes and card packs and decide on their choice before starting the actual card-making. After the proctor finished speaking, all the students simultaneously began examining the themes and card packs. Liu Shun was no exception. He first picked up the card pack on the far left, with the theme of historical figures. The material cards included blue-quality items like a 5-clawed golden dragon, a yellow robe, a king's crown, a code of liberty, and a primitive totem. Green-quality items like armored warhorses, pirate cutlasses, blood-stained revolvers, and the Fontion halberd. As for the white materials, they were diverse and plentiful, covering various civilizations and eras, meeting the needs of card-making. Liu Shun didn't make an immediate decision and instead checked the second card pack. This pack's theme was treasures, primarily focusing on various objects. Blue-quality items included a mysterious chest, treasure map, Ocean's heart diamond, and the Emperor's sword. Green-quality items featured a treasury key, skull coin, masterpiece of a genius painter, white jade seal, and a king's guillotine. The last card pack had the theme of folklore, with even more complex materials. Blue-quality items included a golden balance, century-old incorruptible corpse, crystal skull, and a feng shui mirror. Green-quality items included a corpse-driving bell, bloody scalp, witch's cauldron, notice from a mysterious academy, lifelike paper figures, and a shed skin of an unknown creature. After reviewing all 3 themes and material card packs, Liu Shun pondered which one to choose. Rationally, choosing treasures seemed the easiest. The rules stated that the chosen theme didn't have to dictate the final card product. In other words, as long as the submitted card was related to the chosen theme, it was acceptable. For example, selecting the treasure theme could result in submitting a card about a pirate's treasure or a treasure hunter, as long as it related to treasures. However, Liu Shun found himself more intrigued by folklore than the other 2 themes. The thought of zombies hopping through remote forests, urban legends circulating in neon cities, terrifying chants of ancient cannibal tribes, and the pirate's dream of Treasure Island filled his mind with countless stories and information he had heard and seen. After some hesitation, he ultimately decided to choose the folklore theme. Although he had never made cards with this type of background before, he believed that his fundamental card-making skills would enable him to complete this challenge. In the folklore card collection, Liu Shun carefully selected materials, eventually choosing nearly 20 unique items. A blue-quality crystal skull, a century-old incorruptible corpse, a green-quality bloodied scalp, shipwreck remnants, ghost dust, a native sacrificial knife, a broken totem pole, a white-quality bloodstained flag, a worn-out cannon, and a black captain's hat. These choices helped him piece together the background story of the card in his mind. Next, Liu Shun began designing the magic patterns. Drawing on his past experience, he could create a corresponding magic pattern whenever he envisioned an effect he wanted to achieve. He drew the scattered patterns on paper, then worked on piecing them together and modifying them, striving to connect all the patterns into a cohesive whole before finalizing and perfecting them. The card-making process was orderly and clear, impressing even the principal monitoring the exam, who nodded repeatedly, harboring high hopes for Liu Shun and recognizing the gap between him and other candidates. Although the magic patterns were not yet complete, the principal, with keen insight, predicted that Liu Shun's card would at least be a high-quality blue card. If the combination of patterns and materials was perfect, a purple card was not out of reach. Meanwhile, other leaders were also observing the candidates' performances, and Liu Shun's outstanding display earned their approval. Even principals from other schools envied him, thinking, "Why isn't such an excellent student at our school?" Unaware of this in the exam hall, Liu Shun finally designed a complete magic pattern after over half an hour of effort. With slight adjustments, he was ready to begin drawing. He summoned his original card, preparing to separate a blank card. Students around him were taken aback, puzzled by how he was ready to draw the magic pattern while they were still contemplating card effects. However, they quickly forced themselves to remain calm, trying not to let Liu Shun's progress disrupt their thoughts. Liu Shun reviewed the magic pattern in his mind once more. Confirming its accuracy, he picked up his card-making pen and began drawing. At this point, he was ahead of everyone else in the exam hall. After observing other students, the leaders turned their attention back to Liu Shun, focusing on his process. Watching his smooth and rapid movements and the emerging patterns, the educational leaders of Jiuxiao City couldn't help but express to Liu Shun's principal, "You've got a genius at your school this year." The principal, though outwardly humble, acknowledging that Liu Shun still needed honing, internally realized the opportunity and felt secretly delighted, casually mentioning Liu Shun's upcoming creation of a purple quality domain card and his imminent status as a silver-level card maker. Though it was just a few brief words, they successfully stirred the emotions of the other leaders. Watching their expressions of shock and envy, Principal Liu Shun felt even more thrilled than when he himself made a breakthrough in his mental strength. It wasn't just the principal. Even the high-ranking officials from the education department were somewhat restless. What does such a genius signify? Forget about the selection for the Qianlong project. Liu Shun could easily secure the top position within the project. Could it be that after so many years, Jiuxiao City has finally produced a true prodigy? While the leaders were stirred by the information revealed by the principal, Liu Shun in the video successfully completed the drawing of the magical pattern. Watching Liu Shun calmly preparing to restore his mental strength first, the leaders felt anxious. How could he hold back? This was like buying a lottery ticket and not checking the results before going to eat. Unaware that a group of people were eagerly waiting for the results of his card creation, Liu Shun only picked up and activated the card after regaining his mental strength. As a purple light illuminated, Principal Liu Shun excitedly shouted, "Yes," and immediately started applauding. To the surrounding colleagues, this seemed like blatant showing off. Oh, how frustrating. Why isn't this student at our school? Unlike the thoughts of the principals, the education leaders were thrilled. After so many years, a promising talent has finally appeared. Excited, one of them pulled aside Principal Liu Shun and urged, "You must nurture Liu Shun well." The two then began an enthusiastic conversation, while Liu Shun in the video was examining the card's effects. The card was named Avenger's Ghost Ship, with a purple quality, 1-star level, and categorized as a summoning card. Its skills included Totem Protection, which consumed mental power to significantly enhance the ghost ship's performance and comprehensively strengthen all lives belonging to the ghost ship. There was also Undying Blood Corpse, which used mental power to summon 20 to 50 undying blood corpses that could transform into blood eagles. Units harmed or killed by them would be marked and tracked by the ghost ship. As long as the ghost ship remained undestroyed, the undying blood corpses wouldn't die. Arcane Bombardment was another skill, consuming mental power to launch continuous attacks on enemies with the ship's cannons, particularly effective against buildings and large life forms. The explosions also caused secondary corrosive damage to nearby life, reducing the defense of hit units. Additionally, the sacrifice ritual skill allowed the ghost ship to sacrifice enslaved undead and summoned undying blood corpses, temporarily enhancing one of the ship's skills or traits to achieve a qualitative change. The ship, named Avenger's Ghost Ship, could transform into a ghostly form, traveling through the sky, on water, and underwater. In ghost form, it was immune to physical attacks and induced a certain fear effect on surrounding life. Its Curse Ensnare skill could devour all deceased life within a certain range, transforming them into ghostly forms enslaved by the Avenger's Ghost Ship. The more undead the ship enslaved, the stronger its own performance became. Lastly, the Crystal Skull's ability was to detect the surrounding environment, control the wind and rain, and create fog. This ship was once a vessel of plunder and massacre of indigenous people until one day it vanished forever, and the legend of the ghost ship began spreading across the seas. Liu Shun was quite satisfied with the effect of this card. It aligned perfectly with his expectations when designing the runes, focusing on sustaining battle through battle and offering an escape option when necessary. This card would definitely suffice for the initial stages of the labyrinth battles. However, as Liu Shun examined the card's effects, the surrounding students seemed somewhat numb. Despite telling themselves not to pay attention to Liu Shun's actions, they couldn't help but feel a stir when that purple glow appeared in their sight. "This guy? It's one thing to finish faster than me, but how is your card's quality better than my trump card?" they thought to themselves. Typically, the final result of the card-making assessment should be somewhat inferior to a well-prepared card, yet Liu Shun easily crafted a purple card. Could this be his true level? With this realization, the students around him became calm. Since the gap between them and Liu Shun was so vast, they weren't even competitors. Whatever Liu Shun did next didn't matter. Looking at themselves felt like looking at pigs. Unaware of the psychological shifts in the students around him, Liu Shun placed the completed Vengeful Wraith card aside after reviewing its effects and prepared to craft the next card. Since this was a city-level selection, although making the first card consumed some time and materials, the remaining time was enough for him to create a few more auxiliary cards. Thus, utilizing the leftover resources, Liu Shun crafted 3 more blue-quality cards. First, he used blue-quality materials like the golden scales and green-quality materials like the human face chips to create the psionic scales. This card, named Psionic Scales, was blue-quality, 1-star level, and categorized as a tool. Its skill, Invisible Guard, automatically consumes stored mental weights for defense when the card maker or card is attacked. Tilting the scales consumes mental power to swap 2 of a target's 3 attributes: attack, defense, and speed. The trait, Mental Weights, allows the card maker to infuse mental power into the card to form mental weights for skill activation or mental power replenishment. The description mentions that in mythology, scales symbolize justice and stability. The second card was made using blue-quality materials like the Feng Shui Mirror, green-quality materials like the Mad Scientist Electric Chair, and the remains of an unknown creature. Named Sky Mirror, it was blue-quality, 1-star level, and categorized as a tool. Its skill, Storm and Gale, consumes mental power to manipulate wind and rain for attacks. Lightning and Thunder also consumes mental power to attack with lightning, and when used with Storm and Gale, increases damage. The trait, Weather Forecast, enhances the team's control over weather phenomena like wind, rain, lightning, and fog when the Sky Mirror is present, strengthening related skills and traits. Sky Eye allows the card maker to observe surroundings through the Sky Mirror and remotely activate skills to attack enemies. The description suggests pondering if the sky might be a mirror. The last card Liu Shun crafted used materials like the Witch's Cauldron and the Mysterious Academy's Notice, both of green quality. Liu Shun's magical cauldron glowed with a blue light, exuding an aura of mystery. It was rated as a 1-star blue quality item with a powerful skill that could gather all eligible materials within a certain range. By consuming mental energy, he could activate the Spirit of Potion skill, summoning a potion spirit. This spirit could throw various potions for combat and healing, and it could also double the effects of potions brewed in the magical cauldron. When brewing potions, Liu Shun only needed to put the materials into the magical cauldron, and it would automatically produce various potions with different effects. These potions lasted for 12 hours, after which their effects would mutate. Liu Shun wondered to himself if these potions were indeed healing potions. Even with his level and silver-grade mental energy, he felt a bit fatigued after crafting 4 cards consecutively. He initially wanted to challenge his limits, but ultimately decided that these 4 cards were sufficient for the initial Secret Realm battles. As the exam was about to end, Liu Shun submitted his cards and began meditating to relieve his mental fatigue. Observing leaders immediately evaluated his cards, and after reviewing the effects of the 4 cards, Liu Shun's principal and others were full of praise for his skills. After all, in this exam, producing even 1 blue quality card that fit the theme would earn a decent score, yet Liu Shun created 1 purple quality card and 3 blue quality cards. Although some were slightly off theme, in terms of output and quality, Liu Shun undoubtedly deserved full marks. Anyone would think there was favoritism involved. After reviewing these 4 cards, the educational leaders of Jiuxiao City were filled with confidence. Such a student was a rarity in the past decade's Qianlong plan. His initial goal of reaching the gold level seemed modest, as someone like Liu Shun should aim to become a world-class card maker. With this in mind, the leaders' smiles grew warmer, and they internally decided to provide Liu Shun with more support after the city's selection ended to help him grow rapidly. A few minutes later, Liu Shun opened his eyes as the first round of card-making assessments officially ended. After submitting his cards, other students began seeking familiar classmates to discuss the assessment. Some students looked dejected, sharing their feelings with equally worried friends. As for how they performed, only the results of the first round would reveal that. A moment later, Lu Bing and Lin Yin found Liu Shun, and while waiting for the results, they discussed their card-making outcomes. Although not explicitly stated, Liu Shun felt that their results were probably good, as their emotions were relatively stable without any signs of distress. Liu Shun's classmate, Bai Yao Yao, issued a challenge to compare who performed better in the first round. She appeared quite pleased with herself, suggesting she had exceeded expectations. However, despite her impressive performance, the other students were also confident in their abilities and readily accepted the challenge. The wait wasn't long. Although there were many participants, the card makers quickly completed the scoring for all students' first-round results. Similar to the class placement exams at Liu Shun's school, the results of the first round of card making were presented in a ranking format, accompanied by basic information about the cards each student created, such as their names, quality, and quantity, but specific skills and effects were not disclosed. As soon as the rankings were announced, Liu Shun and his peers eagerly checked the results. Confident in their own abilities, they started from the top. To their surprise, Liu Shun's name topped the list, clearly marked with information about the 4 cards he created. The surrounding students gasped, rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the remarkable results. Creating 4 cards during the assessment, including 1 purple and 3 blue ones, was simply astonishing. Students who previously doubted Liu Shun's placement as the top favorite in the seed list were left speechless upon seeing his results, admitting their earlier overconfidence. Even his classmates from the rocket class were stunned by the class monitor's performance. Although they knew he was strong, they hadn't expected him to excel so remarkably. After seeing the results, Liu Shun's peers, including Liu Bing, gazed at him with admiration, their initial challenges now fully subdued. Meanwhile, Bai Yaoyao quietly adjusted her expectations, setting her sights on second place. She realized that her efforts seemed insignificant compared to Liu Shun's. As discussions buzzed around them, Liu Shun continued to scan the rankings. Liu Bing was in second place, followed by an unfamiliar student in third, Bai Yaoyao in fourth, Lin Yin in fifth, Yu Kuan in sixth, Xiao Yun in seventh, another unfamiliar student in eighth, Su Yang in ninth, and yet another unknown student in 10th. Liu Shun reviewed the top 10, noting the school leader's hopes for the top-ranked students seemed within reach. All 5 were among the top 10, and if the upcoming combat assessments went well, they all stood a chance to enter the selection for the Rising Dragon program. Shortly after the rankings were released, the examiners directed the students back to their seats. With their rankings known, the next step was to return the card-making results to each student. After Liu Shun received his 4 cards, the examiners announced the secret realm assignments and schedule for the next round. The students were then given a day to rest and familiarize themselves with the cards they had just created. Then, they would be randomly assigned to one of 3 mysterious realms for battle: the Archipelago realm, the Death Desert realm, and the Iron City realm. Each realm has its own unique characteristics. The Archipelago realm is dominated by vast oceans, dotted with islands of various sizes. The dangers here include its violent and unpredictable weather and lurking sea monsters. The Death Desert realm, while similar to the Archipelago realm, presents threats from its extreme environment and the creatures that inhabit it. As for the Iron City realm, although the environment is relatively mild, it is filled with countless iron mechanical monsters, making it easy for a card maker to find themselves relentlessly pursued. Therefore, none of these realms serve as mere backdrops for the students' battles. Any slight misstep could lead to elimination. After a brief introduction to the 3 realms, the list of students assigned to each was announced. Liu Shun was placed in the first realm, the Archipelago realm. He was quite pleased with this outcome. Although the 4 cards he crafted had combat capabilities in all 3 realms, the Archipelago realm was the most favorable for him. He had strategies to handle both the harsh weather and the sea monsters, making it the ideal place for him to shine. Once the list was announced, the day's city selection concluded. Students gradually left the school, discussing the rankings of the first round and the upcoming battles in the realms. It was foreseeable that Liu Shun, a name that had circulated in small circles, would undoubtedly gain wider recognition after today's assessment. After all, the Hidden Dragon program is a nationwide focus each year, and as a preliminary stage, the city selection would at least capture the attention of Jiuxiao City's residents. Liu Shun's outstanding performance in the first round would undoubtedly make him the model someone else's child in Jiuxiao City, becoming the ideal example for many parents in educating their own children. After the city selection ended, Liu Shun immediately received a flood of text messages and phone calls with various requests. Some wanted him to endorse products, others offered paid training sessions, and some simply wished to befriend him. Finding these messages overwhelming, Liu Shun decided to turn off his phone, allowing peace to return. This enthusiasm made him reflect on why the winner of the Hidden Dragon program becomes a national celebrity every year. Today was just the first stage of the preliminary, yet it had already sparked such fervor. The popularity of the Hidden Dragon program is truly unimaginable. It's likely that over 90% of the country will follow and discuss the program in its entirety. Just as Liu Shun was about to head back to his dorm, his class teacher suddenly called him over. After a conversation, Liu Shun learned that, thanks to his outstanding performance today, the principal wanted to meet with him and offer financial support to help him perform even better in the future. Liu Shun was naturally happy to accept this arrangement, as he needed to upgrade a batch of cards to advance to a silver-level card maker. Receiving the school support would be ideal. So, after thanking his class teacher, Liu Shun walked towards the principal's office, humming a tune. Liu Shun knocked on the principal's office door. After hearing a voice inviting him in, he pushed the door open and entered. The principal greeted Liu Shun with a warm smile. This year, with such an outstanding student emerging, both the educational leaders and the principal himself regarded Liu Shun as a future star, so their attitude was one of support and assistance. The principal didn't stand on ceremony and directly explained why he had called Liu Shun in. Liu Shun, your performance today was outstanding. You are the best candidate from Jiuxiao City for the Qianlong program. To support you, Jiuxiao City is willing to cover all the materials needed for card making before you join the program, and the internal library will be open to you. You can learn more advanced card making techniques and knowledge. Hearing about this support, Liu Shun's face lit up with joy. The selection for the Qianlong program would begin a month after the city-level selection and last for some time. This meant that for at least 2 months, he wouldn't have to worry about materials and could learn more advanced card-making knowledge. The support from Jiuxiao City was incredibly important to him. Just as Liu Shun was about to express his gratitude, the principal continued. What I mentioned earlier is the support from Jiuxiao City. As a student of our school, the school will naturally provide you with help as well. With that, the principal handed Liu Shun a notebook from the side. This is my card-making notebook. While it may not contain profound experiences, it should be of some help to you. Liu Shun accepted the notebook with both hands, feeling deeply grateful. The principal was a golden-level card maker, and his notes would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial. The principal, smiling, accepted Liu Shun's thanks and said that if Liu Shun had any questions about card making, he could always ask him. The principal's office would always be open to him. Hearing the principal's words, Liu Shun didn't hesitate and immediately asked a few questions. After receiving answers, Liu Shun reluctantly bid the principal farewell. Watching him leave, the principal couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The era of young people had arrived, and talented and hardworking individuals like Liu Shun were destined to become leaders of their generation. Liu Shun returned to his dormitory with the notebook. Initially planning to design the magic patterns for Finra and the toy soldiers that day, he decided to study the principal's notes first. After skimming through the notebook, he realized its value. It not only recorded many small techniques for card making, but also contained 2 advanced card making methods. One was the method for creating card synergies, allowing him to design card synergies without using story cards as materials. The other was the method for crafting ritual cards. Ritual cards are a special type of spell card that doesn't take effect immediately upon activation, but requires certain ritual conditions to be met to function. Comparatively, ritual cards are much more powerful than ordinary spell cards, capable of summoning powerful cards without cost or enhancing existing cards, making them a versatile tool commonly used by advanced card makers. The principal's notes did not detail the process of creating ritual cards, but instead provided an in-depth analysis of basic magical patterns. Liu Shun realized that mastering this knowledge would enable him to design some ritual cards. After going through the principal's notes, he decided to postpone his original plan. For him, learning this knowledge would allow him to enhance cards like Finra more perfectly in the future. That night, Liu Shun, wearing the crown of Thorned Wisdom, embarked on a night of study. The skills of this life card, especially the Thorn Whip, greatly aided Liu Shun. By activating the skill while wearing the life card, his wisdom time was significantly extended. Although he felt a bit sorry for the toy soldiers being whipped, Liu Shun knew that only through diligent study could he design better magical patterns in the future. The night of study passed quickly, and as sunlight filtered through the curtains, Liu Shun realized it was morning. After a night of learning and practice, he had grasped about half of the knowledge from the notes, with the rest requiring more time to delve into. However, he had another important task today: to visit the official department in Jiuxiao City to check on the funding he received. Although he temporarily didn't need materials due to the delay in his card-making plans, he had gained a deeper appreciation for the value of the principal's notes. Thus, he was filled with curiosity and eagerness towards the official library. He believed there must be many card-making techniques he had never heard of or studied before. With this mindset, Liu Shun arrived at the official education department's building. The staff seemed to have been notified in advance, and, upon seeing Liu Shun, proactively familiarized him with the building and issued him a credential. In the future, if Liu Shun needed materials or to consult information, he could simply present the credential, and someone would assist him. Grateful to the Jiuxiao City officials, Liu Shun, after getting acquainted with the place, immediately rushed into the library. Faced with the vast array of books, Liu Shun was like a mouse in a granary, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he eagerly began browsing through the materials. He did not lose his sense of reason and first consulted techniques applicable to the silver level and card types he had never heard of. For instance, a special spell card called Fusion could temporarily or permanently merge 2 cards into a new one, and a unique card-making technique called Independent Action allowed summoning cards to exist for long periods without consuming the card maker's mental energy, suitable for bodyguard-type cards. Realizing this place was a treasure trove, Liu Shun immersed himself in reading and learning until a staff member reminded him that he had spent an entire day in the library. If it weren't for the secret realm battle selection happening tomorrow, Liu Shun would prefer to stay here and study every day. However, to secure a spot in the potential dragon project, he had to put down the books and return to school to test and familiarize himself with the skills and characteristics of the 4 cards. The day quickly passed. After testing the cards, Liu Shun chose not to continue studying the notes, but instead opted to meditate and conserve his energy for the battle the next day. When he opened his eyes from meditation, it was time to participate in the second round of the city selection. Today's exam location for the secret realm wasn't at Liu Shun's school, but at a temporary site on the outskirts of Jiuxiao City. By the time Liu Shun arrived, most of the students had already gathered. They were in groups, either discussing strategies, planning to team up, or figuring out how to perform well in the exam. Liu Bing had arrived earlier than Liu Shun and started chatting with him when he arrived. You'll be in the Iron City secret realm, right? How's your preparation going? Liu Shun asked. Liu Bing shook his head, looking a bit helpless. I'm not very confident. My goal is to survive the first few days until my cards unlock. Really? I remember you crafted 2 blue cards and some green ones. Liu Shun responded, puzzled. Liu Bing replied, exasperated. I'm not like you. If I could craft purple quality cards, I wouldn't be so worried now. As they chatted, more students arrived. The examiner began reading the rules, and the area gradually quieted down. This secret realm exam would last 7 days. In the realm, eliminating a contestant would earn 10 points and a third of the eliminated contestant's points, while defeating monsters would yield points based on their strength. Before entering the secret realm, everyone would receive a card. This card would not only record the participant's score, but also act as a seal for the cards. During the first 3 days in the realm, everyone could only use the cards they crafted in the first round. From the 4th day onward, participants' cards would gradually unlock until the last day, when all cards could be used freely. To enhance competition among students, the examiner would also issue information or tasks through the cards, with points or other rewards for task completion. It's important to note that elimination does not mean being killed. The scorecard provides a protective shield for the card maker, and once this shield is broken, the card maker is eliminated. If a card maker chooses to surrender, they are also eliminated. After the examiner announced the rules, the students divided into 3 groups to collect their scorecards. Liu Shun wished Liu Bing and the others good luck before heading to get his card. When he received his card, a white light shield appeared around him, and all cards except those crafted in the first round were sealed in his mental space. Holding the card showing his name and score, Liu Shun was amazed. Such a complex card, and over 10,000 had been issued at once. Clearly, he had a long way to go on the path of card making. Once all participants had their cards, the battle in the secret realm was about to begin. Standing at the portal to the archipelago's secret realm, with a whistle from the examiner, all the candidates were transported to their respective realms. Perhaps due to advancing to the silver level, Liu Shun didn't experience the dizziness he had during previous entries into secret realms. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a cliff. Beneath his feet were peculiar rocks, and across from him was a vast sea. At that moment, heavy rain was pouring down where Liu Shun stood, with turbulent winds driving large raindrops against him, bringing the coolness of nature. The roaring waves seemed to resonate with the flickering lightning in the sky, and the intermittent thunder highlighted the apocalyptic scene before Liu Shun. Without hesitation, Liu Shun expended his mental energy to summon the purple card, the Phantom Ship, Avenger's Wraith. Instantly, an old and eerie ship appeared before him. The Avenger's Wraith, approximately 20 meters long, featured a feathered serpent statue at the prow, constructed from wood and steel. The sides of the ship were lined with old cannons, and its masts bore massive sails and numerous ropes. Bloodstains covered the hull, and the crystal skull by the helm, along with faint wailing, added to its mysterious aura. Liu Shun boarded the ghost ship, gently caressing the crystal skull. With his mental input, the storm around the Avenger's Wraith was instantly warded off, leaving him undisturbed on board. At the same time, he perceived the scene within hundreds of meters around the ship, a function of the crystal skull's detection ability. Finding no other participants nearby, Liu Shun pondered briefly and decided to summon the psychic scales and the sky mirror. The psychic scales appeared ethereal, floating above his head, while the sky mirror, a smooth mirror, was placed next to the crystal skull, taming the storm around the ghost ship. Liu Shun infused the scales with mental energy, creating a transparent psychic weight, and grasped the helm to navigate the ghost ship. As the ship gradually became ethereal, under his command, the Avenger's Wraith soared into the sky. The crystal skull and the sky mirror's influence turned the external storm into a driving force, propelling the ship forward. The billowing sails on the masts demonstrated the power of the wind, as the ghost ship flew at an astonishing speed. Having not found other participants, Liu Shun decided to explore the island first, searching for creatures to earn points and enslave souls to enhance his combat power. He maneuvered the Avenger's Wraith above the island, and with the aid of the crystal skull and the sky mirror, successfully detected the island's conditions and identified his targets. Several gigantic crab creatures lounging on the beach on the island's far side. Liu Shun navigated the ghost ship above them. Being at a distance, the creatures remained unaware, continuing their activities between the beach and the tide. He decided to test the strength of the undying blood corpses, directly expending mental energy to activate the skill. Instantly, masses of flesh emerged from the deck's gaps, writhing and transforming into grotesque human forms. 50 undying blood corpses, armed with swords, appeared and knelt on the deck, signaling their submission to Liu Shun. At his command, 30 blood corpses swiftly dispersed across the ghost ship, skillfully operating various devices, while the rest leapt directly from the sky, charging toward the beach below. 20 immortal blood corpses suddenly plummeted from the sky. As their flesh transformed during the descent, they astonishingly turned into scarlet-feathered eagles, soaring amidst the storm. The blood corpses, once wielding swords and knives, now transformed into the eagle's sharp talons and iron beaks. Under Liu Shun's command, these blood-colored eagles launched a fierce attack on the crab-like monsters on the beach. As the monsters detected the eagle's dive, they raised their massive claws to fend off the attack. However, the blood eagles did not linger in the air. Instead, they demonstrated excellent tactical awareness, with some reverting to human form to attack from the ground. Swords and knives slashed across the monsters' carapaces, leaving cracks, while the eagle's pecking was incredibly powerful, easily piercing through the monsters. With the coordinated efforts of the blood corpses and eagles, these crab monsters were quickly annihilated. Despite the monsters' formidable claws and water jet attack abilities, these defenses were meaningless against the blood corpses. Whether cut in half by claws or pierced through the head by water jets, the blood corpses could simply retrieve their bodies and heal rapidly, maintaining peak combat effectiveness. Observing the battle below through the mirror of the sky, Liu Shun nodded in approval. Without their immortality, 10 blood corpses might only be considered a blue card, but with it, 50 blood corpses were no less effective than some purple cards. As the blood corpses returned to the ghost ship, Liu Shun unleashed the Vengeful Avenger's unique ability, attracting several spirit shadows resembling the crab monsters onto the ghost ship, where they became ferocious patterns on the sails. Liu Shun did not waste the remaining monster bodies either, tossing them into a newly summoned magical cauldron. As bubbles churned within the cauldron, 2 potions materialized out of thin air. Being familiar with the magical cauldron's creations, Liu Shun was well aware of their effects. The potion, named Sea Crab Elixir, enhances water attribute abilities when consumed or applied, strengthening the grip of any being with hands. The side effect, however, is that during its effect, the user can only move sideways. Despite the peculiar side effect, Liu Shun had tested the magical cauldron and knew these potions were quite effective. After all, if the crab monsters' bodies were absorbed into a blank card, they would become green materials, and the potions made from them were, in a way, similar to card entities, providing excellent results. After sealing the potions, Liu Shun assessed the ghost ship's condition and found that enslaving a few crab monster spirits had indeed strengthened the Vengeful Avenger. The score for slaying the crab monsters also appeared on Liu Shun's card, showing 15 points. Considering this, hunting monsters was highly rewarding, offering points, enslaved spirits, and potions or materials, truly a win-win situation. Just as Liu Shun prepared to continue hunting monsters, a message suddenly appeared on his scorecard. The task names, first kill content, elimination of a contestant reward, 5-point assistance, and real-time display of the distance to the nearest contestant within 5 minutes. Looking at the suddenly released task card, Liu Shun felt a surge of excitement. If he guessed correctly, this should be a task everyone would receive, designed to prompt the students participating in the selection to engage in battles, quickly eliminating some participants. Moving towards me, are you? Liu Shun noticed the red dot on his scorecard moving in his direction, a curious smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu was piloting his card across the sea. In the previous card-making round, he had also chosen folklore as his theme, ultimately creating this ghost train card currently traveling across the water. Similar to Liu Shun's ghost ship, the ghost train also has the ability to transform into a ghostly form. Additionally, it can create illusions, luring life forms into the train, where vengeful spirits can kill them. As a blue quality card, this skill combination is quite impressive, and together with the 2 green cards Liu created, it is enough for combat in the secret realm. This was why Liu dared to directly approach the nearest target. With thousands of people entering the secret realm, he didn't think he would immediately encounter a strong opponent. Besides, Liu was confident in his abilities. If he couldn't win, he could always run away, and there was no reason for the opponent to instantly defeat him. However, just as he was mentally setting up this scenario, the red dot on his card suddenly disappeared, and he realized that there was no one on this small island. While he was puzzled, Liu Shun in the sky launched his skill witchcraft cannon. Several cannons engraved with various eerie patterns extended from the sides of the ghost ship and fiercely fired at the black train below. Liu, sitting in the train's control room, hadn't even reacted when the shells accurately hit each train car. The terrifying fire and explosion sounds swept over instantly, and the black train floating on the sea was torn apart. But it wasn't over yet. In a critical moment, Liu used a spell card to drag himself out, trying to escape, but the second explosion's dark green light blossomed around him. Completely defenseless, his scorecard's protective shield was directly corroded, and Li Gui was bewilderedly teleported out of the archipelago's secret realm. What just happened? How was I instantly defeated? Li Gui was in disbelief after being teleported out of the secret realm. A student who had exited even earlier than him patted his shoulder with schadenfreude. Brother, you're really brave. Daring to go directly to Liu Shun. Huh. Hearing the student's words, Li Gui looked up and saw a dozen screens outside the secret realm, with several broadcasting footage of some seated contestants. The scene of him being defeated by Liu Shun's cannons was playing repeatedly. Seeing his own bewildered and helpless self on the screen, Li Gui wished he could turn back time and run away, avoiding this public embarrassment. Despite the embarrassment, he finally understood how Liu Shun had defeated him. Looking at the eerie ghost ship on the screen, Li Gui couldn't help but sigh. So that's the purple card he made the Avengers' Revenge, huh? It's definitely much stronger than my ghost train. Hearing his sigh, the students who were previously gloating couldn't help but express their own feelings of envy. They all wondered why Liu Shun, a fellow student, could create such powerful cards while they were being eliminated by the monsters. Li Gui, upon hearing these words, quietly straightened up, feeling a bit comforted. At least I wasn't eliminated by the monsters. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Liu Shun, who had eliminated Li Gui, successfully gained more points. With 10 points for eliminating a contestant and 5 points for completing a task, Liu Shun's total reached 30. He then steered his ghost ship toward the open sea. The island was devoid of monsters, so he needed to venture into the ocean depths to find stronger creatures and perhaps encounter other contestants. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and lightning snaked through them, occasionally illuminating the gloom. Amidst the stormy winds and rain, a ghost ship sailed, its sails adorned with fearsome crab designs. Surprisingly, the violent storm calmed as it approached the ghost ship. Harnessing the wind's power, the ship sped across the sea as if on calm waters. Suddenly, the ghost ship came to a halt. The crabs on the sails transformed into ghosts, detached, and plunged into the sea. Minutes later, the battered ghost crabs returned, followed by the spirit of a serpent-like sea monster. Liu Shun sat in the captain's cabin, where he kept a crystal skull, a sky mirror, and a magical cauldron. Seeing the new spirit and the increase in points and potions, he nodded in satisfaction. This is the most cost-effective choice. In the following time, the Revenge of the Dead roamed the ocean hunting monsters. As the enslaved spirits on the ghost ship multiplied, the once pristine sails became densely patterned, and the ghosts began to inhabit different parts of the ship. However, the efficiency of hunting monsters significantly improved. Liu Shun scouted for monsters, the ghosts attacked in groups, bringing back new allies, and his points steadily increased. The magical cauldron's skill activated, transporting monster corpses back to be refined into potions. This entire process took less than 5 minutes, making it simple and efficient. Thanks to the ghost's efforts, Liu Shun's points almost reached 300. By his estimation, even if he wasn't in first place, he was certainly among the top contenders. Considering the ghost ship had enslaved dozens of monsters, greatly enhancing its combat power, Liu Shun decided to focus on finding other participants next. By now, they should have accumulated a lot of points, and Liu Shun intended to eliminate them, allowing them to avoid suffering in the storm. After sailing for a while longer, Liu Shun finally spotted the trace of an island. Liu Shun's ghost ship sped across the sea, heading towards a place much larger than the small island where he was born. The island was covered in dense forests and even had a small mountain. Liu Shun speculated that he might encounter other competitors here. To avoid detection by potential card creators, he had the ghost ship submerge, using its spectral form to swiftly approach the island. From an omniscient perspective, Liu Shun's strategy was clearly effective. There were 7 card creators on the island who had already noticed each other's presence before Liu Shun arrived and began cautiously investigating. Originally, the roles of hunter and prey were interchangeable, but Liu Shun's arrival complicated the situation further. In the depths of the forest, Wang Shu sat on a tree branch, softly playing a flute. As the melody floated through the air, a multitude of mice appeared on the clearing below. Some resembled docile white mice, while others looked fierce. Guided by the flute sound, the mice dispersed in all directions across the island. Wang Shu used the mice's information to quickly pinpoint the figure of a card creatora silhouette, holding a gourd. After confirming the location, he directed the mice to converge on the card creator. The card creator with the gourd seemed to sense something amiss and cautiously looked around. At that moment, a cute white mouse emerged from the grass. Seeing its gentle demeanor, the card creator relaxed and even reached out to touch it. However, in the next instant, the seemingly harmless mouse suddenly opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at the figure. Simultaneously, other types of mice appeared and launched a coordinated attack on the gourd-wielding card creator. Frozen with fear at the sight of the menacing swarm, the gourd card creator only launched an attack just before being overwhelmed. He unleashed water and fire from the gourd, but it was too late. Against the formed swarm, his attacks were ineffective, and he was ultimately eliminated by the mice. Meanwhile, Liu Shun was also on the move. He navigated the ghost ship beneath the island and, through the mirror of the sky, observed two card creators locked in battle. Their skills were evenly matched. One attacked using cards of historical figures, employing poetry and calligraphy to unleash skills, while the other used a straightforward approach, defending with a shield and counterattacking with a hand cannon. Their fight was at a stalemate, neither able to quickly overpower the other. At that moment, the wind began to rise, and raindrops fell from the sky. Unaware of the change, the gentle breeze and drizzle suddenly transformed into lethal weapons. The icy wind sliced like countless blades, and the raindrops struck with the force of bullets. The sudden attack caught both sides off guard. As they hurriedly defended themselves, a lightning bolt, like a raging serpent, struck down from the sky. The flashing lightning, accompanied by torrential rain, enveloped everyone present in an instant. The enhanced attack nearly charred two card masters, shattering their scorecard shields on the spot and eliminating them immediately. Below the island, Liu Shun watched the numbers on his scorecard increase and nodded in satisfaction before steering his ghost ship in another direction. Moments later, Liu Shun spotted another card master. Unlike Liu Shun, who was on the offensive, this card master chose to ambush. In his concealed spot, a large field of blood-red orchids, summoned by cards, bloomed, emitting an enticing fragrance that attracted many small creatures to nibble on the succulent petals. Wang Shu's swarm of mice was no exception. Initially, he was controlling the mice to scout the surroundings, but in the next moment, they were drawn to the orchids. Suddenly, a giant serpent hidden beneath the orchids sprang out and devoured all the prey. Realizing this was the work of a card master, Wang Shu did not retreat. Instead, he continued playing his flute, summoning more mice. As the flute's melody echoed, a dense swarm of mice appeared around the blood orchids, their green glowing eyes enough to make anyone with a fear of clusters faint. The card master who summoned the orchids was clearly startled and hurriedly summoned several giant serpents to guard the orchids and confront the mouse swarm. At this moment, Liu Shun made his move. The ghostly form of the revenge wraith emerged from below the island, soaring above the mouse swarm and the giant serpents. The sorceress cannons fired again. The terrifying barrage turned the area into a bombing zone, leaving no choice for either mice or serpents but to scream and wail in the flames and explosions. Despite being wary of other card masters, the sudden appearance of Liu Shun and his fierce firepower surprised Wang Shu and the other card master. Watching his mouse swarm being obliterated by the cannon fire, Wang Shu unhesitatingly summoned a giant burrowing rat to attempt an escape. Meanwhile, the orchid summoning card master also tried to withdraw using a card. Although they reacted quickly, Liu Shun, who had been lurking below, had already locked onto their positions. A horde of ghostly creatures targeted and attacked them, eliminating both card masters on the spot. With their elimination, Liu Shun's score rose again. At that moment, a new task appeared on the scorecard. Titled 10 Eliminations. The task required eliminating 10 participants, with the current progress at 510. The reward was information on powerful creatures or the locations of nearby participants. Seeing this task, Liu Shun raised an eyebrow, realizing that the examiners had no intention of letting participants relax. Previously, there was a first kill task, and now there was a task to eliminate 10 participants. At this rate, there might even be a task to eliminate 100 participants later. However, such tasks were actually advantageous for Liu Shun, as he was the only participant with a purple card. As the most powerful contender on the surface, Liu Shun didn't hesitate to complete the task of defeating 10 opponents, despite having some reservations about these missions. After eliminating 2 card creators, he stopped concealing his intentions and piloted his ghost ship around the island, searching for undiscovered prey. In the captain's room, Liu Shun used both the crystal skull and the sky mirror for surveillance, while a portion of his undead blood corpses transformed into blood eagles to patrol the area. Under such multifaceted detection, a card creator was soon discovered. This card creator had a cloak of invisibility and a magic wand. Although he tried to escape, his location was revealed under the blood eagle's attack, and he was ultimately eliminated by the combined forces of the blood corpses and ghosts. The situation with the last card creator became interesting. Surrounded by ghosts and blood corpses, he let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. Liu Shun, please don't eliminate me. I can help you complete the task. His voice was loud and uninterrupted. Facing the blood corpses, he was filled with fear and was about to close his eyes and await death when he unexpectedly found himself carried onto the ghost ship by the blood corpses, standing before Liu Shun himself. Liu Shun looked at the pale, chubby figure before him and asked calmly, "You said you have a way to help me complete the task?" Only then did Qian Guang realize, and he began to explain his method to the powerful figure. It turned out that during the first round of assessment, he chose the treasure theme and created a card called the Treasure Compass. By inputting mental energy, it could locate any desired target, with the effect improving the more energy was input. At this point, Qianguang gave a small compliment to Liu Shun, implying that with his strength, he could easily eliminate other participants once he found them. After expressing his idea, Qianguang sneaked a glance at the pondering Liu Shun, feeling anxious. In truth, he had another card, the blood-seeking rifle, and he had hesitated about whether to use it to ambush Liu Shun. However, after considering it, he abandoned the thought, knowing Liu Shun's formidable strength would make a failed ambush result in his own elimination. Liu Shun observed Qianguang's reactions closely, ready to let the sky mirror strike him with lightning if he showed any signs of aggression. But since Qianguang didn't make a move, Liu Shun decided to keep him around for the time being. After all, what he said made some sense. The hardest part for Liu Shun wasn't eliminating others, but finding them. The treasure compass could indeed be useful to him. So, with a look of pleasant surprise on Qianguang's face, Liu Shun agreed not to eliminate him for now. However, the use of the treasure compass within the secret realm would belong to Liu Shun. To accommodate this arrangement, Liu Shun even cleared a room on the ghost ship for Qianguang to meditate and recover his mental energy. Qianguang was naturally overjoyed and readily agreed to Liu Shun's terms. A while later, as Liu Shun was handling the compass, Qianguang approached him, looking somewhat embarrassed, and asked, "Boss, do you have any cards to heal wounds? The injuries I had before haven't healed yet." Liu Shun casually tossed him 2 bottles of potion, saying, "Just drink them. They work well, though there is a bit of a side." Watching Qianguang mimic a seal crawling, Liu Shun silently swallowed the last 2 words. Although there were some unexpected events, thanks to the potion, Qianguang's health was restored. As the first day in the secret realm was nearing its end, Liu Shun planned to rest on a small island after completing the task of defeating 10 opponents, and then choose his reward for the mission tomorrow. He stood at the bow of the vengeful spirit, channeling his mental energy into the treasure compass in his hand. Behind him, Qianguang wore a bitter expression, being watched by several undead blood corpses. Although they promised not to eliminate him, he still needed to stay vigilant. As Liu Shun continued to infuse mental energy, the treasure compass's needle began to move. Initially, it wavered, but after some time, it firmly pointed in a nearby direction, indicating the presence of a card master. Liu Shun then ordered the ghost ship to set sail towards the target. By this point, Liu Shun had eliminated 6 people, needing 4 more to complete the task. The vengeful spirit surged through the waves, while Liu Shun used the crystal skull to continuously scout the surrounding environment, and Qianguang idly observed the ghost ship's surroundings. After spending some time on the ghost ship, Qianguang grew increasingly impressed by the card's capabilities. He noted that the card had at least 3 skills: summoning ghosts, cannon attacks, and summoning flesh monsters. The crystal skull that Liu Shun was using also left a deep impression on him. Such a complex card was crafted by Liu Shun himself, and he even had the energy to create other cards, which made Qianguang genuinely admire his strength. While Qianguang was lost in thought, Liu Shun discovered the target indicated by the treasure compass. To his surprise, there was another ship card ahead. He spotted a small boat floating on the sea and smiled with interest. Upon observation, it was evident that the 2 people on the boat, a man and a woman, were following a technology route, as shown by the streamlined hull and tech-inspired design. Due to the distance, Liu Shun could see them through the crystal skull, but they were unaware of Liu Shun's presence. Since they encountered each other, a sea battle was inevitable. At Liu Shun's command, spectral figures of many monsters emerged from various parts of the ghost ship, diving into the sea moments later. The idle undead blood corpses leaped from the ship, transforming into eagles midair, navigating through the storm. Meanwhile, the ghost ship was not idle. Cannons extended from its sides, and the feathered serpent statue at the bow was infused with mental energy. A spectral image of a feathered serpent roared above the ghost ship. The vengeful spirit, now even more formidable, skimmed the water's surface and quickly entered the 2 people's line of sight on the small boat. The sudden appearance of the ghost ship amidst the storm clearly shocked the 2 on the small boat. However, their boat began to submerge, obviously attempting to dive to avoid the attack. But the ghosts dispatched by Liu Shun were not to be underestimated. Before the boat could submerge, a giant octopus-like ghostly monster lashed out with its tentacles. The immense force not only slammed the small boat back onto the water, but also caused it to tilt slightly. At that moment, Liu Shun maneuvered the vengeful wraith, charging straight at the boat. Under his control, the ghost ship, moving at incredible speed, tilted its bow slightly downward, carrying a powerful impact that sent the small boat flying into the air. Amidst the cries of panic from above, Liu Shun deftly adjusted the direction of the vengeful wraith, aiming its cannon at the descending boat. The magic cannon fired. With a thunderous boom, the airborne boat was precisely hit by the flying cannonball, instantly transforming into a brilliant firework, exploding in midair. At this point, 2 more names were added to the scorecard, leaving Qianguang at the back staring in shock, while Liu Shun, at the helm of the ghost ship, let out a hearty laugh. Watching Liu Shun, who stood beaming at the bow, Qianguang silently mourned for the two card makers who had just been eliminated. They had done their best, but what chance did they have against this formidable opponent? It was best to accept their defeat gracefully. As Qianguang's thoughts drifted, he seemed to forget that the treasure compass used to find these two was provided by him. After Liu Shun eliminated them, his score surpassed 500, indicating that those two indeed had significant points. Steering the ghost ship, Liu Shun was delighted by the score and energetically activated the treasure compass, heading towards the next target. As Qianguang had previously mentioned, the next two card makers Liu Shun encountered were swiftly eliminated. In the first 3 days, Liu Shun's vengeful wraith proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. Once he found someone, their elimination was almost guaranteed. After Liu Shun had eliminated 10 card makers, he successfully completed the previously issued 10 kills mission. However, he chose not to immediately redeem his reward but instead docked at a small island to meditate through the first day before proceeding with his next hunt. While Liu Shun rested in meditation, hundreds of card makers had already been eliminated from the secret realm, including participants from all 3 realms. Most of those eliminated came from the Steel City, where the abundance of monsters made escape impossible if they weren't dealt with promptly. Upon elimination, these participants chose to stay, partly to see who had eliminated them and partly to observe the performance of some top contenders. Naturally, Liu Shun attracted the most attention. As a favored candidate, his combat prowess was indeed impressive from a god's eye view. The ghost ship that sailed effortlessly through stormy seas drew envy from many who had been eliminated from the archipelago realm. Watching Liu Shun eliminate 10 others as easily as slicing through butter, many believed he would secure the top position in each round. The gap in combat ability between him and other competitors was evident. As the assessment continued, more related information was disseminated to the outside world. As one of the first cities to undergo reform, Jiuxiao City's selection plan caught the attention of many. Especially with the emergence of the prodigy Liu Shun, many aspiring to join the Dragon Ascension plan or those already recommended for its selection process turned their eyes towards him, filled with curiosity. After meditating to restore his mental energy, Liu Shun boarded the vengeful wraith once again. This time, he didn't use the treasure-seeking compass right away. Instead, he cashed in on a previous mission reward to obtain information on a powerful sea monster nearby. Soon, a red dot appeared on the scorecard. Under Liu Shun's command, the vengeful wraith carried him and Qianguang swiftly towards the red dot. The ghost ship sped across the sea, heading far from the islands into the deep ocean. After some time sailing, they finally reached the location marked by the red dot. There was no sign of any magical creatures around. After scanning the surroundings, Liu Shun decided to dive into the depths. Initially, there was some light, but as the ghost ship descended into the dark depths, the light gradually faded, leaving an ominously gloomy environment. Only the sound of water echoed around, as if the ghost ship was the only sign of life in this place. The eerie atmosphere made Qianguang uneasy. He shivered but dared not say anything to Liu Shun, keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding waters. If a tail or tentacle were to suddenly appear, it would surely frighten him. After searching the lightless seabed for a while, Liu Shun finally discovered their target. The location shown on the scorecard was a massive octopus lying on the ocean floor. Its size was comparable to the legendary Kraken. Contemplating for a moment, Liu Shun decided to lure it to the surface, as many of his tactics were ineffective underwater. He ordered a multitude of ghosts to emerge from the ghost ship and swim towards the sea monster. Sharks, octopuses, crabs, electric eels, and various other magical creatures gathered. At Liu Shun's command, they launched an attack on the 8-tentacled creature, employing biting, strangling, and electric shocks. The previously silent seabed was instantly stirred, and the sea monster awakened with a deafening roar. Under Liu Shun's direction, some ghosts continued to provoke the sea monster, drawing it towards the surface, while others waited nearby, ready to replace the first wave of ghosts. The plan was going smoothly. The sea monster's tentacles thrashed about on the seabed, churning up countless splashes. Seeing the attacking ghosts trying to flee, the creature gave chase without hesitation. Thus, the vengeful wraith, the ghosts, and the enraged sea monster formed a line, all heading towards the surface. As the vengeful wraith broke through the surface, the undead blood corpses on board sprang into action, downing potions they had accumulated previously and transforming into blood eagles circling in the air. As the sea monster's form emerged from the water, the blood eagles dove down, piercing its tentacles with sharp talons and beaks, creating a series of bloody wounds. Meanwhile, the ghosts that had been observing joined the battle, and together with the blood eagles, they engaged in a monstrous battle against the 8-tentacled sea monster. On board the Revenge Avenger, Liu Shun was determined not to be outdone. He activated the Totem Blessing skill to boost the morale of the ghost ship and the blood eagles. The Crystal Skull and Sky Mirror began manipulating the storm, and under the influence of multiple skills, the wind, rain, and lightning turned into tangible swords, relentlessly striking the octopus sea monster. Luminescent blue blood flowed from the creature's wounds, enraging it further. Its primal fury drove it to lash out wildly with its tentacles, which were equipped with circular blades and sharp teeth, attacking all nearby enemies. Seeing the sea monster's resilience, Liu Shun piloted the ghost ship forward, aimed the cannons at the creature, and unleashed a barrage of magical cannon fire specifically designed to target it. Countless cannonballs rained down upon the monster floating on the sea, explosions and fire lighting up its body. The special attack was highly effective, inflicting significant damage and causing it to lose at least 3 tentacles. Severely wounded, the creature went berserk, raising massive waves, while Liu Shun and his crew had to navigate through the chaos and fend off the tentacle attacks. With the sea monster severely weakened, Liu Shun commanded the ghosts to keep it occupied. He then flew the Revenge Avenger into the sky, preparing to use a skill he had not yet revealed, the sacrifice ritual. He aimed the cannons at the creature's bleeding body and channeled his mental energy to activate the skill. As he did so, a blood-red glow enveloped the feathered serpent figurehead, the fighting ghosts, and the blood eagles. The glow intensified, consuming the ghosts and blood eagles, and attached itself to the cannon. The raging sea monster continued to create giant waves and thrash the water with its tentacles, unaware that death loomed over it. In the next moment, the enhanced cannon fired again, sending a blood-red meteor streaking through the air, piercing the creature's body and embedding within it. The agony-stricken monster let out a wail as the cannonball detonated twice inside it, the blood-red flames exploding from within, obliterating the massive beast into fragments. Seeing the monster reduced to floating debris on the sea, Liu Shun breathed a sigh of relief and commanded the ghost ship to enslave the creature in ghost form. Since the previous ghosts were sacrificed, he decided to use this formidable creature as a replacement. In Liu Shun's view, it was more valuable than the dozens of ghosts before it. After defeating the sea monster, Liu Shun's score surged by 200 points, indicating that the examiners found the creature particularly challenging. He absorbed the stored mental energy to recover his mental strength, tossed the sea monster's corpse into a mysterious cauldron, and summoned 50 undead blood corpses. After the battle, not only did Liu Shun avoid any losses, but his combat prowess had also increased. This was the Revenge Avenger's method of strengthening through battle. Having vanquished the sea monster, Liu Shun piloted the ghost ship away from the area. After slaying the 8-armed sea monster, Liu Shun commandeered the ghost ship, taking down numerous other creatures and successfully restoring the number of enslaved ghosts to its previous level. Over the next 2 days, using the treasure compass, Liu Shun systematically eliminated participants on the ghost ship. Including the 10 eliminated on the first day, Liu Shun had successfully ousted dozens, with his points surpassing 1,000. Although he was unsure of others' scores, Liu Shun confidently believed that his points, if not the highest, were certainly among the top. By the 3rd night in the secret realm, after today, some of the card master's locked cards would be unlocked, enhancing their combat capabilities. Those who performed poorly in the first card-making round might stage a comeback if they held on until now, potentially reversing their hunted status. To intensify competition, the examiners released a new task. It stated that after card unlocking, candidates' activity areas would be restricted, and those found outside the designated zones would lose points over time. This was clearly intended to concentrate all card masters in one area, increasing the likelihood of conflicts and enabling more eliminations. With 10 minutes to midnight, Liu Shun checked the activity area, finding it not far from his location and relatively large, encompassing several islands and the surrounding sea. Thus, he steered the ghost ship toward the target area, waiting on the deck for his cards to unlock. 10 minutes later, the first batch of unlocked cards was revealed, granting Liu Shun 2 life cards and the magic dice, Toy Soldier, and Fenrir. While not as powerful as the Revenge Wraith with its host of enslaved ghosts, these significantly boosted Liu Shun's overall strength. When the Fate magic dice appeared in his hand, Liu Shun activated the Fate Omen skill and rolled the dice, which showed 13. It indicated that the upcoming journey would be ordinary with a touch of surprise. Meanwhile, at the back of the deck, the chubby Qian Guang, guarded by the undead blood corpses, was thrilled because his unlocked card was his trump card. With it, Qian Guang's combat power sword, potentially matching Liu Shun. However, having witnessed the ghost ship's battle with the sea monster, he knew the cards might. Even if Liu Shun used no other cards, he could easily crush him. Realizing this, the once hopeful Qian Guang felt disheartened, consoling himself. It's fine like this. After all, I've survived longer than the others. At that moment, as Liu Shun headed toward the target area, he noticed another card master in the distance. From his vantage point, the card master seemed to be heading for the same area, albeit flying with wings on his back. Seeing this, Liu Shun immediately dispatched blood corpses to eliminate him. The blood corpses transformed into blood eagles midair, flying toward the card master, while Liu Shun monitored the situation through the crystal skull. The card master initially didn't notice Liu Shun's presence until the blood eagles approached, making him realize something was wrong. He quickly summoned an eagle crackling with electricity, commanding it to call down thunder in an attempt to paralyze the blood eagles. Meanwhile, he used an acceleration spell card to try and escape. However, the blood eagles were relentless, with some engaging the summoned eagle while others pursued the fleeing card master. Despite his efforts to delay the blood eagles with various cards, he couldn't stop their pursuit. Especially after the lightning eagle was surrounded and killed by the blood eagles, the card master was defenseless and ultimately had his shield pierced by the blood eagles, leading to his defeat. Liu Shun continued on his way, encountering many card masters heading towards the target sea area that night, eliminating each one. His actions confirmed the effectiveness of the task issued by the examiner, and if the activity area's range were to shrink further, encounters with other card masters would become more frequent. Considering that this night marked a peak time for card masters heading to the target area, Liu Shun, leveraging the ghost ship's high speed, decided to patrol along the boundary of the target area, specifically capturing those trying to enter under the cover of darkness. This strategy proved highly effective, as Liu Shun only needed to spot an enemy and send in the blood eagles, almost guaranteeing the opponent's elimination. Even though the card masters had unlocked some cards, to Liu Shun, this merely presented minor obstacles, not real difficulties. After a night of hunting, by the fourth day, Liu Shun had eliminated dozens, his ruthlessness causing Qian Guang, positioned at the rear of the deck, to shake his head. However, after a night of hunting, Liu Shun felt somewhat fatigued, so he found an island to meditate beneath, recovering in preparation for hunting more card masters later. While he meditated, elsewhere in the activity area, several card masters gathered to discuss. Those familiar with the list of seed candidates would recognize that several members were present, most notably Xiao Yun and Su Yang. Yes, they had also entered the secret realm, and their discussion was precisely about Liu Shun. So, why did you call us here? One card master asked Xiao Yun and Su Yang, breaking the silence. Xiao Yun, seeing this, didn't hide his intentions and stated directly, "You all know Liu Shun is in this secret realm, right?" Hearing this, the others' expressions turned serious, clearly indicating that Liu Shun's name carried significant weight with them. "I called you here because I want us to eliminate Liu Shun first." Xiao Yun openly declared his purpose. Another card master responded disdainfully, "Why should we team up to eliminate him? He has purple cards. Are we tired of living and want to die with you?" The frank words made Xiao Yun's expression slightly awkward, yet he continued to try and persuade them. "You might not know this, but not long ago, Liu Shun was still navigating his ghost ship on a hunt, having already eliminated at least 50 people. Although he possesses a purple card, he might be at his weakest at this moment. Just imagine, if Liu Shun could craft a purple card during the first round, wouldn't he have other purple cards as well? If we wait until all his cards are unsealed, we will be at his mercy. Eliminating him now is the only way to earn more points and increase our chances of being selected for the Rising Dragon program." Xiao Yun's words seemed logical, but unfortunately, not everyone agreed. "Why should I care when Liu Shun's strength will recover? As long as I'm not eliminated, he's definitely going to be first, and our aim is just to fight for second place. Besides, if we all attack Liu Shun and get eliminated halfway, who will compensate for the lost points?" After saying this, the person left directly. Hearing this, others also chose to withdraw, and Xiao Yun's plan to gather people to besiege Liu Shun ultimately failed. Watching their retreating backs, Xiao Yun couldn't help but sigh, thinking, "These people are not worth plotting with." Seeing this, Su Yang tentatively asked, "So what do we do? Are we still going after Liu Shun?" Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. "Do I look like an idiot? There are only two of us now. Going after Liu Shun would be suicide." Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, as his biggest fear was Xiao Yun getting hot-headed and dragging him directly to Liu Shun. The two had met shortly after entering the secret realm and teamed up for the hunt. If Xiao Yun were eliminated, Su Yang would lose a strong ally. Seeing Xiao Yun's relieved expression, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Let's try to avoid Liu Shun and gather more points. Maybe that way, we can secure a better position for the third round." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement, and the two of them left together. Turning our attention to Liu Shun, he had just regained his mental strength and was preparing to set sail again when Qian Guang approached with a sycophantic expression. "Boss, you see the activity area has been restricted now. I think the treasure compass might not be of much use to you anymore. How about letting me go? I swear I won't attack you after I leave." After hearing this, Liu Shun glanced at the chubby guy, pondered for a moment, and realized that he made a valid point. With the activity area shrinking, he probably wouldn't need the treasure compass to find people anymore. If it came to that point, there might not be many card masters left in the secret realm, making the use of the treasure compass unnecessary. With this in mind, Liu Shun agreed to Qian Guang's request. However, before letting him go, Liu Shun had the undead blood zombie slash Qian Guang so that the ghost ship could track him at any time. If Liu Shun needed to use the treasure compass, he could still locate Qian Guang through the ghost ship's mark. After completing all this, Liu Shun dropped Qian Guang off on an island and continued his hunt aboard the ghost ship. The eerie and sinister revenge wraith sailed across the sea, shrouded in thick, white fog. Above the ghost ship, blood eagles transformed from undead blood corpses circled, while beneath the sea lurked ghosts led by an octopus-like sea monster. At this moment, Liu Shun was aimlessly patrolling, hunting unlucky card makers who stood no chance against him. Suddenly, through the sky mirror, he spotted two familiar figures, Xiao Yun and Su Yang. It turned out they were classmates from the same school. Liu Shun's interest was piqued as he prepared to greet these contenders from the seed list. The ghost ship accelerated under the force of the gale, and the blood eagles swooped towards the two. Su Yang and Xiao Yun looked despairing. They had only intended to hunt magical creatures near the island, but unexpectedly encountered their proclaimed target. Facing the approaching ghost ship and blood eagles, they quickly used their cards to escape. Xiao Yun's card was a crimson cape Liu Shun had seen before, allowing him to move swiftly through the air, while Su Yang's card was rather peculiar, summoning a giant dandelion that carried him beneath it as he flew. Seeing their escape, Liu Shun's interest grew, prompting him to involve the ghostly octopus sea monster in the chase. Xiao Yun and Su Yang, now filled with anger, thought, "Won't even give us a chance to flee?" But before they could continue to complain, the tentacles brushing past them sent chills down their spines. One summoned a boot card to sprint desperately, while the other tied vines to the former, using them to escape. During their flight, Xiao Yun suddenly turned towards the card makers who had left earlier, shouting, "Hurry, hurry, I've led Liu Shun over. Let's eliminate him together." Su Yang caught on and joined in the shouting. Their cries reached the card makers across the island. With urgency etched on his face, Xiao Yun thought, "At this rate, we'll be caught for sure." Just then, he spotted a familiar card maker fleeing ahead, his eyes lighting up as he shouted to Su Yang. Su Yang quickly reacted, sending a vine from his waist shooting forward to wrap around the card maker, using his strength to pull them forward. Consequently, the card maker's speed was reduced. He excitedly spoke to the two beside him, inadvertently giving Xiao Yun and Su Yang an idea. They began shooting vines, linking one escaping or hiding card maker after another. Invariably, these card makers cursed Xiao Yun and Su Yang before using their cards to flee, fearing the ghostly horde closing in. In a flash, the card creators fleeing ahead displayed their various skills. Some summoned portable flying devices, others conjured paper figures to carry them, and some even burrowed underground. Although Su Yang's vines managed to stall them for a moment, they were soon severed, and the card creators scattered in all directions. As they dispersed, the ghostly army behind them chose individual targets to pursue. Apart from the octopus monster and the vengeful wraith, which closely followed Su Yang and Xiao Yun, the other ghosts each chased their own targets. The entire island quickly descended into chaos. Liu Shun launched indiscriminate attacks on the fleeing card creators. In addition to the pursuing ghosts, the sky mirror unleashed its full power, sweeping the island with gusts of wind and torrential rain. Lightning strikes continuously rained down from the sky, forcing the fleeing card creators to use all their strength to defend themselves, lest they be caught by the ghosts behind them. Su Yang and Xiao Yun, ahead, faced the same attacks, but their situation was more dire. Even when they managed to block the lightning with their cards, the delay allowed Liu Shun to close the distance. Several bolts of lightning struck consecutively. Facing the thrashing tentacles of the octopus monster, Xiao Yun and Su Yang had to summon other cards for defense. However, the octopus monster, a creature Liu Shun had fully unleashed using the vengeful wraith, a purple card, posed a deadly threat. If its attack landed, the two ahead would be in dire straits. Indeed, such a scenario quickly played out before Liu Shun's eyes. Under immense pressure, Xiao Yun made a misstep and was struck hard to the ground by the sea creature's tentacle, dragging Su Yang, who was linked to him by vines, into the range of the sorcery cannons. Seizing the sudden opportunity, Liu Shun acted without hesitation, unleashing his skills. A barrage of shells rained down on the fallen duo, erupting in fire and explosions. After the secondary explosion subsided, the battered figures of Xiao Yun and Su Yang reappeared in Liu Shun's view, revealing the difficulty they faced in defending against the skill attack. What made their situation even more desperate was that just after fending off the sorcery cannons, the octopus monster's tentacles came at them again. Powerless against the ghostly tentacles flailing in the air, Xiao Yun and Su Yang were repeatedly struck and quickly eliminated. Though the elimination process was slightly prolonged, the overall time was not lengthy. When Liu Shun turned his attention elsewhere, some card creators had yet to escape the island and were still battling ghostly creatures. Since they hadn't seized the chance to flee, Liu Shun was more than happy to accept this gift, effortlessly dispatching those who hadn't managed to get away, causing his score to soar once more. Notably, after being eliminated by Liu Shun, Xiao Yun and Su Yang initially felt dejected, believing their scores for this round hadn't met expectations. However, their spirits lifted when they saw the card creator who had opposed Xiao Yun's plan also get eliminated. That short-sighted fellow, if they had united earlier, they might not have been so easily taken out. In the secluded island realm, Liu Shun's score had surpassed the 1,000-point mark after eliminating numerous card makers. His primary targets were those on the seed list, which allowed him to not only gain more points, but also eliminate potential threats. The seed list contained only about a dozen or 20 card makers spread across 3 secret realms, with approximately 7 or 8 in each. Liu Shun managed to eliminate at least 4 in this round, making it difficult for the remaining elite card makers to challenge him. After this battle, Liu Shun faced no further obstacles in the realm, able to go wherever he pleased and eliminate whomever he chose. Apart from some monsters that posed a threat, the realm would essentially become his playground. Over the next 2 days, Liu Shun's experiences confirmed this. He further unlocked his cards, enhancing his overall strength, and relentlessly pursued other card makers, leaving them in disarray. If it weren't for the time he needed to spend hunting monsters each day, Liu Shun could have continued his pursuit all day long. From a broader perspective, this was advantageous for Liu Shun. After all, if other card makers didn't have time to earn points, how could Liu Shun achieve even greater gains? As the last day of the realm battle arrived, 90% of the students had been eliminated, losing their chance at the hidden dragon plant selection. Only those with the highest cumulative scores from the first 2 rounds could advance to the next stage of arena battles. Despite this, many eliminated students chose to watch the screens outside the realm out of curiosity. Although they couldn't progress further, observing various cards was beneficial, perhaps inspiring them to create new ones. Outside the realm, discussions about the remaining card makers continued. For instance, Qian Guang, who had previously lent Liu Shun a treasure-seeking compass, became a hot topic. Although he hadn't been eliminated after parting ways with Liu Shun, his situation wasn't favorable. He had to constantly hide from others and secretly hunt monsters, yet his points were still meager, making his elimination status almost irrelevant. In contrast, Liu Shun became the ultimate boss in everyone's eyes with his dominant performance in the realm. Whenever the screen showed him, he was either battling formidable sea monsters or chasing other card makers. If this realm battle were a game, Liu Shun would be the player supported by Peidoan strategies, while others were mere players contributing to his gaming experience. Even without using his unlocked magic dice cards, other card makers couldn't withstand the power of Liu Shun's ghost ship. At this point, his ghost ship was manned by ghosts as powerful as the octopus sea monsters, and this one card alone was as formidable as an entire army. On the final day, with the activity area restricted to a small zone, Liu Shun released all his ghostly creatures, positioning them around the perimeter to eliminate any card maker who approached. This straightforward and aggressive tactic proved highly effective, and within a few hours, Liu Shun had eliminated all card makers in the island realm. Ultimately, he was transported out of the realm when this round of assessment concluded. When Liu Shun was transported back, he instantly became the center of attention. After 2 rounds of impressive performances, he had already become the formidable figure, or big boss, among the students of Jiuxiao City. A few days ago, there might have been some doubt about who would take the top spot, but now nearly everyone acknowledged Liu Shun's undisputed first-place status. The gazes cast upon him were mixed with admiration, respect, and awe, as well as jealousy, resentment, and hostility. However, Liu Shun paid no mind to these reactions and walked straight toward Liu Bing and their group. "So, how many points did you all get?" he asked. Liu Bing replied with a smile. "Over 900 points. It's not as high as yours, but it should be enough to move on to the next round." Liu Shun glanced at the others, who also shared their scores. Although varied, all were eligible to enter the 3rd round of the arena battles. Liu Shun nodded slightly, knowing that reaching the 3rd round meant a chance to participate in the Dragon Rising plant selection. Curious, Liu Bing asked, "Big Boss, how many points did you get this round?" The nickname Big Boss had become popular among Jiuxiao City students. Liu Shun calmly replied, "I can't remember the exact number, but it should be over 2,000 points." Despite being somewhat prepared, Liu Bing and the others were still shocked by this score. Seeing Liu Shun's composed demeanor, she couldn't help but express her admiration. "That's just like you." After some casual chatting, the cumulative rankings from the first 2 rounds were finally released. The list was divided into 3 based on different secret realms, with the top 8 from each list, totaling 24, advancing to the 3rd round of arena battles. Liu Shun checked and found that all 5 from his group had made it into the top 8 of their respective lists. Interestingly, in the Archipelago secret realm, Liu Shun was far ahead, with the 2nd place score trailing by over 1,000 points, while the scores of other contestants were much closer. Xiao Yun and Su Yang just managed to secure the 7th and 8th spots, thanks to their first-round scores and cooperation in the 2nd round. Although Liu Shun had eliminated them on the 4th day, the lower scores of others in the Archipelago secret realm allowed them to squeeze into the 3rd round. With the rankings announced, the waiting crowd had mixed emotions. The examiners ignored these feelings and directly announced the rules for the 3rd round. Similar to the rest period after the 1st round, the remaining contestants would also have a 2-day break after the 2nd round. The third round would be organized based on the scores from the first 2 rounds, with the first place facing the last place, the second facing the second to last, and so on, until the top 6 were determined. Among the eliminated contestants, 3 would be chosen for a revival, allowing them to challenge one of the top 6. The winner stays, and the loser is eliminated. The final 6 will be the representatives from Jiuxiao City to participate in the Dragon Rising Plan selection. Liu Shun didn't pay much attention to the rules of the third round, much like a player skipping a tutorial, focusing only on one thing: winning. After the rules were announced, the students left with serious expressions, pondering how to advance further. However, Liu Shun returned home with a smile, continuing to study the notes given by the principal. He planned to spend a day thoroughly understanding these notes and using the knowledge to upgrade and modify his cards. Wearing the crown of thorned wisdom, Liu Shun became deeply engrossed in his studies. By the end of the first day of rest, he had mastered the knowledge from the notes and was ready to put it into practice. His focus was on upgrading 2 cards, variant of the pursuing magic die and magic die, 3 little pigs. These cards, initially crafted, were beginning to lag behind his progress, prompting him to choose them for upgrading and practice. Liu Shun had already formulated a plan for the modifications. Although it was his first attempt at altering bonds through magic patterns, he successfully designed the patterns after some time. Thanks to the support from Jiuxiao City, he used meticulously selected materials from the material library, in addition to a few of his own. The variant of the pursuing magic die used purple quality materials like the demon goat, blue quality materials like the golden lion of shape-shifting bloodline, the Ouroboros shed skin, and green quality materials like the chimera corpse and satyr. Meanwhile, magic die, 3 little pigs, employed purple quality materials like the fairy tale spirit and greedy casino, and blue quality materials like the candy house, bond chains, and knight's heart of virtue. With preparations complete, Liu Shun began drawing the magic patterns. Utilizing his silver-level mental strength, he effortlessly completed the patterns, resulting in 2 cards emitting a purple glow. The card named Magic Die, Beast Blood Variant, is of purple quality, 1-star level, and summoning type. The skill Call of Destiny requires expending mental energy to roll a die, summoning a magic die entry card based on the die's result. The Aberrant Bloodline skill targets a magic die entry card, consuming mental energy to roll a 6-sided die, reducing the next die roll of the card by the rolled number. Blood Spell allows for the consumption of mental energy to activate, with effects changing based on the card's form. In bat form, the blood spell can drain or infuse life from the target. In wolf form, the target enters a berserk state, losing rationality but gaining strength. In lion form, all life within the target's range may feel intimidated and submissive, unable to fully exert strength. In goat form, the target is controlled by the magic die, beast blood variant for a period. In snake form, the target's flexibility and agility increase, attacks gain poison, and there's a chance to confuse the enemy's senses. Thus began Liu Shun's journey of transformation. When a human is struck by the blood spell, they are randomly transformed into one of the following creatures: a snake, goat, lion, wolf, or bat. In this form, the target does not possess any extraordinary abilities, and the duration of the transformation varies based on their strength. In chimera form, mental energy is consumed to activate skills. The magic dice, beast blood variant, transforms into a chimera form, significantly enhancing its overall strength. The more forms the card can change into, the greater the increase in power. While in chimera form, various blood spells can be cast without consuming mental energy, but this form only lasts for a limited time. Once it ends, the card enters a weakened state for an equivalent duration. In its beast swarm characteristic, the magic dice, beast blood variant, can switch between 6 forms: bat, lion, wolf, goat, snake, and human, each with distinct features. Additionally, the card can split into a different number of corresponding beast groups, with power decreasing as the number of splits increases. In this state, each beast is considered a magic dice, beast blood variant, and as long as one beast exists, the card will not die. However, these beasts can use all skills except for the chimera form, with diminished power and effect. When subject to the altered fate, if this card is targeted by a skill from a magic dice entry card, the dice roll outcomes will tend to favor the card maker's desired result. In the bond, Beast's Fate, when the card is present with other magic dice entry cards possessing beast elements, the skills and characteristics of the magic dice, beast blood variant, change, adding the corresponding beast forms. Description: a being whose fate was altered by the magic dice, known as a fugitive from the beast nest. Name: magic dice, fairy piglet. Quality: purple. Level: 1 star. Type: summon. Skills: triple chance, consumes mental energy to target a magic dice card. The next skill that requires a dice roll can be rolled 3 times, choosing one result. Triple blessing, consumes mental energy to target a magic dice card. The next skill requiring a dice roll has its effect tripled. Triple protection, Consumes mental energy to create an area where all friendly life forms have their wounds healed, mental energy restored, and damage reduced. Triple attack. Consumes mental energy to roll 3 20-sided dice to inflict damage based on the total result. If the total is a multiple of 3, the damage is tripled. Characteristics. Share pain. When present, damage to the magic dice entry cards can be transferred to the magic dice, fairy piglet. Fairy blessing. The 3 fairy piglets can merge with a life form, allowing them to use skills and characteristics freely without harm until the host life form dies. Deep friendship. If 1 or 2 of the 3 fairy piglets die, the remaining piglet skill effects increase by 1/3 or 2/3. The card maker can consume resources to resummon the deceased piglets by the corresponding fraction. In Altered Fate, if this card is targeted by a skill from a magic dice entry card that requires a dice roll, the dice outcomes tend to align with the card maker's wishes. Liu Shun has a special attachment to the number 3, which is reflected in his card, the magic dice entry card of the Bond and Fate Triangle. When a magic dice entry card summoned by his side is a multiple of 3, the power of both the magic dice and the celestial pig increases by 1/3. After careful observation, he is satisfied with the final effect of these 2 cards. In Liu Shun's card system, the Dragon Slayer is the main melee attacker, the Toy Soldier becomes the main ranged attacker after promotion, the Shackle Ghost Hand is responsible for roaming control, and the Celestial Pig serves as a support role. The Beast Blood Hybrid is a versatile card that can participate in various battles. According to his strategy, the performance of these 2 cards is above the pass line. The Beast Blood Hybrid, with its diverse methods, can continuously participate in battles and summon other magic dice cards. The Celestial Pig performs excellently among the support roles of the magic dice entry cards, capable of both taking damage and healing injuries, as well as enhancing skill effects. In the current magic dice entry card system, these 2 cards play important roles. As Liu Shun's first attempt at creating bonds, he is pleased with the bond effects of these 2 cards. The Beast's fate can synergize with the Celestial Pig and the Dragon Slayer, and the conditions of the Fate Triangle are relatively simple, requiring only the summoning of the 2 cards. Fenrir's human appearance changes little, but its other forms are distinctive, closely linked to the corresponding blood spells of each form. The wooden hammers of the 3 celestial pigs disappear, their appearance becomes cuter, and they gain a pair of transparent wings that allow them to fly, giving them a more fairy tale-like look. After testing the skill characteristics of the 2 cards, Liu Shun decides to stop learning and spend the remaining time meditating to prepare for tomorrow's arena battle. On the day of the arena battle, Liu Shun arrived at the assessment location on time. To promote this year's reforms, various school leaders and some citizens gathered around the venue, excitedly watching the day's combat. Amidst the cheers and clamor, the examiner reiterated the competition rules before officially announcing the start of the exam. According to the sequence, Liu Shun would face off against Yuanya, who was ranked last. Yuanya, a card creator from the same school as Su Yang and Xiao Yun, initially appeared nervous, but standing on the sidelines helped him gradually relax. In truth, upon learning that his first-round opponent was Liu Shun, Yuanya had already given up on this battle. He knew that his sole task in facing Liu Shun was to minimize the psychological impact, as the real fight would take place in the revival round. Once both contestants reached their designated positions, Liu Shun and Yuanya signaled to the referee that they were ready. With the blow of the whistle, the match officially began. At the onset, Liu Shun swiftly dashed to the side, a maneuver that hadn't been effective in previous matches but today allowed him to successfully dodge Yuanya's immediate spell card attack Sharpstone Spike. Undeterred by his failed tactic, Yuanya began channeling his mental energy to summon his signature card, the Floating Phantom Serpent. Meanwhile, Liu Shun quickly summoned his upgraded magic die, the Beast Blood variant. Fenrir transformed into a lion form, standing guard in front of him. Liu Shun then channeled his mental energy again to summon the magic die, Celestial Piglets, bringing 3 winged piglets to his side. At this point, Yuanya also summoned the Floating Phantom Serpent, a giant snake with a dark, shadowy body, half buried in the ground, surrounded by wailing phantoms, exuding an imposing aura. Under Yuanya's command, the serpent advanced towards Liu Shun, while Yuanya remained ready to provide support with his spell cards. Yuanya stayed vigilant, despite never having seen the 2 cards Liu Shun had just summoned. Liu Shun's mental energy was rapidly depleting as he unleashed a series of cards and skills. All or Nothing, Triple Chance, Triple Blessing, and Call of Destiny, each executed in succession. With the enhancements from All or Nothing and Triple Blessing, the effect of Call of Destiny was amplified to 3 times its original power, limiting the die roll outcomes to only 1 or 20 points. The Triple Chance allowed the die to be rolled 3 times, selecting one result as the final outcome. Ultimately, Liu Shun decisively chose the 20-point result. Accompanied by the roar of Fenrir in lion form, the battle atmosphere reached a fever pitch. In the next moment, the cards Magic Dice, Dragon Slayer, Magic Dice, Shackled Ghost Hand, Magic Dice, and toy soldier appeared simultaneously without consuming any mental energy. Instantly, in Liu Shun's mental space, all the magic dice cards surrounded him. Each card had its own unique features: ghostly hands with shackles waving in the void, a warrior clad in armor wielding a dragon-slaying blade, a creature with golden beast eyes transforming into a lion, 3 adorable little pigs flying in the air, and toy soldiers armed with guns lined up neatly. Despite their diverse appearances and auras, all bore the dice symbol. Within the first 2 minutes of the match, Liu Shun successfully summoned all 5 cards. At that moment, both his opponent, Yuan Yi, and the spectators, including the officials and audience, were wide-eyed with disbelief. They exclaimed, "Where did these cards come from? Referee, I protest, Liu Shun must be cheating. Isn't summoning supposed to require mental energy to call forth each card one by one? How can Liu Shun summon 3 cards at once? Is his mental strength that powerful?" Compared to the shock of the audience and Yuan Yi, the officials observing the match were even more astonished that Liu Shun had managed to develop a complete and synergistic card system on his own. This system included not only spell and summoning cards, but also the domain cards mentioned in intelligence reports. With Liu Shun's silver-level mental strength, in their eyes, he was no longer just Liu Shun, but a future dominator. Noticing the surrounding astonishment and incredulous stares, Liu Shun flashed a confident smile, snapped his fingers, and said, "Crush them." With that command, the 5 cards around Liu Shun sprang into action. The shackled ghost hand activated its skill Shadow Claw, with a pair of shadowy ghost hands shooting like arrows towards the floating serpent. The fairy pigs merged into Fenrir, the dragon slayer, and the toy soldiers, activating the skill Triple Guard. Fenrir transformed into a giant serpent, lifting Liu Shun to stand atop it while casting blood magic on the toy soldiers. Meanwhile, a swarm of bats bypassed the floating serpent, heading directly for Yuan Yi. The dragon slayer, dragging its sword, swiftly followed the ghost hands. Just before the floating serpent was bound by the shackled ghost hand, it unleashed, "You are the dragon." Under the enhancement of Fenrir's blood magic, the toy soldiers aimed their guns at Yuan Yi, unleashing a barrage of venomous bullets. In reality, Yuan Yi was alert to Liu Shun's actions, but the speed and aggression of the 5 cards were overwhelming. Once the shackled ghost hand restrained the floating serpent, the dragon slayer needed only 2 strikes to cut the serpent into 3 pieces. The rain of bullets and the advancing bat swarm obscured Yuan Yi's vision, leaving him flustered with no chance to aid his summoned creature. Liu Shun's silver-level mental power allowed these purple-quality cards to unleash their full potential. Even the bats split from Fenrir were too much for Yuan Yi to handle, and after 2 seconds of resistance, he was defeated, without even a chance to launch a spell card attack on Liu Shun. Yuan Yi's sharp stone spikes were futile, as Liu Shun stood not on the ground, but atop Fenrir in serpent form. The first battle concluded at lightning speed. As Yuan Yi was carried off the field and Liu Shun stood triumphantly atop the giant serpent, the arena was momentarily silent before erupting into chaos. "Oh my, is this the true power of the great demon king? How can we be in the same cohort when he's so strong and I'm so weak? Wow, Liu Shun's strength must be among the top in the Qianlong project." The noise around the exam venue was overwhelming, with everyone passionately discussing the recent battle. Liu Shun's dominating performance had electrified the entire crowd. The audience was constantly gasping in awe, and even the contestants watching the match were left stunned. Liu Bing and the others, including those who weren't very familiar with Liu Shun before, were all astonished by the sudden burst of power he displayed. They originally thought Liu Shun's ghost ship was already formidable, but they didn't expect him to have even stronger cards. Apart from the toy soldier, the other cards appeared incredibly powerful to them. Lin Yan, who had faced Liu Shun in earlier matches, still remembered the Fenrir and the fairy pig cards. However, today their capabilities far exceeded his memories. Had Liu Shun upgraded them? They were likely blue cards before, but now they seemed to be at least purple. Along with the warrior card and the ghost hand card, Liu Shun had at least 5 purple cards in his possession. Thinking about this, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel conflicted. He and Bai Yao Yao had hoped to surpass Liu Shun, but in the blink of an eye, Liu Shun had amassed 5 purple cards, while he had none. The gap was despairingly wide. The reaction in the venue was so intense that the examiner had to call for silence and ask Liu Shun to return to the spectator area. As all eyes were on Liu Shun, he returned to the viewing area, and next up was Liu Bing, who ranked second in the overall standings of the first 2 rounds. The competition continued, with Liu Bing smoothly defeating her opponent, and the matches went on one after another. Liu Shun kept a close watch on everyone's battles from the spectator area, hoping to see new and interesting cards or combos. By the end of the first round, the only one who piqued Liu Shun's interest was a card master named Yu Huanjun. He was also from a dojo, but unlike Tiangong, the development of the strange dojo was relatively slow, and it wasn't well known in Jiuxiao City. From the battle scenes earlier, Liu Shun thought this might be related to their peculiar card attributes. These cards often had bizarre designs and abilities linked to mental contamination, fear, and gore, which didn't attract many new members to their dojo, making Yu Huanjun the only one from this cohort. Liu Shun's interest in him wasn't solely because of his cards, but also because Yu Huanjun was his opponent in the second round. Unlike Liu Shun's curiosity and excitement, Yu Huanjun's expression turned serious upon learning his next opponent was Liu Shun. He knew the best outcome would be to face a weaker student and secure a spot in the top 6 of the winner's bracket. Although he was confident in his abilities, it didn't mean he could defeat a monster like Liu Shun. Slowly walking to the edge of the arena, Yu Haizhen gazed intently at the formidable opponent across from him and couldn't help but sigh. It's fine, there's still a chance in the loser's bracket. This time, he would just take the opportunity to learn about the opponent's cards. Once both sides indicated to the referee that they were ready, the match officially began. As the match commenced, both Liu Shun and Yu Haizhen moved quickly, opting not to use spell cards for a surprise attack, but instead summoning their respective cards. On Liu Shun's side, he chose Fenrir and the Fairy Pig as his starting cards, a combination whose skills made them the perfect choice for the initial stage. On the other side, Yu Haizhen also summoned his peculiar cards. First to appear was the odd human head balloon, aptly named as it consisted of balloons with human heads, floating at a certain height with bizarre expressions, glaring maliciously at Liu Shun. Following that, the odd blood-red raincoat appeared, eerily floating in midair without any internal support, continuously oozing blood that stained the ground below. Having observed Yu Haizhen's battles previously, Liu Shun was familiar with the effects of his cards. All cards with the odd trait shared a common characteristic: mental contamination. Simply seeing or coming into contact with them caused a certain degree of mental pollution, which, when accumulated, led to hallucinations and dizziness. Cards that were completely contaminated could even lose control and attack their own allies. The skill of the human head balloon was to descend and attack the enemy's head, transforming it into another human head balloon, which retained some of the original's abilities. The blood-red raincoat could manipulate blood for attacks, and had a skill that forcibly donned itself onto an enemy, thereby controlling them. Overall, the odd cards focused on unsettling and confounding their opponents, suitable for prolonged engagements. With information about the opponent's cards flashing through his mind, Liu Shun swiftly executed a combo he had demonstrated before: Allen, triple blessing, triple chance, and call of destiny. The dice rolled to show 20, 1, 1, and he ultimately chose the 20. Following this, the dragon-eating swordsman, shackle ghost hand, and toy soldiers were summoned once more. Although he had anticipated this, Yu Haizhen's heart tightened upon seeing these summons. Knowing their brutal capabilities from past encounters, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Seeing the situation, Yu Haizhen quickly used a support card, summoning the odd birdbeak doctor. This figure, clad in surgical attire and wearing a birdbeak mask, appeared and began to heal the damaged human head balloons and the blood-red raincoat, which had been sliced in half, with remarkable speed. Once the plague doctor was summoned, he immediately activated the skill grotesque stitching. Consequently, the 7 or 8 balloon corpses that had been knocked down earlier were sewn together with countless threads, forming a bizarre balloon with numerous human heads squeezed together. This eerie sight made Liu Shun uncomfortable at first glance, clearly adding an effect of mental disturbance. However, despite these grotesque creatures being summoned to continue the battle, Yu Hanjin's peculiar entities were not a match for Liu Shun's cards. The human-headed balloon could barely hold on against the toxic bullets fired by the swarm of bats and toy soldiers. The bloodstained raincoat was initially intended to be worn by the Dragon Slayer, but it was killed by a combination of confinement and a sweeping strike. The plague doctor had no time to use his skills to save it because the shackled ghost hand had targeted him. Faced with such a scene, Yu Hanjin was naturally a bit flustered, but he remained calm and quickly activated the spell card Grotesque Pollution Burst. An invisible but nauseating ripple swept across the battlefield, causing Liu Shun's cards to instinctively halt as grotesque illusions appeared before them, enough to drain one's sanity. In contrast, the human-headed balloon and the plague doctor seemed at ease. The plague doctor even took the opportunity to stitch the blood-stained raincoat's corpse, transforming it into a twisted raincoat-threaded creation. After activating Grotesque Pollution Burst, Yu Hanjin didn't hesitate and immediately used his trump card, the one imbued with the bizarre attribute: Grotesque Sinful Flesh. In the next moment, a massive mass of flesh was summoned before Yu Hanjin. As it appeared, a peculiar aroma spread, mouth-watering and tantalizing. Both the human-headed balloon and the plague doctor, along with the remnants of the stitched blood-stained raincoat, quickly approached the mass of flesh. Just as they were a step away, several tentacles extended from the sinful flesh, pulling them all inside. After a few writhes, the outer layer of the flesh began to wither like petals, revealing at its center a woman of astonishing allure. She was draped in sheer fabric, moving gracefully, with key areas subtly concealed. and her ethereal face wore an expression of endearing vulnerability. A single tear mole added to her infinite allure, making one desire to be her admirer, to be close to her, to possess her, to imprison her, or even to kill her to keep her eternally by one's side. With the appearance of this woman, the accumulated mental disturbance instantly proliferated and spread. Other purple cards managed to remain stationary, resisting the hallucinations after the previous pollution burst. However, the toy soldiers were not as fortunate. They defied Liu Shun's command and attacked the woman. Bullets rained on her, splattering blood, yet causing her no harm, while the toy soldiers themselves bore the bullet marks. The blood that hit the ground quickly spawned a small mass similar to the sinful flesh, which grew at an astonishing rate, rapidly forming the shape of an embryo. Witnessing this series of transformations, Liu Shun began to speculate on the effects of this female summon's abilities. A crown of thorns appeared above, and instantly, the cards that were resisting mental corruption became clear-headed. In the distance, the swarm of bats that Fenrir had transformed into quickly coalesced into a human shape and cast a blood spell at the woman. In the next moment, the stunningly beautiful woman turned into a goat, and without hesitation, the dragon slayer struck, killing the goat on the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, a mass of flesh also transformed into a human form, resembling the woman and exuding the same incredible allure. However, under the effect of the crown of thorn wisdom, the cards were no longer affected by mental interference, and the toy soldiers swiftly shot the woman dead. The situation changed rapidly. The audience, who had been captivated by the woman's charm, watched as Liu Shun countered Yu Hanjin's tactics and beheaded the woman on the spot. This time, the blood that splattered did not transform into new summons. Seeing the approaching summons, Yu Hanjin chose to surrender decisively. Name: abnormality, sinful flesh. Quality: blue. Level: 3 stars. Type: summon. Skills: flesh incubation consumes mental energy to activate, allowing the card to devour a summon with abnormality traits and transform, with the power boost depending on the devoured card's strength. Flesh proliferation: when attacked by a life form completely mentally corrupted, the card can reflect the damage back, and the fallen flesh from the attack can use mental energy to spawn offspring with identical skill traits. Flesh devour: the card can consume mental energy to devour a fully mentally corrupted target, inheriting some of the target's skills or traits after devouring. Traits: charm corruption. Sinful flesh exudes incredible charm, causing mental corruption to spread at a speed several times faster than normal among all attracted targets until they are fully corrupted. Fully corrupted targets will madly attack sinful flesh. Undying flesh. Sinful flesh possesses extraordinary recovery capabilities and can slowly return to a perfect state as long as it is not killed on the spot. Using the flesh devour skill can accelerate the healing process. Description: so beautiful, I want to devour her. In Yu Hanjin's system, this card was the trump card of his abnormality category. By laying the groundwork with other cards' mental corruption, then unleashing the abnormality for a burst of corruption, and finally summoning this card, victory was almost assured. Even in the recent battle, he felt confident after summoning the abnormality, sinful flesh. However, Liu Shun unexpectedly countered his mental corruption directly, and without it, sinful flesh's other skills were ineffective, rendering the trump card useless and forcing him to surrender. On the other side, Liu Shun, having concluded the battle, was equally unsettled. The appearance of the abnormality, sinful flesh, left him both delighted and astonished. This strategy of building up to an explosive effect was highly effective, and if not for Liu Shun's crown of thorn wisdom providing mental defense, the battle might have lasted much longer. However, despite its brilliance, the card had a significant weakness in being completely ineffective against non-living cards. Even without using the crown of thorn wisdom, Liu Shun could have withdrawn all his cards and used the AI in the final glory to resolve the opponent. Despite this drawback, the card's performance was still formidable, prompting Liu Shun to consider whether he could integrate this combat style or approach into his own battle system. Perhaps creating a card with a similar strategy would be a worthwhile pursuit. Liu Shun was in the spectator area, reviewing the recent battle while keeping an eye on the upcoming matches. The second round of the tournament was much more exciting than the first, as winning this round meant that if no one challenged them later, they would secure a spot. Therefore, all the contestants gave it their all, bringing out their trump cards. Liu Shun had made some progress during this time, and naturally, Lin Yin and the others hadn't been idle either. Although they hadn't quite reached Liu Shun's level, Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao showcased new abilities in this round. Lin Yin created an elemental reaction card, which could trigger reactions between different elemental cards, enhancing their power or making their effects more varied. Bai Yaoyao, on the other hand, pulled out a mechanical fusion card, allowing all her summoned mechanical cards to combine. Although it didn't reach the level of a purple card, it was only slightly inferior to Liu Bing's Altar Warrior. As for Yu Kuan and Liu Bing, being card makers from a dojo, they naturally had access to abundant card making and learning resources. After the second round, all 5 of Liu Shun's group emerged victorious. Apart from another card maker from a different school, the winner's bracket was almost entirely dominated by students from Liu Shun's school. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, Su Yang, and Yu Hanjin all ended up in the losers bracket. Only those who could fight their way back had a chance to compete for the final spot, which would be decided the next day. After the battles, Liu Shun's principal was thrilled and took Liu Shun and his friends out for a lavish meal. In his view, the goals they had set were mostly achieved, and among the 6 in the winner's bracket, apart from one, the others were much stronger than him. Even the few who could make it from the losers bracket posed little threat, making victory seem imminent. Although Liu Shun felt it was a bit premature to celebrate, the delicious meal left him with no argument, as no one could resist the allure of good food. After the meal, the principal not only praised Liu Shun and his friends for their outstanding performance, but also shared some insights about the Hidden Dragon program selection. According to the principal, this year's selection would not change its focus on card making and combat, but the assessment format would certainly differ from previous years. Liu Shun and his friends were advised to practice their fundamentals diligently and refine their combat systems to handle any assessment with ease. Additionally, the principal reminded them to pay attention to other competitors, especially the talented candidates from top-tier cities in Yin country. Many of them hailed from families or dojos with legacy traits, making them formidable opponents. The principal mentioned that inheritors of the Shanghai and Calamity traits were participating in this year's selection. Although he believed these candidates were unlikely to surpass Liu Shun's abilities, he cautioned Liu Shun not to become complacent. Excelling in the Hidden Dragon program could significantly smoothen his future career as a card maker. Liu Shun took this advice seriously and nodded in agreement. The principal was fair and also provided guidance on card-making issues for the remaining group members, offering support with card-making materials. The principal's attention was something they all remembered. However, after hearing his words, Lin Yin and the others felt a sense of pressure. The words Shanghai and Calamity were terms they had been familiar with since childhood, representing top-tier concepts. The thought of competing with those who inherited these terms filled them with a heavy burden. This was especially true for Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao, who both lacked term cards, making the challenge even more daunting against opponents who had them. Although they had basically entered the evaluation phase of the Qianlong plan, the pressure they felt only intensified. After the dinner, Liu Shun received a surprising request. Bai Yaoyao hoped he could help her create a card. Liu Shun did not outright refuse, but wanted to hear her thoughts first. Bai Yaoyao candidly expressed her true intentions. After witnessing Liu Shun's ultimate brilliance, she had always wanted to create a card with similar functions, but had never succeeded. She had considered asking for help, but, out of pride as a card maker, had never acted on it. The principal's words that day made her feel enormous pressure, prompting her to reconsider the idea and focus on Liu Shun, whom she admired the most among her peers and whose skills were recognized by everyone. After hearing Bai Yaoyao's idea, Liu Shun did not immediately respond. He had many tasks to handle and feared he wouldn't have time to fulfill her request. Noticing Liu Shun's hesitation, Bai Yaoyao quickly proposed her terms. She would provide all the materials needed to make the card, and upon success, she would offer him 2 purple materials as compensation and gift him a book on advanced card-making techniques. This book included methods for creating cards with multiple forms and composite cards like tool cards and summon cards. Liu Shun was intrigued. He wasn't particularly interested in the materials, but was very interested in the card-making techniques Bai Yaoyao mentioned. He had seen the concept of composite cards in official archives, but the technique was relatively obscure and not thoroughly explored. After inquiring about Bai Yaoyao's requirements and confirming the authenticity of the techniques she mentioned, Liu Shun agreed to her request. He decided to exchange 2 purple material cards and the technique book for creating a mechanical card for Bai Yaoyao, with materials provided by her. However, he set the completion time before the Qianlong plan selection began, as he had his own plans to complete. Bai Yaoyao was somewhat doubtful, but Liu Shun convinced her with the argument, "My card-making skills will improve, and the cards I create will be stronger." Thus, they reached an agreement, and Bai Yaoyao handed over the card-making technique book to Liu Shun in advance. As classmates who had spent some time together, Bai Yaoyao had confidence in his character. She hoped the technique book would assist Liu Shun in card creation. Ultimately, Liu Shun returned to his dormitory with a new notebook and began his all-night research. The next day, Liu Shun arrived at the examination hall, ready to witness the final round of the competition. This battle would determine who would successfully secure a spot. Following the same procedure as the previous day, contestants from the losers bracket were eliminated one by one until 3 remained. These 3 could challenge any of the 6 winners bracket contestants. Those who succeeded would earn a spot, while those who failed would be eliminated. Liu Shun sat in the spectator area, his eyes fixed on the battles in the losers bracket. The cheers from the crowd filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. After a period of fierce competition, the 3 contestants from the losers bracket were finally decided. Su Yang, Xiao Yun, and Yu Huanjin, all familiar faces to Liu Shun. At this point, The 6 winners bracket contestants and the 3 from the losers bracket lined up in 2 rows, ready to challenge each other. However, the options for the losers bracket were limited. Liu Shun was definitely not going to be chosen, and Liu Bing and Yu Kuan, 2 strong contestants from the dojo, were equally formidable, leaving the remaining 3 as the only viable choices. After some consideration, Lin Yin and Bai Yaoyao faced off against Xiao Yun, Su Yang, and Yu Huanjun, respectively. As the final round of battles commenced, all opponents gave it their all, fully unleashing their abilities, leaving the audience holding their breath in anticipation. Ultimately, the results aligned with the principal's expectations. Lin Yin, Bai Yaoyao, and Yu Huanjun emerged victorious, becoming the recommended candidates from Jiuxiao City for the upcoming Dragon Plant selection. With that, the selection process in Jiuxiao City came to an end. Liu Shun's principal beamed with pride, while the leaders of other schools appeared somewhat resigned, thinking to themselves, before the reforms, it was always students from your school, and even after the reforms, it's still your students. Was the reform all in vain? Unbothered by such sentiments, Liu Shun's principal announced the results and then took Liu Shun, the other 6, and other dojo teachers out for a celebratory dinner. After the meal, Liu Shun returned to his dormitory, first meditating to calm his mind, then diving into his card-making studies. With a month remaining until the Dragon Plant selection, Liu Shun planned to master some card-making techniques, upgrade his cards, and fulfill Bai Yaoyao's request, estimating that the timing would be just right. Following his planned schedule, Liu Shun spent the next 2 weeks in either his dorm or Jiuxiao City's library, occasionally consulting the principal for guidance on challenging topics, leading a fulfilling yet busy life. Once he felt confident in his knowledge, he began upgrading and modifying his cards. He started with the Magic Dice and Toy Soldier. As cards that had been enhanced with Fate's Magic Dice attributes, their effects didn't align with Liu Shun's overall Magic Dice combat system. Now, he aimed to improve their grade while adjusting their effects. Thanks to his extensive study of card-making techniques, Liu Shun became adept at designing magic patterns, soon completing a new design. He sourced the necessary materials directly from the official materials library, utilizing items like purple-grade tomb soldiers, blue-grade magical cannons, blood crossbows, all-style fighter jets, wild wolf tanks, and green-grade ancient armor, dragon-tooth soldiers, and united banners. After absorbing all the materials, the inscription of the magic patterns was completed smoothly, and the transformation of the toy soldiers proceeded as planned. The toy army, named Magic Dice, is of purple quality, classified as 1 star, and possesses the summoning skill Forced Recruitment. This skill consumes mental power to activate, allowing the toy army to eliminate specific targets and generate new unit types based on their abilities. The leader's Charisma skill also consumes mental power and can appoint a Magic Dice card as the leader of the toy army. This card is considered part of the toy army, inheriting all its traits, and with a leader, the toy army's overall strength increases by 30. The Dice of Fate skill lets the toy army target a card or life unit up to 1 quality level higher than itself, rolling a 20-sided die to attack. The outcome varies depending on the roll. A roll of 1 results in the entire toy army's death, while a roll of 20 causes the target's instant death. The United We Stand skill consumes mental power to designate 1 or more Magic Dice cards, ensuring their next dice roll will all show the same number as the first dice roll after the skill is used. The toy army also has the Back from Hell trait, allowing them to return in ghost form after death, rejoining the battle with a grudge against the living. In ghost form, they inflict a life curse with their attacks, and are immune to physical attacks. The All-Purpose Soldiers trait enables units in the toy army to become versatile soldiers, freely switching between unit types, each with unique weapons and vehicles, leading to various attack effects. The Strength in Unity skill allows all units in the toy army to share damage from lethal attacks, and when attacking, they can focus all damage into a single strike. The Fate Altered skill ensures that when a card is targeted by a Magic Dice card, the dice roll aligns with the card master's wishes. The Bond, Sure Aim skill ensures that when Magic Dice cards are present, other Magic Dice cards are not harmed by the toy army's attacks. The introduction mentions a leaderless army longing for new leadership, yet the missing dice did not yield hopeful results. In Liu Shun's system, this Magic Dice is positioned for long-range attacks and army combat, serving as a strategy against potentially overwhelming enemy numbers. The All-Purpose Soldiers and Strength in Unity, along with Dice of Fate, are crucial for maintaining the toy army's combat effectiveness. All-Purpose Soldiers combined with Forced Recruitment allows for continuous expansion of the army's unit types, providing solutions for various enemies. Strength in Unity and Dice of Fate ensure the toy army's survival and output capabilities while offering a chance for a one-hit kill. Especially with the Back from Hell trait, even if Dice of Fate yields a negative outcome, the toy army can at least utilize it twice. Collaborating with other Magic Dice cards significantly increases the chance of instantly defeating enemies. making Liu Shun's magic dice system more comprehensive and multidimensional. After creating the magic dice and the toy legion, Liu Shun turned his attention to another card magic dice, shackled ghost hand. With considerable effort, he adjusted the card's effects, granting it new forms and skills. The card, named Magic Dice, Shackled Ghost Hand, is of purple quality and 4-star level. Its summoning skill, Shadow Claw, allows summoned creatures or shadows to swiftly reach the target, dealing damage while shackling the target and pulling it back to its original position. The shackled target cannot use skills, loses its traits, and cannot move autonomously. This skill is equally effective on the target's shadow. Frenzied Chains is another skill that consumes mental power to activate. A dice is thrown, and the summoned creature swings chains over a wide area. Any unit caught by the chains or shadows will have their shadow hands lose control, transforming into independent entities with some skills and traits of the magic dice, Shackled Ghost Hand. The power of these entities is influenced by the dice roll, with higher numbers indicating greater strength. Relentless Ghost Hand is an inherent binding ability of the summoned creatures, significantly enhancing their power. All enemy shadows within a certain range will sprout ghost hands that attack themselves. The damage and control inflicted on the shadows will reflect back to the corresponding body. The Price of Freedom skill consumes mental power, targeting 2 magic dice cards. The next dice roll results of both cards will be swapped. Its trait, Shadow Body, allows the summoned creature to freely switch between physical and shadow forms. In shadow form, it can move freely in darkness and use all skills. Thief's Instinct enables the summoned creature to automatically spin its dice upon contact with a target, stealing items of certain value from the target based on the result. The Shackled Ghost Hand can perfectly utilize the stolen item's power. The Endless Poison skill leaves shackles behind after the summoned creature's death. Any unit that voluntarily wears them will have their hands transform into the magic dice, Shackled Ghost Hand form, possessing all its skills and traits. After the target's death, the magic dice, Shackled Ghost Hand will reappear. Altered Fate ensures that when the card is targeted by skills requiring dice rolls from other magic dice cards, the dice roll results tend to align with the card creator's desires. Bond, Spoils, allows items stolen through Thief's Instinct to be freely used by other magic dice cards present. The card's description reads, "A thief sentenced to death rolled the dice that changed his fate. The good news is he gained freedom as a master thief. The bad news is his form underwent a slight change." Liu Shun added a bond to the magic dice, Shackled Ghost Hand, and modified some skills and traits to better fit the current magic dice system. After these adjustments, Liu Shun reviewed his collection of cards. Currently, the ones with the magic dice trait include Destiny Magic Dice, Destiny Dice Plate, All or Nothing, Dragon Slayer, Shackled Ghost Hand, Beast Blood Variant, Fairy Piglet, and Toy Legion. The remaining cards are Crown of Thorned Wisdom, Final Radiance, Ghost Ship of the Avenging Dead, Blade of Agony, Chainsaw Butcher, Marvelous Crucible, Sky Mirror, Psychic Balance, and some spell cards purchased earlier. Liu Shun has been contemplating whether to add the magic dice trait to all these cards. Liu Shun always believed that his signature card, Crown of Thorn Wisdom, held great potential and might even be tailored with a unique thorn attribute. However, he hesitated over the idea of adding a magic dice attribute to it. Ultimately, he decided to first enhance the card's quality, setting aside other concerns for the time being. Despite his indecision regarding the magic dice attribute, Liu Shun had a clear plan for the card. At the official library in Jiuxiao City, he discovered a special spell card fusion technique that could temporarily or permanently merge several cards. Liu Shun felt that the cards he possessed were perfectly suited for this fusion, so he decided to create this fusion card first. Unlike other cards that require complex materials, the materials needed for a fusion card are relatively simple, only requiring those with shaping and transformation properties. The key to crafting this card lies in the magic patterns. After some immersive learning, Liu Shun had fully mastered the magic patterns required for a purple quality fusion card. Although each quality level of fusion can only permanently fuse cards of the same quality, this was sufficient for Liu Shun, who didn't expect his cards to upgrade to blue quality. He picked up a blank card, sealed the shaping clay materials, and began drawing the magic patterns. His mental energy focused on the pen tip, and though the complexity of the fusion magic pattern surpassed the difficulty of his previous domain cards, Liu Shun had mastered the skill completely, making it easier than before. In less than an hour, he successfully created a purple quality fusion card. This card, named Fusion, was of purple quality and 1-star level. Its spell effect was to consume mental energy to temporarily or permanently merge multiple cards into a new one. The fused card's quality would not exceed that of the participating cards, and the strength of the effect depended on the compatibility of the cards. The description mentioned that fusion brought endless possibilities. Although the effect description was simple, the usage techniques were quite rich. For instance, using a strong card as the main card and weaker ones as support could increase the success rate of the fusion. Holding the newly crafted card, Liu Shun paused in thought and didn't proceed with the fusion immediately. He had a new idea. Knowing that the success rate of permanent fusion was uncertain, he wondered if adding a magic dice attribute to the fusion, allowing the fusion effect to be controlled by dice points, and enhancing the points to 20 through other card effects, would make the fusion effect more perfect. This sudden thought seemed entirely feasible to Liu Shun. Thus, he immediately began modifying the fusion, and after some adjustments, the fusion effect changed to the classic roll a dice before use to determine the outcome based on the dice points. Liu Shun held the modified magic dice in his hand, filled with a desire to experiment. He took out the cards Painful Blade and Chainsaw Butcher, knowing that rolling a 20 would require some preparatory actions. Thus, he summoned the Fairy Piglet, and then activated the fusion of all or nothing and triple chance on the magic dice. Liu Shun consumed his mental energy and officially activated the magic dice for fusion. Under the influence of his prior actions, the magic dice successfully rolled a 20, a 1, and a 1. Without hesitation, Liu Shun chose the 20. Instantly, a vortex of light appeared before him, engulfing the Chainsaw Butcher and Painful Blade to merge them according to his intentions. Compared to other purple cards, the magic dice fusion consumed a significant amount of mental energy, but Liu Shun's silver-level mental capacity was sufficient to sustain it. With a substantial amount of mental energy invested, the newly fused card appeared before Liu Shun. Eager to see the results, he examined it, and a look of delight crossed his face. Indeed, the magic dice had perfectly combined the two cards. The fused card remained Chainsaw Butcher, but gained a new skill. The Painful Blade's attack not only inflicted intense pain, but in its demonic form, it amplified the agony. By expending mental energy to activate the skill, Chainsaw Butcher's attack would inflict unparalleled pain and damage. The more the target suffered, the greater the damage, eventually triggering a finishing move once a threshold was reached. Painful Blade had seamlessly transformed into a skill for Chainsaw Butcher, requiring no adjustments from Liu Shun for compatibility. This outcome prompted Liu Shun to try again. This time, he chose the ghost ship of the Avenger and the Sky Mirror, fully integrating the latter as enhancement material into the former. The fusion result was equally satisfying for Liu Shun, as the Sky Mirror's effects were entirely inherited by the ghost ship's Crystal Skull feature, becoming an enhanced version of the original. After 2 successful attempts, Liu Shun gained deeper confidence in his ability to control the magic dice fusion, confirming that it could easily achieve perfect fusion. This realization silently raised the priority of his research on fusion magic patterns. After all, fusion, as a special spell card, held immense potential if its effects could be perfectly harnessed. Initially, Liu Shun considered continuing to fuse cards, but upon reviewing his remaining cards, he decided against it, as they didn't seem to have any compatibility. After upgrading and adjusting his current cards, Liu Shun began meditating. It had been nearly 20 days since he broke through to the silver level, and he felt the need to strive for a breakthrough to silver level 2 star. When Liu Shun awoke from his meditation, his mental energy had finally made a breakthrough. After a long period of accumulation, today was just the final push, successfully advancing to silver 2 star. Following his meditation, Liu Shun prepared to create a new card as planned. Considering the shortage of spell cards in the magic dice system, and having recently learned ritual card crafting, he decided to create a magic dice ritual card. Liu Shun had already envisioned the design for the magic pattern in his mind. After completing the design, he went to the official store to select the necessary materials. The materials needed for this card weren't complex. He chose 2, a purple quality ritual altar and a luck coin. The card-making process followed the usual steps, absorbing materials and drawing the magic pattern. Liu Shun completed all the steps smoothly, resulting in a purple card. This card was named Magic Dice, with a purple quality, 1-star level, and categorized as a ritual. Its effect was to activate a ritual card in a designated area. During the subsequent period, whenever the magic dice attribute card rolled a 20 or a 1, the ritual card would record the corresponding occurrences. When 20 appeared 3 times, the ritual card could designate a magic dice attribute card, greatly increasing the chance for the next roll to be a 1. Conversely, when 1 appeared 3 times, it could designate a card to make the next roll highly likely to be a 20. The description read, "I don't believe it. Next time it will definitely be 20. This new ritual card was designed by Liu Shun to work in tandem with Magic Dice, Fate's Wheel, and Magic Dice, All or Nothing. With his current Magic Dice attribute cards, rolling several 20s was a breeze. After rolling a 20, he could ensure his opponent's card with a Magic Dice attribute would roll a 1. This cycle would continue, and if his opponent could still win, Liu Shun would be willing to let them use his head as a football. This was just a temporary setup. Once Liu Shun improved the quality of the Magic Dice fusion, he could merge the ritual card with a domain card to ensure his opponents experienced the darkness of manipulation. After creating this card, Liu Shun looked at the many Magic Dice cards already constructed in his mental space and felt a sense of satisfaction. However, upon closely examining the effects, he realized there were still gaps in his current system. Most of the cards aimed to make himself roll a 20, which Liu Shun hadn't previously found problematic. But after creating magic dice, extremes meet, he realized he should also aim to make his opponent consistently roll a 1. As Liu Shun once said, walking on 2 legs is what makes you whole. Making himself roll a 20 and his opponent roll a 1 are those 2 legs, and only when both appear together can Liu Shun firmly grasp victory. Reflecting on this, Liu Shun felt regretful for not having thought of this approach earlier. Although it's not too late now, he began reviewing the effects of his current magic dice attribute cards and pondering how to design a new card that could synergize with existing ones while keeping the opponent's roll at 1. After much contemplation, Liu Shun finally had an idea. In Liu Shun's view, there are many synergies within his current magic dice card set. Some combinations can directly roll a 20 or a 1, although the probability of rolling a 20 is higher. Therefore, he decided to link 20 and 1. When a 20 is rolled, it might turn into a 1. When a 1 is rolled, it might turn into a 20. This way, he could resolve the flaw he had previously discovered. Following this logic, Liu Shun first designed a magic pattern, then selected the materials. He took a purple quality reversing magic mirror and a few gambling-related material cards. After incorporating the materials, Liu Shun completed drawing the magic pattern he had designed, and a brand new card emerged. The card was named Magic Dice, with a quality of Heaven and Hell, purple level, 1-star type, and a spell effect that consumes mental energy. By targeting a magic dice card, it can trigger a reversal in the dice roll outcome, with the likelihood of reversal increasing as the number is higher or lower. When the number is 20, there is a high probability it will become 1. When it is 19, a high probability it will become 2, and so on. The description mentioned that Heaven and Hell are often just a thought away. Liu Shun was satisfied with his card design. With this card, he now had a total of 10 magic dice cards, each with skills or effects to alter dice outcomes. Combined, they should allow him to control about 90% of the results, even if not 100%. With this in mind, Liu Shun was eager to test his card combination in a real battle, curious about how his magic dice system would perform in practice. He immediately called the manager of the Kabuto Battle Club, explaining his need for a silver-level opponent for testing. The manager confidently assured him that a suitable opponent would be arranged. Liu Shun, dressed in his final armor, flew directly to the club's entrance, where the manager warmly welcomed him. Seeing Liu Shun's battle armor approach, the manager enthusiastically ushered him into the battle club. Since Liu Shun was there for practical testing, the manager skipped most formalities, exchanged a few pleasantries, and led him straight to the arena. The opponent arranged by the manager had already arrived. Liu Shun was somewhat surprised when this opponent, named Liu Yan, immediately mentioned that his nephew was a fan of Liu Shun and asked for an autograph. Amused, Liu Shun agreed to Liu Yan's request. Through the manager's introduction, Liu Shun learned some details about Liu Yan. A silver-level 4-star player, his deck primarily consisted of gourmet chef cards paired with some standalone cards, making him a well-known sparring partner at the Battle Club. Liu Shun was familiar with the gourmet chef concept, which mainly involved summoning chef cards, combined with various kitchen tool item cards and some complementary dish spell cards, creating strong synergies among the cards. After a brief exchange, both stood on opposite sides of the battle arena, with the manager personally acting as the referee. Once both parties confirmed they were ready, the manager blew the whistle to start the match. Since Liu Shun had already decided that this battle would be a test for his magic dice system, he didn't plan to use any other cards. Instead, he directly activated the domain card, Magic Dice, Wheel of Fate. Instantly, the ground beneath him transformed into a platform adorned with various dice patterns. Witnessing the drastic change around him, Liu Yan was surprised that Liu Shun had crafted a domain card that even he didn't possess. But he quickly regained his composure and summoned the Master Chef and the Chef Apprentice. In the next moment, an Eastern chef wielding a spatula and a Western chef holding a knife appeared before Liu Yan. Noticing the additional magic dice attributes on them, Liu Yan furrowed his brow unconsciously. Before using a skill, they had to roll a die, and the skill's effect depended on the number rolled. What kind of mystical attribute was this? Was it purely based on luck, or did the opponent have a way to alter the numbers? Liu Yan didn't have time to ponder. Without a domain card to counter Liu Shun's Wheel of Fate, he had to accept this new reality. Therefore, after summoning the Chef Apprentice, he activated 2 equipment cards, handing the Jade Dragon Knife and the Phoenix Fire Pot to the Chef Apprentice. Meanwhile, Liu Shun wasn't idle either. He first summoned Magic Dice, Beast Blood Variant and Magic Dice, Celestial Pig, then activated the ritual card, Magic Dice, Extremes Meet. Just as Liu Shun was about to execute the combo he had used in previous battles, Liu Yan launched his attack first, commanding the 2 Chef Apprentices to charge forward. Simultaneously, he activated a large area spell card, Master Chef, Fear of Ingredients. This card's effect allowed the Master Chef cards to mark the opponent as ingredients, boosting his side's damage and intimidation while weakening the opponent's cards. leaving them vulnerable. Though Liu Shun wasn't sure of the exact effect of the card Liu Yin had just played, seeing the celestial pig shiver slightly gave him a clue. As the two chef apprentices charged excitedly, Liu Shun released magic dice, all or nothing at Finrer, and commanded it to cast blood spell on the enemy. At this moment, Finrer, in its human form, used its high-speed blood spell to randomly transform the chef apprentice holding the jade dragon knife into a goat, causing the knife to fall from its grasp. In a protective move, the other chef apprentice halted and extended a flame barrier with the phoenix fire pot, shielding itself and its companion. The apprentice then picked up the fallen jade dragon knife and swung it towards Liu Shun, sending a blade aura flying at him. The celestial pig blocked the attack Hedon, and under Liu Shun's command, activated triple chance, triple blessing on Finrer. Immediately after, with Finrer's call of destiny, Liu Shun selected the single result of 20 points from 3 options. In the next instant, magic dice, shackled ghost hand, magic dice, toy army, and magic dice, dragon slayer appeared before them. At this point, the chef apprentice wielding the jade dragon knife and phoenix fire pot was retreating with the goat, while Liu Yin summoned another card, master chef, imperial court chef. Seeing the opponent's summoned creatures attempting to regroup, Liu Shun didn't hesitate to activate the dice trick of his domain card. The positions of the Dragon Slayer and the Chef Apprentice were switched. The Dragon Slayer, wielding his heavy sword, charged toward the opponent's summoned creature, while the Chef Apprentice, holding 2 item cards, was instantly killed by Liu Shun's card. Just before his demise, the shackled ghost hand seized the Jade Dragon Blade and the Fire Phoenix pot, holding them in each hand as he moved to support the Dragon Slayer. At this moment, the Fairy Pig merged into Finrer, the Toy Legion, and the nearby shackled ghost hand. The Toy Legion, viewing the powerful Dragon Slayer as their leader, quickly transformed into a firefighter form, riding a fire truck forward, ready to douse the chef's flames with a water cannon. In Liu Shun's view, the Dragon Slayer was dominating the opponent's summoned creatures, the Imperial Chef and the Chef Apprentice. Empowered by the Thou Art the Dragon blessing, he fearlessly swung his great sword against the fiery attacks, leaving the enemy in disarray. Meanwhile, the shackled ghost hand and the Toy Legion followed closely to provide support, while Finrer transformed into a lion, guarding Liu Shun and sending a swarm of bats flying forward. Liu Yin also observed the battle situation. He realized that without using skills and relying solely on the summoned creature's traits and item card support, his side was at a disadvantage. It was clear that using skills influenced by the magic dice entry was necessary to turn the tide. He made up his mind and began to expend mental energy, first summoning the card Master Chef, the Royal Chef, for support. Then, he summoned the item cards Master Chef, Qilin Spatula, and Master Chef, Baguette, handing them to the summoned creatures as weapons. The Qilin Spatula not only enhanced the Imperial Chef's fire abilities, but also increased his attack power, making it suitable for a prolonged battle. Meanwhile, the baguette in the Royal Chef's hands could freely expand and contract, serving as both a weapon and shield when hard, and as a healing provision when soft. Although the Chef Apprentice had been slain, the 2 chefs, armed with their culinary tools, could barely fend off the Dragon Slayer and the Toy Legion's attacks. Seeing his summoned creature's resistance still lacking, Liu Yin gritted his teeth and activated the Imperial Chef's skill Delicacies from Land and Sea. Under Liu Shun's control, the dice points shifted from 15 to 12. Instantly, the phantom of countless rare ingredients appeared behind the Imperial Chef, infusing him with the power of delicacies. The Imperial Chef, who had been struggling to withstand the Dragon Slayer's attacks, suddenly became evenly matched, engaging in a fiery, passionate clash. Liu Yin, noticing the effectiveness of the first skill, breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to activate the Royal Chef's skill. By this time, the Royal Chef, in cooperation with the Toy Legion, was already battered, and the baguette in his hand had lost its effectiveness due to water saturation. Liu Shun, keenly aware of Liu Yan's intention, promptly ordered the shackled ghost hand to act as soon as the Royal Chef initiated his skill, immediately employing the frenzied chains. Under the influence of the spell card, the shackled ghost hand rolled a 20, and 2 smaller shackled ghost hands emerged from the shadows of the Palace Chef and the Royal Chef. With their innate thieving skills, the weapons in the hands of the 2 besieged Master Chefs were swiftly stolen. Disgusted by the ghost hands occupying their own hands, the chefs discarded the Jade Dragon Knife, Fire Phoenix Pot, Qilin Spatula, and Baguette like trash, piling them up beside Finrer and Liu Shun. Without his kitchen weaponry, Liu Shun immediately commanded his summoned creatures to relentlessly attack. At this point, Liu Yin disregarded the drain on his mental energy and continuously cast Master Chef spells such as Pearl Jade Soup and Creamy Mushroom Soup to sustain the 2 chefs. Seeing his opponent's summons on the brink of defeat, Liu Shun felt a tinge of disappointment, as he hadn't even unleashed the full potential of his own summoned creatures. Whether it was the Dragon Slayer, Toy Army, Shackle Ghost Hand, or Finrer, they all retained some of their skills, initially intended to test their synergy, but the opponent was already nearly vanquished. Just as Liu Shun was about to order his summons to finish off the opponent, Liu Yan, a silver-level card crafter, finally revealed his trump card. The spell card, Master Chef, Reforge, activated, causing the 2 desperate summon cards and the 4 equipment cards piled on Liu Shun's side to disappear, converting them into mental energy for Liu Yan. He then played 3 consecutive cards: the summon card Master Chef, Supreme Chef, his signature card Master Chef, Dark Cuisine, and the final spell card Master Chef, Chaotic Stew. The Supreme Chef appeared as a proud, masterful chef, but in the face of Liu Yan's signature card, Dark Cuisine, he was destined to become a sacrifice. The Dark Cuisine card could transform a Master Chef summoning card into a chaotic blend of ingredients, known as the Dark Cuisine summon. This summon had a unique trait: the more Master Chef food spell cards it absorbed, the stronger it became. Coincidentally, the Chaotic Stew card's effect was to randomly trigger multiple Master Chef spell cards, blending their effects onto the target. Thus, the combination of 3 purple quality cards created an intense reaction, resulting in an indescribable monster in Liu Shun's view. Its body was a grotesque mix of various ingredients that, individually, would have made delicious dishes. However, together they formed a nauseating appearance and emitted a greasy, revolting odor. It could be likened to a mix of strawberry mapo tofu with durian scrambled eggs, topped with pickled herring sauce and liquid blue cheese. Despite its repulsive appearance and smell, the Dark Cuisine summon was undeniably powerful. In Liu Shun's perception, its strength surpassed the pinnacle of purple quality cards by a significant margin. Watching the Dark Cuisine bounce forward with a squelching sound, splattering sticky substances with each leap, Liu Shun couldn't help but cover his nose. He then began directing his summoned creatures to attack this target. To prevent the Dark Cuisine from using its skills, Liu Shun first activated the Dragon Slayers, bathe in dragon blood, using the domain card's trick to replace the dice roll with a 20, significantly enhancing all magic dice cards. Consequently, the magic dice, Extreme's Meat, achieved 3 rolls of 20, making the Dark Cuisine's next roll likely to be 1. However, since the ritual card's effect didn't manifest, Liu Yan, eager to quickly deal with Liu Shun's summoned creatures, decisively activated the Dark Cuisine's skill, Aroma 10 Miles. This skill was originally meant to emit an unpleasant odor, causing nausea, adverse reactions, and dizziness in nearby living beings, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. But under the influence of the ritual card, the Dark Cuisine rolled a 1. Liu Yan was stunned, watching as the skill Aroma 10 Miles instead weakened the Dark Cuisine itself. The Dark Cuisine's once massive body began shedding its skin, with various precious ingredients falling to the ground. Not only did it shrink in size, but the previously offensive smell became much more pleasant. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Shun commanded the Dragon Slayer to unleash Obsessive Fate on the Dark Cuisine, ensuring its next roll would also be 1. Liu Yan, seeing this, felt a pang of anxiety, suspecting Liu Shun had manipulated the outcome. Watching the Dark Cuisine being besieged by numerous summoned creatures, he hesitated. His current mental power was only enough to activate a skill, and if he waited for it to recover before summoning other Divine Chef cards, the Dark Cuisine might be defeated. Perhaps the roll of 1 was just a fluke? Or maybe Liu Shun couldn't manipulate the dice to roll another one. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Yan once again commanded the Dark Cuisine to use the skill, Dark Devour. This skill could devour an enemy, dealing massive damage with a finishing effect, and if successful, it could heal its own injuries, making it a powerful skill. Unfortunately, under the influence of Obsessive Fate, the Dark Cuisine's dice roll remained 1. In Liu Yan's despairing gaze, instead of choosing to devour one of the targets like the Dragon Slayer, Shackle Ghost Hand, or Toy Army, the Dark Cuisine suddenly vomited. The Toy Army, unable to dodge due to its numbers, became the target of the vomit. However, the vomit, composed of precious ingredients, didn't harm them. Instead, it coalesced into an apparition resembling the royal chef's delicacies, appearing behind the Toy Army and enhancing their strength. This was a disaster. Liu Yan watched as the Dark Cuisine went from holding its own against the summoned creatures to being besieged, and now beaten down, feeling a deep bitterness. Dark Cuisine, it's my fault. With the situation developing as it had, Liu Shun now possessed more than one way to ensure the Dark Cuisine rolled a 1. He could continue to exploit the obsessive fate of the Dragon Slayer, use the trickery of the domain card, or even combine it with magic dice and the Heaven and Hell card, initially rolling a 20 and then subtly shifting the dice to show a 1. However, considering his opponent's reaction, Liu Shun chose not to do this. Instead, he directly had his Toy Army activate the gambling dice, using trickery to change the result to 20, decisively taking down the Dark Cuisine with a single shot. After the battle, Liu Yan was still absorbed in his recent defeat. When Liu Shun invited him to rest for a while and then have another round, he immediately agreed. However, an hour later, Liu Yan lost to Liu Shun again. This time, His summoned creature wasn't shot by the toy army, but was instead defeated by the dragon that the dragon slayer transformed into. Liu Shun invited him for another game, and after a moment of hesitation, Liu Yin, thinking he still had a chance to win, agreed. Unsurprisingly, he lost again, this time defeated by Fenrir's chimera form, as 6 effortless blood spells flew around. Liu Yin, equipped with the Jade Dragon Blade and the Fire Phoenix Pot, was kicked around like a ball. After this round, Liu Yin intended to refuse another game with Liu Shun, but upon the supervisor's suggestion, he agreed. Learning from previous mistakes, Liu Yin managed to prolong the battle. However, in the end, Liu Shun used the domain card's confrontation fate skill. Liu Yin could only watch in agony as his cards continually rolled lower numbers than the opponent's dice, leading to yet another defeat. After this battle, Liu Shun finally refrained from extending another invitation. He thoughtfully signed an autograph for Liu Yin's nephew, then took a photo with the supervisor and Liu Yin before returning to his dormitory to review the day's battles. Reflecting on the matches with Liu Yin, Liu Shun realized there were still several issues with his magic dice system. First, he could manipulate the opponent's dice rolls, but what if the opponent didn't roll any dice? Like in today's first match with Liu Yin, who, realizing his skills were being influenced, had his summons fight with item cards while he supported from the rear with spell cards. If the opponent didn't activate the summoned creature's skills, Liu Shun's ability to force their dice to 1 became meaningless. Secondly, Liu Shun found that for his magic dice system to control the entire game, it required time to accumulate. He needed to gather 3 20s or 1s to start building momentum. Cards like today's newly created Magic Dice, Heaven and Hell, or Magic Dice and the Shackle Ghost Hand were not very useful in the initial stages of building momentum. Another minor flaw was that Liu Shun's Magic Dice system was highly dependent on the Magic Dice and the Fate Dice Board domain card. Although it was unlikely he would encounter opponents with domain cards in the upcoming Hidden Dragon selection, he would certainly face them in the future. If both sides activated domain cards simultaneously, the effect of the Fate Dice Board could be compromised. How could Liu Shun ensure the smooth operation of his Magic Dice deck then? Looking at the problems he had outlined, Liu Shun couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Creating new entries always meant dealing with emerging issues and loopholes. The arrogance that came from overwhelming other opponents vanished at this moment. Instead of comparing himself horizontally with others, comparing himself vertically with his past self would lead to progress. Liu Shun took a deep breath, closed his eyes briefly, then quickly opened them, sitting at his desk, fully focused on solving the problems. Discovering problems, solving problems, discovering more problems. This cycle would accompany Liu Shun throughout his career as a card maker. Over the next few days, Liu Shun was completely absorbed in the study of magical patterns, deeply engrossed in designing and adjusting the magic dice system to solve previously discovered issues. However, he became so focused that he forgot about his promise to create a card for Bai Yaoyao. It wasn't until Bai Yaoyao called him that he realized the importance of this commitment. Listening to Bai Yaoyao's complaints over the phone, Liu Shun felt a bit embarrassed and decided to fulfill her request before resuming his research. Bai Yaoyao was pleased with this, and the two of them set a time to discuss the card's effects. The next day, Liu Shun and Bai Yaoyao met at the school pavilion. Without wasting any time, they jumped straight into discussing the card's effects. After some exchange, Liu Shun summarized Bai Yaoyao's needs. So, you want this card to enhance your physical abilities and interact with other mechanical cards, ideally executing a powerful combined attack, right? Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. No problem, I can make that happen, Liu Shun thought with relief, recalling how he had created a card like the Final Radiance back when he was at the bronze level. To better design the card, Liu Shun asked Bai Yaoyao, what are the general effects of the mechanical cards you have? He clarified to avoid misunderstandings. I don't need specifics, just enough to understand how this card can work with your existing ones. Bai Yaoyao understood and began describing her current cards. Among them were the Thunderlight Warhammer and the Explosive Recon Vehicle, both of which Liu Shun was familiar with. The Thunderlight Warhammer could switch between a Warhammer and a cannon form, harnessing the power of lightning, and was Bai Yaoyao's signature card. The Explosive Recon Vehicle could scout the environment and self-destruct if necessary. Besides these, Bai Yaoyao also had a card that could combine mechanical cards, a knockoff version of the Final Radiance called Thunder Armor, and several other support mechanical cards. She primarily relied on equipment-type cards for combat, with most of her other cards offering support effects. Having understood Bai Yaoyao's card situation, Liu Shun already had a design concept in mind. But before starting the creation process, he needed to ask her a few questions. By the way, Bai Yaoyao, you're still at the bronze level, right? Do you want me to make a blue quality card or a purple quality one? Liu Shun asked. Of course, a purple card. Why would I spend so many resources for just a blue card? Bai Yaoyao was a bit exasperated by Liu Shun's question. Liu Shun thought about it and agreed it made sense, but he asked, but if I make you a purple card, you won't be able to use it, right? Is your mental energy close to reaching the silver level? Bai Yaoyao didn't deny Liu Shun's speculation. Although, based on her current cards and meditation efficiency, she was still far from the silver level, Her affluent family background and ample meditation resources had significantly accelerated her meditation progress. Liu Shun knew that even at this pace, the earliest she could hope to join the ranks of silver-level card creators would be during the selection process of the Hidden Dragon project. The card he commissioned Liu Shun to create would also only prove useful at that time. After all, there was no guarantee she wouldn't be eliminated before advancing to the silver level. Although such thoughts crossed his mind, Liu Shun didn't voice them. Instead, he began reviewing the list of materials provided by Yao Yao. After some deliberation, Liu Shun ultimately chose a purple-quality thunder gem, a multifunctional war robot, and some blue-quality materials. Once he confirmed the materials and had a clear plan, Liu Shun returned to his dormitory and began designing the magic patterns. With a solid idea in mind, designing the patterns was as easy as eating or drinking for him. Within minutes, he had outlined the necessary magic patterns, and after integrating, adjusting, and remodeling them, a brand new magic pattern was ready. He skillfully used a blank card to absorb the materials and drew the magic patterns onto it, ultimately creating a purple quality card. The card was named Thunder Armor, with a purple quality rating, 1-star level, and classified as an item. Its skill Lightning Mode significantly boosts the wearer's physical attributes, enhancing the damage and paralysis effect of electric attacks. If mental energy is consumed to activate the Lightning Mode skill, the effect is further enhanced in 2 stages, greatly increasing speed as well. Additionally, the card features an additional armament skill, allowing the card creator to consume mental energy to summon other mechanical cards as auxiliary armaments, bringing different effects and boosts. The mechanical command skill enables the card creator to issue attack, defense, and movement commands to other mechanical cards through the Thunder Armor, granting extra boost to the units receiving the commands during their actions. The Thunder Light Cannon skill allows the card creator to unleash powerful electric blasts from the chest and hands of the Thunder Armor, with the auxiliary armaments potentially affecting the release method and power. The Thunder Armor's autonomous defense trait allows it to automatically absorb mental energy to activate defenses when the card creator is in danger, while Energy Reserve permits storing additional mental energy in the Thunder Armor as backup power. Finally, the Thunder and Lightning skill grants the wearer a certain degree of control over lightning and reduces damage from electric attacks. Liu Shun reviewed the effects of the Thunder Armor and felt that this card should meet by Yao Yao's needs. The card skills were mostly designed according to her requirements. Lightning Mode enhances physical attributes and skill bursts. Additional armament and mechanical command allow for synergy with other mechanical cards, enabling both command and combination, and Thunder Light Cannon serves as a high-power skill. Along with autonomous defense and energy reserve, these traits perfectly align with her needs. After creating the Thunder Armor card, Liu Shun didn't immediately inform Bai Yao Yao. Instead, he waited until the next day to tell her that the card was ready. Despite the delay, Bai Yao Yao was still amazed by his speed. "You finished so quickly. If the quality isn't up to par, I won't accept it," she teased. Liu Shun calmly replied, "Don't worry, you won't be disappointed." A short while later, Bai Yao Yao hurried to the pavilion where they had previously met. "Where's the card? Let me see the effect of your purple card." Liu Shun casually handed her the Thunder Armor. She examined it closely, and after a few minutes, her face lit up with undeniable joy. As Liu Shun had anticipated, the card perfectly met her expectations. Every skill showcased the effects she had hoped for, and its features provided a delightful surprise. If she were to rate the Thunder Armor, she would give it a 99 out of 100, deducting 1 point only because she couldn't immediately experience its effects. Noticing Bai Yao Yao's expression, Liu Shun smiled and asked, "Does this card meet your requirements?" Bai Yao Yao was, of course, very satisfied. However, after the initial excitement faded, she couldn't help but reflect. Despite being classmates, why couldn't she even design a purple quality cards pattern, while he could effortlessly create such an excellent purple card? Among their peers, few could rival him. Seeing her sudden silence, Liu Shun didn't think much of it. He simply bid her farewell and prepared to leave. As for the materials as payment, he had already received them during their last meeting. However, before he left, Bai Yao Yao specifically called out to him, reminding him to check out a website that listed information about the popular candidates in the current Dragon Selection program. It would be very helpful for understanding them. Liu Shun waved an acknowledgement and returned to his dormitory. A website that records information about the popular candidates in the Dragon Selection program? Isn't that like a seed list before city selections? Liu Shun pondered as he entered the URL Bai Yao Yao provided into the browser. Indeed, the Dragon Selection program had quite the reputation. Even a website dedicated to popular candidates was so professional. He was amazed as he browsed through the site. After exploring it, he realized the website wasn't newly established but had existed since the Dragon Selection program began. The site was rich in content, including detailed selection processes from past years, interviews with previous participants, statistics on their current situations, predictions for this year's selections, and introductions to popular candidates. It was the most comprehensive unofficial website related to the Dragon Selection program. Liu Shun was surprised to discover such a professional website existed for the program. After eagerly browsing through several other sections, Liu Shun clicked on the website's feature about predictions for this year's popular contestants, hoping to gather more information about his future competitors. The first thing he saw on the page was a full-body photo of a boy who bore a resemblance to Liu Shun, engaged in a fierce battle with a menacing beast, creating a striking image. Beside the photo were several paragraphs of text, which Liu Shun read carefully. The first line mentioned Daijia, clarifying that the order of contestant introductions on the website was not indicative of rankings and urging readers to view it rationally. Liu Shun skipped this line and began to read the content below. Xia Luo, from the elite Xia family, carries the legacy entry mountain and sea. This family's cards are represented by various mythical beasts, spiritual plants, and the wild imagery of mountains and seas from the classic text, Classic of Mountains and Seas. As a well-known top-tier entry, the mountain and sea card system has developed into a very rigorous framework, with its deck strength being among the highest. As the most outstanding contestant from the Xia family this year, Xia Luo has not only successfully defeated 3 opponents of the same level, but has also recently created his second purple card, making him a popular contender. Liu Shun's interest peaked as he continued reading. Next was Lin Pan, also from a dojo with the top-tier entry Calamity, taken under the wing of the dojo master due to his innate cards compatibility with this entry. The Calamity cards depict various natural and human disasters, such as typhoons, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, plagues, and wars. As the strongest student in the Calamity Dojo this year, Lin Pan has had multiple encounters with Xia Luo, the most recent of which ended in a draw when Xia Luo created his second purple card, making Lin Pan another popular contender. Liu Shun raised an eyebrow as he saw his own photo, seemingly from his previous city selection battle against Yu Huanzhen. He was curious about how the website would introduce him. The introduction read, Liu Shun, possibly the biggest dark horse contender this year, primarily uses self-created entry cards, the name of which is unknown, but the effects involve dice throwing. Notably, during the city selection phase, he directly created a purple quality card and 3 blue quality cards. In the subsequent battle phase, his overwhelming performance earned him the opportunity to participate in the hidden dragon plant selection. Considering Liu Shun's remarkable card-making abilities, it's reasonable to speculate that he possesses at least 4 purple quality cards. Coupled with his use of self-created entry cards, which create a significant information gap, Liu Shun's performance in this year's Hidden Dragon Plan selection is highly anticipated, making him undoubtedly a popular contender. After reading the website's introduction about him, Liu Shun realized that the writers seemed to have high expectations for him, with their words filled with anticipation. Originally, he thought he would receive a moderate evaluation, such as worth observing, but upon reflection, this notion seemed somewhat naive. His ability to create purple cards in a limited time alone was enough to attract considerable attention and expectation. Liu Shun continued to browse the site and discovered many characters and entries he had never heard of before. For instance, there was the Nirvana entry, which possessed incredible regenerative abilities, allowing one to resurrect after death and become even stronger. Then there was the 100 Poisons entry, where each card carried a terrifying poison, making it hard to guard against. And the Gem entry, where various symbolically rich gems were crafted into cards. After this session of browsing, Liu Shun found that at least a third of the entries were unfamiliar to him. This filled him with excitement and anticipation to compete against these geniuses in the Hidden Dragon Project and witness their cards. At this time, there was a week left before the official selection for the Hidden Dragon Project. Both the audience and participants were keenly interested in the competition. Many contestants also noticed the introduction section of this website. Shalwa, did you see that? Liu Shun has at least 4 purple cards, while you've only made 2 yourself. What a disgrace, said a short and delicate-looking boy named Lin Pan, who was a popular contestant with the Calamity entry. The person browsing the website on the computer was Shalwa, who possessed the Mountain and Sea entry cards. The two had competed countless times since their card awakening and were quite familiar with each other. Lin Pan's words prompted an immediate retort from Shalwa. If I recall correctly, someone just made their second purple quality card a few days ago. What are you showing off for? Lin Pan was not to be outdone and retorted back, leading to a long argument between the two. After the quarrel, Shalwa sighed. I really don't know how Liu Shun's mind works. He managed to create a purple card within the limited time. I even suspect he might have more than 5 purple cards. Lin Pan, habitually contrary, replied. So what? He's just creating his own entries. Can he really match up to ours? Shalwa gave him a speechless look. Dude, it's one thing for others to say that, but you too? Even if he creates his own entries, the cards must have synergy. Once he has enough, won't he just crush the 1 or 2 purple cards we have? With his face slightly flushed, Lin Pan had no choice but to try to subdue Shalwa with force, dragging him to an empty field for a battle. Meanwhile, in another city, Yi Qing Huang, who had the Nirvana entry, was also reviewing the website's introductions. Besides this information channel, she also used her family's resources to gather many battle videos of popular contestants, including footage of Xiaoluo and Lin Pan's battles. At that moment, she was watching a battle video of Liu Shun. This video was captured by an audience member during the second round of the city selection. Liu Shun, commanding the ghost ship, exuded confidence and dominance, leaving Yi Qinghuang momentarily distracted. This card maker from a humble background had begun creating his own entries, while she, as the inheritor of Nirvana, could only rely on advancing to the silver level to obtain purple cards. The disparity between them was evident. Recalling the secret of the hidden dragon plan revealed by her family elders, a determined look flashed in Yi Qinghuang's eyes. She resolved to secure a top 3 position, if not first place, in the hidden dragon plan. Meanwhile, in a small city, a young man was visiting a grave. Looking at his grandfather's kind smile on the tombstone, he shared his recent life updates. "Grandfather, I'm about to participate in the selection for the hidden dragon plan, and then I'll meet Yi Qinghuang, who broke off our engagement. I'll use my cards to knock her out of the hidden dragon plan." As he spoke, a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. His name was Luo Yin, and he used the family-inherited entry, White Emperor. Elsewhere, a student with a mischievous smile was commenting on photos on a website. "This one's not great. This one's okay, huh? Is this my fiancée Yi Qinghuang? Looks like my mentor was right. She's really beautiful. Just perfect for me. Long Xian." The student, also a participant in this year's Hidden Dragon Plan selection, was named Long Xian, using the entry True Dragon. In the capital city of Yin Country, an official in charge of education couldn't help but chat with those around him. "Who do you think will be the true dragon this year?" His colleague pondered for a moment and shook his head. "It's hard to say. In previous years, signs of the true dragon were obvious. But this year is different. Whether it's the top-born Xia Luo or Lin Pan, the civilian genius Liu Shun, the nirvana-possessing Yi Qinghuang, or others who haven't caught attention, any of them could become the true dragon." As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and smiled at his companion. "Did you know? There's even a participant using the entry True Dragon this year." "Really? What a coincidence." The colleague wanted to continue the conversation, but noticed the serious-looking supervisor behind them, silently withdrew the words on the tip of his tongue. The companion, realizing the situation, straightened up and returned to work. Although the supervisor didn't reprimand them, he gave a cold snort as a warning. As the supervisor walked away, the two unlucky ones exchanged bitter glances, thinking to themselves, "Great, there goes today's overtime pay." They were unaware of the secrets behind the hidden dragon plan and how many unique participants would emerge in this year's selection. Meanwhile, Liu Shun, still in Jiuxiao City, was engrossed in his research on magical patterns. With a week left before the hidden dragon plan officially began, he planned to adjust the effects of his life card, making the final preparations. Having learned many new advanced card-making techniques recently, Liu Shun intended to experiment with his life card, the Thorny Crown of Wisdom, after grasping the concepts. Although he was previously hesitant about adding the magic dice entry, it didn't hinder him from upgrading and modifying it. Moreover, the type of card by Yao Yao mentioned, a tool summon composite card, inspired Liu Shun. He had already formed some ideas or a direction for upgrading and adjusting the Thorny Crown of Wisdom. Liu Shun knew that to modify his life card, he must first understand the core concept of the Crown of Thorned Wisdom. From its skills and traits, the card embodies the idea of gaining wisdom through suffering. Based on this, the thorns, symbolizing pain, have developed traits of damage reflection and pain sharing. The wisdom gained can also be extended to mental abilities, while the opposite of wisdom dullness can be expanded as well. Additionally, the concept of exchange is noteworthy, with related terms like sacrifice and equivalent exchange, offering potential effects or skills that could be developed from the crown of thorned wisdom. Through this analysis, Liu Shun's thoughts became clearer. He realized that the concept of exchanging pain for wisdom or sacrificing pain to gain wisdom is profound, reflected in many mythological stories from his previous life. For example, in Norse mythology, the chief god Odin hung upside down on a tree for 9 days and nights, sacrificing one of his eyes to drink from the well of wisdom and comprehend the mysteries of runes. Therefore, Liu Shun decided not to alter the skills or effects derived from this concept, but aimed to deepen the skills of the crown of thorned wisdom in terms of pain, wisdom, and sacrifice. Considering the crown's shape and concept, holiness also seemed like an effect that could be added. With this in mind, Liu Shun began to consider how to adjust the magic patterns. Since it involved his life card, this design took him 5 days to complete. He abandoned the idea of transforming the Crown of Thorned Wisdom into a tool or summoning card, and ultimately chose a tool card. Next, he needed to select materials. Knowing this was his last chance to choose materials, Liu Shun unhesitatingly took the cyan quality blood cross, the altar of sacrifice, purple quality wisdom potion, thorn armor, and 12 ornamented crown, along with his own cyan quality cyclops corpse, purple quality golden apple, and green quality whip. These materials together formed the upgrade and modification materials for the crown of thorned wisdom. Once he confirmed his mental strength was sufficient, Liu Shun began the work. He first absorbed the materials and then drew the magic patterns. Considering the expectations for his life card, this design was extremely complex. Even with his silver 2-star mental strength, he had to rely on the final brilliance reserve of mental strength to complete the drawing. When the last stroke was finished, Liu Shun felt completely exhausted, especially mentally, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. However, he didn't mind this. What Liu Shun cared about most at the moment was the effect of the modified card. Taking a deep breath, Liu Shun channeled his mental strength to activate the card. Instantly, a cyan light flashed before his eyes. The card was renamed Thorns of the Bound Wise, with a cross quality, 1-star level, and classified as a tool. The skill Painful Thorns could be activated by consuming mental strength, generating a large area of thorns around the card and controlling them to attack. The generated thorns inflict both physical and mental pain when attacking, and the more pain they cause to other targets, the less the bound one suffers. When the target attacked by the thorns cannot endure the pain, the thorns attack will have an execution effect. The Radiance of Wisdom can be activated by consuming mental power, continuously spreading the glow of wisdom around the card. Enemy units hit by the Radiance of Wisdom will enter a state of dullness for a period, losing control over their limbs, failing or misfiring skills, misunderstanding others' speech or mental communication, and experiencing fluctuations in intelligence and logic. The more enemy units hit by the Radiance of Wisdom, the more information is exposed to the bound one. When allied units are hit by the Radiance of Wisdom, they gain increased wisdom, similar to the bound one, but to a lesser extent. The Martyr's protection is activated by consuming mental power, summoning up to 9 thorn martyrs. These are humanoid creatures covered in thorns, attacking with the thorns entwined around them, and can freely change their size and strength, equivalent to a purple quality summoning card. Thorn martyrs can merge into a thorn giant martyr, with strength varying based on the number of martyrs merged. When 9 martyrs merge, they match the strength of a blue quality card. The thorn attacks by thorn martyrs have the same effect as the Painful Thorn skill, with effects doubled by the bound one's compassion trait. The Holy Sacrifice skill consumes mental power to temporarily or permanently sacrifice the cardmaster's cards, providing benefits to other life or cards. The specific effects, strength, and duration of the benefits depend on the sacrifice card. Additionally, when the cardmaster activates the skill, they can choose not to receive benefits but instead create materials like painful dust or wisdom crystals equivalent to the sacrificed card. The independent spirit trait allows the card in its normal form to be a size-changing tool with some sentience, capable of attacking or taking other actions based on the cardmaster's commands or current situations. Maintaining the summoned state of the card requires minimal mental power from the cardmaster, allowing for sustained presence. The Wisdom of Thorns increases the intensity of pain the deeper the connection between life and the card. When the cardmaster or another life is suspended by thorns on the card, the pain transforms into wisdom, significantly enhancing the bound one's cognitive activity, calculation ability, mental strength, range of mental power, inspiration, and other wisdom-related abilities. The Holy Sacrifice enhances all aspects of the card, including skill traits, by 30 when life is suspended and bound on the Thorn Cross. Other life forms cannot target the bound one on the Thorn Cross with attacks or skills until all of the bound one's allies are eliminated or the bound one chooses to detach due to unbearable pain from the Thorn Cross. The compassion of the bound one allows allied units within a certain range to benefit from the card's effects when life is bound on the Thorn Cross. When facing mental attacks, melee attacks, or negative skill effects, there is a 30% chance of reflecting them. Additionally, all allied units' pain is transferred to the bound one. The sharing of pain affects all enemy units within a certain range when life is bound on the Thorn Cross, requiring them to share the pain from the Thorn Cross with the bound one. When these targets cannot bear it, the pain transforms into mental thorns that lash them, causing damage. No one knows where this thorn-wrapped cross came from, nor the depth of wisdom possessed by the person suspended and bound upon it. Feel free to share any other thoughts here. Upon witnessing the upgraded effects of the thorned cross of the bound sage, Liu Shun was filled with delight. Although he had aimed for this direction when designing the magic pattern, he hadn't anticipated that the upgraded effects of the thorned crown of wisdom would align so perfectly with his design. As a card of green quality, it boasts 4 skills and 5 traits, perfectly embodying the concept of sacrificing pain to gain wisdom, with interconnections between skills and traits evident in multiple aspects. Among Liu Shun's cards, this is undoubtedly the one he is most satisfied with. After reviewing the effects of this life card, Liu Shun's original idea of adding a magic dice entry to it vanished entirely. He realized that he could develop a new entry based on the thorned cross of the bound sage, similar to the status of the destiny magic dice among magic dice, with this card serving as the core of the new entry. Holding this life card, Liu Shun could hardly contain his joy. Whereas he had previously worried about other competitors using cards provided by family or dojo, he now felt that even if they did, it wouldn't matter. This new life card would help him overcome any opponents in his path. After a surge of excitement, once his mental energy had recovered to a certain level, Liu Shun summoned the new life card. In an instant, a massive silver-white cross appeared before him, inscribed with various mysterious runes, surrounded by thorns growing around it. The lush thorns even entwined the cross, leaving only a gap at the center, seemingly inviting other life forms. Liu Shun stepped forward, and with a thought, the thorns entwining the cross extended and wrapped around him, suspending him upside down on the cross. Once Liu Shun was bound to the thorned cross, the card seemed to become more complete. At this moment, Liu Shun experienced the distinct difference from the thorned crown of wisdom. Although the pain was more intense than before, the new card's enhancement of wisdom had undoubtedly reached a new level. He discovered that as the pain intensified, his thoughts became clearer, and his cognitive speed increased. Within just a few minutes, some of the puzzles in his mind were resolved through high-speed processing. The idea of researching new entries based on the new life card, conceived only minutes earlier, now sparked continuous inspiration. If he could remain on the Thorn Cross for a few hours, he estimated that the new entries could be directly researched. What delighted Liu Shun the most was the enhancement of his mental power by the Thorn Cross. As he endured pain, the more intense it became, the stronger his mental power grew. Not only did its strength increase, but the range it could cover also expanded. Under the amplification of the Thorn Cross, Liu Shun could even use his mental power to interfere with reality, directly moving a pen on his desk. This capability was within the realm of a golden grade card maker. Before reaching the level of a gold card master, a card master's mental power can only influence reality through cards. However, once they become a gold card master, they can eliminate certain monsters using their mental strength alone. After being bound on the Thorn Cross for 10 minutes, Liu Shun fell off due to unbearable pain. Despite the brief duration, the wisdom-enhancing properties of the Thorn Cross sparked new ideas and insights in his mind. Staring at the towering cross before him, a fiery determination flickered in Liu Shun's eyes. Due to the independent spirit's characteristics, the Thorn Cross can remain summoned indefinitely, meaning that as long as its skills aren't activated, Liu Shun has a constant learning amplifier by his side to assist with challenges. Although he can't hang upside down for long due to the pain, he can do it in intervals. Recalling the effects of the Thorn Cross, Liu Shun resolved to set a small goal of hanging for 8 hours daily. As evening approached, Liu Shun spent the afternoon attempting to meet his goal. Though progress was slow, the mix of pain and satisfaction kept him going back for more. At dusk, his homeroom teacher knocked on his door. After opening it, Liu Shun learned that they would be heading to the capital city the next day. The formal selection for the Qianlong plan would begin in 3 days, requiring contestants from across the country to arrive early. The team from Jiuxiao City included Liu Shun, Liu Bing, Yu Kuan, Lin Yin, Bai Yao Yao, and Yu Hanjin, accompanied by 3 teachers, one of whom was the homeroom teacher. The teacher came to inform Liu Shun of the details and advised him to prepare in advance. They would travel to the capital via an airship card, with tickets covered by the official department of the Qianlong plan. Once in the capital, all contestants would be housed in the same building. Although Liu Shun was unsure of the reasons for this arrangement, he anticipated that numerous tests and conflicts would arise before the plan commenced. After bidding farewell to the informing teacher, Liu Shun returned to his room and casually packed his luggage. The most crucial items were the cards and card-making notes in his mental space. The rest could be packed carelessly. Immersed in magical patterns for another night, Liu Shun opened his eyes from meditation at dawn. Though it wasn't yet time to depart, he needed to gather early, so he left the dormitory. With luggage in hand, he found his homeroom teacher waiting outside. Liu Shun met up with Lin Yin and Bai Yao Yao, who also carried luggage, at the school gate, and they headed to the designated meeting point. Soon, the remaining 3 students and 2 teachers joined them, and the homeroom teacher led the group to board the airship. The airship card resembled images Liu Shun had seen in his previous life, but as a specially crafted transportation card, its defensive, passenger, and other capabilities surpassed those of previous transportation means. Seated by the window, Liu Shun watched the rapidly moving scenery outside the airship, filled with excitement. Once the airship landed, he would arrive in Yin Country's capital Jingqing. As the airship gently landed, Liu Shun and the others disembarked one by one. Outside, a group of staff holding Hidden Dragon program signs awaited them. After confirming their identities, they were promptly guided to a designated vehicle. Inside, Liu Shun noticed a few other contestants, evidently arriving from different cities. He glanced around and recognized a few individuals he had been keeping an eye on. Luo Yin, sitting by the window with a cold demeanor, who used the White Emperor entry, and Long Xian, who was chatting amiably with a girl next to him, using the True Dragon entry. Although he saw them, Liu Shun didn't initiate any greetings, as there was still time before the Hidden Dragon program selection began. He found an empty seat and sat down. Newcomers always attract attention, especially among contestants for the Hidden Dragon program selection, as anyone could be a future rival. When Liu Shun recognized others, some recognized him too. Yu Kuan, sitting next to him, noticed the gazes and nudged Liu Shun, whispering, "Everyone's paying attention to you." Liu Shun's achievements were well known in the circle, and Bai Yaoyao teased, "It'd be strange if they weren't." Yu Kuan continued his analysis, but there seemed to be a few strong contenders here, like Luo Yin and Long Xian, and over there. He began to introduce information about the mentioned contestants. After listening, Lu Bing summarized, "Luo Yin and Long Xian are worth watching, and others might be hiding their strengths too." Bai Yaoyao added, "That Luo Yin looks so cold, and his entry name is quite imposing. White Emperor, definitely a formidable opponent. But Long Xian, forget it, he seems greasy and narcissistic, lacking any charm." Clearly, Bai Yaoyao had a poor impression of Long Xian, particularly his puzzling confidence and the smirk on his lips, which made her feel uneasy, even giving her goosebumps. Regarding Bai Yaoyao's assessment, Yu Kuan reserved his opinion, while Lu Bing agreed, as she, too, had a negative first impression of Long Xian. Liu Shun, who was resting with his eyes closed nearby, didn't mind at all. At that moment, he was focused on sensing the changes in his mental power. Ever since he had frequently been inverted on the Thorn Cross yesterday, his mental power had undergone a significant change. Perhaps because he had experienced golden level mental power while still at the silver level, his mental strength now seemed to have qualitatively improved. Even without actively probing, he could easily sense the surroundings and even capture some people's emotions. From the start, he had been adapting to this change. After a few people boarded the vehicle, the transport for the Qianlong project quickly set off, and in less than 10 minutes, Liu Shun and the others arrived at the building where they might reside for some time. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he saw a tall girl walking out from the building. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, and she was dressed in traditional clothing, exuding a noble and elegant aura. Liu Shun recognized her as Yiqing Huang, who possessed the Nirvana entry. As he recalled the information about the Nirvana entry, his mental power suddenly caught two distinct emotions behind him. One was filled with hatred and anger, as if it could kill. The other was brimming with delight and desire, as if it wanted to devour. Startled, Liu Shun turned to see Luo Yin with a gloomy expression, fists clenched, his face so dark it seemed about to drip water. On the other side, Long Xian was looking at Yiqing Huang with admiration, not even noticing the expression of the girl accompanying him. What on earth was happening? Liu Shun wondered, sensing that they seemed to have some connection to Yiqing Huang. But why was there no reaction from her? More intriguingly, Luo Yin and Long Xian didn't seem to know each other, yet their emotions were so starkly contrasted, and neither noticed the other's reaction. Liu Shun glanced at Yiqing Huang again. She was about to leave and paused briefly upon seeing the group, nodded politely, and then walked around the crowd to continue on her way. It seemed she was indeed not familiar with Luo Yin and Long Xian. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Liu Shun hadn't expected to witness such a dramatic scene on his first day here. From the emotions of the three, especially the two boys, it was clear that they were bound to cross paths or even clash in the future, especially since they would be living in the same building and participating in the Qianlong project selection together. Liu Shun's mind began to imagine the possible future scenarios, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he was engrossed in studying magic patterns and not particularly interested in being a bystander, the dramatic events unfolding around him filled him with anticipation. If their conflicts escalated to physical confrontations, that would be even better. Whether it was Nirvana, True Dragon, or White Emperor, Liu Shun was fascinated by these entry cards, and witnessing their performance firsthand was very valuable to him. Originally, he thought the Qianlong project wouldn't be much different from previous city selections, but the unexpected discovery at the entrance made Liu Shun feel that more surprises awaited him in the future. Glancing at the tall building in front of him, Liu Shun picked up his luggage and walked inside. After placing their luggage in the room arranged by the officials, Liu Shun and Lu Bing, along with their friends, left the hotel, eager to explore the capital city. As first-time visitors to the capital of Yin country, they were filled with curiosity. After consulting travel guides on their phones, they decided to visit the city's famous card-making street first. Being the capital, Yan's card-making atmosphere and technology were undoubtedly top-notch, and card-making street was the epitome of this excellence. The shops lining both sides of card-making street were all related to card making, selling materials, books, and cards, among other things, creating a dazzling display. As Liu Shun and his friends entered, they were awestruck by the sheer number and quality of the cards available, which far surpassed what they had seen in Jiuxiao City. Even the starter packs for novice card masters included sets of attribute cards. Unable to resist the allure of the affordable materials and cards, Lu Bing and the others immediately started shopping, while Liu Shun picked out a few interesting materials and cards for research or personal use. While wandering around, they were drawn to a stall crowded with people. Yu Kuan went ahead to inquire and returned to inform Liu Shun and the group that the stall owner was a renowned advanced card maker in the area, though his exact level was unknown. This stall sold a large number of unactivated cards daily, priced similarly to high-quality green cards, but with a wide range of post-activation qualities. Some might reveal only white cards, while others could unveil purple cards. The thrill of the card revealing process attracted many customers. Yu Kuan's explanation reminded Liu Shun of the stone gambling events he had seen in his previous life, surprised to find a similar card gambling activity in this world. Intrigued, they squeezed to the front of the stall to examine the unactivated cards. Behind the stall sat an elderly man with his eyes closed, resting, and in front of him were rows of unactivated cards that looked identical from the outside, leaving buyers to choose randomly. Fortunately, the price of a high-quality green card was not expensive, so Liu Shun and his friends casually picked one each. They decided not to reveal the cards at the stall, but instead found a quiet corner to open them together and see who had the best luck. 3, 2, 1, open. With Bai Yaoyao's countdown, they all simultaneously infused their mental energy into the newly purchased cards, and lights flashed before their eyes. The results were purple, green, 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 white. Liu Shun opened a purple card, while Bai Yaoyao got a white card, and the others received green cards. Disheartened by her result, Bai Yaoyao didn't even check her card's effect and turned to leave. Amused by the outcome, the group followed her, checking their cards as they walked. Liu Shun's purple card was named Gambling Expert, with effects related to various gambling methods, making it a versatile card. While examining the effects of this card, Liu Shun found that it seemed to aid his research on magic dice cards. Although he couldn't see its magical patterns yet, Liu Shun was convinced that this randomly drawn card would be useful to him, which lifted his spirits. After exploring that street, Liu Shun and his companions visited several iconic locations, including an open-air venue, a fervent arena for free battles, and a wild club for card duels. Liu Shun couldn't help but marvel at the intense card culture in the capital. As they wandered around, a dramatic event that Liu Shun had previously noticed began to unfold quietly. Shortly after checking into his room, Long Xian took action. He inquired about Yi Qinghuang's daily routine from those who had arrived early and learned that she returned to her family for combat training every morning and wouldn't come back until evening. Consequently, Long Xian visited a few shops to buy traditional-style clothing and flowers for a declaration of love, intending to leave a lasting impression on Yi Qinghuang that evening. Meanwhile, Luo Yin also set his plan in motion, collecting information on Yi Qinghuang's card deck, aiming to adjust his own deck by adding some targeted cards. By evening, Yi Qinghuang returned home exhausted from her family training, only to see Long Xian in traditional attire, holding flowers, in front of the building. Passers-by cast curious glances, and some even recognized him, observing from nearby. When Yi Qinghuang first saw this scene, she had a strong premonition that this was directed at her. However, she still held on to a sliver of hope and attempted to bypass Long Xian to enter the building. But what happened next made her vision go dark. Long Xian approached confidently, with a smile like that of a Nike ad, handed her the flowers, and said with a grin, "Qinghuang, this should be our first official meeting since our engagement was set. This bouquet is just a small token. During the upcoming Hidden Dragon selection, I'll be there to protect you." With that, he turned and left gracefully, leaving Yi Qinghuang stunned and onlookers buzzing with curiosity. The revelation that Long Xian was Yi Qinghuang's fiancée was undeniably shocking gossip. People started discussing how a true dragon and a phoenix indeed made a fitting pair. But could Long Xian really be so powerful as to protect Yi Qinghuang? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Yi Qinghuang was already infuriated. "Who are you? I don't even know you, and suddenly you're my fiancé?" She cursed inwardly, feeling helpless about the onlookers' reactions, thinking, "Can't you be more rational? Just because he says so?" Her weary face grew darker with anger as she threw the flowers to the ground and stomped on them before heading inside. In her mind, she was contemplating how to kick this inexplicable person out of the Hidden Dragon plan. Already exhausted from preparing for the Hidden Dragon plan, this unexpected disruption only added to her frustration. Just then, another person blocked his path. It was Luo Yin, with a cold and ruthless expression. "I didn't expect you to find another fiancé after breaking off our engagement, but that's fine. Yi Qinghuang, I will cleanse the shame of our broken engagement with your blood. Kicking you out of the Qianlong project is the first step, and in the future, I will use your life to honor my grandfather's spirit in heaven." By the time he finished speaking, Luo Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and his icy tone seemed to echo from the depths of hell. For him, simple revenge was not enough. He needed Yi Qinghuang to understand his identity and pay for her previous actions. After issuing his ominous warning, Luo Yan left with a cold expression, leaving Yi Qinghuang standing there in shock. "Wait, who are you? I don't think we've met before. What does your grandfather's spirit in heaven have to do with me?" Yi Qinghuang was extremely puzzled. She even wondered if she had neglected to check her horoscope before leaving home. Otherwise, why would two strangers suddenly confront her with matters she knew nothing about? Despite her confusion, Yi Qingwang realized from Luo Yan's demeanor that he was not joking. His fierce expression suggested he truly intended to harm her. Engagement? Shame? Fiancé? Reflecting on the recent events, Yi Qingwang suspected there might be some underlying issues she was unaware of. She immediately took out her phone, contacted her family, and recounted the incident, asking them to investigate whether there had been any misunderstandings or if something had happened that she didn't know about. Watching Yi Qingwang make a call from a distance, Liu Shun took a bite of the sausage in his hand, savoring its rich flavor, and couldn't resist taking another bite. Next to him, Bai Yao Yao, who had witnessed everything, couldn't help but gossip. Hey, what do you think just happened? Was it a rivalry between love interests? From her perspective, Long Xian had just publicly announced his fiancé's identity, followed by Luo Yan confronting Yi Qingwang with a grim face before storming off. Such scenes inevitably reminded her of dramatic soap opera plots. Nearby, Lu Bing and Yu Kuan were also intrigued by the topic. In a short time, their conversation shifted from love rivalries and love triangles to family feuds and illegitimate children fighting for inheritance. However, since they only witnessed a single scene, their discussion eventually reached a standstill. Although they were deeply interested in the unfolding drama, lacking any insider information, Bai Yao Yao and her friends decided to return to their rooms, planning to resume their discussion once more rumors emerged. While Liu Shun was somewhat interested in Luo Yan's story, it wasn't enough to captivate him entirely. As soon as he returned to his room, he summoned the thorn cross of the gambling master and the inverted wisdom seeker. After some research, Liu Shun discovered that, as he suspected, the magical pattern on the gambling master card was beneficial to his study of magic dice. Delighted, he quickly immersed himself in the study of the card, occasionally hanging himself upside down on the thorn cross to enhance his wisdom and seek inspiration. Meanwhile, as Liu Shun delved into his card research, Yi Qingwang listened intently on the phone, her expression dark, as her family reported their findings. The Yi family, as a lineage-rich family, still holds deep-rooted feudal beliefs, the most representative being arranged marriages from childhood. When Yi Qingwang was young, her parents arranged her engagement to Luo Yan, who was also a child at the time. However, for some reason, they later broke off the engagement and betrothed her to Long Xian instead. Unfortunately, Yi Qingwang's parents passed away unexpectedly and were unable to inform her of this change, leading to a series of misunderstandings. Luo Yan was raised by his grandfather, who harbored resentment over the broken engagement until his death, causing Luo Yan to harbor hatred towards Yi Qingwang. Upon learning the truth, Yi Qingwang was utterly shocked. She had been working hard for the Qianlong plan, only to find herself entangled with a formidable enemy intent on her destruction due to this engagement. According to the family's investigation, both Luo Yan and Long Xian possess purple cards. The thought of being targeted by these two filled Yi Qingwang with bitterness. The next day, Liu Shun, who had spent the night researching cards, was still hanging upside down from the thorny cross. He had gained a considerable understanding of the magical pattern on the gambler's card, realizing it could indeed be integrated into his magic dice system, but had not yet figured out the specific application, so he hadn't used it yet. While he was hanging there, his phone on the desk suddenly rang. Using his mental power, Liu Shun brought the phone to him and saw it was an official message containing the Qianlong plan selection rules. Upon seeing this information, he quickly got down from the thorny cross and began to read the selection rules carefully. The selection process was similar to the previous city-level selection, consisting of 3 rounds, each lasting a week. In the first round, all participants were required to enter a secret realm to hunt magical creatures and gather card-making materials. The second round involved using the materials obtained in the first round to create cards. Based on the performance in the first 2 rounds, the officials would rank the participants, eliminating half, with the remaining individuals advancing to the third round of secret realm battles. The ranking would be determined by combining the results of the first 2 rounds and the elimination order in the final round, with the top 100 being selected for the Qianlong plan. The entire selection process would be broadcast live, with professional hosts and senior card makers providing commentary on the participants. After reviewing the selection process for the Qianlong plan, Liu Shun felt less anxious. To him, this type of assessment was nothing new, and in terms of both strength and experience, he was not inferior to the others. Meanwhile, other candidates participating in the Qianlong plan selection were also reading the rules. Undoubtedly, for this group of participants from across the country, the selection method was not an obstacle. The real competition lay in who was more skilled or luckier. Xiao Luo, Lin Pan, Liu Shun, Long Xian, Luo Yan, and others were all confident that they could make a significant impact in the selection process. However, at this moment, Yi Qingwang felt somewhat downhearted because she knew that in either the first or third round, Luo Yan might directly cause trouble for her. Although she wasn't afraid of the opponent's strength, she was secretly worried that they might resort to self-destruction just to drag her down with them. If that happened, her path in the Qianlong project selection would become exceptionally difficult. The selection for the Qianlong project is not just a simple screening process. It's a major event influenced by the Yen nation's national treasure, the Dragon Gate effect. With the Dragon Gate's power, the annual selection attracts dragon breed candidates from across the nation to compete fiercely. This is broadcasted to promote the fame of these geniuses and to stimulate their potential and talent. After eliminating some fake dragons, the remaining 100 candidates will experience a comprehensive enhancement under the influence of the Dragon Gate. Their card-making talent, mental strength, and other abilities will significantly improve. The higher the ranking, the greater the increase, especially for the top 3, who receive a much larger boost than the others. The first place is called the True Dragon, and the benefits and subsequent training they receive are top-notch. Therefore, Yiqing Huang is eager to secure a spot in the top 3. However, at this moment, her hopes of reaching the top 3 seem increasingly slim. Originally, she considered Xiao Luo, Lin Pan, and Liu Shun as her strongest competitors, but now Luo Yin and Long Xian have appeared. One is extremely hostile towards her, and the other she doesn't find particularly strong, which means she has 2 more competitors. Considering the possibility of a dark horse emerging, Yiqing Huang's chances of achieving her goal keep diminishing. After discussing with her family, she realized the need to ally with others in the selection process to increase her chances of success. But given her family's background, whom should she choose as her target? Meanwhile, after understanding the rules of the Qianlong project, Liu Shun discussed with his companions. They unanimously agreed that it would be best to participate in the selection together. For instance, during the first round of hunting monsters, facing a group of robbers alone could be very challenging. Therefore, teaming up is clearly the wiser choice. Of course, Liu Shun doesn't fall into this category. With his terrifying number of purple cards, it's fortunate if he doesn't go after others. He plans to leverage the ghost ship of the Vengeful Wraith in the first round, using its enslaved ghosts to fight and maintain his best condition. If he encounters Liu Bing and the others, Liu Shun will also lend a hand, as they come from the same place and have a good relationship, naturally helping each other in times of trouble. Shortly after, Liu Shun returned to his room, and a knock on the door sounded. It was Yiqing Huang. After careful consideration, she decided to recruit Liu Shun, believing he was a good choice. First, Liu Shun's strength must be considerable, as he could produce purple cards in time challenges, indicating he possesses at least a few purple cards. Secondly, Liu Shun's background is ordinary, so he might not be aware of the inside story of the Qianlong project. During the selection process for the Qianlong project, Yiqing Huang calculated that offering a high salary might attract Liu Shun, who came from an ordinary family, to become her bodyguard, thereby reducing competition. However, Liu Shun rejected her proposal without hesitation. His reasons were straightforward. First, he participated in the Qianlong project selection to compete for the top spot, not to become someone else's bodyguard. Second, Yiqing Huang's willingness to pay such a high price indicated that the value of securing a top position in the Qianlong project was no less than the money offered. Given this, why would Liu Shun accept such a deal? Liu Shun's decisive refusal surprised Yiqing Huang, who had expected him to at least consider it. Instead, he remained firm in his decision. After declining, he gave her no chance to persuade him further, politely yet distantly escorting her out. Confronted with the closed door, Yiqing Huang was momentarily speechless and could only leave in a hurry to find her next target. After turning down Yiqing Huang, Liu Shun did not dwell on the matter. Before the official start of the Qianlong project selection, he spent most of his time in his room studying magic patterns, only occasionally stepping out to familiarize himself with other competitors' faces and relevant information. Finally, the day of the selection arrived. The entire building buzzed with activity as dragon seeds from across the country emerged from their rooms to gather at the selection venue. Outside the building, journalists and photographers had been waiting, as the Qianlong project selection was an annual event that attracted significant attention in Yin country. Even before the official start, numerous reporters were already covering and interviewing in front of the building where Liu Shun and others resided. Schools from various regions opened live broadcasts, with teachers encouraging students to observe the outstanding peers participating in the Qianlong project selection, with classrooms filled with cheers and support for their classmates. In Jiuxiao City, the principal even halted all card-making classes, specifically allowing students to watch the performance of contestants from the same school. To the principal, this year held the greatest promise. If Liu Shun could secure first place in the Qianlong project, the school's achievements for the coming years would be assured. The manager of the Kabuta Club shared similar hopes, believing that if Liu Shun won, the club's reputation would resonate throughout Jiuxiao City. As Liu Shun and others appeared on the television broadcast, the students of the rocket class erupted in cheers, rallying support for Liu Shun by Yao Yao and Lin Yan. Both the Tiangong Dojo, the giant insect dojo, and students from across the country cheered for their representatives, and even some advanced card makers who had previously participated in the Qianlong project tuned in, reminiscing about their own experiences. At this moment, although Liu Shun wasn't sure if many people were paying attention, the situation in front of him instinctively made him guess that there were probably quite a few. Ignoring the cameras and microphones in front of him, Liu Shun and a few of his companions boarded the transportation dedicated to the Qianlong project and headed towards their target location. A few minutes later, they arrived at the selection site, where a mysterious gate stood the place where they would spend the first round of 7 days. By this time, many Qianlong project contestants had already gathered at the selection site. As Liu Shun looked around, he spotted several people he was interested in, including Xia Luo and Lin Pan. While these Qianlong project contestants sized each other up, the host of the official live broadcast of the Qianlong project selection began introducing the popular contestants one by one. When the audience, who had just tuned into the live broadcast, heard that Liu Shun came from an ordinary background and entered the Qianlong project through self-created entries, they were astonished. Compared to contestants like Xia Luo and Lin Pan, who came from top-tier entry inheritance forces, Liu Shun's background was evidently more intriguing to the audience, and many began to have high expectations for him. The host, understanding this, specifically invited Liu Wan, a guest and a gold-level card creator, to predict Liu Shun's performance in the first round. Liu Wan appeared to be a cultured middle-aged man, speaking slowly and clearly. Regarding Liu Shun as a contestant, he commented, "I find him somewhat unpredictable. Considering his past achievement of creating a purple card, his talent and aptitude are undeniable. However, as everyone knows, the biggest issue with self-created entries is the card creator's lack of energy, and the completeness of these entries often doesn't match those that have been inherited for a long time. Liu Shun will naturally face these challenges, but if he can produce enough purple quality cards to outnumber others, it won't be a problem. At least in securing a spot in the Qianlong project, Liu Shun won't make any mistakes." As an officially invited guest, Liu Wan was well-versed in the Qianlong project's inner workings. His predictions for each contestant were not made on the spot, but were based on evaluations formulated by official departments according to the contestants' past performances. This way, no matter which contestant delivered an astounding performance, the officials could promote their genius reputation based on previous evaluations. For some clearly popular contestants, the officials might even lay the groundwork from this point. In Liu Shun's case, the Qianlong project officials had high hopes for him, crafting a genius from humble beginnings narrative just for him. Liu Wan's evaluation was the start of this plan. While a genius from humble beginnings may initially be underestimated due to self-created entries, ultimately, their astonishing performance and triumph in the Qianlong project tell a classic underdog story that captivates many. As this story spreads, Liu Shun's reputation as a genius will become deeply ingrained, enhancing the project's impact. Of course, this tailored promotional plan wasn't unique to Liu Shun. In fact, whether it was Xia Luo, Lin Pan, or others like Luo Yin and Long Xian, each had their own promotional strategies, though the specific methods might differ from Liu Shun's. In the selection process of the Qianlong project, the official promotion strategy for Xia Luo was impeccable. He was portrayed as a perfect young man with a distinguished family background and extraordinary talent, seemingly capable of conquering everything with ease. To ensure the success of this promotion, the officials even prepared backup plans involving rivals, close friends, and partners, ready to adjust based on the progress of the selection. These meticulously planned strategies allowed any outstanding contestant to quickly gain fame. However, no amount of promotion could replace the actual performance in the Qianlong project selection. If a contestant's abilities were lacking, all the publicity would be futile, merely making them a backdrop in someone else's promotion. Once all the contestants arrived at the selection site, the officials began to announce the rules and precautions for the first round of selection. Liu Shun believed this round was not much different from the previous city-level selection. Each contestant would receive a specially designed card before entering the secret realm, and they needed to collect materials from hunting monsters and store them in the card for score calculation. In the secret realm, contestants could attack each other, and those who were seriously injured or chose to withdraw would be automatically transported out for medical treatment. It was important to note that the secret realm was not a place for random hunting. It housed 5 monsters equivalent to blue-quality cards. Contestants could choose to hunt together and share materials, or lure monsters to attack others. Each contestant's movements would be live-streamed, and any cheating or violation would be severely punished. After the rules were announced, the official live stream switched to a close-up shot, clearly showing the contestants' expressions. Liu Shun appeared calm, and his classmates from the rocket class praised his composure, likening it to someone who remains unfazed even when confronted with major challenges. However, some criticized his calm demeanor as mere posturing. As one of the popular contestants in the Qianlong project selection, Liu Shun naturally attracted a lot of attention. Once it was confirmed that the contestants had no objections, the officials began distributing the special cards for storing materials. Liu Shun glanced at the card in his hand, noting that it bore his name and had the ability to store and automatically separate materials for easy retrieval. This meant that in the secret realm, it was entirely feasible to compete for others' materials. After a brief look, Liu Shun stored the card in his mental space and quietly awaited the opening of the secret realm gate. When all the contestants were ready, the gate to the secret realm slowly opened, revealing a swirling vortex of chaotic colors before Liu Shun and the others. Without any prompting from the officials, the contestants rushed in eagerly. Liu Shun chose a middle position to leap into the secret realm. As dazzling scenes flashed before him, a wave of dizziness hit, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a corner of the secret realm. In the first moments after entering the secret realm, the cameras in the Rising Dragon Project livestream focused on several popular contestants, allowing the audience to witness their initial actions. Xia Luo summoned a pure white crane as his mount. Lin Pan was enveloped by a whirlwind, followed by Luo Yan's flying sword, Long Xin's dragon wings, and Yi Qinghuang's kingfisher, each making their appearance. However, the most attention-grabbing was Liu Shun's summoning of the ghost ship, the Avenger. The howling spirits, eerie atmosphere, and mysterious style immediately captivated the audience. At this point, the host introduced that Liu Shun's ghost ship card was a purple quality card he crafted within a limited time. With this card, Liu Shun made a remarkable impact in subsequent battles, demonstrating an overwhelming performance. Will this card once again help Liu Shun showcase his skills in today's selection of the Rising Dragon Project? Let's wait and see. After hearing the host's introduction, many viewers flocked to Liu Shun's live stream, eagerly anticipating the ghost ship's upcoming performance. Unaware of the outside attention, Liu Shun leaped aboard and used the crystal skull on the ghost ship to survey the surroundings. Enhanced by the fusion with the sky mirror, the crystal skull's detection range and accuracy were significantly improved. Upon touching the crystal skull, detailed exploration results surfaced in Liu Shun's mind. He discovered he was in a vast swamp, with no other contestants in sight. The crystal skull's detection revealed a variety of magical creatures in the nearby swamp, including crocodiles, corpses, forest pythons, carnivorous plants, and swamp elements. Although Liu Shun hoped to encounter other contestants, hunting magical creatures seemed like a good alternative since no one else was around. Thus, amidst the barrage of comments from the livestream audience, Liu Shun steered the ghost ship in a clear direction. The massive ghost ship transformed into a ghostly form, gliding through the swamp, unaffected by the trees and vines, like an apparition. Amidst the audience's admiration for the ghost ship, Liu Shun began to activate the skills of the Avenger. Instantly, 50 bloodied humanoid monsters appeared on the swiftly moving ghost ship. These undead blood corpses instinctively positioned themselves across the ship, making the already eerie vessel even more sinister and gruesome. The livestream audience commented on the appearance of these undead blood corpses and speculated about their strength. Students from Jiuxiao City who had participated in local selections remarked, "They're back. All of them are back." The crystal skull for detecting surroundings, the undead blood corpses capable of changing forms, and if their predictions were correct, the enslaved ghostly magical army and powerful cannon attacks would follow. Indeed, ghostly creatures began to emerge from various parts of the ghost ship, and soon after, the ship sped forward rapidly. Seeing the ghostly figures trailing closely alongside the ghost ship, resembling sea monsters, the viewers had to admit that Liu Shun's ghost ship had an authentic aura. With monstrous sailors, accompanying sea creatures, and a captain skilled in dark sorcery, it was the quintessential ghost ship. However, the actual strength of these sea monsters and sailors remained unknown. After speeding through the waters for some time, Liu Shun finally encountered the creatures sensed through the crystal skull. They were humanoid monsters composed of sludge and decaying skeletons, with tentacle-like lower bodies submerged in foul-smelling mud. As soon as the ghost ship appeared, they maliciously fixated on Liu Shun aboard. Initially, Liu Shun intended to obliterate these creatures with sorcery cannons, but considering the need to collect materials, he opted to let the ghostly creatures take the initiative. The long-absent octopus sea monster was particularly excited at this moment. Its 8 tentacles, covered in suckers and sharp teeth, lashed out at the group of monsters, smashing several into sludge with immense force. However, the swamp creatures were not to be underestimated, launching clumps of foul-smelling sludge at the ghostly creatures. The sludge seemed to possess a special toxicity, turning the surrounding area yellow and black upon penetrating the ghostly bodies. Despite the swamp creatures' tactics, the sludge attacks were ineffective against the numerous ghostly beings. Even as they became mottled with yellow and black, the enslaved ghosts aboard the ship swiftly annihilated the swamp creatures. As a result, Liu Shun obtained his first pile of materials upon entering the secret Realma green quality swamp ghoul. Following this, Liu Shun navigated the vengeful wraith through the swamp, hunting creatures. The ghostly entities and undead blood corpses showcased astonishing combat prowess. Whether it was the blue-quality blood magic trees, blackwater crocodiles, or green-quality greenleaf serpents, swamp frogs, vine spirits, and scale-armored lizards, all were effortlessly absorbed into Liu Shun's card deck like leaves in the wind. Observing the fallen creatures transform into ghosts joining the monster army, and the undead blood corpses continuing to fight despite severe injuries, The audience finally understood why Liu Shun could dominate other students with this card. This terrifying pace of creature harvesting naturally attracted the attention of the official livestream. They even compared Liu Shun's footage with that of other popular contestants. Although others appeared to slice through monsters effortlessly, only Liu Shun was credited with such a rapid harvesting speed. The closest contender was Lin Pan, who summoned disasters and typhoons for large-scale attacks, yet still lagged behind Liu Shun in efficiency. After all, the ghost ship integrated searching, probing, and sustained slaughter, allowing for simultaneous creature hunting and killing without concern for losing combat power. As the livestream compared their performances, Liu Shun, through the crystal skull, detected the presence of another participant from the Hidden Dragon program nearby. He decisively changed course to confront them. Liu Shun's movements caught the host's attention, and by examining footage from other streams, he quickly deduced Liu Shun's intent. Alright, we can see Liu Shun heading in a certain direction, and on his path is another popular contestant, Luo Yan. It seems Liu Shun has discovered him through his cards. If they engage in battle, this will not only be the first confrontation in the initial assessment, but also the debut clash of two top contenders. Let's look forward to what unfolds next. At this moment, Luo Yan was using his cards to slay monsters. Although he was eager to find Yiqing Huang and eliminate her, he couldn't locate her at the moment, so he decided to hunt monsters first. Just as he was maneuvering the White Emperor and the Gungjin sword formation to kill, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the forest on the flank. Luo Yan instinctively felt a shock, and several flying swords from the Gungjin sword formation quickly returned to guard him. He saw the ghost ship before him and instantly realized he had encountered Liu Shun. Liu Shun, standing on the deck, also noticed Luo Yan and was clearly surprised to meet such a popular contestant first. Liu Shun was filled with curiosity about Luo Yan's White Emperor card. Luo Yan coldly shouted, "Liu Shun, are you really going to fight me now? Isn't hunting monsters the priority?" Luo Yan didn't want to clash with other popular contestants, as the first round of selection had just begun. Winning wouldn't yield much material, and losing would mean elimination. Why bother? However, Liu Shun thought differently. He looked at the wary Luo Yan and said with a smile, "Relax, it's just a spar, I won't eliminate you." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost ship suddenly soared into the sky, and dozens of ferocious ghost monsters broke free from the revenge wraith, rushing towards Luo Yan. Damn it, Luo Yan cursed inwardly. If you want to court death, then so be it. He quickly activated the White Emperor and the Gungjin sword formation skill, impregnable defense. 7 flying swords distributed themselves around him, emitting Jingjin-colored light to form an impenetrable shield. Upon closer inspection, these lights were actually composed of countless tiny sword energies. Weaker ghost monsters that charged too quickly were instantly shredded by the myriad of tiny sword energies upon impact. Under the protection of the Gungjin flying swords, Luo Yan swiftly summoned his cards. White Emperor, Western White Tiger, White Emperor, Gilded Canopy, White Emperor, and Ruthless Armor. 3 cards were summoned in quick succession. The white background, gold-patterned Western White Tiger served as a mount, the simple yet ruthless armor was donned, and the Gilded Canopy floated above to ward off attacks. With a wave of his hand, the Gungjin sword formation, as a weapon, launched an attack on the surrounding ghost monsters. In the live broadcast room, the host and guests were also watching this battle. We can see that contestant Liu Shun has deployed ghost monsters for the attack, while contestant Luo Yan has switched to his frequently used White Emperor set for battle. It is called a set because, according to previous battle analyses of contestant Luo Yan, there is a synergy between these 4 cards, with each additional card enhancing the abilities of the others to a certain extent. In Luo Yan's hometown, White Emperor City, as long as he summons this set, he secures victory in battle. Let's see if he can continue his winning streak against contestant Liu Shun today. On the ghost ship's deck, Liu Shun quietly observed the intense battle below. The white tiger beneath him let out a roar, causing the ghostly creatures surrounding Luo Yan to panic. At that moment, his Gungjin sword formation sprang into action, flying towards the creatures to annihilate them. Meanwhile, the creatures' counterattacks were thwarted by the glow emanating from the gilded canopy above Luo Yan. The synergy among these cards, combined with the formidable power of the Gungjin sword formation, clearly showed that these 4 cards had a bond or could enhance each other's abilities. Their collaboration was the epitome of top-tier blue-quality card summons, and ordinary ghostly creatures were no match for Luo Yan. However, the 8-legged sea monster, as the top enforcer under the ghost ship, was not to be underestimated. It was a creature that Liu Shun had only defeated with full effort, reaching the level of a purple-quality summon card. Now, facing a fully armed Luo Yan, the sea monster furiously swung its 8 tentacles, exerting considerable pressure on Luo Yan's gilded canopy, as this was a numerical advantage. Liu Shun did not let the sea monster fight alone. He quickly dispatched the undead blood zombie, then placed his hand on the crystal skull, channeling his mental power to control the storm, rain, and thunder. Luo Yan felt the power of the storm and rain around him, and his heart sank, realizing it was Liu Shun's purple ghost ship card. No wonder it could eliminate most students with just one card. It was indeed suited for battle. But Luo Yin was not to be outdone. Sensing the drain on his mental power, he decisively activated the White Emperor's four-piece set's skill, the White Emperor's aspect. With the activation of the skill, platinum light enveloped Luo Yin entirely. Then, the gilded canopy, the killing armor, the Gungjin sword formation, the Western White Tiger, and Luo Yin himself all merged into one. What appeared before Liu Shun's eyes was a three-eyed turtle phantom, with a platinum 12-beaded crown on its head, wearing a yellow robe with a white dragon design, holding a shimmering sword, and seated on an even larger white tiger. The majesty of an emperor, the grandeur of a deity, and the murderous aura intertwined to form the Western White Emperor's aspect. Once the aspect was formed, Luo Yin wasted no words and directly drove the white tiger beneath him forward. The sea monster's tentacles swung toward him but were intimidated by a roar from the white tiger. Then, with a wave of the Western White Emperor's sword, the Gungjin light flowed, and the sea monster's tentacles were sliced as if they were made of paper. Seeing the now evidently powerful Luo Yin, Liu Shun's lips curled into a smile of interest. He understood that this phantom's strength was equivalent to a purple quality card, and even before it, the sea monster seemed somewhat vulnerable. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream watched as Luo Yin unleashed such powerful techniques, forcing the sea monster into retreat, and cheered for him. Some even began to worry about Liu Shun, considering that in their view, Liu Shun's ghost ship primarily relied on the sea monster's strength. Now, with Luo Yin advancing like a storm, aiming to directly kill the sea monster, if it were defeated, it seemed the ghost ship had no other means but to flee. So, how would Liu Shun confront Luo Yin's Western White Emperor's aspect? As the Western White Emperor avatar below was about to sever the 8 tentacles of the octopus sea monster, Liu Shun finally activated the skills of the Vengeful Wraith. Totem Protection, Sacrificial Ritual, Witchcraft Cannon. With the release of the first 2 skills, a phantom of the feathered serpent god appeared above the ghost ship, and all the undead blood corpses and ghostly creatures transformed into beams of light, enveloping the cannons extending from the side of the Vengeful Wraith. Seeing the cannons surrounded by a bloody glow, Luo Yin instinctively sensed danger, driving the white tiger to move away, while a massive platinum canopy appeared above to shield him for defense. However, the Vengeful Wraith had already locked onto him, continuously bombarding the retreating phantom. The cannonballs, wrapped in blood-red light, struck the defenses around the Western White Emperor, instantly bursting into a stunning blaze and causing the platinum defenses to tremble. This was merely the power of one cannonball, and as more followed, the astonishing firelight and sounds of secondary explosions enveloped the Avatar's phantom in a storm of cannon fire and explosions. The audience in the live stream was amazed by the incredible power of the Vengeful Wraith's skill, expressing their awe at its variety and strength. Watching the Western White Emperor engulfed in flames, the audience almost believed that contestant Luo Yin would be directly eliminated. Just then, a radiant star suddenly appeared in the clear sky, casting a platinum light over the area bombarded by cannon fire. In the next moment, the Western White Emperor avatar re-emerged. Moreover, under the platinum glow, the previously near-shattered avatar rapidly healed and underwent a transformation. The avatar, originally 3 meters tall, expanded to 5 meters. The platinum canopy above the 12-tiered crown solidified, the details of the clothing became more opulent, and the sword in its hand seemed to resonate with the star in the sky. Even the white tiger beneath it grew a pair of platinum wings, transforming into a winged white tiger. All these changes stemmed from that star Luo Yan's life card, the purple-grade White Emperor, Venus. As a star symbolizing war and transformation, Venus perfectly matched the White Emperor tag. Although it is a summoning card, it functions similarly to a domain card. Under its light, all cards with the White Emperor tag receive comprehensive enhancements and multiple skill boosts, making it Luo Yan's strongest support card and his only purple-grade card. Seeing the shining Venus in the sky, Liu Shun's excitement overflowed. He hadn't expected Luo Yan's White Emperor tag to include a star card. Under the illumination of Venus, the Western White Emperor avatar appeared even more majestic, raising its sword toward Liu Shun in the distance, and a cold metallic voice echoed, "Liu Shun, give it your all. Let me witness your original tag." Liu Shun glanced at the distant figure that seemed almost divine, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he softly responded, "As you wish." In that instant, everyone from the audience in the live stream, to the host, the guests, and even Luo Yin opposite him was filled with shock and disbelief. What the heck? Is this for real? What kind of card is this? How did the environment change so suddenly? A card slowly materialized in Liu Shun's hand, and the dark, damp swamp around them underwent a dramatic transformation. The muddy ground, flowing water, and various plants were replaced by a smooth surface adorned with dice patterns, while the dense trees vanished, giving way to towering boundaries that stretched skyward, exuding an air of mystery. If not for the constant illumination from Tai Bai jinxing, Luo Yin might have believed he was in another world. In a flash, realization dawned on him, and he fixed his gaze on Liu Shun, who stood at the edge of the ghost ship with a smile. There was a slight tremor in his usually firm voice as he spoke. A domain card. Liu Shun spread his arms, his smile broadening as he warmly declared, "Welcome to my domain, the Fate Dice Board." With his words, the live stream erupted into chaos, filled with comments of disbelief and astonishment, quickly flooding the screen. However, a minute later, every comment in Liu Shun's live stream unified into a single sentence. "Welcome to my domain." Watching the live stream where Liu Shun stood with arms outstretched above the dice board, even the host, with all their professional composure, stumbled for words. Oh my goodness. We are witnessing Liu Shun unleash a domain card with earth-shattering impact. Is this Fate Dice Board the domain card Liu Shun created himself? This scene is truly astounding. In contrast to the host's reaction, guest Liu Wan was even more stunned. As a special guest, he understood the difficulty and significance of Liu Shun creating a self-made domain card. Watching Liu Shun's confident display, Liu Wan couldn't help but express admiration and envy in his voice. As the scene unfolded, the audience was witnessing the emergence of another prodigy in the Hidden Dragon plan, perhaps even a genius. 17-year-old Liu Shun had successfully activated a self-made domain card in battle against the popular contestant Luo Yin. Everyone knows that domain cards are essential for top-level entries, and many entries fade into obscurity without them. But today, I can confidently announce that another card creator with the potential to craft top-tier entries has emerged. His name is Liu Shun, and he is only 17. If there were many popular contestants in the Hidden Dragon plan before today, from this moment on, Liu Shun's brilliance will overshadow anyone else in this competition. Liu Wan's voice was filled with envy and longing, barely able to conceal his excitement. At 17, to showcase a self-created domain card on the national stage of the Hidden Dragon plan, making all his peers mere foils, was something beyond his wildest dreams. Yet at this moment, Liu Shun has turned it into reality. "Welcome to my domain." Liu Wan repeated the phrase, filled with emotion. To him, it felt more like Liu Shun's declaration to the world, with the true meaning being, "Welcome to my era." As the news of Liu Shun creating his own domain card spread, more and more people flocked to his live stream. The alternate space scenes displayed on screen swiftly dispelled any doubts the viewers initially had, prompting them to fervently type, "Welcome to my domain," in the bullet comments. With this explosive news, the official department of the Qianlong project quickly reacted, abandoning their original plan to promote him as a civilian genius in favor of slogans like "A once-in-a-century prodigy card maker." Under the official's impressive push, Liu Shun's name, along with his reputation as a genius and a prodigy, quickly spread nationwide, even causing some underground betting pools to urgently lower the odds of Liu Shun winning first place in the Qianlong project. In Jiuxiao City, everyone who knew Liu Shun was both ecstatic and shocked. "I knew you were impressive, but I didn't expect you to be this incredible." The news of creating a self-defined domain card left people astounded. Liu Shun seemed to have anticipated this, but at the moment, he didn't care. He simply stood quietly on the deck of the ghost ship, looking down at the motionless Luo Yin below, a smile playing on his lips. "What's wrong? Do you not even have the courage to make a move after seeing my domain card?" Still reeling from the shock, Luo Yin looked up and around, suddenly laughing. "I can't believe you actually made a self-defined domain card. Let me guess, you must have at least 3 purple cards with self-defined entries, right?" Seeing Liu Shun's silent acknowledgement, Luo Yin tightened his grip on the Gungjin sword, thinking to himself, "I originally planned to eliminate Yiqing Huang, but seeing your domain card is an honor in itself." The brilliance of Venus shone upon Luo Yin, who had transformed into the Western White Emperor. He slowly raised his sword, his voice cold yet passionate. "Then let me, an almost popular contender, witness the power of your domain card." With the roar of the winged white tiger, Luo Yin charged at Liu Shun in the air, sword in hand. "Let me show you my magic dice card deck." Liu Shun's mental strength surged, and in the next instant, the magic dice, beast blood variant, and magic dice, fairy pig appeared beside him. Then, his magic dice in hand unleashed a desperate gamble, with the fairy pig using triple chance on Fenrir. Alongside the activation of a 20-point skill, the beast blood variant let out a long howl, and the magic dice, toy army, magic dice, shackle ghost hand, magic dice, and dragon slayer swordsman cards appeared in succession. In just 2 seconds, 5 powerful purple summoning cards gathered on the ghost ship Revenge Wraith. By this time, Luo Yin had reached the edge of the ghost ship. Seeing the 5 distinctly shaped powerful cards, he showed no hesitation. His Gungjin sword glowed, appearing especially sacred under Venus's light, and he swung it directly at the nearest dragon slayer swordsman. The sound of clashing swords rang out instantly, and Luo Yan's pupils contracted as he thought. It was just summoned. yet it can instantly react to block my attack. He forcefully pushed the Dragon Slayer's swordsman aside and, riding the white tiger, prepared to continue his assault. Luo Yan's shadow was immobilized in midair by the shadowy chains of the shackled ghost hand, leaving him helpless as he watched the Dragon Slayer leap from the ghost ship, wielding a great sword and unleashing the Dragon Slayer combo. Behind the Dragon Slayer, the Toy Legion aimed at the direction of Tai by Jin Xing in the sky, executing the skill gambling dice. In a desperate gamble, the giant revolver above the Toy Legion, embedded with a die, luckily rolled a 20. With the crack of a gunshot, the shining Tai by Jin Xing in the sky fell like a meteor, scattering in all directions across the Destiny dice board. Without the light of Tai by Jin Xing, Luo Yan's Western White Emperor form returned to its original state. Despite having dragon horns and claws from the You Are the Dragon skill, he broke free from the shackled ghost hand's grip, but was still unable to withstand the Dragon Slayer's attack. With a single slash, the Dragon Slayer severed one of the Western White Emperor's arms, then spun around to kill the White Tiger mount, and finally delivered a vertical strike, slicing the Western White Emperor form in two from head to toe. Luo Yan's injured figure fell powerlessly from the sky, crashing heavily onto the Destiny dice board against the backdrop of meteors formed by Tai by Jin Xing. However, to the surprise of the livestream audience, Liu Shun did not choose to eliminate the now defenseless Luo Yan. Instead, he directed the Celestial Spirit Pig to heal some of Luo Yan's injuries. Liu Shun acted on impulse, feeling that Luo Yan's charge was impressive. Moreover, he had promised not to eliminate Luo Yan before the battle, so he refrained from taking the opportunity. Although he spared Luo Yan, Liu Shun took all his materials as the price of Luo Yan's failure. Looking at Luo Yan's body lying on the Destiny dice board, Liu Shun asked if he had seen anyone else around. Luo Yan replied that he hadn't. Before encountering Liu Shun, he hadn't met any other contestants, but he had felt rhythmic vibrations in the depths of the swamp forest, which could be related to other contestants or a powerful monster. Liu Shun wondered if these vibrations were connected to the monster equivalent to a green quality summoning card, as mentioned by the examiner. Despite the vagueness of Luo Yan's clue, Liu Shun decided to share some information with him due to the good impression he had. You want to eliminate Yi Qing Huang, don't you? Hearing this, Luo Yan's eyes showed disbelief. While his target was indeed Yi Qing Huang, he had never revealed this to anyone. How did Liu Shun know? Seeing Luo Yan's reaction, Liu Shun understood his thoughts, but didn't explain. He continued, Yi Qing Huang approached me to hire me as a bodyguard during the Dragon Ascension project selection, but I refused. Judging by her demeanor, she'll probably seek others. You get what I mean, right? Luo Yan understood Liu Shun's implication. If he went after Yi Qing Huang, he might face two or more opponents. While confident in an unknown against Yi Qing Huang, encountering multiple opponents without knowing could increase his chances of being eliminated. Pondering this, Luo Yan looked at Liu Shun with a complex expression and couldn't help but ask, not only did you spare me, but why tell me this? Liu Shun casually replied, I spared you because I wanted to see your cards. As for the rest, I just want to enjoy the show. With that, Liu Shun retracted his cards and steered the Avengers' vengeance deeper into the forest, leaving Luo Yan standing there with a complicated expression. After the battle between Liu Shun and Luo Yan concluded, Liu Shun piloted the vengeful wraith deeper into the swamp. As news of Liu Shun's actions spread across live streams, more and more viewers flocked to his channel, eager to witness the next confrontation. Having used a sacrificial ritual during his fight with Luo Yan, all the ghostly creatures enslaved by spirits had vanished. Thus, on his way to the swamp, Liu Shun did not rush forward but instead summoned undead blood corpses to hunt monsters along the way, gradually increasing the number of spirits in his ranks. Upon reaching the depths of the swamp, the environment grew increasingly hostile. Thick yellow-green miasma shrouded the area, with decaying plants and heaps of broken corpses piled high, while countless flies buzzed around. The dim light blurred distant movements. To move forward, Liu Shun conjured wind and rain to disperse the surrounding miasma. Additionally, to guard against sudden monster attacks, he preemptively summoned Finra and the Toy Legion. The ghost ship, laden with undead blood corpses and summoned entities, slowly advanced deeper into the swamp. Using the crystal skull to survey his surroundings, Liu Shun noticed that upon entering the swamp's depths, the monsters had mysteriously disappeared. Apart from the flies, there were only some plants around, an abnormal phenomenon suggesting the presence of extremely dangerous creatures lurking deeper within. As he continued, Liu Shun observed an increasing accumulation of corpses in the swamp. Both animal and plant remains lay silently rotting, emanating a pungent odor that intensified the miasma. Soon after, Liu Shun sensed the ground tremors Luo Yan had mentioned, but he perceived them more as the swamp's breathing. In the swamp's depths, the mud and corpses rhythmically undulated, with each tremor causing a large section of corpses to collapse and slowly sink into the swamp until they vanished. Hovering above, Liu Shun speculated that this might be the breathing of a gigantic creature below, with the falling corpses potentially serving as its food. With a theory in mind, Liu Shun decided to test his suspicions but refrained from acting immediately. Instead, he summoned other demon dice cards. To prevent the miasma from affecting the upcoming battle, he once again activated the sacrificial ritual of the Vengeful Wraith, this time enhancing the Crystal Skull. Utilizing the wind and rain controlled by the Crystal Skull, Liu Shun unleashed a tempest in the swamp's depths. A howling hurricane and countless raindrops descended from the sky, sweeping away the miasma for several miles around. Although the miasma continued to surge from the outer edges, an ordinary crystal skull was enough to handle it. After this unprecedented downpour, the miasma in the depths of the swamp was dispelled, yet the water level had noticeably risen. A nauseating and bizarre layer of colorful substances floated on the surface. After clearing the miasma, Liu Shun decided to probe what lay hidden beneath the swamp. The tremors of the swamp had not ceased, seemingly oblivious to the changes outside. Consequently, Liu Shun ordered the Revenge Wraith to fire its magical cannons at the swamp. The continuous bombardment echoed with explosions as mud and corpses were blasted out, filling the air with a pungent stench. Liu Shun used the crystal skull to dispel the odor and, finding the first barrage ineffective, meditated to restore his mental strength before casting the skill again. As the cannon fire continued to roar, explosions echoed deep within the swamp. Liu Shun launched 4 rounds of magical cannon fire, but apart from blasting out mud and decaying objects, there seemed to be no other discoveries. Was the probing method incorrect? Just then, the tremors of the swamp abruptly ceased, as if responding to Liu Shun's doubts. The next moment, the swamp began to churn violently, with mud below being hurled out by an unknown force. The murky yellow-green water flowed to the sides, as though something was about to emerge. As the stench intensified, Liu Shun silently elevated the ghost ship. The changes in the swamp continued, and suddenly, a tentacle emerged from the depths, its surface covered in mud-encrusted, menacing bristles, appearing more elongated and agile than the tentacles of the octopus monster Liu Shun had previously sacrificed. Seeing this tentacle, Liu Shun couldn't help but speculate about the type of creature below. A tentacled being, perhaps an insect? Despite these fleeting thoughts, Liu Shun did not hesitate in his command, immediately ordering the toy army to attack the monster's tentacle. The toy army switched to flamethrower mode, tracing a fiery dragon in the air, charging directly at the monster's tentacle. The monster beneath the swamp, upon being attacked, accelerated its emergence, its tentacles flailing wildly. Finally, amidst a cascade of mud, the mysterious monster beneath the swamp revealed its full form. Liu Shun was stunned. What on earth was this creature? To describe it, its form resembled a fusion of centipede, slug, snake, and dragon. Its body, over 20 meters long, was bloated, thick, and twisted as it flew through the air. The head was triangular like a snake's, with 2 protruding bulges atop, reminiscent of a snake on the verge of becoming a dragon from legend. However, the 2 tentacles extending from its mouth disrupted its head's appearance, making it particularly eerie. Compared to the grotesqueness of its body, this seemed almost insignificant. The creature before Liu Shun had a shell composed of a blend of scales and insect exoskeleton, giving it a murky yet translucent appearance. If one's eyesight was sharp enough, they could discern the internal structure through the shell. The surface was dotted with holes, from which oozed a mixture of slime and mud, forming a viscous black-green substance that clung in chunks and streaks to its body. In stark contrast to its snake-like head, its body was unusually thick, resembling a writhing caterpillar, yet it twisted and spiraled through the air, evoking a sense of nausea and dissonance. It was called a dragon because beneath its bloated body, there were rows of thousands of dragon claws glowing with an eerie purple light, clearly indicating their poisonous nature. The entire creature appeared twisted and bizarre, as if several prototype organisms were clumsily pieced together, with the addition of some foul-smelling liquid, making it seem deformed and unnatural. In Liu Shun's live broadcast, a flood of viewers sent messages expressing their disgust, as its appearance clearly exceeded their aesthetic limits. Unlike the viewers' reactions, the host and special guests maintained a more composed demeanor. The host began introducing the creature. You may have noticed the peculiar creature Liu Shun is facing. Despite its odd appearance, it is not to be underestimated. It is one of the 5 most formidable creatures in the secret realm, known as Niahui. It possesses immense physical strength and vitality, capable of manipulating water and earth, and launching attacks with miasma, venom, and sludge, making it particularly terrifying in swampy environments. As the host provided information on Niahui, Liu Shun had already engaged in battle with it. Although the precise details of the creature's abilities were unknown, its appearance and habitat allowed for some educated guesses. The good news was that the dragon claws of this creature meant the dragon slayer did not need to activate Thou Art Dragon to gain a special attack advantage. Niahui in the sky launched the first attack, opening its snake-like mouth to unleash a large mass of yellow-green miasma towards the ghost ship. Liu Shun quickly used the crystal skull to summon a gale, dispersing the miasma, and then activated his domain card magic dice, Fate Dice Board. With the domain card in play, Niahui was dragged into a different space, isolated from the swamp, indirectly weakening its capabilities. Meanwhile, Liu Shun's summoned creatures could fully display their prowess. Under the influence of the domain card, their dice rolls during the battle with the creature all resulted in 20 points, a significant boost for the magic dice card entries. Next, the Dragon Slayer charged forward, initiating the skill, Bathe in Dragon's Blood. The 20-point dice maximized the skill's effect, and the remaining summoned creatures were significantly enhanced, acquiring some dragon-like features. Following closely behind the Dragon Slayer was the Shackle Ghost Hand. In its shadow form, it moved faster than the Dragon Slayer and took the opportunity to launch a merciless ghost hand attack on the Nixie, which was preparing to use its skills again. Instantly, a pair of massive ghost hands, covered in dragon scales, grew from the Nixie's enormous shadow, firmly locking its bloated body in place. The Dragon Slayer seized this chance to unleash a Dragon Slayer combo, delivering 3 consecutive special sword strikes that viciously sliced into the Nixie's body, severing several dragon claws and leaving wounds from which strange fluids gushed out. The Nixie let out a piercing screech from the special attack's damage, and its bloated body erupted with astonishing strength, tearing the ghost hands apart. It then fixed its gaze on the Dragon Slayer, who had caused it pain, and twisted its body to engage in aerial combat. This was exactly what the Dragon Slayer wanted. The effects of the Dragon Slayer combo were still active, and he remained calm, engaging in a fierce close-quarters battle with the Nixie. From a distance, the Toy Legion demonstrated leadership qualities, designating the Dragon Slayer as the leader to share the burden, while raising their guns and cannons to fire at the massive Nixie in midair. Meanwhile, Fenrir also arrived on the battlefield, but his role was more supportive compared to the Dragon Slayer's direct combat. He used his beastly abilities to repeatedly cast blood spells, alleviating some of the pressure on the Dragon Slayer. The Nixie was indeed one of the strongest monsters in the Secret Realm. Despite the damage from the special attacks, it could still slightly suppress the Dragon Slayer and continuously spray venom and sludge to weaken Fenrir and his allies. Moreover, the Nixie's vitality was incredibly resilient. Aside from the special wounds inflicted by the Dragon Slayer, the injuries caused by Fenrir and the Toy Legion would heal over time during the battle. Fortunately, Liu Shun's side had the presence of the Fairy Pig, which could heal their injuries and absorb some of the damage. Otherwise, in a prolonged battle, they might not have been able to withstand the Nixie. After a prolonged and brutal melee, the Nixie was covered in wounds. Its originally bloated body was riddled with cuts from the Dragon Slayer's weapon, and its dragon claws, a primary means of attack, were nearly half severed. Due to the special attacks, the Nixie's abnormal regenerative abilities were almost ineffective on these wounds, making its appearance increasingly grotesque. However, the Dragon Slayer and other cards fighting the Nixie were also suffering. The Dragon Slayer on the front lines and Fenrir providing flank support both showed unhealthy hues, clearly affected by the opponent's venom. Initially, there were no obvious negative effects, but as the melee intensified, the toxin gradually accumulated, putting the Dragon Slayer at a disadvantage. He even lost 2 fairy pigs to fend off lethal damage. If not for the Toy Legion designating him as the leader to share the damage, the Dragon Slayer might have been severely injured by now. Under Liu Shun's command, the Dragon Slayer and Fenrir unleashed their ultimate transformation skills, morphing into the Dragon Slayer Dragon and Chimera, respectively. With earth-shattering roars, these 2 colossal beings emerged in the dice of fate. The Dragon Slayer Dragon was a massive, blood-red, menacing dragon with reverse scales, its scarlet scales as sharp as blades, growing in defiance like a beast covered in spikes, exuding a fierce aggressiveness. Upon its appearance, it unleashed a torrent of blood-red fiery breath towards Niahui. Although Niahui swiftly took flight to evade and defended itself with toxic sludge, the raging dragon breath still turned the sludge into scorched earth with a peculiar odor, scorching several of Niahui's dragon claws, causing it to howl in agony. In comparison, Fenrir's transformation into the Chimera was equally formidable. Its enormous lion-like body bore 2 pairs of bat wings, propelling it skyward. Most striking were the Chimera's 8 heads, arranged in sequence: a goat head, wolf head, dragon head, human head, lion head, bat head, and pig head. The tail ended in a serpent-like body with a hissing snake head. In Chimera form, Fenrir's physical strength and blood magic potency significantly increased. At this point, it could wield blood magic without depleting mental energy. While its damage to Niahui was not as severe as the Dragon Slayer Dragon, its threat was undeniable. Seizing the moment when Niahui was under attack from the Dragon Slayer Dragon's breath, the Chimera flew close and unleashed a dragon breath from its dragon head. Simultaneously, the other 7 heads each cast their enhanced blood magic: the goat's charm of life, the giant wolf's berserk amplification, The lion's intimidating roar, the bat's life drain, the snake's venomous bite, the human's beast transformation, the pig's resilience of life, and the dragon's breath. These 8 blood spells fired like a machine gun. Roars, howls, cries of pain, intimidating shouts, and sounds of bodies being torn and colliding filled the air as Nyahui, the dragon slayer dragon, and the chimera engaged in a frenzied aerial battle. Nyahui tore a chunk of flesh from the dragon slayer dragon with its claws while spraying venom at the chimera. The chimera's lion head let out a terrifying roar, momentarily stunning Nyahui, allowing the other heads and the dragon slayer dragon to launch a frenzied assault. Blood, fluids, scales, shells, fur, flesh, and even dragon claws fell from the sky due to the intense combat. Observing from the side, Liu Shun felt a sense of relief, realizing that his side was gradually gaining the upper hand. This advantage was due to the chimera's relentless blood magic, with its 8 heads firing different effects like a machine gun, leaving Nyahui mostly on the defensive. In the midst of the battle, the Dragon Eater unleashed a powerful attack on the Nixie, inflicting a terrifying wound that even its regenerative abilities couldn't heal. The Nixie realized that its defeat was inevitable, and, seizing an opportunity, it sacrificed half of its body to escape, aiming for the top of the fate dice board. But this effort was futile, as the domain card was essentially a separate dimension, impervious to such escape attempts. The Nixie's fate was sealed when the chimera's human head cast a blood spell, transforming it into a small pig that plummeted downward. Though it reverted to its original form seconds later, the Dragon Eater's fiery breath scorched it, leaving it charred. The once formidable creature was now powerless against the combined might of the chimera and the Dragon Eater. Soon, the remaining half of the Nixie was stunned by the chimera's lion head roar and torn apart by the Dragon Eater's claws, meeting its end. The live stream of the Hidden Dragon Project fell silent as viewers processed the scene of the Dragon Eater's dominance and the calm demeanor of Liu Shun aboard the ghost ship. They were astounded that the Nixie, a creature equivalent to a blue card, was so easily defeated. Could Liu Shun really tackle the Nixie single-handedly? It seemed so. Some viewers were in disbelief, claiming the stream was fake, the world was fake, and Liu Shun was fake. They speculated whether Liu Shun's cards were all purple, marveling at his immense combat prowess. They wondered what quality cards he could create if he continued to hunt such creatures. The excitement was palpable. Liu Shun had just used a purple domain card and swiftly defeated a creature akin to a blue summon card. Some viewers were left speechless, questioning if Liu Shun had more tricks up his sleeve. Despite the brutal display, many abilities of the magic dice cards remained unseen. Liu Shun's battle system was more adept at countering card makers and cards than magical creatures. If his previous battle against Liu Yan, who used the Divine Chef entry, had been revealed, it might have been equally as shocking as this fight with the Nixie. While the audience outside buzzed with discussion, Liu Shun diligently collected the remnants of the Nixie's body. The battle had been so gruesome that the Nixie's main body was torn into 3 pieces, with its remains scattered across the domain. To ensure a complete blue material card from the Nixie, Liu Shun painstakingly gathered all the fragments. As he finished collecting and retrieving his magic dice cards, a sudden appearance of the ghost ship in the swamp startled a nearby figure, who let out a piercing scream that echoed in Liu Shun's ears. Back in the depths of the swamp, Liu Shun was startled by a sudden scream near his ear. He quickly turned his head and saw a pale-faced girl standing below the ghost ship, with a bizarre glowing orb hovering beside her. Exhausted from defeating the Nixie, Liu Shun ignored the girl and piloted the ghost ship away. Watching Liu Shun leave in the sky, the girl named Yao Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Her cards weren't suited for combat, and encountering such a popular contender, avoiding conflict was a stroke of luck. However, despite her relief, Yao Ling was puzzled by the scene she just witnessed. If she wasn't mistaken, Liu Shun seemed to appear suddenly, and a fleeting image crossed her mind. What card effect was this? As she pondered, Yao Ling's expression suddenly changed, and the glowing orb beside her turned a deep green. Unlike her previous timidity, Yao Ling now exuded a mature aura, with a thoughtful smile playing on her lips. It was actually a domain card. It seemed a genius had emerged this year. Nonetheless, she decided to test it out. With that, Yao Ling, accompanied by the glowing orb, walked out of the swamp. The miasma dispersed by Liu Shun was absorbed by the deep green orb, faintly forming a small vortex. At this time, Liu Shun, sitting on the ghost ship and recovering his mental strength, was unaware of the dramatic nature of his recent encounter. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. For him, even if several popular contenders teamed up against him, he was confident in his ability to win. Liu Shun had already spent most of the first day in the secret realm and had gained a lot. Therefore, he decided not to hunt anymore for the rest of the day and instead found a place to continue meditating and reviewing the day's battles. Meanwhile, in the main livestream room, seeing no activity from Liu Shun, the view switched to other competitors. Xiao Luo and Lin Pan, a pair of old rivals, were in trouble. A gigantic monster soared in the sky behind them, emitting an ear-piercing roar, and its terrifying sound waves knocked them to the ground. Despite their disheveled state, they managed to escape the monster's pursuit through a series of tactics. The two exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The monster was too strong for them to handle alone. Hearing Xia Luo's frustration, Lin Pan wanted to argue, but reason kept him silent. It seemed they needed to find others to help hunt this monster. Elsewhere, Long Xian was engaged in a lively conversation with a beautiful girl he had just rescued. Through her, Long Xian learned of a monster equivalent to a green quality summoning card, and he was overjoyed, immediately pulling the girl to go hunting. As for the possibility of failure, Long Xian didn't even consider it. Yiqing Wang was currently with a man and a woman, and the atmosphere was particularly heavy. All three of them were injured, a result of a surprise attack by Luo Yan. Earlier, they had been tracking a demon, only to be caught off guard when Luo Yan suddenly descended upon them, posing a significant threat. Liu Shun had been unable to unleash his power against the Western White Emperor's manifestation, and Yiqing Wang had nearly been eliminated by Luo Yan on the spot. Fortunately, her two companions intervened in time, sparing her from a dire fate. However, despite Luo Yan eventually retreating, the three of them failed to cause him any trouble, and instead, they were all wounded. Yiqing Wang felt extremely dissatisfied with the two bodyguards she had hired, thinking, 3 against 1, and yet he got away unscathed? Do you even know what you're doing? The bodyguard she had initially wanted had declined her offer, and if not for that, Luo Yan wouldn't have been so arrogant. Recalling Luo Yan's demeanor before leaving, she was infuriated. As the three of them remained silent, each brooding over their own thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Yiqing Wang looked up cautiously and, upon recognizing the person, her face lit up with delight. Yowling. Meanwhile, Liu Shun had finished a night of meditation aboard the Avenger and was preparing to continue his journey. He didn't plan to continue hunting in the swamp, as the swamp's Nyx had already become a material card in his mental space, and he had collected plenty of materials from other demons. Next, he needed to search for new demon materials. The examiner had informed them that the secret realm contained 5 distinct regions, each home to one of the strongest demons. Having cleared the swamp, Liu Shun decided it was time to find a new boss. He summoned the Fate Demon dice and tossed it in the directions of east, south, west, and north. The dice showed the highest number for the north, so he steered the ghost ship northward. After a period of rapid flight, Liu Shun finally reached the edge of the swamp, only to be surprised by the sight of a cluster of volcanoes. Observing this completely different landscape, Liu Shun couldn't help but make a mental remark. Despite the scorching environment ahead, he piloted the ghost ship into the volcanic region. Once inside, Liu Shun immediately felt the hot wind mixed with dust. Being someone who disliked heat, he quickly placed his hand on the crystal skull, summoning wind and rain to cool down. He also summoned ghosts, using their eerie presence to finally feel a hint of coolness. As the ghost ship continued its journey, Liu Shun encountered active demons for the first time in the volcanic area. A group of monkeys with ashen fur stood out with their bright red eyes and faces. Before Liu Shun arrived, they were busy digging through the dusty ground with their claws. Upon noticing the ghost ship moving through the air, the monkeys let out excited and bloodthirsty cries, launching an attack on it. Liu Shun was initially taken aback by their aggressive approach. As soon as the monkeys spotted the ghost ship, their fur seemed to ignite, turning them into living torches charging towards him. Although they were quickly intercepted by the surrounding ghosts, Liu Shun became deeply intrigued by their ferocious attack style. He observed that the flames on these creatures were not illusory, but genuinely burning their fur, even witnessing one creature getting completely incinerated in the process. Was this wildness typical of volcanic creatures? Holding the green ash fire ape in his hand, Liu Shun pondered deeply. His thoughts were soon confirmed. Perhaps due to the volcanic environment, the creatures here either self-destructed or launched frenzied attacks, in stark contrast to the swamp creatures, which excelled in poison and stealth. The self-igniting ash fire apes, the volcanic worms with lava coursing through their bodies, the ember-winged moths spreading toxic ash winds, and the blazing golden bulls that fed on metal. Liu Shun fully witnessed the profound impact of the environment on these creatures in the volcanic region. These varied abilities sparked his curiosity about creatures from different regions, and he began to imagine the kinds of cards he could craft using their materials. However, Liu Shun did not forget his main objective, to find the most powerful creature in this area. Unlike the easily traceable Nyx in the swamps, the volcanic creatures proved elusive. Initially, Liu Shun thought they might be linked to volcanic eruptions, but after some investigation, he dismissed this idea. After all, volcanic eruptions were a commonplace geographical phenomenon here, with volcanoes frequently shooting ash into the sky. To Liu Shun's mixed amusement and frustration, the volcanic region had its unique phenomenon accompanying eruptions, which he dubbed monster rain. This occurred because the local creatures, due to their traits, were unafraid of lava, ash, and toxic fumes. On the contrary, they thrived in these conditions, gathering in large numbers at the volcano's mouth. With each eruption, most of the weaker creatures perished, while the rest were propelled into the air with the ash and lava, descending around the volcano. Liu Shun first witnessed this phenomenon near an erupting volcano. He was navigating his ghost ship around the volcano, eager to observe the natural power of an eruption firsthand. As the magma burst from the crater, a creature, its body scorched by the lava, suddenly plummeted from the sky right in front of him. He was momentarily stunned, only realizing what had happened when he saw numerous creatures flying in the air. As Liu Shun ventured through the volcanic region, he experienced an unprecedented thrill of adventure. In this unfamiliar place, he encountered unique life forms, extraordinary abilities, and the area's distinctive natural phenomena. These experiences were more fascinating to him than hunting magical creatures. Meanwhile, in the same volcanic zone, Long Xian was struggling to escape while carrying an injured companion. Damn it! How is that creature so strong? Long Xian thought. Suddenly, the ground surged, spewing a small volcano that launched scorching lava at Long Xian in the sky. This eruption was unlike a normal volcano. Its speed and the height of the lava were significantly greater. Despite his dragon wings, Long Xian couldn't dodge in time, and one of his wings was instantly melted by the lava. Fortunately, he quickly summoned a dragon to ride and swiftly moved away from the dangerous area, or else he would have been eliminated by the pursuing creature. Hearing a deafening roar in the distance, Liu Shun, who was maneuvering a ghost ship in search of creatures, felt invigorated. The sound seemed to come from the largest volcano, and even from afar, its power was undeniable. It must be the strongest creature in the volcanic region. Without hesitation, Liu Shun steered the ghost ship directly towards the source of the sound. At the same time, Long Xian, who had just narrowly escaped the creature's pursuit, breathed a sigh of relief. But his expression turned grim upon hearing the roar behind him. One day, I'll gather others to take you down. He realized that such a creature couldn't be defeated by one or two people. It would require a collective effort. But that was a concern for later. His current predicament was his injured companion on his back. Due to underestimating the creature's strength, this female companion had been severely injured during the hunt and was now unconscious. Although Long Xian had used a healing card on her, its effects were limited, and the situation was dire. Long Xian had exhausted his mental energy and needed to find a safe place to meditate and recover. However, doing so might mean he couldn't heal his companion's injuries in time, leaving him to watch helplessly as she got eliminated. Clearly, his strength alone wasn't enough. He needed the help of other card creators. But where could he find another card creator now? Despair filled Long Xian's heart as he gazed helplessly at the dust-covered sky. Just then, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, noticing rain appearing in the sky. Moreover, the rain seemed to be moving. Long Xian instinctively doubted his eyes, but after confirming it, he realized it was the card of another participant in the hidden dragon plan. There's always a way out. His spirits lifted instantly, and he raised his hands, shouting towards the sky, "Hey, over here." As the rain in the sky approached, Long Xian vaguely saw the silhouette of a ship in the rain, filling him with hope. However, to his dismay, the person in the sky seemed not to hear his call and flew directly over their heads, disappearing into the distance. A ghost ship swiftly passed through the sky, and Liu Shun felt puzzled, as if he had just heard something. He placed his hand on a crystal skull to sense the surroundings and discovered two card makers below, one standing and the other lying down. Recalling the shout from earlier, Liu Shun suspected that they might have been calling out to him. Considering the shout came from this direction, perhaps they had some information. Thus, he steered the ghost ship back to the original spot. On the ground, Long Xian was momentarily stunned watching the ghost ship fly away, not expecting it to return shortly thereafter. As the ghost ship descended, Long Xian recognized it and waved excitedly. Liu Shun also got a clear view of the two people below and was surprised to see Long Xian, having previously encountered Luo Yan. He mused if tomorrow he might meet Yiqing Wang, but instead of descending directly, he engaged Long Xian in conversation. Long Xian recognized Liu Shun and felt a surge of joy. Liu Shun, being a popular contender, was more likely to have healing cards. Without hesitation, Long Xian shouted to Liu Shun, "Do you have any healing cards? My companion is seriously injured." Liu Shun nodded and replied, "I do. But what do you have to offer in exchange?" Without hesitation, Long Xian took out his storage materials card, offering Liu Shun a choice of materials, as long as his companion could be healed. Liu Shun looked at him and shook his head, saying, "I don't need materials. I came because I heard a roar earlier. Do you have any information about that?" Long Xian frowned slightly, surprised that Liu Shun was after the creature. Although he had suffered at the hands of the creature, he had already considered it his prey, waiting for an opportunity to take it down. However, recalling the creature's formidable power, Long Xian relaxed. Since he was overpowered by the creature, Liu Shun would likely face the same. Thus, sharing the information wouldn't hurt, and perhaps Liu Shun getting injured could reduce a competitor. As for the idea of teaming up with Liu Shun to hunt the creature, Longxian never considered it. His team could only include himself as the male member, with the rest preferably being females he had connections with. Others were not within his consideration. Noticing Longxian's changing expression, Liu Shun impatiently asked, "Have you decided? Tell me the information first, and I'll heal her with my card." Longxian made his decision and immediately shared the creature's abilities with Liu Shun. As for the possibility of Liu Shun taking the information and leaving, Longxian wasn't worried. After all, Liu Shun was also a popular contender and was currently being streamed live, making such behavior unlikely. After receiving the intelligence, Liu Shun immediately summoned the fairy piglet and cast the skill, Triple Protection. He drew a circle around where Longxian's female companion lay, ensuring that anyone within would gradually recover their injuries and mental energy. Longxian confirmed the effect and breathed a sigh of relief, while Liu Shun steered the ghost ship towards the direction mentioned in the intelligence, where the creature was located. As he flew, Liu Shun recalled Longxian's earlier report and began to analyze it. Their target was a lava elemental creature that resembled a human, which Longxian had encountered while it was bathing in magma. This creature's abilities were closely tied to volcanic activity, allowing it to unleash phenomena like black smoke, toxic fog, metal melting, and volcanic eruptions. Under its control, these elements became more powerful and unpredictable. With this information at hand, Liu Shun planned his approach accordingly. As there was still some distance to cover before reaching the target, he summoned the Dragon Eater Swordsman. This swordsman had a unique trait of consuming dragon meat, gaining resistance with each dragon element creature defeated. Liu Shun aimed to max out this resistance before confronting the creature. Thanks to the presence of the Dragon Eater Swordsman, this task was swiftly completed. Next, Liu Shun summoned all the magic dice summon cards at once, restored his mental energy, and then proceeded to locate the creature. On his way, the main livestream channel focused its view on him. Given that Liu Shun and Longxian were defeated too quickly in their last encounter with a creature, the host began introducing the creature's information to the audience in advance. This demonstrated their confidence in Liu Shun's capabilities. Even if he couldn't defeat the creature, they expected an impressive battle. The audience in the live stream chat unanimously expressed that the creature would certainly be easily hunted by Liu Shun. Even the special guest, though somewhat resigned, had to admit that Liu Shun's performance had won over the viewers, leading to such high expectations. At this point, Liu Shun successfully located the presence of the volcano spirit. It was similar in size to a normal adult, with a body of intermingling black and red colors, marked with sulfur-colored spots in some areas. Compared to the previous creature, the volcano spirit was aesthetically more pleasing, with smooth limb lines and lava flow patterns on its body that embodied the essence of a volcano, exuding a unique beauty. The volcano spirit also noticed Liu Shun in the sky, but made no move. In the next moment, the ground beneath Liu Shun suddenly rose as a volcano erupted, shooting straight towards the ghost ship. This eruption was unlike any natural phenomenon. The lava, instead of falling, was directed like a beam towards the vengeful wraith under the volcano spirit's control. Liu Shun, already prepared, maneuvered the ghost ship skillfully to dodge the attack, and simultaneously unleashed his domain card. As the dice of fate appeared, the dragon slayer leaped down from the ghost ship to confront the volcano spirit, activating, "Thou art the dragon." He raised his great sword and charged at the volcano spirit, now covered in dragon scales. With extreme special attacks and ever-increasing resistance, the dragon slayer held his ground against the volcano spirit. Fenrir and the shackled ghost hand provided support nearby. Unlike the previous battle against the Nianhui, where the chimera form was necessary, this time the dragon slayer's frontal assault was enough to contend with the volcano spirit, with other cards only needing to assist. The shackled ghost hand's role was to observe the situation and quickly move in to restrain the volcano spirit when it prepared to attack or evade. This tactic gave the dragon slayer a slight advantage in a short period. Fenrir transformed into 8 different animals, harassing and assisting around the volcano spirit. The Toy Legion's firemen also played a crucial role, continuously firing high-pressure water guns to curb the volcano spirit's attacks. The lava from the volcanic eruption was extinguished by the fire truck's water cannons, solidifying and falling, while the toxic smoke was transformed into liquid by the widespread mist, descending safely. In essence, the volcano spirit's offensive became non-threatening under the Toy Legion's perfect response. Combined with the fairy pig's assistance and Liu Shun's manipulation of the domain card's dice tricks, the volcano spirit found itself at a significant disadvantage shortly after the battle began. Liu Shun thought to himself that barring any surprises, in no more than 5 minutes, this creature would become a material card in his hand. However, as it turns out, such assumptions are risky. Just as this thought crossed Liu Shun's mind, the volcano spirit, realizing its peril, unleashed its ultimate move. With a roar from the volcano spirit, its entire body surged with magma-like material, at an extremely high temperature, even appearing to boil. with billowing white steam rising. Seemingly drawn by its power, the largest nearby volcano began to erupt, with torrents of lava and black smoke shooting skyward, subsequently drawn towards the volcano spirit, expanding its form. In a short span, the volcano spirit transformed from its original size into a terrifying volcanic giant, with lava flowing over its body, toxic smoke as its breath, and molten metal forming its armor. As if it had become the embodiment of the volcano, standing imposingly opposite Liu Shun's side. Wow, your transformation is pretty impressive. Faced with the onslaught of the creature, Liu Shun wasn't panicked. Instead, he eagerly assessed the transformed appearance of his opponent. He thought, isn't this just a transformation? Don't we have the same capability on our side? With the roar of the dragon devourer's swordsman, his body rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a dragon devourer dragon, similar in size to the volcanic demon spirit. The two colossal beings engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Each punch from the volcanic demon spirit sent magma boiling on its surface or molten metal flowing, accompanied by black smoke that attempted to disrupt the dragon devourer dragon, projecting an awe-inspiring presence. However, the frenzied dragon devourer dragon ignored these attacks, recklessly exchanging blow for blow, life for life. Liu Shun's previous actions of feeding it dragon meat now proved beneficial. Although these defenses couldn't fully negate the volcanic demon spirit's attacks, they sufficiently diminished its power. Liu Shun wasn't fighting alone. He had the support of the shackled Ghost Hand, Beast Blood variant, and Toy Legion, giving the Dragon Devourer dragon a clear advantage over the volcanic demon spirit. Meanwhile, on Long Xian's side, his companion had awakened. Upon learning that Long Xian had confessed to others for her sake, the girl was inexplicably moved. Long Xian took the opportunity to pull her into his arms, and the intimacy between them was palpable. If not for the rational reminder that they were being live-streamed, they might have kissed. Worried, the girl asked, Brother Xian, will telling him the information have any bad effects? Long Xian affectionately patted her head and nonchalantly replied, No way. Neither of us could defeat that creature, so how could he alone manage? Besides, do you think he's stronger than me? If I couldn't do it, how could he? In Long Xian's warm embrace, the girl looked at his confident and wise demeanor, feeling a surge of sweetness in her heart. Meanwhile, in the outside livestream chat, the screen was filled with mocking clown emojis, making the audience burst into laughter. At the same time, in Liu Shun's domain card, with the Dragon Devourer dragon's final breath attack, the volcanic demon spirit fell powerlessly. After losing its life, its once massive body gradually dissolved into a large pool of lava. Liu Shun directed the toy soldiers to sift through the materials, eventually uncovering a crystal shaped like a volcano. Upon closer inspection, the internal lava flow was clearly visible. This was a common material found after the death of elemental creatures, representing their power core during life. Liu Shun stored it in a blank card, transforming it into a blue-quality volcanic core material. The remaining lava and other materials were also not wasted, all stored in blank cards. As materials comprising the volcanic demon spirit's body, these could at least reach green quality, making them a good choice for card-making materials alongside the volcanic core. After slaying the creature and collecting materials, Liu Shun piloted the ghost ship away. With only a short time left until the second day ended, he needed to restore his mental energy and head to the next area. If all went well, Liu Shun hoped to hunt all 5 of the strongest creatures in the secret realm. Meanwhile, Long Xian, after gathering enough allies, eagerly set out to hunt the volcanic demon spirit, only to find no trace of it, wasting time in vain, and eventually leaving, puzzled and disconnected from it all. On the 3rd day of entering the mysterious realm, Liu Shun sat on the ghost ship, holding a crystal skull, carefully observing his surroundings. He was still in the volcanic region, preparing to find a direction to continue onward until he reached the next area. As before, Liu Shun cast his magic dice of fate, and this time, the highest number pointed west, so he steered the ghost ship in that direction. After some time of sailing, Liu Shun finally discovered a unique sight amidst the red and black landscape of vast city ruin located at the edge of the volcanic region. As he entered this area, he saw Yiqing Wang, Yao Ling, and 2 other teammates hunting magical creatures in the center of the ruins. Since meeting Yao Ling, Yiqing Wang had invited her to join their team, a decision that clearly had positive effects. After successfully repelling an attack by Luo Yin, he hadn't shown up again. After all, Luo Yin wasn't foolish. Having been outnumbered before and still winning, he knew that facing 4 opponents now wasn't worth the risk, especially when there would be other opportunities in the future. With the threat from Luo Yin temporarily lifted, Yiqing Wang began considering how to secure a top 3 spot in the Qianlong project. However, just as she relaxed a bit, Yao Ling brought her shocking news. What? You saw with your own eyes that Liu Shun used a domain card. Her first reaction was skepticism. If even she, Xia Luo, and Lin Pan hadn't achieved it, how could Liu Shun? But after calming down, she realized Yao Ling had no reason to deceive her, and Liu Shun had indeed shown some talent in card crafting, making a domain card not entirely impossible. As a result, Liu Shun suddenly rose to the top of her ranking, followed by Xia Luo, Lin Pan, and others like Long Xian and Luo Yan. The pressure Yi Qinghuang felt grew heavier. Seeing Yi Qinghuang's somber expression, Yao Ling suddenly said, "Qinghuang, you want to be in the top 3 of the Qianlong project, right?" Yi Qinghuang nodded, acknowledging her goal. Almost everyone in the know aimed for a top 3 finish. Then you need to carefully consider your strategy, Yao Ling said slowly, counting Yi Qinghuang's rivals on her fingers. With so many competitors, gaining an advantage required taking action from the first round. Yao Ling's point was clear to Yi Qinghuang. The second round was about card crafting, relying mostly on individual skill. To get ahead, she needed to make her move in the first and third rounds, preferably eliminating competitors who posed a threat. Considering that the third round required a combination of results from the first 2, Yi Qinghuang was determined. But who should she target for elimination? The ideal choice would be one of the top 3 in her mental ranking. As if reading her mind, Yao Ling reminded her, "Don't forget where Xia Luo and Lin Pan come from." Yi Qinghuang immediately understood. Their backgrounds were among the most prominent of all the contestants. Since she had the support of her family and had gathered a group of allies, it was likely that Xia Luolin and Pan also had their own helpers. So, should the focus shift to Liu Shun? Yi Qinghuang was filled with uncertainty. She understood the difficulty of creating domain cards, but was unsure about the effectiveness of the domain cards Liu Shun had created and his overall strength. Watching Yi Qinghuang's indecision, Yao Ling began to feel impatient. The dark green light orb beside her quietly increased the release of mental toxins. The colorless and odorless toxins started affecting Yi Qinghuang's thoughts, and under Yao Ling's guidance, she finally targeted Liu Shun, determined to eliminate him first. As for how to find Liu Shun, Yao Ling assured her that she could handle it. Shortly after entering the city ruins, Liu Shun encountered his first monster. Unlike the creatures in the previous 2 regions, whose abilities were closely tied to the natural environment, the monsters here had more diverse abilities and forms that were closely related to human society. The monster before him resembled a hybrid of a human and a broom, with straight steel wires replacing the broom's bristles. Its attack method was simple and brutal, swinging its broom-like arms to strike at enemies, but it was easily killed by Liu Shun's summoned undead blood zombie. Using the death of this monster as a starting point, Liu Shun began a frenzied slaughter throughout the city ruins. Whether it was the money wraiths on street lamps or the biochemical sources in the sewers, every monster he encountered was wiped out and transformed into his material cards. As he joyfully collected materials, an eerie laughter echoed from a nearby high-rise, reverberating through every corner of the city. Hearing the sound, Liu Shun instinctively looked in its direction. When he realized the laughter enveloped the entire city ruins, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could this be the most powerful monster in the area? How could it have appeared so quickly? The laughter continued in his ears, and Liu Shun noticed that the surrounding monsters seemed to be losing their sanity, even starting to self-harm. This phenomenon intrigued him, and he immediately ordered his ghosts to kill the monsters and investigate the source of the sound, heading towards the laughter. Meanwhile, near the source of the laughter, Yao Ling and Yi Qinghuang were hiding. Yi Qinghuang glanced apprehensively at the figure sitting atop the high-rise, swinging its legs and constantly laughing, and worriedly asked Yao Ling, "Can we really wait for Liu Shun here?" Yao Ling gave a confident smile and reassured her, "Don't worry, he will definitely come here." From a Godseya view, the audience couldn't understand why Yao Ling was so confident, but as Liu Shun gradually approached their location, many began to feel uneasy. In fact, this was a characteristic discovered by Yao Ling's family during a previous selection for the Qianlong plan. The secret realm where Liu Shun and his group were located was specifically designed for the Qianlong plan selection. The Yao Ling family discovered through experiments that although the assessments in the secret realm change, the most powerful creatures within it are always related to the most outstanding individuals who enter. For instance, during one selection of the Qianlong project, there was a contestant whom almost everyone believed would be the top candidate. Once he entered the secret realm, the most powerful creature there perfectly matched his traits, and the materials from this creature were among the best for crafting his attribute card. Therefore, sometimes by comparing the features of the most powerful creatures in the secret realm with the contestant's traits, it's possible to determine who the most talented and promising contestants are. Moreover, the Yao Ling family noticed that when a creature compatible with a contestant's traits appears, that contestant is highly likely to be nearby. As a result, sometimes when a creature appears, multiple contestants coincidentally gather and engage in battle with it. This is also why Yao Ling is convinced that Liu Shun will come here. She clearly saw the dice being tossed in the hand of the creature on the high building. Seeing this creature made Yao Ling uncomfortable because she once searched deep in the swamp for a poisonous creature compatible with her than Yahui. When she saw Liu Shun emerge from a domain card, she instinctively sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, after Liu Shun left, she searched for a while longer and found nothing. This led her to conclude that the most suitable creature material for her was in Liu Shun's possession. This is why she targeted Liu Shun. On one hand, she was interested in the person who created the domain card she used, and on the other, because he had something she coveted. If she could obtain the Niahui materials, she might perform exceptionally well in the second round and create a new trump card to become the first in the Qianlong project. For this reason, she teamed up with Yi Qinghuang and others to take down Liu Shun and retrieve her material card from him. He's coming, he's coming. Hearing Yi Qinghuang's voice beside her, Yao Ling snapped back to reality and reminded her, be careful, the range of concealment for my card is limited, don't move recklessly. Their plan was simple, let Liu Shun and the creature on the high building fight it out, and they would benefit from it. Now, their task was to remain hidden and undetected. A creature and 4 people hidden below, what are they up to? Evading the creature's perception? Liu Shun stood on the ghost ship, his hand placed on the crystal skull, sensing the environment. When he detected the figure on the rooftop tossing dice, he was a bit surprised but quickly became excited. Until now, he hadn't encountered a creature related to dice, and he didn't expect to find one during the Qianlong project selection. What materials might it provide? Liu Shun was filled with anticipation. However, before engaging the creature, he planned to clear any lurking risks around him, such as those 4 hidden individuals. Glancing at the ghost ship hovering in the sky, Yi Qinghuang felt a bit anxious. Why did he suddenly stop moving? Don't rush, be patient. The old spirit, Yao Ling, quietly observed from the side. She had just used a blue quality spell card designed for concealment, making it impossible for Liu Shun to detect them. Thus, all she needed to do was wait patiently for Liu Shun to engage in battle with the demonic entity. As expected, it wasn't long before Yao Ling noticed the ghost ship in the sky, surrounded by spectral creatures, emitting a blood-red glow. As numerous ghosts were drawn into it, the cannons on either side of the ghost ship extended, and a phantom of the feathered serpent god appeared above. She thought to herself, Liu Shun is definitely going to fight the demon now. Her tone was full of confidence, as if everything was going according to her plan. However, one of the people nearby sensed something was amiss, feeling that the cannons seemed to be aimed right at their hiding spot. At that moment, Liu Shun's mind activated a combined attack of sacrificial ritual, totem protection, and witchcraft cannon directly targeting where Yao Ling and her group were concealed. The cannons fired abruptly. Shells enveloped in a blood-red glow relentlessly bombarded the ruins below, with explosions and flames thoroughly covering the hidden enemy's area. After the first wave of explosions, the witchcraft cannon's secondary blasts erupted again, with terrifying force threatening to turn the ruins into a wasteland. Liu Shun's gaze swept over the area shrouded in thick black smoke, wondering if they had all been eliminated. By now, Fenrir and the toy army had been summoned. If anyone below had survived, perhaps another strike would finish them off. However, as the smoke gradually cleared, Liu Shun's eyebrows furrowed slightly. 2 people had survived. In the area ravaged by cannon fire stood 2 figures, one standing and one lying down. The standing figure was Yi Qinghuang, looking terrified and resentful, while Yao Ling lay on the ground, severely injured. Liu Shun's sudden attack caught the 4 of them off guard, especially with the triple skill combination, which eliminated the other 2 on the spot. Yi Qinghuang narrowly escaped due to the rebirth effect of her life card. As for Yao Ling, although she managed to switch personalities quickly and revert her life card to the medicinal side, the other personality couldn't react in time, leaving her gravely injured and unable to move. Seeing Yao Ling on the ground, a flash of bitterness crossed Yi Qinghuang's mind. She had escaped most of the cannon fire thanks to her rebirth, but sensed the poison within her, feeling no sympathy for the one who had used her. By now, Liu Shun in the sky had recognized the 2 figures below. Though he didn't know why they were together, he wasn't interested in pondering it, and sent Fenrir down to investigate. As Fenrir descended from the sky, Yi Qinghuang's expression turned grim. She only had 1 life purple card, which she had just used and couldn't use again for a while. She tried to summon cards to resist, and shouted up at Liu Shun, pleading for mercy. However, Liu Shun's focus was entirely on the dice-holding demon, paying no heed to her cries. Ultimately, with the combined efforts of Fenrir and the toy army, Yi Qinghuang and Yao Ling, who had planned to ambush Liu Shun, were swiftly eliminated. In Liu Shun's eyes, they were no match for even a single hair of the opposing demon. Next, he turned his attention to the demon, a hint of greed gleaming in his eyes. The creature perched atop the skyscraper remained unmoved by the recent explosion. It continued to sit on the edge, swinging its legs and chuckling while tossing a die in its hand. Compared to the monstrous Nihui and the volcanic demon spirit, this creature had a distinctly different aura. In the live broadcast room, viewers were eagerly discussing this mysterious being. Although some mocked Yao Ling and Yi Qinghuang in the chat, the imminent battle between the creature and Liu Shun was far more captivating. As usual, the host began to introduce this creature. The clown dealer bore a resemblance to a human, but had a body more akin to a casino dealer, with a face painted in clown makeup. Unlike the previous 2 creatures Liu Shun encountered, The clown dealer's abilities were more bizarre and unpredictable. Its powers were linked to various gambling tools, such as dice, cards, and throwing knives. Additionally, it possessed a psychological manipulation ability, capable of destroying and controlling one's mental will through laughter or other means. Clearly, its abilities were more challenging to deal with, and the initial encounter could easily lead to a dire situation due to asymmetric information. Despite the host's detailed introduction of the clown dealer, viewers maintained a blind faith in Liu Shun. They believed he could undoubtedly defeat the dice dealer. The live stream switched to Liu Shun as he began to activate his domain. As the fate dice plate enveloped the clown dealer, the previously motionless creature sprang into action. It deftly stood on the building's edge, arms hanging down and slightly spread, mimicking a casino dealer from an advertisement. In the next moment, the clown dealer launched an attack. It flicked its hands forward, sending 3 spinning dice flying towards Liu Shun from each side. Meanwhile, the toy army chose to intervene. With the sound of sniper rifles firing, the dice thrown by the clown dealer were struck by bullets from the toy army, exploding instantly. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Shun quickly summoned the magic dice card. Seeing its attack thwarted and more adversaries seemingly appearing, the clown dealer let out 2 bizarre sounds and launched a fierce assault once more. Dice, cards, steel balls, mahjong tiles, various gambling tools rained down like a storm, covering Liu Shun's field of vision in mere seconds. The rapid onslaught was dizzying. In response, Liu Shun's summoned entities displayed their abilities, striving to fend off the aerial attacks. The toy army played a significant role, transforming their weapons into sniper rifles and accurately targeting the clown dealer's attacks. During the defense, Liu Shun appeared to notice patterns in the clown dealer's assault. Whether it was dice, cards, or other gambling tools, they didn't lose power upon impact but instead changed trajectory to continue their flight. When dice with different numbers collided near Liu Shun and his allies, they would explode with varying intensity based on the arrangement of their numbers. When the explosive power of 3 6-point dice reaches its peak, the collision of 4, 5, and 6-point dice seems somewhat less powerful. This pattern applies not only to dice, but also to playing cards. When the Joker and the Jack meet, they unleash a powerful slash at nearby enemies. Liu Shun realized that the clown dealer's attacks were closely related to the rules of different gambling tools. So he placed his hand on the crystal skull, detecting movements around him while using a detection command card to preemptively eliminate potential threats. The clown dealer launched an attack from the opposite side, while Liu Shun steadily advanced. The urban ruins terrain was incorporated into the battle, causing the clown dealer's attacks to ricochet like a 3-dimensional pinball in the complex environment. With numerous and erratic trajectories, Liu Shun's few cards struggled to advance. He had to transform the shackled ghost hand into a shadow form, lurking to find the clown dealer. The clown dealer excitedly let out strange cries, waving its hands as its attacks grew fiercer, unaware that the shackled ghost hand was lurking beneath its feet. At that moment, the ruthless ghost hand launched its attack. A pair of ghost hands grew from the clown dealer's shadow, binding it tightly. Immediately afterward, Liu Shun used the domain card skill, Dice Trick, swapping the positions of the Dragon Slayer and the shackled ghost hand. The Dragon Slayer, upon seeing the clown dealer, appeared disheveled from defending against attacks, and immediately activated, "You are the dragon," charging forward with a swing of his greatsword. The clown dealer, having just broken free, let out a strange laugh and revealed a new ability, illusionary duplicates. It twisted its limbs oddly, and in the next second, split into 3 clown dealers, all resembling the transformed, "You are the dragon." The Dragon Slayer remained unfazed, adjusted his greatsword, and unleashed the Dragon Slayer combo, launching a fierce sweep at the nearby clown dealers. 2 illusions vanished instantly, while the clown dealer used its agile body to leap onto the Dragon Slayer's greatsword, delivering a straight punch. The Dragon Slayer swiftly dodged, engaging in close combat with the clown dealer. From a distance, Liu Shun once again dispatched the position-swapped shackled ghost hand to join the Dragon Slayer in battling the clown dealer. Fenrir and the others stayed behind, eliminating the clown dealer's leftover attacks. With the clown dealer tightly entangled by the Dragon Slayer and shackled ghost hand, Liu Shun successfully cleared the dice and card attacks previously unleashed by the monster and regrouped with the other 2 cards. Fenrir was the first to transform into various animals and charged at the enemy, followed by the toy army launching an attack with bullets flying densely towards the clown dealer. The 3 fairy pigs merged into the bodies of the 3 cards, including the Dragon Slayer, forming a pincer movement against the clown dealer. Surrounding it, the Dragon Slayer swung its great sword. The shackled ghost hand transformed into a shadow seeking an opportunity. Fenrir's transformed beasts watched intently, and the toy army in the distance aimed at its body. In such an encirclement, even a creature summoned by a blue quality card would struggle to cope, let alone the clown dealer, who was not adept at close combat. Although it had high balance and agility, it felt overwhelmed by the assault of so many cards. relying on throwing various gambling tools to buy some breathing space. Just when it seemed to be in dire straits, the previously vanished laughter emanated from its mouth once more. As the laughter spread, marks began to appear on the Dragon Slayer, Shackle Ghost Hand, Finra, and the Toy Army. These marks were familiar to Liu Shun. They were from the clown dealer's previous attacks. The marks were located precisely where the attacks had hit the cards. With the appearance of these marks, Liu Shun noticed a clear decline in the card's assault on the clown dealer. The decisiveness, force, and evasion speed of their attacks visibly decreased. This decline was not in their ability stats, but rather seemed to be a disruption in their mental state, causing their actions to become erratic. The clown dealer's tactics didn't stop there. As the laughter continued, the marks on its body began to converge and change. Although Liu Shun was unsure what these changes would mean for the cards, he suspected it was certainly not a positive buff. Under his command, the Dragon Slayer transformed directly into the Dragon Devourer, and Finra's chimera form was activated, with the two giant beasts appearing out of nowhere in front of the clown dealer. Upon transforming into the Dragon Devourer, the Dragon Slayer, losing its sanity, seemed less affected by the marks and launched a frenzied attack on the clown dealer. As for the chimera, although still influenced by the marks, it could still attack the creature for a short time. Thus, the two beasts roared and attacked the clown dealer. Since the clown dealer's laughter, its power had changed. Previously overwhelmed by the card's assault, it now managed to hold its ground momentarily against the Dragon Devourer and Chimera. The intensity of its attacks with dice and cards, as well as the qualities of its physical body, had noticeably strengthened. Devoid of reason, the Dragon Devourer was completely toyed with by the clown dealer's illusionary clones. Its attacks repeatedly dodged or misdirected towards Finra. At this moment, Finra's blood magic was proving ineffective. The clown dealer was skillfully navigating the complex terrain and the flurry of spells, dodging the attacks of the two giant beasts with exaggerated movements. He even managed to counterattack by throwing dice and card knives. As the camera showed Liu Shun seemingly at a disadvantage, many viewers began to send messages of encouragement or take the opportunity to mock. Meanwhile, the host explained the abilities the clown dealer had just demonstrated. Ladies and gentlemen, the ability displayed by the clown dealer is what I previously referred to as mental pollution, the host explained. The clown dealer can accumulate latent mental pollution on other beings through attacks like dice and card knives, eventually triggering it with his laughter. The deeper the accumulated mental pollution, the greater the damage upon detonation. As the clown dealer's laughter continues to affect them, the triggered mental pollution will penetrate more deeply into their psyche. As everyone could see, with the increasing marks on Liu Shun's cards, the clown dealer could continuously sap their mental and physical attributes, weakening the enemy while enhancing himself. When the clown dealer's face finally formed, Liu Shun's cards would be completely destroyed. This ability is why the clown dealer is referred to as the house always wins in the dossier. After hearing the host's explanation, many viewers expressed their surprise with comments like question mark and huh. If this was true, wouldn't Liu Shun's cards soon be wiped out? Even after hunting two monsters, would he be eliminated by this clown dealer? Watching the dragon-slaying dragon being toyed with by the clown dealer, Yaoling's face showed a hint of amusement. The medical team of the Hidden Dragon plan worked efficiently, healing her injuries in just a few minutes. While her physical wounds could heal, a top 3 position in the Hidden Dragon plan was out of reach for her. Upon hearing that Liu Shun might be eliminated by a monster, Yaoling quickly suppressed her other personality and eagerly opened the live broadcast. She wanted to witness Liu Shun's elimination firsthand. Inside the secret realm, Liu Shun observed the agile monster avoiding attacks, and then looked at the battered Finra and the motionless toy army. He had to admit that this monster exceeded his expectations. However, he still had one last card to play, the thorn cross of the bound wise man. As Liu Shun's mental energy waned, a cross entwined with thorns appeared on the ghost ship's deck. His actions naturally drew the attention of the audience outside the secret realm. Another card? Is he bluffing? I don't believe he can turn this around. Come on, Liu Shun. The viewers discussed eagerly. Liu Shun approached the thorn cross step by step, like a deity from legend bearing humanity's suffering, and voluntarily wrapped the thorns around himself. As he was suspended upside down on the thorn cross, the sensations of pain and amplified mental energy arrived simultaneously. With his eyes closed, he could perceive the state of all life within the domain purely through his mental energy. At the moment he was bound, the thorn cross of the bound wise man's characteristics all came into effect. The compassion of the bound allowed Liu Shun's cards a 30% chance to reflect attacks, and their pain was transferred entirely to him. Sharing the pain caused the clown dealer to experience the same agony as Liu Shun, and if he couldn't endure it, he would face the scourge of mental thorns. The holy sacrifice increased both previous traits by 30%. Under the sudden influence of these multiple traits, the clown dealer, who had been leaping in the air, suddenly went limp, falling to the ground and curling up instinctively. The nascent clown marks on the toy army and Finra disappeared, reappearing instead on the clown dealer. Next, Liu Shun, expending his mental energy, sent the gambling dice hurling towards the toy army, commanding them to activate the life or death dice. The massive revolver aimed at the now standing clown dealer, the dice spinning wildly before landing on 20. With a gunshot ringing out, the clown dealer, who had just stood up, fell to the ground. Without needing to activate any skills of this green card, its mere presence turned the tide of the battle. In a tense card duel, Liu Shun's situation seemed precarious. However, at that critical moment, he summoned a seemingly high-level card that instantly turned the tide of the battle. The audience in the live stream chat was astonished. They had assumed Liu Shun was destined to lose, yet he managed to reverse his fortunes with that single card. The excitement that had been evident on Yao Ling's face vanished, replaced by a feeling of discontent. Why was she eliminated while Liu Shun continued to succeed so smoothly? The host of the live stream was equally shocked by this sudden change, and quickly turned to the special guest for their opinion on the card. As a gold-level card creator, the guest keenly recognized that Liu Shun's card was extraordinary, at least a top-tier purple card, possibly even of cyan quality. Despite not having a close-up view, the guest was full of praise, emphasizing the card's power that directly defeated the Joker dealer, sparking lively discussion among the viewers. Meanwhile, Liu Shun held the cyan quality Joker dealer card tightly, feeling a surge of inspiration. He was eager to finish the first round of assessments and return to plan how to best utilize this unique material card. Although 4 days remained until the assessment was over, he decided to meditate on the spot to restore his mental strength and contemplate how to maximize the card's potential. Perhaps it could be used as an upgrade material for the Fate Magic dice, or combined with other materials to create an entirely new magic dice card. Elsewhere in the secret realm, the plan of Xia Luo and Lin Pan had failed due to an unexpected event. Since they discovered and narrowly escaped from the Fury Snow Owl in the icy plains on the first day, they had been planning to gather other powerful individuals to help hunt down the creature. After successfully assembling a team of 5, Xia Luo and Lin Pan eagerly led them to hunt the furious snowy owl. Initially, everything went smoothly. The group's coordination was seamless, and the owl was continuously harried and worn down, with victory seemingly within reach. However, at a critical moment, one member of the team disrupted the rhythm by launching a reckless barrage against the owl. This mistake gave the creature an opportunity to unleash a piercing roar, a terrifying sound wave that not only shattered and repelled nearby cards, but also triggered an avalanche. Seizing this chance, the furious snowy owl launched a massive sonic attack, causing Xia Luo and Lin Pan's team to collapse instantly. The once favorable situation crumbled like an avalanche, resulting in the immediate elimination of 2 team members. The remaining member, who was the source of the chaos, was eventually eliminated by Xia Luo and Lin Pan. After 3 days of effort, they found themselves back at square one, facing the furious snowy owl and a defeated team. Xia Luo and Lin Pan felt a sense of despair. However, after calming down, they decided to continue their challenge against the creature. Given how difficult it was to form a team, it wouldn't be easy for other teams hunting creatures either. If they could successfully defeat the furious snowy owl, their rewards would surely be among the best. After discussing, they decided to find a place to restore their mental energy and plan to search for strong candidates to form a new team the next day. On the 4th day, Liu Shun set off in high spirits, piloting the ghost ship. Over the past 3 days, he had familiarized himself with the characteristics of 3 different areas and their creatures. He planned to explore a new direction for the remaining time, looking for new territories. Guided by the dice of destiny, Liu Shun chose to head south, traversing city ruins to hunt creatures. After filling the ghost ship with enslaved spirits, he soon discovered a new area land of icy winds and snow. Liu Shun steered the ghost ship into the icy plains, where the cold wind made him sneeze, but also sharpened his focus. Once in the ice fields, he began hunting the area's unique creatures and searching for the boss. The creatures in the ice plains were diverse, with abilities related to ice, snow, and cold winds. There were beautiful frost fairies, freezing ghosts hidden within the chilly breeze, ice-claw beasts that could easily dig through frozen ground, and snowmen with white fur who wielded control over ice and snow. Liu Shun roamed the ice fields, turning these creatures into material cards for his collection. While wandering the ice plains, Liu Shun noticed through his crystal skull a bird in the sky that didn't match the icy environment. It resembled a crow but had white markings. Upon spotting Liu Shun, it called out and flew away into the distance. Meanwhile, Xia Luo looked at Lin Pan from a distance and spotted a powerful target. Lin Pan, intrigued by Xia Luo's words, asked, "Who? Is it someone I know?" Xia Luo replied, "Liu Shun." Upon hearing this, a look of realization flashed in Lin Pan's eyes. "Oh, it's him. Well, that's fine. Even if he's not as strong as us, he shouldn't be far behind. Let's go." Xia Luo glanced in Liu Shun's direction and suggested, "Let's go meet him and bring him on board." Meanwhile, Liu Shun watched the bird fly away and squinted slightly, thinking to himself, "It seems like someone else's card. I wonder whose it is." He waited briefly, and soon two figures appeared in his sight. One was riding the bird that had just flown by, while the other was advancing slowly on a small whirlwind. Liu Shun's heart stirred as he realized. So it's them. He knew these two, while they were Shaluo and Lin Pan, the most popular contenders. It looks like they have something to discuss with me, Liu Shun thought, choosing not to retreat, but to approach them instead. Shaluo and Lin Pan landed confidently on the deck of the ghost ship. Shaluo curiously examined the purple card and extended his hand to Liu Shun, saying, "Nice to meet you. I'm Shaluo, and this is Lin Pan." Liu Shun shook his hand briefly and got straight to the point. "What brings you to me?" Shaluo and Lin Pan exchanged a glance before Shaluo explained. "You might recall the examiner mentioning 5 powerful beasts within the secret realm before we entered." Liu Shun nodded, already having an inkling. Shaluo continued, "Our purpose in finding you is related to these beasts. On the first day inside the secret realm, we discovered one of them. It can attack with sound waves and manipulate ice and snow, resembling an owl. Lin Pan and I have hunted it twice, but failed, and our previous teammates were eliminated, so we're here to ask you to join us in hunting it." Shaluo added, "Don't worry about dividing the spoils. All materials will be shared equally. This beast is equivalent to a blue quality card, and even when divided, it will be more than enough for us in the second round." He looked at Liu Shun, awaiting his response, confident that this mutually beneficial opportunity would be hard to refuse. However, to Xiaoyuo's surprise, Liu Shun pondered for only a couple of seconds before shaking his head and declining the invitation. Lin Pan couldn't hold back and questioned, "It's a win-win situation. Why refuse? You must have a reason." Liu Shun, calm and composed, replied, "I plan to hunt the beast on my own." Shocked by this, Xiaoyuo's expression shifted, and even Lin Pan, standing by, laughed angrily. "We failed with 5 people, and you think you can do it alone? You're dreaming." With that, he stormed off the Avengers deck. Shaluo gave Liu Shun a complicated look and advised, "Be careful, the beast is not easy to deal with." Then he too turned and left. Watching their retreating figures, Liu Shun felt no disturbance within. The gap in their abilities was such that even popular contenders like Shaluo and Lin Pan couldn't comprehend his choice. Liu Shun had a favorable impression of Xiaoluo. Although he declined his request, he remained composed and reminded himself of the formidable power of the demon, demonstrating his steady nature. As the ghost ship set sail again, Liu Shun began searching the skies for the creature in the icy plains. Meanwhile, after parting ways, Lin Pan was caught up by Xiaoluo. Once calm, he asked Xiaoluo what their next steps should be. Xiaoluo, with a helpless expression, replied, "We wait." Lin Pan was surprised and asked, "Wait until someone else shows up, or until Liu Shun is defeated by the creature and comes to find us? Are we really waiting for him?" Xiaoluo reluctantly admitted, "We can't find anyone else right now, so we have to wait for him." Lin Pan felt dissatisfied but had no choice, sarcastically remarking, "Let's hope the powerful Liu Shun can escape the demon's clutches." Guiding the ghost ship, Liu Shun swiftly searched the skies and soon spotted the creature Xiaoluo had mentioned. Without hesitation, he activated the domain dice and fate dice cards. At the same time, the undead blood corpses and enslaved ghost creatures on the ship charged at the enemy. Faced with the sudden assault, the angry snowy owl let out a deafening screech, sending a terrifying sound wave towards the ghosts, instantly obliterating most of them. Only a few powerful ghost creatures and undead blood corpses continued forward, engaging in fierce combat with the owl. At this moment, Liu Shun, with the aid of Fenrir, the fairy piglet, and the magic dice, made a desperate move to summon all his dice cards. Observing the angry snowy owl surrounded by ice and wind in the distance, his cards swiftly advanced. Just as when preparing to fight the volcano demon, the dragon slayer had enhanced its ice resistance beforehand. Facing the angry snowy owl posed no pressure, maintaining its usual combat mode, confronting the owl's claws and beak hidden, with Fenrir and the shackled ghost hand providing support. Meanwhile, the toy army transformed into flamethrower soldiers, using their weapons to unleash high-temperature flames against the ice and snow summoned by the owl. However, the owl's sonic attacks remained a threat. The sound waves from afar forced Liu Shun to block his ears with mental power. Although this was irritating, it significantly affected Liu Shun's cards. Fenrir's beast pack seemed somewhat restrained under the sonic attack, with many clones bleeding from their ears. The dragon slayer felt discomfort from the sound waves in close combat. To quickly end the battle, Liu Shun ordered the dragon eater and chimera, 2 giant beasts, to appear swiftly before the angry snowy owl, engaging in combat with the fierce bird. In the face of the dragon-slaying beast with maxed-out special attack and resistance, and the chimera casting blood magic all around, the fury snow owl quickly lost a wing. Wingless, it let out a ferocious cry, desperately trying to fight back, but ultimately it was killed by the combined forces of the chimera and the dragon-slaying beast. Liu Shun collected its body into a material card, subconsciously comparing the fury snow owl to the monsters he had previously hunted. The jester dealer was the only creature that forced Liu Shun to use the thorn cross, while the volcanic spirit had the ability to transform into a volcanic giant, making it evidently stronger than the Fury Snow Owl. As for the Nian Huai, it was more resilient, but its power wasn't much different from the Fury Snow Owl. Among these creatures, the Fury Snow Owl might have been the most balanced, but was also the easiest for Liu Shun to defeat. In the distance, Xiao Luo and Lin Pan, after hunting quite a few monsters, still hadn't encountered any new faces, and there was no sign of Liu Shun's activity. I think he's probably been eliminated. Lin Pan speculated maliciously. Maybe. It's been so quiet for so long. Xiao Luo also had a pessimistic view of Liu Shun's situation. However, the sudden appearance of a ghost ship in their sight proved their assumptions wrong. Seeing Liu Shun's ghost ship, Xiao Luo immediately pulled Lin Pan along, flying towards Liu Shun. He's been defeated by monsters now, he definitely won't refuse our invitation again. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Lin Pan didn't argue. Although he had been angry at Liu Shun's overconfidence before, Liu Shun's ability to escape from the Fury Snow Owl alone clearly showed he had impressive strength. If they could form a team with him, hunting the Fury Snow Owl should be achievable. Just as Xiao Luo was about to extend another invitation, Liu Shun's voice came, leaving him momentarily stunned. You're just in time. I've already killed that monster, so I'm here to let you know there's no need to bother with it anymore. As he spoke, Liu Shun revealed the material card in his hand. Seeing the card glowing with a blue light, Xiao Luo and Lin Pan were left speechless, standing in disbelief. In this mysterious realm, Liu Shun gazed at the card in his hand, struck speechless by Lin Pan's shock, only managing to utter a series of incomprehensible sounds. Seeing the expressions on Lin Pan and Xiao Luo's faces, Liu Shun thought to himself that perhaps his actions seemed a bit theatrical. However, he said nothing more and swiftly steered the ghost ship away from the scene. Xiao Luo and Lin Pan instinctively stepped aside from the ghost ship's path, watching Liu Shun's departure. They exchanged glances, as if wanting to speak, but found no words, only sighing silently. After leaving Xiao Luo and Lin Pan, Liu Shun headed toward the final area of the realm. On the 5th day of entering the realm, he finally laid eyes on the vast golden desert. Under the scorching sunlight, the sand beneath his feet rolled, with almost no signs of life around. Yet, as Liu Shun's ghost ship slowly entered the desert, the hidden creatures in the sand began to reveal themselves. Double-head snakes spat venom, robust sand lizards, blood-red needle-firing cacti, sand-controlling golden camels, and giant sand turtles disguised as oases all appeared. Liu Shun collected numerous materials from these creatures, but was in no rush to find the boss. Despite having 4 green cards in hand, Liu Shun wasn't eager to collect the last one. He knew that competitors like Xiao Luo and Lin Pan couldn't hunt these creatures, so he could take his time. Thus, on the 6th day in the realm, Liu Shun leisurely hunted creatures and sought clues about the boss. Finally, in a stretch of endless quicksand, he discovered the boss's presence. This enormous golden creature was similar in size to the Nixie that Liu Shun first encountered, perhaps even larger. It also bore dragon elements, with majestic dragon horns, golden scales shimmering in the sunlight, and limbs with sharp claws, exuding the dragon's majesty. Uniquely, the sand around the boss was harder than ordinary sand, clashing with a metallic clang. Upon seeing the creature, Liu Shun wasted no time, swiftly summoning his cards to battle. He had developed a standard strategy for dealing with bosses. First, activate the domain card to drag the creature out of its familiar environment. Then, use Fenrir, the fairy pig, magic dice, and Allure-Nothing cards to summon all magic dice cards. Next, deploy the dragon-slaying swordsman as the main force against the creature, with other cards providing support. After a fierce battle, Liu Shun transformed into the dragon-slaying dragon and chimera forms, ultimately defeating the creature, reclaiming his cards, and gathering materials. Today, while dealing with the lizard creature, Liu Shun followed his usual routine. Despite the creature's roars and attempts to manipulate metallic sand in defense, it was ultimately slain by the Dragon Slayer. Liu Shun gained a green-golden sand dragon lizard card. With this victory, he achieved his small goal in the first round of the Secret Realm assessment by collecting 5 green material cards. Although the first round was not over, Liu Shun had already secured the top spot. In theory, after slaying the Nixie on the first day, he had practically guaranteed his first-place position. Having obtained the golden sand dragon lizard, he no longer bothered hunting other creatures or eliminating other contestants. Instead, he chose to spend the remaining time meditating in an oasis or studying the material cards to plan the next round's card creation. As Liu Shun remained still, the live broadcast shifted its focus to other contestants still battling in the secret realm. Accustomed to Liu Shun's overwhelming performance, the audience found the strategic battles between the contestants and creatures to have their own unique appeal. As the time to leave the secret realm approached, contestants scattered across various locations looked up at the sky, and a light transported them back to their entry points. Upon being transported out, Liu Shun surveyed the buildings before him, realizing he had returned. At this point, both the contestants who lasted until the end and those who had been eliminated were back at the testing site. Although the eliminated contestants had their material gains tallied by the examiners, the materials were temporarily withheld until all contestants exited. More than the materials, many contestants focused their attention on the composed Liu Shun. Unlike others who persevered to the end, Liu Shun appeared remarkably tidy, as if his journey in the secret realm was no different from a leisurely outing. Seeing him in this state, the eliminated contestants felt a mix of emotions, realizing that while they were once considered prodigies in their hometowns, they were merely background figures in the Rising Dragon plan compared to him. The eliminated contestants were initially skeptical of Liu Shun's achievements upon hearing them from the outside world, but after witnessing the live broadcast, their feelings evolved, eventually accepting the reality. Among them 5 tigers, 1 leopard, 3 dogs, 1 mastiff, 10 wolves, and 1 jackal. Perhaps only Liu Shun stood as the truly unique individual. The attention of the other contestants soon turned to those who had persevered until the end, who, upon learning the situation, also showed astonished expressions. Even after the contestants were transported out, the live broadcast continued until all materials were accounted for. At this moment, the talents of the Rising Dragon plan cast inexplicable glances at Liu Shun, and viewers of the live broadcast were filled with emotion. I once thought I was a prodigy, they mused, until I was instantly defeated by a single card. A genius from the lower realms must endure countless trials and tribulations, only to become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers swallowed in a single gulp. In the live stream discussion, someone remarked, "What are you lamenting about? These are geniuses from the Qianlong plan. Instead of feeling sorry for them, why not think about what to have for the next meal?" Meanwhile, the materials at the assessment location were being meticulously tallied. The task was not only to calculate the score of each material, but also to catalog the type and grade of materials each contestant had to prevent cheating in the second round. As the long line slowly shortened, results began to surface. In the materials gathered by the team of Xia Luo and Lin Pan, each had 5 purple material cards. Long Xian had 1 less than them, and Luo Yin had only 2 purple cards, as he chose to act alone. It could be said that, excluding those who were eliminated early, the first round results of these favored contestants were largely as expected. However, much attention was drawn to Liu Shun, whose results surprised many. Urged by the barrage of comments, Liu Shun finally reached the material tallying stage. Despite many experts offering rough estimates in the comments, viewers eagerly awaited the official announcement from the examiner. Liu Shun politely handed over his cards, and the examiner, anticipating the performance of this outstanding contestant from the first round, was filled with expectation. As the examiner placed Liu Shun's cards into the machine, he glanced at the screen and gasped. The audience, keenly watching the examiner's expression, urged in the comments, "Stop reacting and tell us the results." The examiner's exclamation echoed, "Unbelievable." Under everyone's gaze, the examiner began announcing Liu Shun's materials. Liu Shun's haul from the first round of the secret realm included 5 green cards, featuring Nixie, Golden Sand Dragon Lizard, Angry Snow Owl, Volcano Spirit, and Jester Dealer, 26 purple cards, including Corpse Horde, Lava Crocodile, Wasteland Demon, Extreme Frost Monster, Fiercetooth Land Shark, and others. 174 blue cards, covering Swamp Toad, Black Rock Monster, Mimics, White-Haired Snow Beast, Doublehead Rattlesnake, etc., and a total of 1,390 green cards, the details of which were not listed individually. All the contestants at the Qianlong Plan assessment site fell silent, with only the examiner's voice echoing in the air. In contrast to the silence on site, the live stream comments surged like a tide. "Wow, this number of material cards must be several times that of the others. Liu Shun's hunting efficiency is incredible. Were there really that many purple cards? Watching the stream, it didn't seem like there were that many." A viewer explained, "That's because Liu Shun crushed everything except those 5 monsters. The sheer number of Liu Shun's cards was something others might never achieve in a lifetime." Amidst the dense comments covering the screen, the examiner's voice continued for several minutes, finally finishing the announcement of Liu Shun's materials. At that moment, whether they were popular contestants like Xia Luo and Lin Pan or others in the Qianlong Plan, they couldn't help but turn their gaze to Liu Shun, as if seeing an anomaly. Especially those who had been eliminated early, they knew full well that Liu Shun hadn't hunted at all in the last day or so. Achieving such an impressive result left everyone in awe of the opponent's formidable strength rather than questioning their own efforts. After the first round of assessments, Liu Shun still needed to tally materials, though the attention of other contestants and spectators had already shifted. To them, the excitement of the first round had faded, and the focus was now on the second round of assessments. Once all contestants' materials were accounted for, the examiners began explaining the rules for the second round. Participants would have 2 days of rest before entering a designated area for a 7-day card-making session. There were no restrictions on the quantity or theme of cards in this round. allowing contestants to freely use materials from the first round for their creations. After the second round, all cards made by the contestants would be publicly displayed, with professional examiners and evaluators testing and scoring them comprehensively. With the rules announced, the contestants were free to return to their accommodations. The designated vehicles departed the assessment site, and Liu Shun, sitting by the window, felt as if he was in another world. The area outside the assessment location was crowded with media, journalists, and onlookers. The noise from chatter, camera clicks, professional broadcasts, and the glare of spotlights and flashlights made the surroundings exceedingly chaotic. To Liu Shun's dismay, a large crowd outside held up signs featuring photos of him, Lin Pan, and Xia Luo, with his photo appearing most frequently. Whenever a vehicle left, these people surged forward, waving their signs and shouting the contestants' names and slogans, leaving Liu Shun feeling quite embarrassed. However, Liu Shun soon left the clamor behind and returned to the building arranged for them by the Qianlong project. Once back in his room, he responded to several congratulatory calls and chatted with Lin Yin and others until evening, when he finally spent time alone. Unlike other contestants who felt exhausted after the assessment, Liu Shun was energized, summoning the Thorn Cross to hang himself upside down as he began to ponder the uses of his material cards. Over the next 2 days, Liu Shun, like the other contestants, stayed quietly in his room, preparing for the upcoming card-making phase. It wasn't until the second round of assessments was imminent that Liu Shun descended from the Thorn Cross. Thanks to the influence of painful wisdom, his mind had flooded with inspiration over these 2 days. Though some ideas seemed impractical, there were plenty of viable ones that, in his view, would be sufficient for the second round of assessments. Yet, Liu Shun hesitated over whether to use the 5 cyan material cards. He believed that creating some purple cards would suffice for the second round, and with his card-making skills, he didn't need the cyan material cards as a safety net. Still, he hadn't made a decision. As the designated transport was about to arrive, he hurriedly left his room and headed downstairs, ready to participate in the second round of card-making assessments. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.